Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 869 to Chapter 1046. As he spoke, a fiery red figure slowly stepped into everyone's line of sight. The girl's body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of flames. Her swaying body was like a stamen in the flame. She was extremely beautiful, her skin was as white as snow, and her lips were as red as fire. Her skirt was swaying like a fiery red lotus swaying in the wind. As soon as Luo Qingtong appeared, she captured everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the girl who seemed to have stepped out of endless flames, and their eyes flashed with amazement. Ma Chenyi, who had just arrived, was even more excited. Luo Qingtong. Who are you? The first elder of the Saint Academy looked at the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him suspiciously. Was she also a student of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? She was so talented and powerful. Why didn't he have any impression of her? Even if she was a student of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, she shouldn't be so arrogant. She even injured the guards of the Saint Academy. She had gone too far. Thinking of this, the first elder of the Saint Academy suddenly scolded her harshly. Since you are a student of the Saint Academy, you should follow the rules of the Saint Academy. How could you injure the guards outside? Before his voice had died away, Su Xiaoxiao and the others had rushed up excitedly. Boss! Boss! You are back! They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Su Xiaoxiao and the others had thought that they couldn't stop the first elder from driving them out of the Saint Academy, nor could they protect Luo Qingtong's qualification to enter the Saint Academy. They didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would come back at this time. The group of people laughed and jumped, surrounding Luo Qingtong with indescribable joy and excitement. Everyone present, except for the Grand Dean and Ma Chenyi, was stunned, including Yuan Ma. Luo Qingtong? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Looking at the beautiful girl surrounded by Su Xiaoxiao and the others, he was shocked and shocked. Oh my god, the domineering and alluring girl in front of him was actually Luo Qingtong, the girl who was rumored to have entered the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin through the back door. She was also extremely arrogant and didn't know her own identity. She even asked for half a year's leave before coming to the Saint Academy? Wasn't it said that Luo Qingtong was only the legitimate daughter of a marquis from a small inferior country? His talent and strength were only average, and he wasn't much of a person, but now, looking at the young girl in front of them, looking at her domineering and proud bearing, everyone simply couldn't imagine that she was just a marquis from a small and inferior country. Most likely, even the legitimate daughters of the great clans in the Holy Dynasty could not compare to her, right, Luo? Qingtong's charm was not inferior to the ordinary noble ladies of the Holy Dynasty. No, there was still a chance of victory. If Su Xiaoxiao and the others hadn't exposed her identity, they wouldn't have known that she was the girl they had been waiting for. He was also the main character of this 3-day agreement. Luo Qingtong? She is actually Luo Qingtong? Yuan Ma looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. He hadn't seen Luo Qingtong for a long time. Every time he passed by the eastern border country, he had no interest in seeing his nominal fiancée. Come to think of it, he and Luo Qingtong had not seen each other for almost 10 years. The girl's face was completely out of his expectation. Thinking that Luo Qingtong was called the most beautiful girl in the eastern border country, he thought that people from the inferior country were ignorant. Luo Qingtong might not be comparable to the legitimate daughters of the great clans in the Tianyu Empire. But now it seemed that Luo Qingtong was more than comparable. Yuan Ma looked at Luo Qingtong with deep eyes. Before the girl appeared, he would never have thought that his fiancée would look like this. Although Yuan Ma had a strong first impression of Luo Qingtong, he was disgusted with her. But at this moment, facing the girl opposite him, he had completely forgotten about that feeling. He even vaguely felt a sense of familiarity with Luo Qingtong. It was as if he had seen her somewhere before. But he really had to think. He couldn't remember. Yuan Ma stared at Luo Qingtong closely. His thoughts had completely changed at this moment. If she was his fiancée, he wouldn't reject this engagement at all. He could even marry her as his real wife and fully fulfill this engagement. Looking at his eyes, Su Jinyue felt anxious. Senior brother. She stomped her feet angrily and said, "Don't forget that she is in cahoots with the Ling siblings. The Ling family and the evil Dr. Ghost. I destroyed your Yuan family together. She is still with them. She clearly doesn't take you seriously. As soon as Su Jinyue's words came out, Yuanma's gaze changed instantly. He looked at Luo Qingtong opposite him with indescribable complexity in his heart. But he still said coldly, no matter what, she is my fiancée, my future wife. In the past, Yuan Mo had said these words unwillingly, but this time, there was some sincerity in them. If it was her, even if she made a mistake, he could forgive her. What's more, Luo Qingtong might not really want to be with the Ling siblings. Thinking of how he didn't care about her all these years, Yuanma felt that Luo Qingtong might be hanging out with the Ling family to attract his attention. After all, after she hung out with the Ling siblings, he did pay more attention to her. If this was the case, he could forgive her. Just as Yuanma was thinking about this, the first elder of the Holy Academy on the other side had already come to his senses. He shouted at Luo Qingtong sternly, "You are the Luo Qingtong who asked for leave after being admitted to the Holy Academy? Good. All right." The first elder of the Sacred Institute sneered. He didn't like Luo Qingtong in the first place. Seeing that she was so arrogant and unscrupulous, directly injuring the guards of the Saint Academy, he was furious. Do you even care about the rules of the Sacred Institute? Luo Qingtong, do you know what you've done? You've injured the guards of the Saint Academy without returning your leave. The first elder of the Saint Academy said coldly. He looked at Luo Qingtong with disgust. Ma Chenyi frowned. Just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by the Grand Principal. The latter winked at him for a while, telling him to just watch from the side. Now that the child of the evil doctor had returned, the great elder of the Holy Academy would be in for a hard time. Luo Qingtong was famous in the Black Field for being protective of her shortcomings and not being at a disadvantage. Since the first elder of the Sacred Academy dared to make a move against the people around her, he could only wait to be humiliated. The Grand Supreme Dean was gloating over his misfortune. What did I do wrong? Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. She patted Su Xiaoxiao and others on the shoulders, telling them not to worry. Then she looked up at the first elder of the Holy Academy. She glanced at the people present and sneered, "Didn't you ask me to come back as soon as possible in the 3-day appointment? I was stopped at the gate of the Holy Academy. In order to avoid missing the time, I naturally had to make a move." In fact, the guards outside the Holy Academy were on good terms with Su Jinyue and others. After hearing Luo Qingtong's identity, they immediately ridiculed her and tried to stop her. The rules of the Sacred Academy: if others obeyed the rules, she would obey them, too. If others didn't obey the rules and wanted to force her to obey them, they would be dreaming. Luo Qingtong walked to the guards who had been blown to the square by her. She lifted her foot and stomped on one of the guards' hands fiercely. The smile on her lips was indescribably evil and bloodthirsty. "I'm starting to suspect that you didn't want me to come back from the very beginning, so you arranged this show on purpose. But now it seems that the play is not good." "It's a bad play." Luo Qingtong's smile was cold. The first elder of the Sacred Academy was so angry that his beard trembled. "How dare you? How could we do such a dirty and shameless thing? What's more, even if you come back, so what? I made a bet with the Grand Dean that I still need you to improve your strength. Unless your strength improves and proves that your practice outside is not inferior to your practice in the Sacred Academy, your qualification to enter the Sacred Academy will be revoked. Get out of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, together with these unruly people around you. This is not a place where you can go through the back door." Hearing this, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes instantly. "First elder of the Sacred Academy, you keep saying that I'm impudent and go through the back door. I want to ask you, how am I impudent? How am I going through the back door? Is it impudent that I hurt the people who tried to stop me from entering the Sacred Academy and made them deserve it? Or is it impudent that I made your wishful thinking fail? As for going through the back door, tell me, where is the evidence?" Luo Qingtong's smile was evil and cold. In terms of eloquence, 101st elders of the Sacred Academy were no match for her. Luo Qingtong was hunted down in her previous life. When she couldn't defeat her opponent, she almost angered her opponent to death with her words. Over the years, as her pupil's sorcery became more and more powerful, she stopped talking when she could fight. But it didn't mean that she couldn't talk. "You." The first elder of the Sacred Academy's chest heaved and his face turned red after hearing her words. That was all because he was angry. I won't quibble with you. If you really have the ability, show me your strength. If you really improve your strength, I'll admit that I've wronged you. Your leave is valid, and their qualification to enter the Sacred Academy will be preserved. Otherwise, all of you can scram. The first elder of the Sacred Academy's strength. He didn't believe Luo Qingtong's strength improve. The strength that the other party had submitted was that of a mid-level martial king. Putting aside the possibility of this strength being fake, even in the Great Qin Sacred Academy, ordinary heaven-grade students would not be able to achieve such a feat by raising their cultivation by 1 level in 3 months to the advanced martial king realm. The first elder of the Saint Academy had already looked down on Luo Qingtong because of what Yu Wenma and the others had said. In addition, he knew that Luo Qingtong was only from an inferior country. Does she think she can get away with it? She must be dreaming. Thinking of this, the first elder of the Sacred Academy's academy was not so angry about Luo Qingtong's arrogant behavior. He sneered and looked at Luo Qingtong. He wanted to see how she would humiliate herself. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently and then sneered, "Why?" She looked at the first elder of the Saint Academy and sneered, "If my strength improves, it proves that I have the ability and confidence to ask for leave. But what does that have to do with you wronging me?" Luo Qingtong looked leisurely. She looked at the first elder of the Saint Academy in front of her, whose face was blue and white. He was almost angered to death by her words. She said in a light and melodious voice, "Great elder of the Saint Academy, you really have a good idea. You wronged me, but you don't need to pay any price. You even use the price that I don't need to pay. Am I supposed to be deeply grateful to you? The word shameless that you used earlier was really accurate. Shut up." The first elder of the Saint Academy was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Luo Qingtong's words were sharper than a sword, which made his heart tremble. He had followed the tradition all his life. How could he let others slander his reputation like this? He immediately shouted angrily, "Good. Then tell me, what kind of price do you want us to pay?" The first elder of the Saint Academy was sure that Luo Qingtong was bluffing. The more arrogant she was, the less confident she was. He wanted to see how long she could hold on in the end. Luo Qingtong had been waiting for him to say this. It was worth hiding and suppressing her strength until now. Today she would let these people know what the consequences of looking down on others were. "I want all of you to apologize for wronging us and trying to expel us. All the members of the Presbyters Association who were involved in this matter and tried to expel us from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin should admit their mistakes and bow their heads to apologize to us. At the same time, you can't interfere with the Grand Dean's decision in the future. And you have to admit that me and the people around me are qualified as heaven-grade students. No one can question us anymore." As soon as Luo Qingtong's words came out, the first elder of the Saint Academy and other people's faces turned livid. She wanted them to apologize to these students, and they couldn't interfere with the Grand Dean's decision in the future? Wouldn't they be completely overwhelmed by the Grand Dean's faction in the future? And they had to admit that Luo Qingtong's qualification as heaven-grade students was valid. Luo Qingtong's words made the first elder and other people of the Saint Academy's blue veins on their foreheads. The Grand Dean, on the other hand, was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. I knew that this evil Dr. Kid wouldn't be taken advantage of. If the first elder of the Saint Academy dare to agree to it, let's see if we can't." Even at the elder of the Saint Academy, Qingtong Yu Qingtong a few times, Luo Qingtong. The first Shui Tong was Qing Yu Shui, the elder of Shui. First for the Yu, elder of Academy, in the future, with Young, with Ili, senior, of the Emperor of Yus. Moreover, if the first elder and other people of the Saint Academy bowed their heads to them, it would completely wash away the grievances that Luo Qingtong and Su Xiaoxiao had suffered during this time. No matter how one looked at it, Luo Qingtong's conditions were just right. This young girl was truly clever and quick-witted. But could she win? Ma Qingyi thought of how Luo Qingtong and Master Luo won the competition in the Great Chu Imperial Palace, no matter how much he inquired. Especially the news about Luo Qingtong, which was even more suppressed. Could it be that she could really win the bet with the first elder of the Saint Academy? Wait. Su Jinyue said. First elder, it's not fair. Luo Qingtong must have received the news since she came back in time. What if she used some unconventional method to stimulate her potential and directly improve her strength by one stage? Su Jingyue looked at Luo Qingtong with a sneer. First Elder, in my opinion, unless Luo Qingtong's strength has reached the peak of the martial king realm. Otherwise, don't agree with her request. Moreover, the reason she asked for leave is invalid. They will still be driven out of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. What? The peak of the martial king realm? As Su Jingyue's voice sounded, there was a burst of low voices around. No one believed that Luo Qingtong could improve from the intermediate martial king realm to the peak of the martial king realm in 3 months. She had improved by 2 stages in such a short time. It should be noted that the best heaven-grade students in the Saint Academy could only achieve such improvement with the help of various resources and training. Moreover, Luo Qingtong had asked for leave and no one to teach her. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult for her to achieve such improvement. So far, only the legendary Dean had improved from the beginner martial king realm to the peak of the martial king realm when he asked for leave, but that was after 1 or 2 years. Moreover, the strength and talent of the legendary Dean were unmatched in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin so far. He was one of the most powerful people in the East region for so many years. For so many years, no one had been able to surpass his fame. How could Luo Qingtong compare with the legendary Dean? It was impossible for her to improve from the intermediate martial king realm to the peak of the martial king realm. Su Jingyue's words were to completely eliminate the chance of Luo Qingtong and the others staying in the Saint Academy. Hearing this, the crowd shook their heads for a while. They already thought that Luo Qingtong would lose. Su Xiaoxiao and the others gritted their teeth and glared at Su Jingyue. This woman was too detestable. Okay. The first elder of the Saint Academy nodded. He was shocked. He had indeed carelessly forgotten about this earlier. If Luo Qingtong really used some underhanded method to raise her strength by a level, then he would lose for sure. Thinking of this, he immediately said to Luo Qingtong, "Just do as Su Jingyue said. Luo Qingtong, if you can reach the peak of the martial king realm, then we will agree to your request. I apologize to you." At the same time, they would no longer interfere with the decisions of the Grand Principal and the others. Furthermore, I acknowledge that your qualifications as a heaven-grade student are valid. Not only that, but we'll also give you a chance to use the cultivation facilities in the Sacred Court, regardless of the level limit. But, if you can't do it, pack up your things and get the hell out of the Empire of Qin with your people. The first elder of the Sacred Institute was confident of winning. He didn't believe that this Luo Qingtong was really that talented. If that was the case, why was the other party so unknown? Moreover, it was said that she had cheated to get into the trash class of the Tianyu Branch Academy. If such a student hadn't hooked up with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye and the Black Field, how could she have entered the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? It was said that the evil Dr. Ghost Eye had destroyed Yu Wenma's family, the royal family of Tianyu, as Yu Wenma's fiancé. Luo Qingtong still hooked up with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She was really heartless. He was going to get rid of such a black sheep today. He would get rid of all the people around her. Luo Qingtong, just say whether you dare or not. If you dare. He looked at the girl in front of him in shock. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Not only him. So were all the people present. The peak of the martial king realm. A student of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, who had gathered in front of the square to watch the fun, was stunned by the aura that erupted from Luo Qingtong's body. He instantly gasped. My God, the peak of the martial king realm. Luo Qingtong's strength had really advanced to the peak of the martial king realm. Everyone was shocked to see Luo Qingtong's strength. The medium martial king realm, the advanced martial king realm, the peak of the martial king realm. Luo Qingtong's strength increased from weak to strong. Almost without any hindrance, her strength rose to the peak of the martial king realm in an instant. This kind of strength increase was extremely smooth. The aura around her was smooth and solid. It was clear that she didn't suddenly advance or forcibly. Luo Qingtong had asked for leave and didn't come back. The strength that she had improved was actually not inferior to that of the outstanding students of the heaven grade of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Seeing this scene, the people of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin were all stunned. What kind of valiant talent was this? Luo Qingtong's strength was actually not inferior to that of the top geniuses of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin without the same resources and guidance. just as everyone was shocked, Luo Qingtong's aura had risen to the peak of the martial king realm. Just when everyone thought that Luo Qingtong's strength and aura would be fixed there, Luo Qingtong's aura suddenly rose. The martial royal realm, looking at the girl's aura, the people around the square were all speechless. Except for the Grand Dean, who had already known that Luo Qingtong had reached the martial royal realm after the battle with Feng Luan, everyone else was extremely shocked. Especially Yu Wenma. He looked at the center of the square. She was surrounded by an aura. She was like a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. For the first time in his life, he regretted not asking about her. In 3 months, he had advanced from the intermediate martial king realm to the martial royal realm. No matter what method Luo Qingtong used, it was enough to make her one of the most dazzling geniuses of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Previously, he had really misjudged him. Just as Yuan Mo was filled with regret, Ma Chenye's eyes lit up. Luo Qingtong's increase in strength was completely beyond his expectations. When they first met in the Tianyu Empire, Ma Chenye didn't have a clear view of his strength because he had used the power of the Empire of Qin's decree. Only now did they know that this Chu saintly conferred princess, who was able to rival the first princess of Great Yong, possessed of valiant strength and talent. He looked deeply at Luo Qingtong. As for the grand principal beside him, he had been holding it in for so long and could finally laugh out loud. Haha! Great Elder! The elders of the Sacred Institute! How's Luo Qingtong's strength? Did she use some method to improve her strength? Speaking of this, he glanced at the pale Su Jingyue with a mocking look. Then he said loudly, "Okay, apologize quickly." Ha ha ha. Little Luo. Come here quickly. Where are the great elder of the Holy Academy and the others? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As soon as the Grand Principal said this, the faces of the great elder and the others turned green instantly. In particular, not only did they have to bow their heads and apologize to Luo Qingtong, but they also had to apologize to Su Xiaoxiao and the others. This was even more uncomfortable than killing the great elder and the others. Luo Qingtong smiled slightly and led Su Xiaoxiao and the others over. The latter and the others were elated and proud. The great elder of the Holy Academy held his breath and apologized to Luo Qingtong and the others one by one. She walked towards Yu Wenma. Seeing her actions, everyone was stunned. At the same time, they suddenly remembered the relationship between Luo Qingtong and Yu Wenma. These two people were fiancé and fiancée. Before Luo Qingtong was admitted to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, before Luo Qingtong was well known, no one knew that she was Yu Wenma's fiancé. The latter didn't mention anything about Luo Qingtong. It was only later that people slowly heard rumors that the two of them were engaged. At that time, the people of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin didn't know Luo Qingtong's strength and talent. In addition, Luo Qingtong had taken so many days of leave and had a bad reputation in the Tianyu Branch Academy. Everyone felt sorry for Yu Wenma. They thought that he was really unlucky to have a fiancé like Luo Qingtong. But now, it seemed that it wasn't just unlucky, it was clearly a great blessing. Looking at the beautiful and talented young lady, everyone present was filled with envy and jealousy towards Yu Wenma. It was said that Luo Qingtong was deeply in love with Yu Wenma in Dongli country. Now, she followed him all the way to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. She didn't care if she was misunderstood. She must be deeply in love with Yu Wenma. It really made people jealous. Not only people thought so, but Yu Wenma also thought so. He remembered that when he was young, he often went to Dongli country to get rid of the cold poison in his body. At that time, Luo Qingtong, who was just 2 years old and couldn't remember anything, followed him and called him Brother Mo. When he was a little older, the cold poison in his body was completely removed. Luo Qingtong's mother disappeared, so he didn't go to Dongli country much. But at that time, it was Luo Qingtong who went to the Tianyu Empire. But at that time, he was annoyed and didn't want a fiancé from an inferior country. He didn't want to talk to her at all. After that, Luo Qingtong spent less and less time in the Tianyu Empire. After that, he heard that she was known as the #1 beauty of the Eastern Fence country, and then the #1 genius of the Luo clan and even the entire Eastern Fence country. But at that time, he had already begun to set his sights on the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. He simply scoffed at Luo Qingtong's achievements. However, he had never expected that this young girl whom he had disdained to even spare a glance at would actually shine with a light that was even more dazzling than his own. In a way that no one had expected, she would appear in the Grand Qin Sacred Academy and stand in front of him. Although Luo Qingtong ruined his plan. However, Yuan Ma felt that as long as Luo Qingtong knew her mistake and immediately drew a clear line between her and the Ling siblings, he would let bygones be bygones, no matter what. She was his fiancée, the woman he was going to marry. What's more, Luo Qingtong may not be sincere about hanging out with the Ling siblings. Maybe she did this to protect herself after the evil Dr. Ghost I destroyed the royal family of the Tianyu Empire. Or maybe she wanted to attract his attention so that he could pay more attention to her. If so, he was willing to forgive her. What's more, if he could pull her to his side at this time, it would be a big blow to the Ling siblings. Thinking of this, Yuan Ma immediately walked towards Luo Qingtong. Senior brother. When Yuan Ma first came to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, she had taken a liking to him. For this reason, she begged her father to accept Yuan Ma. And Yuan Ma did indeed live up to her expectations. In just a short year, he had already become the fastest growing student in their academy. He was also one of the most powerful geniuses under her father's tutelage. Su Jingyue knew that Yuan Ma had a fiancé, but she didn't care at all. How could a mere daughter of a marquis from a low-level country be compared to her? She probably wasn't even fit to carry her shoes. Su Jingyue had never taken Luo Qingtong seriously. But now, looking at the gorgeous and dazzling girl opposite her, Su Jingyue's heart was about to go crazy with jealousy. Senior brother, have you forgotten? She's in cahoots with the Ling siblings. She shouted at Yuan Ma. The latter ignored her and walked directly to Luo Qingtong. Qingtong. Yuan Ma looked at the girl in front of him with deep eyes. I'm very happy that you came to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin to find me. His words were spoken with a sense of superiority and superiority. It was as if Luo Qingtong coming to find him was something worth bragging about. In fact, it was so. Looking at the jealous eyes of the surrounding people, it was obvious how enviable it was to be able to win Luo Qingtong's heart. Especially since she was beautiful. And had good qualifications. However, just as Yuan Ma spoke, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. Yuan Ma, since you're here, let's settle this matter together. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she took out a letter of annulment and a royal jade pendant from her sleeve and threw them in front of Yuan Ma. 13 years ago, the royal family of Tianyu and the Luo family set up an engagement. Now, Yuan Ma, we're annulling the engagement. Now, we've gone our separate ways. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Luo Qingtong's move left Yuan Ma completely dumbfounded. He still had a reserved and handsome smile on his face. At this moment, because of the annulment letter and imperial jade pendant thrown by Luo Qingtong, the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He clenched his fists fiercely and looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold gaze. Luo Qingtong's words simply put Yuan Ma's face on the ground and stepped on it. In front of so many people in the Great Qin Sacred Academy, Yuan Ma had just said those arrogant and condescending words. In the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face by Luo Qingtong's annulment letter. He thought that she had come to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin to find him and was deeply in love with him. However, Luo Qingtong did come to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin to find him, but she came to break off the engagement. Yuan Ma's expression instantly became very ugly. Qingtong, don't make trouble. He squeezed out these words from between his teeth with a dark face. If there's anything, we can slowly talk about it later. I admit that I paid attention to you before and neglected you, but isn't it pardonable for cultivation? Don't be willful. As soon as he said this, Luo Qingtong looked at him with a mocking expression. Does this man think I'm stupid? Oh. That's right, this man still thinks I'm the Luo Qingtong from before, the Luo Qingtong who was deeply in love with him and wouldn't marry anyone but him. It's a pity that when she transmigrated and found that the people who came to kill her were sent by Tianyu's imperial family, the heart of the original host had already died. Luo Qingtong said that she would get revenge for the other party and the Luo family. Does Yuan Ma still think that she still has feelings for him? Luo Qingtong looked at Yuan Ma with a sneer. Her expression was indifferent. Yuan Ma, don't say so much. There's nothing to say between us. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. Yuan Ma's heart was filled with anger. Luo Qingtong, there must be a limit to your willfulness. He coldly looked at the beautiful girl standing in front of him. Yu Wenma knew that he was in the wrong before. He was willing to apologize and make up for Luo Qingtong. But not now, and not in front of everyone. Forced to lower his head to Luo Qingtong, the other party used breaking off the engagement to pressure him. She really touched his bottom line. Our marriage was arranged by our parents, by the words of the matchmaker. Luo Qingtong, you don't have the qualifications to break off the engagement. Is that so? Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled. She knew that Yu Wenma wouldn't agree to break off the engagement so easily. Although she didn't know why, Luo Qingtong had already made sufficient preparations before coming here. Yu Wenma had no choice but to break off the engagement. I advise you to take a good look at that annulment. Yu Wenma. Luo Qingtong slightly swung her sleeves. She raised her head and looked at Yu Wenma with a sneer. My grandfather and your mother's personal signature and seal are on it. With this annulment, our engagement can be considered completely annulled. The reason why I have to say it again is because you still have my Luo family's engagement token in your hand. Yu Wenma, the engagement has been annulled. Return my Luo family's engagement token. Luo Qingtong coldly looked at him. At this time, Yu Wenma's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He looked at the annulment in front of him in disbelief and found that it was indeed his mother, the Tianyu Empress' personal signature and seal. He suddenly clenched the annulment letter in his hand. This is impossible. He had clearly told his parents that Luo Qingtong meant a lot to him. No matter how much his parents didn't believe it, they would never sign the annulment. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, it's her, it must be her. She destroyed the Yuan family and forced his mother to sign the annulment. No wonder Luo Qingtong mixed with the Ling family. She had wanted to get rid of the Yuan family for a long time. Did she start to despise the Yuan family because she had climbed up a higher branch? No wonder she kept saying she wanted to break off the engagement. It wasn't an act, she had climbed up the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, thinking that he guessed the truth. Yu Wenma's eyes red with anger, he angrily looked at Luo Qingtong, then suddenly raised his hand and tore the annulment into pieces. Luo Qingtong. Don't think that you can use this kind of method to break off the engagement just because you're related to evil Dr. Ghost Eye. So what of my mother's fathers? This matter is invalid without my consent. I won't break off the engagement with you. Yu Wenma's eyes blazed as he looked at Luo Qingtong. He had racked his brains and endured the ridicule of his marriage for so many years just to grab hold of Luo Qingtong, the opportunity that would allow him to soar to the top. Now Luo Qingtong wanted to break off the engagement and take back the jade pendant he had relied on to increase his strength. How could this be possible? He would never break off the engagement. Yu Wenma. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao and the others couldn't hold back anymore. They originally thought that boss could solve his own problems. They didn't expect Yu Wenma to be so shameless. Yu Wenma, you can't be so shameless. Who said the marriage was decided by the parents and the matchmaker? The elders of both sides agreed to cancel the marriage. So what if you don't agree? Little Overlord Yuan yelled, not giving Yu Wenma any face at all. Didn't you despise our boss before? Why, are you regretting it now that our boss is so powerful? Let me tell you, no way. Not even a window. Little Tyrant Yuan looked at Yu Wenma with indescribable disdain. The others looked at Yu Wenma with different expressions. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. Yu Wenma, I'll make a bet with you. She looked coldly at the man with a dark face and mocked him. I'll challenge you in a month. If you win, I'll never mention the cancellation of the marriage again. If you lose, immediately take out the marriage token of the Luo family and get out of my sight. How about it? Do you dare to compete? Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, and everyone was shocked. Challenge, Luo Qingtong and Yu Wenma? Boss. This won't do. Little Tyrant Yuan, who was mocking Yu Wenma with all his might, couldn't help but cry out when he heard this. Boss, you don't know, but Yu Wenma is already a martial emperor. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others were anxious. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Luo Qingtong's strength. After all, she had killed a novice martial emperor in the imperial family of Tianyu. But the situation now was different. When Luo Qingtong killed the expert who had just entered the martial emperor realm, she was already injured. Little Tyrant Yuan and the others knew that the imperial family of Tianyu had inexplicably offended an expert above a martial saint realm and had their treasury raided. The martial emperor and the imperial family of Tianyu had been seriously injured at that time and hadn't recovered yet. Under such circumstances, the expert who had just entered the martial emperor realm that Luo Qingtong had killed was actually not that powerful. Moreover, Yuan Ma wasn't an ordinary martial emperor. He was also a soul cultivator. Possessing the rare soul seal spirit body, his strength was more than several times that of an ordinary martial emperor. Luo Qingtong had just advanced to the martial emperor stage. How could she be a match for Yuan Ma? The group was very anxious, but Luo Qingtong looked at Yuan Ma calmly and said, "Yuan Ma, do you dare to do it? If you don't have the guts, you can just accept the annulment letter. Give me back my Luo clan's token." At this point, she said with a mocking expression, "I forgot to tell you that even if you tear up one of the annulment papers, I still have dozens of them here. You can tear them up however you want." Luo Qingtong said as she took out a stack of annulment papers and threw them on the ground. With the Empress of Tianyu in her hands, she could Luo Qingtong sign as many annulments as she wanted. Even if Yuan Mo were to tear everything in front of him apart, Luo Qingtong still had some. Yuan Mo's eyes were red as he looked at the annulment papers thrown by Luo Qingtong. He felt that his face had been ruthlessly thrown to the ground and stepped on by Luo Qingtong. How much did this woman want to annul the engagement with him? How could she write so many annulment papers? Yuan Mo's chest heaved up and down in anger. Then, he threw out a few words. "Okay. I'll be waiting for you in a month." Looking at his back, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. "Luo girl, you're a bit impulsive." The Grand Dean walked up to her and said, "You're very strong, but Yuan Ma isn't an ordinary person. Just leave it to me to deal with the situation just now. I'm sure he'll be obedient and break off the engagement for you. Why do you have to make a bet with him?" The Grand Dean frowned. Luo Qingtong had the annulment letter in her hand. He could step forward in this situation. "It's all right, Grand Dean. I know what I'm doing." Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. She could indeed ask the Grand Dean to step in and force Yuan Ma to break off the engagement. But what if Yuan Ma got angry and made a mistake with the engagement token? Luo Qingtong couldn't take this risk. She wanted Yuan Ma to take out the engagement token himself. Luo Qingtong and the others left the square. Su Xiaoxiao and the others had a lot to say to Luo Qingtong. The Grand Dean didn't disturb them. He still had a lot of things to do. This time, Luo Qingtong came back and suppressed the Great Elder of the Sacred Institute. It was really cool. Originally, the Great Elder of the Sacred Institute had begun to take over the rights of the Grand Dean and the other presidents. The reason was that they had arbitrarily changed the rules of the Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin and abused their power for personal gain. Now, the Grand Dean wanted to cooperate with his disciple and take back all those rights. Not only that, but he also wanted to take over some of the rights of the Great Elder of the Sacred Institute and the Elders Association. After all, they were so blind to persecute a genius like Luo Qingtong. It really made people doubt their ability. Originally, the Great Elder of the Sacred Institute had the upper hand, but now, Luo Qingtong reversed everything. The Grand Dean left with a smile. Ma Chengyi also took a deep look at Luo Qingtong and withdrew from the crowd. He came from behind, and Luo Qingtong did not notice him at all. This time, Luo Qingtong came back in time. The Grand Principal and the others were not the only ones who benefited. Many of the decorations in Ma Chengyi could no longer be used. Furthermore, the reason that King Wu and the others used to attack the Grand Supreme Dean and the others was no longer there. Ma Chengyi could now free up the time to deal with them. He would come back to see Luo Qingtong after he had solved some of his problems. He believed that the girl would not disappoint him. The peaceful Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin was probably going to stir up a storm because of Luo Qingtong's arrival. He was really looking forward to it. There was a faint smile on Mo Chenye's lips. But soon, he thought of the hidden danger in his body. His gaze instantly turned cold. The person behind Mo Chenxian was too well hidden. No matter how hard Ma Chengyi tried to investigate, he couldn't find any clues at all. If it went on like this, the dragon chi in his body would not be able to hold on, but he didn't know if it was his illusion, but the dragon chi in his body didn't seem to be absorbed like before. Ma Qingyi looked down at his body in confusion. Finally, he didn't think too much and left with the people around him. And the others also left one after another. However, the name of Luo Qingtong was well known in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Almost everyone knew that there was going to be another rare genius in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Luo Qingtong followed Su Xiaoxiao and others out. The group of people looked worried because of the bet between Luo Qingtong and Yuan Mo. She looked at them and said, "That's enough. Don't talk nonsense. There's still a month before the battle. Are you so sure that I'll lose?" Hearing her words, Su Xiaoxiao and the others' minds became much more active. Yes. Boss had always been capable of doing what others couldn't. 1 month, maybe when Boss's strength improved, she would beat Yuan Ma until he cried for his parents. As the group of people thought about this, they immediately became spirited again. "Boss, don't worry. I'm very familiar with the body refining facilities in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. At that time, we'll give you all our resources and you can improve your strength. At that time, you'll beat that bastard Yuan Ma to death." "Yes." Su Xiaoxiao also clenched her fists and said, "Boss, I have a lot of medicinal materials and can apply for all kinds of resources. I'll give them all to you at that time. Before, you could improve your strength so much without cultivating in the academy. This time, you'll definitely become more powerful when you return to the Saint Academy." The group cheered for Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong smiled and said, "Well, where are you staying? Take me there." As soon as she said that, Su Xiaoxiao and the others stopped talking. "What's wrong?" Feeling that their expressions were not right, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows instantly. "You don't want me to go?" Luo Qingtong said with a faint smile. Her eyes became a little cold in an instant. There was obviously a reason for Su Xiaoxiao and the others to change like this. Thinking of the scene when she just came back, Su Xiaoxiao and the others were surrounded in the middle and were about to be driven away at any time. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light. "No." Su Xiaoxiao and the others hurriedly said. How could they dare to let Luo Qingtong misunderstand like this? But, alas. "Boss, we're sorry for your teaching." Little Overlord Yuan said dejectedly with his head hung low. "When you didn't come back, those people from the Heavenly Palace of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin thought that you wouldn't come back, so they drove us out." At this point, he clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head. "Boss, I'm sorry. We've let you down. We've embarrassed you." Before he could finish, Ling Tianhan's voice rang out beside him. "You can't blame them for this. Boss, this is all my and yours fault." Ling Tianhan clenched his fists, his fingers digging into his palms. "Those people were arranged by Yuan Ma and the others. They came for me and you were. After we were chased out of the Heavenly Palace, the ones who replaced us as heaven-rank students and moved into our place were Lu Long and the others. They followed Yuan Mo to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. My hand was crippled by the Lu clan before this. This time, Lu Long crippled my hand again. They took over our heaven-rank students' quota and living quarters just to slap Yuer and me in the face." At this point, Ling Tianhan was suddenly interrupted by Luo Qingtong. "Where are they? Where are they? Boss?" Su Xiaoxiao and the others looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. "Boss was, what? Your people were beaten up. You know that you've embarrassed me, but you don't know how to get back at them? Is this what I taught you before?" Luo Qingtong looked at them coldly. She didn't care who sent those people or who they were targeting. She only knew that her people were beaten up, and they were chased out of the Heavenly Palace. Now that they had regained their status as heaven-rank students, of course they had to get back at them. Moreover, those people were sent by Yuan Ma to target Ling Tianhan and the others. "But, boss, that was the decision of the Sky Palace's dragon group." Ling Tianhan hesitated. Of course, he wanted to get back at them. Especially since Lu Long had crippled his right hand and ridiculed him. Yuan Hu and the others had also been suppressed and ridiculed because of their relationship with Yuer. However, it was the decision of the Sky Palace's dragon group to let Lu Long enter the Sky Palace and stay in their place. Luo Qingtong's return this time was already high-profile enough. If they provoked the Sky Palace's dragon group again, Ling Tianhan was worried. Yuan Hu and the others were also worried. Although they really wanted to get back at them, they thought of Luo Qingtong. Her return this time had already shattered many people's dreams. She had even made a bet with Yuan Ma. It could be said that she had offended many people from Sky Hall. If they were to face the dragon group again, boss, we're fine. We just don't have a place to stay. We can just find another one, Yuan Hu said. Yes, boss. We're fine. Don't get angry because of us. Even Ling Yuer, who was always impatient, said so. She had the temper of a young lady. If it was in the past, she and Ling Tianhan had suffered so much in the holy court of the Empire of Qin. They were even chased out of the dormitory and the Sky Palace. She definitely couldn't bear it. However, this time, she endured it. She couldn't let boss get into a fight with the dragon group because of this. It was important for Luo Qingtong to improve her strength. In a month, she would have a bet with Yuan Ma. She couldn't get into a fight with the dragon group because of them. If they got into a fight and boss got hurt, it wouldn't be good. Ling Yuer had always remembered this. Compared to this, the grievances she had suffered were nothing. Hearing their words, Luo Qingtong only said 2 words coldly. Lead the way. Ling Tianhan and the others didn't know her character well enough. When had the supreme evil eye of the 24th century not taken revenge after suffering a loss? In this world, the person who could make Luo Qingtong suffer in silence had yet to be born. Even Xianxia and Luo Qingtong didn't want to be outdone. Not to mention these people from the Sky Palace's dragon group. She didn't care who the other party was. Since they dared to touch her people and slap her face, they had to pay the price. She wasn't around before, so it was fine if they made a move. Now that he was back, she had to swallow her anger. This was impossible. If anyone dared to lay a finger on the people around her, she would return their entire hand to them. At the same time, in the courtyard where Ling Tianhan and Yuan Hu were staying, a group of people were chatting lazily. Hey, how pathetic do you think Ling Tianhan and the rest will be today? Haha. That Luo Qingtong definitely couldn't make it back in time. At that time, they will be chased out of the Empire of Qin like stray dogs. Haha. It's a pity that I didn't get to see them in such a sorry state. Yes. That would be awesome. It was also Ling Tianhan and the rest who had dug their own graves. They thought that they were invincible just because they had evil Dr. Ghost Eye with them. He even wanted to use Luo Qingtong to deal with the 5th prince, but in the end, the 5th prince removed the firewood from under his cauldron. Haha. One of the disciples from the Tianyu Empire who entered the Empire of Qin with Yuan Ma laughed. But we still have to thank them. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been so lucky to enter the Sky Palace. Look at this dormitory. It's a courtyard like a manor, and there are qi gathering arrays in it. It's for students to practice. And it can be moved and put together at will. We're lucky to be able to live here. There was a place where Su Xiaoxiao and Sima Ju lived. Both of them have excellent courtyards. It's a pity that it's ours now. While they were talking, the gate of the courtyard was suddenly blasted open with a bang. Who is it? The group of people immediately stood up and shouted sternly. At the same time, they were shocked. The courtyard of the Heaven Grade students' dormitory was protected by an array. Ordinary experts of the Saint Realm couldn't break it open. The Saint Academy had spent a lot of effort to set up this array in the courtyards of the dormitory to ensure the safety of the Heaven Grade students. The hub of the array was directly connected to the main defensive array of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. It was almost unshakable. How could there be someone outside who could break open the gate of their courtyard? While they were thinking, they suddenly saw the people who rushed in from outside the gate of the courtyard. Then they sneered. Yo! It's you! Seeing Yuan Hu and others coming in from the gate of the courtyard, the disciples of the Tianyu Empire who followed Lu Long said with disdain. What? Is there any trash left? It's already past noon. Your boss, Luo Qingtong, hasn't come back yet? Yuan Hu. What do you want us to say? Recommending a daughter of the Marquis' mansion from an inferior country to be your boss? You're really something. And that person is the fiancé of His Highness the 5th Prince. Haha. In order to deal with His Highness the 5th Prince, you've really tried your best. Unfortunately, His Highness the Fifth Prince doesn't buy it. Even if Luo Qingtong kneels on the ground and licks His Highness the Fifth Prince may not even look at her. You people, together with evil Dr. Gui Tong, have all made a mistake. What else haven't you taken? Take it and get out. Don't disturb us. Really? Following these words, Luo Qingtong stepped out from behind Yuan Hu and the others with an indifferent expression and bloodthirsty eyes. So no one wants me even if I kneel and lick their boots? The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. Boss, let's not lower ourselves to the level of an idiot. These people didn't go to the square at all. They didn't see Yuan Mo's shameless face that refused to break off the engagement no matter what. Who is the one kneeling and licking who? Yuan Hu and the others sneered. When they heard the other party's description of Luo Qingtong, their hearts were filled with anger. They couldn't wait to tear the other party to pieces. In order to please Yuan Ma and Su Jinyue, these scumbags really dared to say anything. What infuriated them even more were the two students who had entered the Great Qin Sacred Academy at the same time as them. They were from the Tianyu Academy. At that time, Luo Qingtong and the others took the top 8 places. These two students were the last 2 places. When they had just entered the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, they had sought refuge from Yuan Hu and the others. Yuan Hu and the others had also entered the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin at the same time and were in the same academy, so they had taken care of him a lot. Now, those two people were together with the people around Lu Long, ridiculing them without leaving any room for decency. Yuan Hu and the others were really angry, seeing the girl who stepped out from behind Yuan Hu and the others. The two students from Tianyu Academy were also shocked. Luo Qingtong. What? Hearing the words of the two students from Tianyu Academy, the people in the courtyard were all shocked. This beautiful and devilishly charming girl was actually Luo Qingtong, who they had been mocking every day. They looked at the girl in front of them in shock. They felt that she was not what they had heard. Who said that Luo Qingtong was ordinary and that she was born in a low-level country like Dongli and was not presentable at all? If such a girl was not presentable, then most of the girls in the Tianyu Empire and even the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin were peasant women. The group of people looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. At this moment, someone suddenly remembered that if Luo Qingtong came back, Yuan Hu and the others would not have to leave the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin and the Heavenly Palace. Then why did they come back? Thinking of this, the people in the courtyard changed their expressions. One of the people who seemed to be the leader shouted, Yuan Hu, you have been expelled from the Heavenly Palace. Even if Luo Qingtong came back now, you have to find another residence to return to the Heavenly Palace. That's right. Another disciple of the Tianyu Empire also shouted, this is where we live. This is the decision of the Dragon Group of the Heavenly Palace. You broken like this. Are you going to go against the Dragon Group? Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Qingtong had already lifted her foot and kicked him away. Bang! His body landed heavily on the ground and crashed into the gate of the courtyard at the back. Asterisk boom asterisk the gate was knocked open, and before the crowd's gazes, it instantly shattered into pieces. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Luo Qingtong lifted her sleeves and brushed away the dust that was not on the tip of her shoes. She raised her head coldly and looked at the shocked crowd in front. Get out of this manor and my sight. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving. Luo Qingtong's words angered the people in front of her. The other party's words were too arrogant. Luo Qingtong, don't be complacent. I'm afraid you don't know what the Dragon Group of the Heavenly Palace is. His Highness King Wu won't let you do whatever you want. That's right. Don't be afraid of her. Luo Qingtong has just come back from the Saint Academy. Even if her strength has improved, she can't do anything to us who have cultivated in the Saint Academy for 1 or 2 years. Attack. Let her know the consequences of offending us. That's right. She forced us to attack her. At that time, even in front of the 5th prince, we will have something to say. Luo Qingtong's attack had angered them. They didn't even go to the square in front, so they didn't know how much Luo Qingtong's strength had grown. In their opinion, even if Luo Qingtong rushed back in time, so what if her strength increased by 1 level, he was at most an advanced martial king. But they were all at the peak of the martial king realm. they had already touched the threshold of the martial royal realm. Otherwise, they would not have been sent to the heavenly palace as Yuanhu's replacement. Of course, Yuan Ma and Su Jinyue wanted to humiliate Ling Tianhan and the others, but it was also because they had the strength to do so. Otherwise, even if they went in through the back door, it would not be enough to convince the masses. This was why so many people were not convinced when Yuanhu and the others became heaven-grade students. Do it. They only had eyes for Luo Qingtong and didn't take Yuanhu and the others seriously. Luo Qingtong didn't intend to let Yuanhu and the others intervene. It was indeed difficult for the freshmen to be compared with the seniors, whether in terms of strength or combat experience. But Luo Qingtong was different. Today, she would let these people and the people behind them know that her people were not to be trifled with. No matter how much they touched, they would return it to her. Back off, all of you. As Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, Ling Tianhan and the others immediately retreated out of the gate. Boom! Luo Qingtong's aura exploded. She abruptly pulled out her Tempest sword and stabbed it into the marble floor in front of her. Rumble! Following Luo Qingtong's action, countless marble slabs burst into pieces in an instant. With her sword of wind and thunder as the center, the 6 feet thick marble floor was instantly shattered into pieces and powder by the energy she poured into it, shooting out in all directions. Bang! 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 The group of people was instantly sent flying by the powerful strength contained in the gravel. The strength of the martial royal realm and the martial king realm were incomparable. The quality of the strength was not on the same level. If the strength of the martial king realm was only fog, the strength of the martial royal realm had already condensed into liquid. In this case, Luo Qingtong probably didn't need to use half of her strength to beat these disciples of the Tianyu Empire. Bang! 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 Just as Luo Qingtong sent the disciples of the Tianyu Empire flying, Lu Long and the others who were resting in the depths of the courtyard were also alarmed. In an instant, several figures flew out from the courtyard. Seeing Luo Qingtong standing proudly in the center of the courtyard, Lu Long and the others' eyes flashed with a trace of amazement. However, this trace of amazement quickly turned into cold anger when he saw his subordinates being beaten to a pulp. Who are you? Why did you attack my people? Don't you know that we are from the Heavenly Palace's dragon group? Of course I know. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She held the wind and thunder sword horizontally with one hand. The sound of wind and thunder circled around her, as if she was a goddess who had descended from the 9 heavens. I also know that you are Yuan Ma's lackeys. This manor belongs to my subordinates. Why do you think I'm here? As soon as Luo Qingtong spoke, Lu Long's expression froze. Luo Qingtong? His tone was both shocked and certain. Except for Luo Qingtong, no one would say that Yuan Hu and the others were her subordinates. The latter and the others were now like rats crossing the street. Everyone wanted to beat them up. Moreover, most of the people in the Heavenly Palace disdained to interact with them, who had obviously entered through the back door. The strong had their own pride. In the eyes of most of the people in the Heavenly Palace, except for Su Xiaoxiao and Sima Zhu, and Ling Tianhan who had his hand crippled before, they could barely be considered as qualified heavenly students. What right did the others have to appear in the Heavenly Palace with them? Luo Qingtong, you actually came back. Yuan Hu and the others are really lucky. But even so, you are not qualified to take back this courtyard. Lu Long sneered at Luo Qingtong. Yuan Hu and the others had spent a great deal of effort to decorate this manor. More importantly, the Grand Supreme Dean had found the best mansions and courtyards for Luo Qingtong and the others, so that it would be convenient for Luo Qingtong to stay when she returned from her leave. Even if Luo Qingtong and the others found a few more mansions and courtyards and spent a great deal of effort to build another manor, the quality and effect of the spiritual qi inside would be far inferior to this manor. Otherwise, why would Yuan Ma and the others occupy this manor after they had chased Yuan Hu and the others away as a form of humiliation? It was because of the benefits. Before Luo Qingtong came, she had already heard about this from Yuan Hu and the others. Therefore, when she saw that Lu Long and the others refused to leave and even used the Sky Palace's dragon group as an excuse, she could not be bothered to waste her breath on them. She waved her sword and dashed towards them. If they refused to leave, she would beat them until they left. Luo Qingtong had come here to avenge Ling Tianhan and the others, so she had no intention of showing any mercy. Rumble. Luo Qingtong dashed out, leaving a deep white mark in the air. Seeing this, the two people beside Lu Long immediately rushed towards her. Arrogant. You. Before they could finish their words, the people inside, who were also at the peak of the martial king realm but were obviously more powerful than those outside, were instantly sent flying. You. Lu Long stared at Luo Qingtong in shock and anger, and the aura around him instantly increased. Luo Qingtong, don't go too far. Otherwise, even if you are the 5th prince's fiancé, I will not show any mercy. As he spoke, he revealed his martial royal realm cultivation. However, just as he finished speaking, Luo Qingtong's attack arrived. Boom, Luo Qingtong appeared beside him. She waved her hand, and the wind and thunder sword instantly swung horizontally towards Lu Long. Bang, Lu Long raised his hand to catch it. Just as he was about to counterattack, a violent and tyrannical force instantly blasted out from Luo Qingtong's wind and thunder sword. The strength of the aura was not the slightest bit inferior to his. In fact, it was even stronger than the aura that erupted from his body. Martial Emperor stage. Lu Long was shocked. Bang! His hands were numb from the shock, and in the next second, his figure was suddenly blasted away. Boom! Lu Long fell heavily on the ground in front of the disciples of the Tianyu Empire who were at the peak of the martial king realm. They looked at Lu Long in shock. He couldn't even take one move from Luo Qingtong. Looking at the terrifying power rippling around Luo Qingtong's body, his face instantly turned deathly pale. Martial Emperor stage. Luo Qingtong is actually a martial emperor. Their faces were pale, green, and black. Luo Qingtong's strength was completely beyond their imagination. Originally, they thought that Luo Qingtong, who had returned from a 3-month leave, had the strength of an advanced martial king realm, which was already a stroke of luck for Yuanhu and the others. They didn't expect that Luo Qingtong's strength had directly advanced to the martial emperor stage. They finally knew why Luo Qingtong had the confidence to bring Yuanhu and the others back to make trouble. With the talent and strength that Luo Qingtong had shown in this club, she indeed had the ability to drive them out of this manner. Luo Qingtong, don't be complacent. You have violated the decision of the Heavenly Palace's dragon group, you, Ling Tianhan. Luo Qingtong's face was impassive. That pair of eyes, which were like clear spring water with traces of blood mist floating in it, was now dyed with the color of blood in layers. But soon, Luo Qingtong suppressed it. No, in the Saint Academy, she could not kill as she wished. Luo Qingtong suppressed the bloodlust that rose from the bottom of her heart. She asked Ling Tianhan to come to her side. How did he break your right hand? Do it again. I guarantee that his hand will never recover. Given Luo Qingtong's status, Ling Tianhan naturally believed her without a doubt. He walked towards Lu Long. Lu Long had already struggled with all his might when he heard Luo Qingtong's words. The way he broke Ling Tianhan's right hand was extremely cruel. In order to prevent the Ling family from competing with the royal family of Tianyu and threatening their rule, Ling Tianhan's hand had been broken. If he had not met Luo Qingtong, even if he had found a saint pharmacist to heal him, his muscles, bones, and flesh would never have been able to move as freely as before. Only Luo Qingtong's eye technique could remove the muscles and bones from Ling Tianhan's right hand. Even so, Ling Tianhan still had to strengthen and nourish his right hand before it could reach the strength of his left hand and other parts of his body. Lu Long had broken Ling Tianhan's hand according to his previous injury, and now, it was his turn to enjoy that feeling. Ling Tianhan would return all the pain he had suffered from his right hand all these years. No. Luo Qingtong, you can't do that. We are already members of the Sky Palace's dragon troop. Especially me, I've been accepted as an internal member. If you dare to do this to me, the 5th prince and King Wu will not let you off. Is that so? Tell them, I'll be waiting. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She lifted her foot and stomped. Ah! Lu Long screamed in pain. I'll leave them to you. Luo Qingtong said as she walked towards the courtyard. It doesn't matter if you hurt or cripple them. After you've vented your anger, throw them at the entrance of the Sky Palace's dragon troop. You gave me such a big gift the moment you came back. I should return the favor. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was evil and cold. She had said that if these people did not leave within 3 breaths, they could forget about leaving, they would be carried out, and this was not the end of it. She wanted to strip them of their status as heavenly students. They said that her people were not qualified to stay. She would like to see who was not qualified. The smile on Luo Qingtong's lips was cold. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong's, Yuanhu said King Wu's heart. It's great that boss is back. They had been holding in their anger for so long, and they had finally vented it. As for the revenge of the dragon troop, previously, the group of people was still worried sick at heart, but now, they had completely accepted it. After all, they had been holding it in for so long, but Yuanma and the dragon troop did not let them go. Now that boss had a duel with Yuanma, there was no need to be afraid of them, so what if they had offended them? With this thought in mind, the group of people immediately felt relieved. At the same time, in the main city of the Black Field, Xianxia looked at the devilish man with a cold and bloodthirsty face. He almost crushed the armrest in his hand. With Yi Qianming's words, the temperature in the hall instantly dropped. Beiqing and Fengyu, who were beside Yi Qianming, were crying bitterly in their hearts. Oh my god, if they knew that the king of the southern mountain range was here for the evil doctor, they would have blocked the golden light that was sent to their master and sent the king of the southern mountain range far away. This was great. He had angered his master. Evil doctor, don't think about abandoning our master to be with another man. Their master was very terrifying when he was angry. Once the heavenly vein physique was fully unleashed, the power would be earth-shattering. Yi Qianming was only suppressing his strength because of the hidden danger in his body. It had been a long time since he used his true strength. If Luo Qingtong really fell in love with someone else and didn't want Yi Qianming anymore, they could guarantee that their master would go crazy. At that time, the world would be shocked and the 4 seas would be shocked. The evil doctor might be fine, but Bei Qing and Fengyu had bitter faces as they shivered in the cold air around Yi Qianming. They were cursing the visiting Yu Sihuang in their hearts. The latter also noticed the cold aura around Yi Qianming and raised his eyebrows. That's right. The man was wearing a purple robe. He was wearing a dark robe embroidered with the iris flower. It made the man's skin look like snow and he looked like a demon. That gorgeous robe could only be described as feminine if it was worn by an ordinary person. However, Yu Sihuang used his face that was even more bewitching than a woman's face to make the robe give off a graceful and charming feeling. His seductive charm was not feminine at all. Those who saw him would be stunned by his devilishly handsome face, but they would never mistake him for a woman. His charm was domineering and cold. At this moment, he stroked the mole at the corner of his eye and smiled softly. I have indeed fallen in love with the evil doctor. I would like to ask the Lord to help me tell the evil doctor to show himself. To relieve my yearning. That time when Yu Sihuang woke up in the mountain range, he discovered that his heart disease had been cured. Thinking of Luo Qingtong's alchemy and the huge cauldron in front of her, Yu Sihuang easily guessed the identity of the girl in the mountain range. She was the famous evil Dr. Ghost Eye of the Black Field and even the entire eastern domain. Even when he was in the southern region, he had heard of this person's name. He never imagined that he would run into this person while he was heavily injured. Moreover, she had saved his life and cured his heart disease. What was even more unexpected was that evil Dr. Ghost Eye, who was rumored to be in a homosexual relationship with Blackfield's Ming Zun, was actually a woman. In Yu Sihuang's mind, the scene of Luo Qingtong killing a Sage Realm expert with the help of the heavenly thunder flashed through his mind. His eyes shone with an indescribable brilliance. After he returned to the southern mountain range, he immediately dealt with those who dared to betray him. After that, he spent some time stabilizing the situation in the 3 islands and 7 territories. Therefore, only now did he have the time to come to the Black Field to look for Luo Qingtong. But he never thought that the Blackfield's Ming Zun actually had homosexual feelings for evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Yu Sihuang thought that this was just a rumor on the street. But now, it seemed that it was true. He just didn't know whether the other party knew that evil Dr. Ghost Eye was a woman or not. Yu Sihuang thought so, but he was not prepared to back down. The golden throne under Yi Qianming was instantly smashed into powder by his uncontrollable strength. Then, in the next second, Yi Qianming's figure suddenly flew up and rushed towards Yu Sihuang. Bang! The moment Yu Sihuang spoke, he paid close attention to Yi Qianming's movements. When he saw Yi Qianming's figure disappear from the throne, his figure also flew up at the same time. Boom, the chair that Yu Huang was sitting on was smashed into pieces by Yi Qianming's aura. His figure flashed outwards. Ming Zun, I won't give up. This was the territory of the Black Field. Yu Huang wouldn't be stupid enough to fight with Yi Qianming. But he wouldn't give up on Luo Qingtong either. Bang! What answered him was Yi Qianming's attack with a wave of his sleeve. Boom! The power of the two collided in midair. Then Yu Huang's figure disappeared from the main hall. Go to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Sensing that the opponent's aura had completely disappeared from the main hall and even the entire eastern region, Yi Qianxian gritted his teeth and said coldly. Yes. Beiqing and Feng Yu wiped their sweat and answered. At the same time, in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, Luo Qingtong was frowning and looking at Su Xiaoxiao and the others opposite her. So, you're saying that the Heavenly Dragon Group is actually a private force established by King Wu of the Empire of Qin and has nothing to do with the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin? Yes. Su Xiaoxiao and the others nodded. Boss, you just came to the Holy Academy, so you don't know. The Holy Academy encourages students to fight with each other in order to improve their strength. As long as no one dies, everything else is up to you. Therefore, various forces have been born in the Holy Academy to fight for resources. Students who don't rely on forces are either extremely powerful and don't fear those forces, or most of their resources have been taken away. Little Tyrant Yuan said, feeling very indignant. At this moment. Ouch! He jumped up abruptly, hugging his feet as he jumped up and down. Sima Ju. Why did you step on me? Yuan Little Overlord glared at the fairy-like young man sitting beside him. The latter looked at him speechlessly for a while. Her delicate face, which was usually expressionless, could not help but twitch a little. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said, Boss, don't listen to Yuanhu's nonsense. In fact, the power struggle in the Saint Academy is not that serious. As he spoke, his voice became softer and softer under Luo Qingtong's gaze. So, all of you were robbed of your resources? Luo Qingtong tapped the table in front of her and said indifferently. Of course, she knew what Sima Ju meant. He just didn't want her to worry about their matters and get into more trouble. However, he didn't realize that as soon as he came here, he had slapped the face of the Grand Elder of the Sacred Institute, and trampled on the members of the Council of Elders for the Grand Principal and the others. Based on this point alone, her days in the Holy Academy would not be peaceful anymore. Not to mention, she had also made a bet with Yuan Ma. This even offended a group of people who were on good terms with Yuan Ma, since the people in the Sky Palace Dragon Group were ordered by Yuan Ma to make trouble for them. Then in the future, no matter whether she would provoke them or not, they would definitely come to find her. In this case, what was the point of keeping a low profile? She wanted to let the people of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin know that she, Luo Qingtong, was not to be trifled with. Luo Qingtong did not intend to keep a low profile when she returned to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin from the Great Chu Sacred Dynasty. She wanted to be as high profile as possible. She wanted to slap them in the face. She wanted to let the Holy Academy, and even this strange world, know the name of Luo Qingtong. You have to know that if you retreat again and again, the final result will only be that there is no way to retreat. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. I taught you the wolf pack rule before, and now I want to teach you another rule, which is the lone wolf rule. When you are in a weak position, avoiding is the way to preserve your strength. But there are some things that you can't give up. In this world, why are the weak always weak, and the strong always strong? Because of strength, because of talent? No. It is because of resources. In the 24th century, where information was exploding and capital was devouring each other, Luo Qingtong knew better than anyone the importance of resources and heritage. A weak person can rely on plundered resources to become strong. And a strong person can also be overtaken by others because of insufficient resources and unable to improve his strength. Why can the children of those big forces and families be above most people? Unless they are really trash who can't cultivate, even if they are ordinary people, can they be stronger than the geniuses of the inferior countries? Because of their families, their heritage, and their resources, it is enough to turn them from a person who would have absolutely no future in an inferior country to an ordinary expert. No matter how powerful a genius is, If he is not nurtured from a young age and does not have enough resources, even if he can rely on his own talent to go a long way, how long can he go? He can compare with those ordinary geniuses, but can he compare with the strong people of the same level? Talent and strength are important, but resources are also important. And more important. Without resources, your strength can't improve, but the strength of others can. In this way, you will only become weaker and weaker, and others will only become stronger and stronger. So when others come to rob your resources, you should protect the food you rely on like a lone wolf. Whoever dares to rob, you will not let him go even if you die. Force the other party to not dare to rob your resources and rob your strength promotion opportunity. Otherwise, if the other party increases their strength, you can only be bullied in this life. So tell us, how did you do it? As heaven rank students, you enjoy more resources than ordinary students, but your auras haven't increased at all. Aren't you letting me down? Luo Qingtong's voice became colder and colder. With your current state, what qualifications do you have to follow me? Luo Qingtong said. She slammed the table in front of her and suddenly stood up. Boss. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Su Xiaoxiao and the others panicked. Boss, don't abandon us. We were wrong. We won't do it again. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red and she knelt in front of Luo Qingtong. Boss, it's me. It's all my fault. Her eyes were red and tears kept falling down her cheeks. She sniffled and said, Boss, you and who and the others wouldn't have run out of resources. It was those people who threatened them. They said that if they didn't give them the resources, they wouldn't let me come into contact with those precious cultivation facilities that could assist in refining medicine. When Su Xiaoxiao said this, she was so sad that she started to cry. Before she met Luo Qingtong, her character had always been very weak. She was timid. After she met Luo Qingtong, she slowly became stronger. Now that she thought that Luo Qingtong didn't want them anymore, her weak character came out again. Boss, Qingtong. Don't blame them. It's all my fault. It's fine if you don't want me. Don't abandon them. As she spoke, she began to wail in grief. It's my fault. Boss. Don't blame Xiaoxiao. We are useless. We can't deal with those people from the dragon group. We can't guard the resources you earned for us. When Yuan Hu and the others saw Su Xiaoxiao like this, their eyes also turned red. As the combat alchemist in their team, Su Xiaoxiao was also soft and cute. She was also the youngest. Everyone treated her like a little sister. Even if they knew that she was a little white rabbit with steel teeth, they still couldn't help but dote on her and help her. Therefore, when the people from the Sky Palace's dragon group threatened them with Su Xiaoxiao's growth, they quickly compromised. After all, they knew how difficult it was for Su Xiaoxiao to reach this step with her talent that others thought was trash. They couldn't let those people destroy her opportunity to improve her alchemy ability. Moreover, they didn't think so much at that time. They only thought that without those resources, they could still rely on themselves to improve their strength. They might not necessarily be worse than others. However, if Su Xiaoxiao didn't have the opportunity to come into contact with those precious cultivation facilities, she definitely wouldn't be able to improve her alchemist level in the future. With this thought in mind, they handed over their resources. When Luo Qingtong reminded them, they finally understood. Without resources, they could indeed rely on themselves to improve their strength. However, they wouldn't be on the same level as others. Those people could bully them now. In the future, when their strength was too weak, they would be even more unscrupulous. The real thing to do was to fight back with all their might, while protecting their own resources. They would think of a way for Su Xiaoxiao to get rid of the other party's threat. Boss, we were wrong. Yuan Hu and the others lowered their heads deeply. I was the one who suggested this. Boss, punish me. It's fine if you don't want me. Don't abandon them. Ling Tianhan took a deep breath and stood out. He was the calmest among them, so everyone was willing to listen to him. However, there were disadvantages to being steady in doing things. He thought too much and had too many concerns. He didn't have Luo Qingtong's ability to hit the nail on the head and see through the essence. Therefore, when Su Xiaoxiao was threatened, he chose to compromise with those people and help Su Xiaoxiao improve her strength first. After all, her talent in the Pharmaceutical Institute was really good, and her future was far better than theirs. No. Boss, punish me. Yuan Hu puffed out his chest and stood up. I also agree with this proposal. Although Ling Tianhan was the one who suggested this idea, he was the one who made a fuss about handing over his resources to help Su Xiaoxiao. Half of Ling Tianhan's train of thought was led astray by him. Sima Ju didn't say anything and also stood out silently. Since he did not object, he was naturally in the wrong. Otherwise, Ling Tianhan would have considered his idea. Ling Yuer also stood out. She was the same as Yuan Hu, the impulsive type. Why don't you punish me alone? Anyway, there are 3 people in the Ling family. You want my brother and Tianchen? Kick me out. She lowered her head and played with the long whip in her hand. Don't abandon them. No, enough. Luo Qingtong looked at them, feeling angry and amused. Her stomach full of anger was about to be extinguished by these clowns. Luo Qingtong's voice became extremely cold as she spoke. She could punish her people however she wanted. However, she could not allow others to make them suffer losses. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold as she looked at them and asked, the people who stole your resources are from the Sky Palace Dragon Group? Yes. Su Xiaoxiao and the others stood obediently after hearing that Luo Qingtong did not want them. It's them. However, it should be Yu Wenma's orders. Su Xiaoxiao wiped away the tears in her eyes. The Sky Palace Dragon Group is very powerful in the Sky Palace. Other than the Guiyuan group established by the Crown Prince, they are the most powerful force. She looked at Ling Tianhan as she spoke. He should know more about these things than she did and explained it in more detail. Yes. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's gaze, Ling Tianhan continued her words and nodded. Boss, Xiaoxiao is right. However, she is talking about the past. Now, the Sky Palace Dragon Group established by King Wu is considered the most powerful force in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Ling Tianhan spoke carefully to Luo Qingtong. The Crown Prince started to decline a few years ago and King Wu overtook him. Now, the Sky Palace Dragon Group is catching up with the Guiyuan Group. The reason why the Guiyuan Group is still number 1 on the surface is because of the Crown Prince's status as the Crown Prince and his strength. He was already number 1 in the Saint Academy many years ago. Ling Tianhan continued, however, King Wu's strength has increased rapidly in the past few years. He is not far from the Crown Prince on the Soaring Dragon list. As for the Crown Prince, his strength has not increased in the past few years. And the ranking of the top geniuses of the Great Qin Sacred Academy among the 4 sacred academies has dropped from second to last. Ling Tianhan could not help but shake his head. If not for this, the Sky Palace Dragon Group would not be so arrogant. It is said that King Wu also said that he will replace the crown Prince as number 1 in the Saint Academy this year and lead the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin to defeat the other 3 Saint Academies. Because of this, King Wu is in the limelight now and the Sky Palace Dragon Group is very arrogant. Yes. Yuan Hu said, Boss, you just came here and did not know. Before the Crown Prince disappeared, the Sky Palace Dragon Group dominated the Sky Palace Dragon Group. At that time, the forces formed by the various Heaven Stage students were all competing with each other. Everyone went back and forth, snatching resources based on their own abilities. No one was afraid of the other. As long as they could win the Sky Palace Dragon Group, they would to win the Palace Dragon Group. But ever since the Martial King rose to power and the Dragon Group took over the leading position, he began to gather the forces of the Sacred Academy. Their resources were plundered. Now, the Sky Palace Dragon Group is the most powerful group. Only the Crown Prince's Sky Palace Dragon Group will have some scruples. Yuan Hu slapped his forehead and said, Oh yes, when we were targeted by the Sky Palace Dragon Group, the Crown Prince's Sky Palace Dragon Group helped us out. Yuan Hu felt indignant as he spoke. Not for anything else, but the method used by the Dragon Group was simply too shameless. Su Xiaoxiao was the main target of the pharmaceutical institution and was a rare genius. Coupled with the attention of the master of the pharmaceutical institution and the Grand President, no matter how overboard the Dragon Group was, they would not dare to openly target her, not to mention, they would not let her come into contact with the cultivation facilities that assisted in refining medicine. If they did so, there would be no need for Su Xiaoxiao to complain. The teachers of the sacred institution would naturally come looking for them. But the dragon group was treacherous. How did they do it? They had sent people to guard the cultivation facilities. As soon as they saw Su Xiaoxiao, a group of people would immediately stand in front of the cultivation facilities and queue up. How many people were there in the Sky Palace's dragon group? Almost 1/10 of the Sky Palace's students. Under such circumstances, even if they only took out a small part or even a small group of people, it was enough to make Su Xiaoxiao queue from dawn to dawn the next day without being able to get the opportunity to train at the cultivation facility. They had used such a method to shamelessly prevent Su Xiaoxiao from coming into contact with the cultivation facilities and prevent others from using it against them. Otherwise, how could Yuan Hu and the rest give in so easily and listen to their threats and give their resources to them? It was because this method was too shameless. For Su Xiaoxiao's future advancement, they had no choice but to do so. After hearing Yuan Hu's words, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly. His Highness the Crown Prince helped you? The reason why she did not mention the Guiyuan regiment but the Crown Prince was because Luo Qingtong knew that if it was not for Ma Chenye's instructions, the Guiyuan regiment would not have been so nosy. After all, the Crown Prince had been quiet and did not give King Wu a chance to be aggressive. After Luo Qingtong returned to the Chu dynasty, she had also investigated the Empire of Qing dynasty in the Black Field. After the rise of King Wu, Ma Chenye had begun to lay low. This was a smart move. After all, Ma Chenye's dragon qi was constantly being drained. Under such circumstances, it was the stupidest thing to do. Mo Xianxia might be eager for Ma Chenye to fight him with the art of seizing luck. In this way, in close contact, he could absorb more providence, and the draconic aura lost from Ma Chenye's body would be more powerful. Fortunately, the dragon energy in Ma Chenye's body had already taken shape. If it had been absorbed by Mo Xianxia like this before it took shape, it would have collapsed long ago. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she raised her hand and gently rubbed her chin. Ma Chenye even ordered people to protect Yuan Hu and the others. The Ling family must have thought of Ling Tianhan and the others after they returned from the Tianyu Empire, so they gave the order. TSK, I owe him a big favor. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. This Ma Chenye is quite interesting. This was the first time that Luo Qingtong did not even have the slightest thought of rejecting a gift and a favor to this extent. Luo Qingtong was a person who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Ma Chenye first gave the medicine and the Dharma access, and then he ordered people to protect Yuan Hu and the others. Even if he had a request and his purpose was not pure, Luo Qingtong was still willing to accept this favor. After all, standing in his position, it was already very rare that he did not use any coercion or enticement. Moreover, that King Wu. Luo Qingtong really did not like him, not to mention that he was with Yuan Ma. The person behind him was the heavenly doctor, which was enough for Luo Qingtong to take action. How dare he covet her man? She would let the other party know that not just anyone could take a fancy to her, at least, not her man. Let's go. Let's go to the Guiyuan regiment first. At the same time, she could also give the Crown Prince some interest. When Luo Qingtong went to the Guiyuan group, a group of people were left at the place where Yuan Ma was. Lu Long. Yuan Ma rushed over after receiving the news. When he saw the group of people lying on the ground, he was shocked and angry. Why are you like this? Why are you here? Among the group of people, the two who were the least injured were from the Tianyu Branch Academy who entered the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin along with Su Xiaoxiao. They said, Brother Yuan Ma, it's Luo Qingtong. She told Ling Tianhan to do this. Their voices sounded like they were crying. Luo Qingtong originally wanted to throw these people to the dragon group of the Sky Palace. But thinking that these people were sent by Yuan Ma, it would be better to throw them here and slap them in the face. So, she asked Ling Tianhan to throw them here. The limbs of the group of people were all broken. They were thrown there like dumplings and stacked on top of each other. The few people who had insulted Luo Qingtong and Su Xiaoxiao were completely unconscious. Lu Long was placed on top of the pile of dumplings. His right hand was completely broken. Ling Tianhan used the same method that the Lu family's people used to break his hand, and forcibly broke Lu Long's hand. And just like how Lu Long broke his hand, he added more injuries to the wound. Lu Long's right hand was in a terrible state. Yuan Ma looked at it and was extremely angry. He was angry because Luo Qingtong didn't give him face and insisted on going against him. He was also angry because Luo Qingtong broke Lu Long's hand. Lu Long was one of his capable subordinates and his most important confidant. He was preparing to train him to work for him in the future. In this situation, how could Lu Long continue to work for him, and if he trained other people, let's not talk about whether they could be as loyal and trustworthy as Lu Long, who had been with him all the way from the empire of Tianyu. Even the talent of those people might not be able to compare to Lu Long. Those who were more talented than him were mostly the disciples of the empire of Qin's sacred dynasty. Even if those people wanted to become Ling Tianhan's confidants, he would not agree. Who knew when he would be sold? Luo Qingtong was forcing him to rely on the martial king in the future, and unable to cultivate his own forces. Thinking of this, Yuan Ma gritted his teeth. He couldn't tell if he was more angry or regretful. Luo Qingtong, he thought of the beautiful figure standing proudly in the square. In that instant, the girl's figure was like a goddess bathed in divine light. Even Yuan Ma was deeply captivated. However, what the other party threw at him was a letter of annulment. Now, he even led those people from the Ling family to break the limbs of his trusted aide. Senior Marshal brother, don't be angry. This Luo Qingtong is too much. She really doesn't take you seriously at all. Seeing the anger on Yuan Ma's face, Su Jinyue was secretly happy. Originally, when Luo Qingtong came back, Yuan Ma asked people to call Lu Long and the others back. It was she who stopped them. Seeing that Luo Qingtong really had a conflict with Lu Long and the others, Su Jinyue was delighted. She wouldn't let Luo Qingtong and Yuan Ma live happily. She must make Yuan Ma hate Luo Qingtong, the more the better. She comforted him, senior brother, she is so arrogant. The Sky Palace's dragon group will definitely not let them off. It was the Sky Palace's dragon group who ordered Lu Long and the others to occupy the place where Su Xiaoxiao and the others lived. Luo Qingtong and the others drove them out. Not only was it a slap to Yuan Ma's face, but it was also a slap to the Sky Palace's dragon group and King Wu's face. Let's see how she will suffer in the future. As Su Jinyue was thinking about this, Yuan Ma's cold voice sounded. This is between me and her. King Wu doesn't need to intervene. Tell the Sky Palace's dragon group that they don't need to interfere. Su Jinyue exploded when she heard this. Senior brother. That Luo Qingtong didn't care about your face at all. Not only did she break off the engagement in public, but she also beat up Lu Long and the others. Are you just going to let it go? As she spoke, she was jealous and said angrily, what's more, do you think you can just ignore it? King Wu might not let them off. Don't forget, the Crown Prince has helped Ling Tianhan and the others several times. Using this opportunity, they might be able to force the Crown Prince to take action. How could King Wu let Luo Qingtong and the others go? That would be a breakthrough for them to deal with the Crown Prince and the Gue Yuan clique. Previously, Su Xiaoxiao and the others' tolerance and compromise made the dragon group unable to find a reason to take action. Now, they had an excuse. How could they let them off? Moreover, there's still Mo Yufei. She also likes you. As the princess of the royal family, will King Wu listen to us or her? Su Jinyue said coldly. At the mention of Mo Yufei, she also felt a burst of jealousy. The princess of the empire of Qin's dynasty had been pampered since she was a child and was very arrogant. If Yuan Ma hadn't insisted on not breaking off the engagement and became her father's disciple, she might have been suppressed by the other party and couldn't get close to Yuan Ma at all. Su Jinyue had already informed Mo Yufei of the news. She wanted to see how the latter could be a match for Luo Qingtong. She only needed to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. With the Heavenly Palace's dragon group here, she was waiting to see how miserable Luo Qingtong's life in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin would be. Thinking of this, Su Jinyue finally felt a little better. When Yuan Ma heard her words, his expression also changed. Mo Yufei, Princess Yufei of the Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty. Yuan Ma also had a headache. It was impossible for him to break off the engagement with Luo Qingtong, but Mo Yufei kept pressing on. Now that Luo Qingtong had come to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, she would not let her go. Yuan Ma would never let her ruin his plan. With that thought in mind, he immediately walked toward the Heavenly Palace's dragon group. I'll go find His Highness King Wu. As soon as he said that, Su Jinyue snorted softly and said, His Highness King Wu said that he might have a breakthrough in the dragon qi in his body this month. He has already applied to go out and gain experience. He's not in the sacred institution. Therefore, Luo Qingtong would definitely not be able to escape from Princess Yufei's difficulties. Let's see how she's going to end up in such a miserable state. Princess Yufei was very good at torturing people. While Su Jinyue was thinking about this, Luo Qingtong, Su Xiaoxiao, and the others were stopped outside the courtyard of the Guiyuan clan's Ma Chenyi. Are you Luo Qingtong? Outside the Guiyuan clan's residence, when Luo Qingtong and the others arrived, there were already several people waiting there. She was wearing a red robe. However, the gorgeous robe on her was not as gorgeous as the simple red robe on Luo Qingtong. If the red on Luo Qingtong's robe was set off by her own appearance, it made the simple red robe look as bright as the morning sun. In that case, the girl was just a simple ball of fire. Although bright, it was not as dazzling and eye-catching as Luo Qingtong's. Luo Qingtong's charm was enough to distinguish her from the other party. When they stood together, it was even more obvious who was superior. Seeing this scene, a trace of anger flashed across the face of the gorgeous girl. In the whispers of the woman beside her, she looked at Luo Qingtong with an even more unfriendly expression. She directly walked in front of Luo Qingtong and stopped her. A low-class person from a low-class country. The beautiful girl played with the whip inlaid with jewels and jade in her hand. She looked up at Luo Qingtong and said coldly, "What qualifications do you have to come to my brother Crown Prince's place? You want to ask to see my brother Crown Prince? Don't you know who you are? Aren't you afraid of dirtying my brother Crown Prince's place?" Mo Yufei looked at Luo Qingtong with disdain. There was a trace of jealousy and annoyance in her eyes. The other party was Yu Wenma's fiancé who refused to break off the engagement. Mo Yufei did not think that Yu Wenma refused to break off the engagement because of Luo Qingtong. She only thought that he refused to break off the engagement because of his affection and righteousness. Therefore, she was even more infatuated with him. But at this moment, looking at Luo Qingtong who appeared in front of her, she felt an indescribable discomfort in her heart. The other party looked like this, and her charm and temperament did not lose to her in the slightest. How did she look like someone from a low-class country? Even Mo Yufei could not compare to Luo Qingtong's natural elegance and grace. Luo Qingtong was a supreme ocular sorcerer in her previous life. She stood at the top of the ability world in the 24th century. How could she lack the temperament of a superior? Even Feng Yuan's temperament could not compare to her, let alone the arrogant Mo Yufei who was just an ordinary royal princess. Luo Qingtong looked at the person blocking her way in front of her, and Su Xiaoxiao and the others who were filled with righteous indignation and were about to rush out to argue with the other party. When the latter and the others heard that Luo Qingtong was insulted, their faces flushed red, and they almost rushed up to fight with Mo Yufei. In front of Luo Qingtong, why would they care if she was a princess? She dared to insult boss, for Su Xiaoxiao and Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong was Luo Qingtong's, Luo Qingtong. No matter what was done to them, they could endure it. And Luo Qingtong. A good dog doesn't block the way. Luo Qingtong looked indifferently at the beautiful young girl who was obviously of an extraordinary background standing in front of her. She was not prepared to give her any face. If the other party expected her to endure and bow her head like the others, then they were wrong. It was not that Luo Qingtong would not bow her head, but it was obvious that the person in front of her was not qualified. Report to your crown prince that Luo Qingtong came to visit. After Luo Qingtong finished speaking, she directly said to the guards outside the courtyard. The latter and the others were very well trained. It could be seen that Ma Chenyi treated the people of the Guiyuan group as his trusted subordinates. The people who came out of here in the future would definitely be the core of his forces. Those people took the words and went in to report. Mo Yufei gritted her teeth so hard that she almost broke her teeth. What did you just call me? Mo Yufei could not believe that Luo Qingtong actually called her a dog. How dare this woman? A cold light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. Right at this moment, a stern shout suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Stop. Yufei, you've gone too far. While speaking, Ma Chenyi, who had received a report from someone outside that Luo Qingtong was here, hurriedly put down what he was doing and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing this scene, a cold and fierce look flashed across his face, and he immediately snatched the whip from Mo Yufei's hand. With a bang, He spat out the energy in his hand and instantly shattered the extremely luxurious and beautiful whip inlaid with jewels and jade into pieces. "You're too ridiculous." Ma Qingyi looked at Mo Yufei coldly and threw the whip back to her. "Brother Crown Prince." Mo Yufei looked at him in disbelief. "You actually broke my favorite whip for a woman like that. Why?" Mo Yufei's face was full of anger. She had waited outside for a long time, but Ma Qingyi said he was busy and had no time to see her. Why did he come out when this woman came? Thinking of this, Mo Yufei gritted her teeth and said, "Brother Crown Prince, do you like this woman? How can you face Sister Qingwei like this? She is infatuated with you and has been waiting for you all this time. Sister Qingwei is the #1 on the Young Phoenix list of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. How can she be inferior to this woman?" She raised her hand and pointed at Luo Qingtong. Before the latter had any reaction, little gangster Yuan and the others behind her were completely enraged. "What are you talking about? Mo Yufei, don't think that everyone is like you who likes to be cheap and chase after men." Yuan Hu and the others were furious. Luo Qingtong originally brought them here to thank Ma Qingyi for protecting them before. Now it seemed that they didn't come here to thank him. Instead, they were embarrassed. This Princess Yufei was not normal before. She was the princess of the royal family of the Empire of Qin. How could she be jealous of Su Jinyue and Yuan Ma, a man she was engaged to? They all blushed for her and the royal family of the Empire of Qin. How shameless! How dare they say that their boss is here to curry favor with the crown prince? Did she think that everyone was like her and Su Jinyue? The words of little overlord Yuan and the others immediately angered Mo Yufei. She pointed at Luo Qingtong, Yuan Hu, and the others and said, "Okay. If you're not here to curry favor with my crown prince Gige, then tell me, why are you looking for him? Aren't you here to ask him for help?" Mo Yufei sneered. She already knew that Luo Qingtong and the others had dealt with Lu Long and the others who had occupied their courtyard. Under such circumstances, they had slapped the dragon regiment in the face. How could they not be here to ask for Crown Prince Gige's help? In the heavenly hall of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, where the heaven grade students gathered, no other student force could compete with the dragon regiment except for Crown Prince Gige's Guiyuan regiment. If Luo Qingtong had the ability, she would say that she didn't need Crown Prince Gige's help. At that time, she would be punished by the dragon regiment. As Mo Yufei said this, she suddenly raised her head high. Luo Qingtong didn't bother to pay attention to her at all. She didn't come back to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin to compete with a brainless girl like Mo Yufei. Yuan Hu and the others' words were enough to let her know the identity of the girl opposite her and why she was so against her. But it didn't matter. She wanted to humiliate herself. Then come on, in the Grand Qin Sacred Academy, how many open spears and hidden arrows were there? She had to face them all. Lend me some people, and I'll give you a big gift in return. They must be absolutely trusted and powerful. They'd better not be too much weaker than you, Luo Qingtong said slowly. This was her first big gift since she came to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. It was a little interest for Ma Qingyi for giving her medicine and protecting Su Xiaoxiao. Okay. Ma Qingyi agreed without hesitation. Luo Qingtong's charm in the square had completely conquered him. He didn't ask why Luo Qingtong wanted these people, whether it was to deal with the dragon regiment of the Heavenly Palace. Because of the dragon qi in his body, the people of the Guiyuan regiment were not suitable to fight with the people of the dragon regiment for the time being. But Ma Qingyi didn't care at all whether Luo Qingtong would lead his people to fight with the people of the dragon regiment, which would give Mo Qinshian an excuse to take action. After all, the people he wanted to lend to Luo Qingtong were all the backbone and top geniuses of the Guiyuan regiment. At that time, he couldn't get away with it even if he wanted to, but he still lent them. Hearing Ma Qingyi's words, the backbone of the Guiyuan regiment behind him suddenly called out worriedly, "Your Highness." "It's okay. Listen to Luo Qingtong." Here, only Ma Qingyi knew the identity of Luo Qingtong best. She was a girl who was conferred the title of Princess of the Great Chu with her own ability. Ma Qingyi believed that she wouldn't cheat him. If he really made a wrong bet, then it was only a matter of time before he fought with Mo Qinshian. Ma Qingyi lowered his eyes slightly. He looked at his own body. The dragon qi in his body had recovered a little. After paying special attention to it these days, Ma Qingyi had believed that his previous feelings were not an illusion. His dragon chi hadn't been absorbed by anyone for a long time. This was a rare time for him to be relaxed and comfortable over the years. Even the dragon aura that had formed in his body slowly stretched its body and recovered some of its energy. Under such circumstances, Ma Qingyi couldn't help but suspect that Luo Qingtong had helped him when he met her in the Tianyu Empire. Perhaps it was a special technique that evil Dr. Ghost Eye had taught her? No matter what, Ma Qingyi accepted this favor. Therefore, when the other party said that he wanted to borrow people, he agreed without hesitation. Firstly, he believed in Luo Qingtong. Secondly, he wanted to return the favor. If Luo Qingtong could ask the demonic Dr. Ghost Eye or even that person from the Black Field to help him remove the hidden danger in his body, then so what if he handed over the entire Gui Yuan group to the other party? However, Luo Qingtong may not be willing to take over his Gui Yuan group. Ma Qingyi looked at the young girl's eyes, which were like clear spring water that washed away the sunset glow. Her eyes were filled with confidence and dominance. It seemed like the situation in the heavenly palace of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin was about to change. He just didn't know if those people on the Soaring Dragon list and Young Phoenix list were ready. Ma Qingyi looked at Luo Qingtong's eyes and smiled. On the other side, Mo Yufei stamped her feet and spoke. Brother Crown Prince, how could you just agree to her? She definitely wants to borrow your people to deal with the people from the dragon group. Didn't you not want to be enemies with Brother Xian? As she spoke, she raised her head angrily and pointed at Luo Qingtong. And you? Luo Qingtong. Didn't you say that you didn't come to cling to my brother Crown Prince? What are you doing now? Borrowing people from him? Don't think that you don't want to ask my brother Crown Prince for help. A woman like you is fickle and fickle. First you didn't let go of Yuan Ma, and now you seduce my brother Crown Prince. As she spoke, she wanted to slap Luo Qingtong. Ah! Mo Yufei's voice suddenly screamed. Luo Qingtong. You actually dared to hit me. She clutched her 5 fingers that had been broken in the middle, and the pain made her tear up instantly. Luo Qingtong was extremely ruthless. The bones in Mo Yufei's fingers were protruding. As a princess of the imperial family, Mo Yufei had never suffered like this. She screamed and cried at the same time. Luo Qingtong looked at her coldly. I forgot to tell you. She raised her hand to tidy up her sleeves and said indifferently, I hate it when people point their fingers at my head. The next time you do this, I'll break both your hands. And, I guarantee that you won't be able to cure it. Luo Qingtong said and turned to leave with Su Xiaoxiao and the others. As for Mo Yufei, Ma Qingyi would naturally deal with her. Send your people to find me tomorrow. Remember to bring the information about the Dragon Regiment. I'll give you a big gift then, don't thank me too much. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and waved as she spoke, without even turning her head. Okay. Ma Qingyi nodded in a low voice. Brother Crown Prince. Mo Yufei's voice was sharp. My fingers were broken by that bitch. How could you just stand there and watch? I'll definitely tell father when I go back. Mo Yufei was furious to the extreme. She had just desperately asked the people behind her to attack. But Ma Qingyi's people had all the people behind her under control. As her brother, Ma Qingyi actually sided with that bitch Luo Qingtong, and he still said that he didn't like her. She really should let Yuan Mo know what kind of person Luo Qingtong was. She should let him completely give up on Luo Qingtong. Even if he won the bet, he wouldn't want that woman. Your fingers were broken by yourself. I saw it with my own eyes. Ma Qingyi looked at her coldly. The elegant and weak young man, who was like a clear spring, straightened his back like a javelin and exuded a domineering aura. The aura of a king was fully displayed. In addition, put away your petty thoughts. Don't think about using the power of the royal family of the Empire of Qin to deal with Luo Qingtong. Otherwise, you know what I'm capable of. In addition, you don't need to lobby for Mo Qinshan anymore. As long as his forces fall into my hands, I won't let any of them go. The dormant dragon of the Empire of Qin revealed his iron-blooded aura. After so many years, all the arrogance had all turned into gentleness and elegance. From the stormy waves of the storm to the soft willow village of fireworks in March. so that everyone forgot how arrogant he used to be when he looked down on the royal family of the Empire of Qin and was respected as the true dragon crown prince of the Empire of Qin. He was respected as a rare true dragon in the Empire of Qin. Now, he would spread his wings again and tell everyone that he was back. At the same time, thousands of miles away, a gorgeous and huge flying boat was rapidly flying towards the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. At night, a huge black shadow silently and invisibly covered the sky above the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. In the next second, a figure suddenly rushed out of it. In an instant, it passed through the layers of protection covering the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin and appeared in the courtyard where Luo Qingtong and others lived. In the room, Luo Qingtong was sitting on the bed with her index finger tapping the edge of the bed. With her eyes slightly closed, she was thinking about her future plans in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. At this moment, she seemed to sense something and opened her eyes at once. A pair of hands suddenly appeared in front of her, hugged her, and pressed her down on the bed. Luo Qingtong's eyes instantly turned cold. The color of blood in her eyes quickly rose. In an instant, the red color that seemed to pervade a clear spring quickly filled her entire pupils, turning into a color as bright as the morning glow and as bright as red jade. But soon, the red color in her eyes faded. Not for anything else. The feeling of those hands around her was too familiar. Luo Qingtong's eyes rolled, and then, as if she didn't know anything, she suddenly shouted in a low voice. Who? Who is it? How dare you break into my room? As she spoke, her body suddenly leaned back, and her head bumped into the man who appeared behind her. At the same time, she raised her right foot and kicked back. Bang! Luo Qingtong's foot was blocked by Xianxia's raised leg. At the same time, he tilted his head to the side, avoiding the back of Luo Qingtong's head. He felt a burst of anger in his heart. This woman actually used her head to hit people. What if she was hurt? Xianxia raised his leg and hooked Luo Qingtong's back leg. He fiercely pressed her down, and was about to take her to the bed. However, Luo Qingtong had already broken free from his arms at this time. Swish! With a wave of her sleeve, the bright lights in the room suddenly all went out. In the dark room, only the faint starlight and moonlight through the window edge could be seen. In such a dim light, Luo Qingtong's red dress was like a stream of light, sweeping towards the man behind her. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged blows in the room. Because he couldn't hurt her, Xianxia suppressed his strength, completely restraining the wild and fierce aura in his body. He only used his physical strength to fight Luo Qingtong. Feeling the aura around the man, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. She licked her lips, and then fiercely used all her strength and fighting experience to attack Xianxia. She wanted to see how far the gap between her and this man's strength was in this state. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them flew in the room. Both of them held back their strength. Xianxia didn't use his real strength, and Luo Qingtong didn't use her bloody eyes and life and death sword. The two of them flew back and forth in the room, completely relying on their own strength to fight. Bang! Luo Qingtong's figure and Xianxia's body. Her body suddenly climbed up the beam in the room, and then, like a snake, she shot out from under the beam. Bang! Xianxia took her move. But his body was suddenly pulled back by the resistance of Luo Qingtong's sudden rush and fell back on the bed. Boom! Luo Qingtong's body suddenly flipped and sat on the man's body. Caught, you, Luo Qingtong said. Sitting on Xianxia's body, Luo Qingtong put her hand in the middle of the man's black hair, leaned over, and kissed the man's thin and sexy lips. Xianxia's hand was holding Luo Qingtong's waist, and he was about to get her off his body. You seductress! The two people's lips separated after a deep kiss. The corners of their lips were still stained with the two people's liquid. After the two people's lips separated, a long, ambiguous silver thread was drawn out. It looked indescribably lively and very ambiguous. Does the Lord like a seductress like me? Luo Qingtong leaned over Xianxia's chest, listening to the man's intense heartbeat. The curve of her lips was seductive. She raised her hand and gently stroked on the man's chest skin that was exposed under the clothes that she tore open. Xianxia really couldn't bear it this time. His eyes were bloodshot. The next second, the hand that was holding Luo Qingtong's slender waist suddenly exerted force, pressing the person under his body. Oh no. Looking at the man's eyes that seemed to be burning with hot flames, wanting to burn her and him into flames, Luo Qingtong suddenly spat out her tongue. Played too much, she twisted her body. The moment Xianxia turned over and pressed her under his body, she rolled to the side and wrapped herself and the bedding next to her into a thick, round ball. Xianxia looked at this scene, his lungs were about to explode. Come out. He looked at the girl who was wrapped like a silkworm baby, only showing her head, and coldly said. Don't come out, just don't come out. Luo Qingtong listened to his voice that was a few pitches lower than usual. How could she be willing to come out? If she came out, wouldn't the little cutie fall into the big devil's claws and be eaten until there was nothing left? She said so, wrapping her small quilt even tighter. Looking at her wrapped like a ball and rolling around while talking, Xianxia gritted his teeth. This woman, his heart was a knot of anger. Then he hugged the person together with the quilt in his arms and coldly asked, What's the matter with you, Sihuang? When I wasn't here, how many people did you provoke? Who else could it be? Without the warm and fragrant woman in his arms, Xianxian's rationality returned. He finally remembered why he had come here. This woman, in the time that he hadn't been in the True Spill continent, just how many people had she provoked, other than Yu Sihuang? Was there anyone else? Xianxian felt a burst of anger when he thought about how this woman had interacted with another man in a place he didn't know about. She even made the other man come to the Black Field to look for her, saying that he had fallen in love with her, and even asked him to help find her and fulfill her wish. He suddenly leaned over and fiercely bit the girl's tender lips. Luo Qingtong was confused by his question for a while. She didn't react for a while and was bitten by him. She hissed softly. Before she could make a sound, Xianxian angrily sucked on her lips again and kissed her deeply. Oh. Luo Qingtong was kissed by him until she couldn't breathe. At this time, she was in a miserable situation. She had wrapped herself up, and even her hands and feet were wrapped up. She couldn't even fight back. Okay, this was simply a self-inflicted disaster. Luo Qingtong raised her head and endured Xianxian's kiss. After a while, the man released her. She gasped for breath and said, Wait a minute, even if you want to die, you have to let me know why. Who is Yu Sihuang? Luo Qingtong felt that this was simply an undeserved disaster. She didn't have any impression of this name at all. What was there to provoke? Besides this man, when did she provoke anyone else? Did she even have a chance? You really didn't? Xianxian coldly looked at the expression on her face, incomparably attentive. After confirming that her blankness was not an act, his complexion slightly eased a little. But he still wasn't completely appeased. He went to the Black Field, saying that he had fallen in love with you. He wanted me to help him. Xianxian's voice was cold. You said that you don't know him, then why did he personally come to find you? He even said that he wanted to give you a thank you gift. This was what made Xianxian the most angry and uneasy. His relationship with this woman also started when she saved him. If this woman really had a relationship with other men like she did with him, Xianxian was afraid that he would not be able to control his emotions, and would completely go crazy. Ah? Thank you gift? Luo Qingtong originally wanted to say that her reputation as the evil Dr. Ghost I was widely known, and someone insisted on coming to find her, and she had no choice, but after listening to Xianxian's words, the other party really seemed to have some relationship with her. But this name, she really had no impression of it. Luo Qingtong thought like this, and suddenly asked, What is the identity of this Yu Sihuang? Xianxian looked at Luo Qingtong's puzzled face, and the depression in his heart gradually disappeared. He coldly snorted, King of the Southern Territory. The future overlord of the 3 islands and 7 lands. The sect master of the imperial sect. Luo Qingtong did not have any impression of the first and third identity. But the second one, she suddenly felt a little familiar. It can't be, right? Was it really someone she knew? Luo Qingtong thought about it carefully. Then, she quickly recalled that when she was refining the youthful rejuvenation elixir for her grandfather in the mountains outside the main city of the Black region of Dechu, there was a demon-like youth who was chased into her array formation. When that Saint Realm cultivator who wanted to steal her elixir chased after the other party, He seemed to proudly say that the future overlord of the 3 islands and 7 lands was about to die in his hands. Could it be him? The person you're talking about, does he have a particularly devilish appearance? Does he have a mole at the corner of his eye? Luo Qingtong asked. Upon hearing her words, Xianxia's face, which had just improved, instantly darkened again. So you do know him? And saved his life? Could it be that it was similar to when he first met her? Xianxia's eyes instantly turned red when he recalled that Luo Qingtong had accidentally kissed him when she saved him. He raised his hand abruptly, intending to peel Luo Qingtong out of the cocoon wrapped in the quilt. Sigh. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Listen to me. Luo Qingtong pressed hard on her cocoon shell and said, I did save him, but it's not what you think. It would be terrible if he was stripped out. Luo Qingtong quickly told the story of her encounter with Yu Sihuang, and in the end, she pecked the man's lips. That's how it is. I swear I don't have any relationship with him. Luo Qingtong never bothered to explain anything to anyone. But Xianxia was different. She didn't want Xianxia to misunderstand. What's more, the man's red eyes really made her somewhat distressed. Xianxia's movements suddenly stopped. He looked at Luo Qingtong. Under the girl's gaze, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed Luo Qingtong's lips. He ruthlessly plundered deep. Until Luo Qingtong was somewhat out of breath, he released her. But I didn't provoke him. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. Her lips were swollen from the kiss, she was wrapped up in the quilt like a silkworm and was obediently held in the man's arms. Humph, Xianxia snorted coldly. Then he closed his eyes slightly and pressed the girl with precious eyes under his body. He hugged her and closed his eyes. Sleep. He rushed over from the black field and didn't sleep for a few days. Now that he got the whole story from Luo Qingtong, he immediately relaxed and felt sleepy. Luo Qingtong was suddenly pressed down by the man's entire body. She looked up and saw that Xianxia's eyes were dark. How many days had this man not slept? Could it be that he didn't sleep on the way? Here from the Black Region's main city, because of her, as Luo Qingtong thought of this, her heart suddenly thumped heavily. It was rare for her to settle down. She didn't want to wake Xianxia up and just went to sleep with the man wrapped in the quilt. Luo Qingtong slept all the way until dawn the next day. When she woke up, the quilt wrapped tightly around her body had been removed and she was lying comfortably on the bed. It was obvious who did it. However, Xianxia wasn't in the room. If her lips weren't still swollen, Luo Qingtong would have thought that she was dreaming last night, thinking that Xianxia actually rushed to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin just because the other party said that he liked her. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. That man cared about her so much, it felt good to be in someone's heart. Especially when the other party was the man she liked. Luo Qingtong was in a very good mood. At the same time, in the Grand Supreme Dean's residence, he spat out a mouthful of tea after hearing the man in front of him explain the purpose of his visit. What did you say? The Grand Supreme Dean looked at the man sitting in front of him in shock. Ming Zun, you're joking, right? His eyes suddenly bulged. I never joke. Even if it was a joke, it wouldn't be with him. Xianxia looked at him coldly. The Grand Supreme Dean looked at Xianxia, speechless. Damn it, he was woken up from his bed early in the morning. Before he could get angry, he realized that the person who came was actually Ming Zun of the Black Field. Not only that, the other party even told him to arrange an identity for him to stay in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, arrange an identity and stay in the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. My God, my earth, if it were you, would you believe it? Of course he wouldn't believe it. My lord. This joke wasn't funny at all. Please be magnanimous and let this old man go. The Grand Supreme Dean looked at Xianxia with a bitter face. You say, you're a dignified Ming Zun, why did you come to the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin? The people in the Holy Court, including himself, weren't enough for him to abuse a few times. This god of plagues must not be accepted, absolutely must not be accepted. I just want to stay in the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. You name the conditions, you arrange the identity. Xianxia's voice was cold. After this incident with Yu Sihuang, he really didn't feel at ease letting Luo Qingtong stay in a place he couldn't see. Who knows what kind of people she would provoke, as Luo Qingtong's strength increased, her sharpness became more and more difficult to hide. Who knows how many people would be attracted to her? Xianxia didn't want to strangle her light and wings. But he also didn't want her to be taken away by others. Are you for real? The Grand Supreme Dean's eyes widened even more. They were about to fall out. Damn, Yi Qianming's words didn't seem to be a joke. Could it be because of the evil doctor? He thought of Luo Qingtong and then the latter's engagement with Yu Wenma. Then he had a toothache. Yi Qianming didn't come for this, right? Then he really had to thank the other party for not tearing down the Empire of Qin Holy Courtyard. As the Grand Supreme Dean thought of this, his eyes suddenly rolled and he suddenly laughed. Okay, then I'll arrange it for you. An idea flashed through his mind and he felt a burst of joy in his heart. But you have to promise that you must listen to my arrangements. Otherwise, even if you tear down the Empire of Qin Holy Courtyard, I won't agree. Yi Qianming coldly narrowed his eyes and looked at the Grand Supreme Dean. Although the latter felt a little guilty, he thought that if Yi Qianming really wanted to tear down the Empire of Qin Holy Courtyard, he would have done so long ago. There must be a reason why he didn't do it now. Most likely it was because of Luo Qingtong. In this way, what was he afraid of? Thinking of this, he suddenly straightened his chest and confronted Yi Qianming. Sure enough, after confronting him for a while, Yi Qianming nodded with a cold face. Okay. I'll listen to your arrangements. But you can't be far away from Luo Qingtong. This was Yi Qianming's only bottom line. As for the rest, the Grand Supreme Dean wouldn't dare to torture him too much. Good. Of course. I promise that the identity I've arranged for you is absolutely convenient. You can go and find her whenever you want. Anytime, anywhere. The Grand Supreme Dean said with a smile. This time he made a lot of money. At the same time, in the Guiyuan Society, a group of top heaven-grade students, who were also the backbone of the Guiyuan Society, gathered in front of Ma Chenyi. They looked at the youth with a worried expression and said, Your Highness, isn't your decision too hasty? Luo Qingtong asked you to borrow people. She must be going to find trouble with the Dragon Regiment. Although Princess Yufei's words are not pleasant and there is suspicion of targeting Luo Qingtong, what she said is true. Moreover, with your current physical condition, our Guiyuan Society is indeed not suitable to fight with the Dragon Regiment. Is Luo Qingtong really worth you doing this? Just like Mo Yufei, no one in the Guiyuan clique took Luo Qingtong's words to heart. Borrow some people from the Guiyuan clique to return a big gift to Mo Chenai. From their point of view, Luo Qingtong wanted to borrow people from Mo Chenai, and the people she wanted to borrow were the core members of the Guiyuan clan. She wanted to use the strength of the Guiyuan clan and Mo Chenyi's reputation to make the dragon group retreat and not dare to find trouble with them. Returning a big gift? That was just a pretentious act. But Ma Chenyi actually agreed to her request. Luo Qingtong did this to avoid their trouble, but King Wu would immediately seize the opportunity to attack His Highness and the Guiyuan Society. Since the other party named his Force Dragon Regiment, it was clear what his intention was. He was definitely targeting His Highness. Okay, you don't have to say any more. Luo Qingtong's ability is not something you can imagine. Ma Chenyi had already confirmed that his dragon energy was indeed slowly recovering. He believed in Luo Qingtong. Even if he had to face the Dragon Regiment and Mo Chenxian, he would not hesitate. What's more, what Luo Qingtong said before, others might not believe, but he did. You just have to go and see Luo Qingtong. Her orders are my orders. At the same time, at the Dragon Regiment's base, a burly man sat in the hall, looking at Mo Yufei, who was full of anger and hatred. He laughed loudly and said, Princess, do you mean that Luo Qingtong asked the Guiyuan clan to make trouble for our Dragon Regiment? The one who spoke was King Wu Chenxian's confidant, Tong Hu. When Mo Chenxian was not in the Dragon Regiment, he was in charge of everything. Now that he heard Mo Yufei's words, he immediately laughed and said, Okay. Good. We have long wanted to find a chance to fight with the Guiyuan clan. Especially King Wu, he had long wanted to fight with the Crown Prince. Now he finally had the chance. His voice was sinister. Mo Yufei snorted and said, I also think that Luo Qingtong is overestimating herself. She has bewitched brother Crown Prince. When they come to make trouble in the afternoon, don't be merciful. That Luo Qingtong, you must teach her a lesson. Thinking of how Luo Qingtong broke her finger in front of the Gue Yuan clan, Mo Yufei was angry. Especially when Ma Chenyi did not allow her to use the power of the royal family of the Empire of Qing to make a move on Luo Qingtong. Fine, she did not need it. Luo Qingtong came to make trouble for the Dragon Regiment. Could she let the Dragon Regiment fight back? Thinking of this, the sneer on Mo Yufei's face became more comfortable. Fine. Haha. Tiger Cub burst into laughter. Mo Yufei's request, in his opinion, was a small matter. As long as that Luo Qingtong really dares to bring people from the Gue Yuan clan to make trouble, I will break her legs and throw her to your highness to vent your anger. How about that? Tonghu looked at Mo Yufei and said. I think if King Wu was here, he would be very willing to do so. That Luo Qingtong slapped their dragon regiment's face the moment she came back. This time, they could make an example out of her and gain Princess Yufei's favor. Why not? Moreover, the other party had helped the Grand Supreme Dean's faction to suppress the power of the Holy Institute's Elders Guild, which had greatly infuriated His Highness King Wu. If the other party really dared to come, he would definitely make the other party walk in and crawl out. Sure. Then I'll be waiting. Mo Yufei smiled with satisfaction and held her head high with a haughty face. In the courtyard, after Luo Qingtong finished washing up, she called Su Xiaoxiao and the others over. Yesterday, I asked you to sort out the list of resources that the dragon group snatched from you. Have you sorted it out yet? She sat in the main hall and looked at the people who came in. It's done. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, then looked at Luo Qingtong and said in a low voice, but boss, are we really going to do that next? Thinking of the second thing that Luo Qingtong instructed them to do yesterday, Su Xiaoxiao, Ling Tianhan, and the others looked a little bitter. They thought that with Luo Qingtong's personality, she would definitely not let this matter rest. But they did not expect that Luo Qingtong would actually do this. This was too big of a gamble. Their boss was really too domineering. If they really did as she said, the students of the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin would be in an uproar. Boss, aren't we playing a little too big? Ling Tianhan looked at Luo Qingtong and asked. Too big? How can it be? Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently and said. They hadn't seen a bigger one yet. Go and do it. Yes. Su Xiaoxiao and the others responded and left. Each of them went to do what they were in charge of. Soon, everyone in the Saint Court of the Empire of Qin learned of a shocking matter. That was, Luo Qingtong, who had come with her might and humiliated the First Elder and the people from the Sacred Academy's Elder Guild on the square and forced them to lower their heads to her and the Grand Principal's faction, had done something big again. She announced to everyone in the Saint Court of the Empire of Qin that she was going to establish her own faction, the Heavenly Demon Group, and recruit members. However, this was not the most important thing. If it was just this kind of person, everyone would not be so shocked. Most importantly, she announced to the public that anyone who joined the Heavenly Demon Group would have all the resources that the Dragon Group had taken away from them, and she would take them back in double. As soon as this announcement was made, the entire Saint Court of the Empire of Qin was in an uproar. Many people knew that Luo Qingtong and the Dragon Group were not on good terms. Firstly, the person she wanted to break off the engagement with, Yuan Ma, was a key member of the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group and was highly regarded by His Highness King Wu. Secondly, she had slapped the Saint Court's Elder Guild and the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group in the face. Not only did she help the Grand Supreme Dean's faction to suppress the Saint Court's Elder Guild, but she also ignored the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group's order and kicked out Lu Long and the others who occupied their courtyard. Although the main reason she did this was to slap her fiancé, Yuan Ma, in the face. However, this order was given by the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group. Luo Qingtong's actions were not giving the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group any face and did not take them seriously. Everyone guessed that Luo Qingtong would definitely be dealt with by the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group. However, who would have thought that before the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group could find trouble with Luo Qingtong, the latter would directly go against the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group? Anyone who joined the Heavenly Demon Group could ask for back the resources stolen by the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group, and they could ask for it back in double? Was Luo Qingtong joking? Or had her head been clamped by a door? During the years of King Wu's rise, the Heavenly Palace's Dragon Group had recruited the heaven-ranked students from the Empire of Qin's Heavenly Palace. They had plundered countless resources, That was an astronomical figure. Luo Qingtong actually said that she could help people get it back, and even double it. Wasn't this F***king crazy? Everyone watched as Su Xiaoxiao and the others ran up and down. They looked at them as if they were looking at idiots. In the Sacred Institute, there were all kinds of mocking voices everywhere. Oh my god. Do you think this Luo Qingtong is stupid? Does she think that she's invincible in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin just because she's a martial emperor? No matter how talented you are, you still need to be able to grow. How strong was the Crown Prince in the past? Isn't he still stagnant now? Even the Gui Yuan group didn't dare to say that they could ask the Dragon group for the resources stolen from them. This Luo Qingtong is really daring. Haha. You don't know, right? Someone said gloatingly. I heard that the Crown Prince's Gui Yuan group might have wanted to make the Dragon group unhappy, so when the Dragon group's people helped Yuan Mo deal with the Ling siblings, he helped them a few times. Then, that Luo Qingtong brought people to find him. She said that she wanted to borrow people from the Crown Prince, and they were the core members of the Gui Yuan group. Today, she's going to cause trouble for the Gui Yuan group. I think that's why Luo Qingtong is so confident. What a pity. She just arrived at the Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin. She probably doesn't know that the Crown Prince's Gui Yuan group is no longer the same as before. Who knows how badly she'll be slapped in the face when the time comes for her to intimidate others. The Empire of Qin's holy court was filled with such voices. There were even people who gathered their friends and went to the place where Su Xiaoxiao and the others were recruiting members of the Heavenly Demon group, saying that they wanted to sign up. Most of these people were just here to join in the fun. They were here because Luo Qingtong promised that she could help them get back their resources several times over. Some of them were secretly scheming in their hearts. After all, Luo Qingtong was the one who said it. They would first join her Heavenly Demon group, and then force her to fulfill her promise. When the Dragon group started to take their revenge, they would take the resources and leave. This way, they would not offend the Dragon group, and they would get a large amount of resources. How great was that? These people thought so, and immediately shouted that they wanted to sign up. However, unexpectedly, Luo Qingtong did not seem to know that these people had bad intentions, and did not reject any of them. However, she had a request. These people could not leave the group for 3 days. Otherwise, they would not get anything. The rights to the resources that were taken away by the Dragon group would also belong to Luo Qingtong and the Heavenly Demon group. When they heard this condition, they were immediately overjoyed. This Luo Qingtong was really stupid, right? Wasn't this simple? Wasn't it just 3 days of not leaving the group? That was a piece of cake, not to mention 3 days. Even if it was 30 days, it would not matter. After all, it was Luo Qingtong and the others who were going up against the Dragon group. When the time came, they would just have to do the work and not put in any effort. They thought that the Dragon group would not deliberately make things difficult for them. When the time came and they left, they would get a large amount of resources, and they would not have to offend the Dragon group. How great was that? As they thought, they quickly signed the agreement, and fought to be the first to join Luo Qingtong's Heavenly Demon group. At the same time, they were laughing at Luo Qingtong's brain. This was completely giving them the resources to use. Everyone was very pleased with themselves. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were very angry. Boss, these people have bad intentions. Why did we recruit them? Yuan Little Overlord and the others could not understand Luo Qingtong's actions. They could understand why their boss wanted to create a force. They could understand why the Dragon Guild wanted to attack them, but to recruit these people, they couldn't understand at all, and he even promised to help them get their resources back, and it was double. Boss, Yuan Hu and the others were worried. They believed in Luo Qingtong. But this time, the stakes were too high. If they were careless and overturned the boat, then they would all be finished, especially boss. They looked at Luo Qingtong. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Naturally, she had her considerations when she said those words. This included the establishment of a force. Yuan Hu and the others didn't understand yet, but they would know later. All of you just have to do is watch. Don't worry, the person who can take advantage of me without paying any price hasn't been born yet. Luo Qingtong said as her eyes swept over those who were happy and thought they had taken advantage of the situation. None of them knew. If she gave it to them, they could have it. if she didn't give it to them, they couldn't take it away. These people wanted to take advantage of her, but she didn't know who was taking advantage of who, as she thought. She asked Yuan who and the others. Oh right, did Sima Ju go to the dragon group? Yes. He should have reached the dragon group by now. Okay. Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a smile, with an indescribable evil charm. Bang! Just as Luo Qingtong finished her words, a loud bang came from outside the dragon group's courtyard. Sima Ju. After the heaven grade students of the dragon regiment who were guarding the inner courtyard rushed out of the courtyard, they were shocked to see a thin and slender figure appear in front of them. Outside the courtyard, the dragon group's students were lying on the ground. Sima Ju's foot stepped forward fiercely. Under his foot was a plaque that he had just smashed down from the entrance of the dragon group's courtyard. Bang! That dragon word was smashed into pieces by Sima Ju's foot. Bastard! Sima Ju, you're courting death. Seeing this scene, the group of heaven rank students from the dragon group were instantly enraged. They rushed towards Sima Ju. However, when they were halfway there, the first few people to rush to the front suddenly screamed "Ah! Be careful, there's poison." Only now did they notice that Sima Ju's exposed skin was already suffused with a dark green color. 10,000 poison body. Sima Ju's surroundings were filled with various poisonous auras. Swoosh! Taking advantage of their bodies and movements that suddenly slowed down due to being poisoned, Sima Ju's figure suddenly pulled out and rushed out. As he flew, he shouted coldly, "Under the orders of my boss, I'm here to give an ultimatum to the dragon group. Before noon today, the dragon group must return double the resources that were stolen from us, or else, you'll have to bear the consequences. Every night for 2 hours, we'll double the resources. I hope that you dragon group members will behave yourselves." Bastard! Tonghu rushed out of the courtyard after receiving the news. Sima Ju's figure had already disappeared in front of everyone. The characteristics of the myriad poison's body were enough to allow him to calmly retreat from the dragon core. A bunch of trash. Looking at the dragon group's signboard that had been trampled to pieces, Tiger Cub's face was filled with rage. He lifted his leg and kicked the nearest dragon group member, causing him to vomit blood and fly a few meters away. Pass down my order, dragon group members gather. I'd like to see how Luo Qingtong can force us to bear the consequences. Tonghu's expression was extremely ferocious. That damned Luo Qingtong, she was simply courting death. This dragon regiment plaque not only represented the dignity of the dragon regiment, but also the face of His Highness King Wu. He was kicked just like that. The members of the dragon group would never let this matter rest. He wanted to see how long the Gui Yuan clique could protect her, while Tonghu was fuming. The Sky Hall of the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin was in an uproar because of Sima Ju's actions. Oh my god! Everyone who heard the news was dumbfounded. Was this Luo Qingtong crazy? Everyone had the same thought in their minds. Previously, he had shamelessly boasted that he would ask for double the resources from the dragon group. This time, he actually kicked down the dragon regiment's plaque. This was the same as trampling on the faces of the dragon regiment and the martial king. Luo Qingtong is finished. Yes. There must be something wrong with this woman's brain. Trampling on people's faces is comparable to life and death. Not to mention arrogant and despotic people like the dragon regiment and the martial king. Does she think that she'll be fine with the protection of the crown prince? The Sky Hall was filled with discussions. MMP. If they knew that Luo Qingtong would be crazy enough to do such a thing, they would rather die than join the Heavenly Demon Group. Initially, these people thought that they were only joining the Heavenly Demon Group and not going against the Dragon Group, so they did not mind joining. It's alright, but now it's different. Luo Qingtong directly trampled on the Dragon Group's face. The entire Heavenly Demon Group will be in trouble. If they continue to stay here, even if they don't do anything, the Dragon Group will still hold a grudge against them. Thinking of this, the group hurriedly left the group. As for the thoughts of plotting against Luo Qingtong, don't think about it. How can resources be more important than yourself? When Yuan Mo heard this news, he almost crushed his favorite decoration into pieces. Luo Qingtong. What are you trying to do? His heart was filled with anger. At the same time, in Luo Qingtong's courtyard, a group of Gui Yuan group experts who came under Ma Chenye's orders stood up with a bang when they heard this news. Luo Qingtong, what are you trying to do? The group looked at Luo Qingtong with displeasure. They were originally very dissatisfied with Luo Qingtong's help. This time, seeing that Luo Qingtong did not restrain herself and went against the dragon group unscrupulously, they were even angrier. Luo Qingtong was basically roasting the Crown Prince and the Gui Yuan group on a fire. She did not know that with the Crown Prince's current condition, he was not fit to fight against the martial king. This Luo Qingtong was too reckless. They thought that Luo Qingtong invited them to deal with the dragon group, and the group of Gui Yuan group members were anxious and angry. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent and did not look at them. She invited these people over. This time to give Ma Qingyi a chance to return some interest. If these people thought that she invited them to help, then they were gravely mistaken. What I want to do is my business. In short, I won't ask you to deal with the dragon group. When Luo Qingtong said this, the Gui Yuan group members did not agree with her. With Luo Qingtong's current strength and no forces around her, if she didn't borrow the strength of the Gui Yuan group, who else could she borrow strength from? Could it be that she alone could deal with the dragon group's members? Make them bow, what a joke. However, since Luo Qingtong said so, they were happy and relaxed. It doesn't matter if Luo Qingtong said it out of politeness or out of anger. Since she said so, even if they just stood by and watched, His Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't blame them. Everyone's to think, so to speak. Luo Qingtong glanced at them and didn't say anything. She just flipped through the information they brought. Time slowly passed. Soon, noon arrived. Let's go. Luo Qingtong suddenly closed the information in her hand. The bloody light in her eyes flashed as she got up and walked out. Go? Where are we going? The Gui Yuan group members' hearts tightened. Naturally, we're going to a place that can make the dragon group bow. Luo Qingtong said and flicked her long sleeve. The girl's figure was like a willow branch. With a swish, she rushed out. Humph. Su Xiaoxiao and the others looked at the Gui Yuan group members and snorted. They immediately followed. The Gui Yuan group members frowned. They looked at each other and followed with a puzzled face. On this day, the students of the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin had a very colorful day. Luo Qingtong had almost single-handedly set off a storm in the Sky Hall of the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Sky Hall's dragon group and Luo Qingtong. As soon as the latter moved, someone immediately knew. Immediately, a group of people who were watching the show followed. Wow! The Gui Yuan group is really here. Could it be that Luo Qingtong's confidence is really due to the Gui Yuan group? Are His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Wu really going to fall out? Looking at the Gui Yuan group behind Luo Qingtong, the surrounding heaven-grade students who were watching the show instantly widened their eyes. Oh my god, His Highness the Crown Prince couldn't have really fallen in love with Luo Qingtong, right? Such a big matter was actually decided by her willfulness. Thinking that the Gui Yuan group could really go against the dragon group, everyone's hearts were suddenly filled with excitement. However, as Luo Qingtong's figure continued to move forward, everyone was puzzled. Everyone was puzzled. This wasn't the way to the dragon group's courtyard. Did Luo Qingtong take the wrong path, or, while everyone was thinking, Luo Qingtong's figure turned and appeared at a special place. The Sky Hall's training ground. Looking at the towering door, everyone was extremely puzzled. What was Luo Qingtong doing here? This was the place where the Sky Hall students usually trained and learned from each other. At the same time, it was also the place where all kinds of cultivation facilities were located. Could it be that Luo Qingtong was going to challenge the dragon group's people here? What a joke! Not to mention that it was a battle between two forces. The victory or defeat of one or two people was useless. Even if there was, it had to be a battle between His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the King of Wu. Only then could it determine the success or failure of a force. What was the use of Luo Qingtong coming here even if she defeated the dragon group's people? Could this force the dragon group's people to bow their heads? This was simply a joke. On the other hand, the Gui Yuan group behind Luo Qingtong suddenly remembered that Su Xiaoxiao and the others' resources were snatched away by the dragon group's people because they threatened Su Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoxiao not to have access to the cultivation facilities. Could it be that Luo Qingtong wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine? However, the dragon group had the advantage in numbers, so they were able to use such a method to threaten Yuan Hu and the others. Even if they added them and the others group's people's people would not be enough, why did they come here? Moreover, this method had to be used consistently in order to force the other party to submit. The dragon group's people's people Luo and the dragon group of Wu would not to die, they would retaliate. What the hell was Luo Qingtong doing? The Gui Yuan group's as Luo Lin, Luo's people Luo Qingtong s's shins. Luo Qingtong walked all the way to the depths of the training ground. This Sky Hall's training ground was extremely large. It was another space that was opened up. There were various training facilities and equipment for different kinds of students. The deeper the training ground, the better the training effect and the higher the level. Luo Qingtong had long known from the information brought by the Gui Yuan group's people that there was a place where the dragon group's higher-ups, King of Wu Mo Chenxian and other top experts often came. It was a necessary place for them to train and enhance their strength. Crazy Battle Cave. Luo Qingtong's figure stopped. In front, there were various dragon group's people. This place was usually occupied by the dragon group's people. Under such circumstances, even if the training ground's effect was very good, the others generally could not even get close to it. Except for the top few people on the Soaring Dragon list and Young Phoenix list, the others could not even think about entering. Eh? Aren't they from the Gui Yuan group? Some of the heaven grade students with higher status in the dragon group glanced at the people from the Gui Yuan group and gasped. Oh my god, they were the core members of the Gui Yuan group. They were the top heaven grade students in the Sky Hall and ranked in the top 100 of the Soaring Dragon roll. The people from the dragon group stared at them with wide eyes. They couldn't understand why the people from the Gui Yuan group had come to Berserker's Cave. This was the private land that the dragon group had cordoned off. Were the people from the Gui Yuan group prepared to start a war with the dragon group? Thinking of this, the members of the dragon group took a deep breath and gathered together. They looked at Luo Qingtong's group warily and unkindly. This is the training ground of the dragon group. You people from the Gui Yuan group should leave now. Luo Qingtong did not care about them and walked straight ahead. Seeing her actions, the people from the Gui Yuan group felt their hearts tighten. At the same time, they were very angry. Luo Qingtong said that she wouldn't let them fight against the people from the dragon group. Wasn't she the one who brought them here to cause trouble for the dragon regiment? Not only did the people from the Gui Yuan group think so, but the other people who came to watch the show also thought so. It was obvious that Luo Qingtong wanted to use the power of the Gui Yuan group to take revenge for the people from the dragon group. Was she preparing to snatch the territory of the dragon group? If that was the case, the Gui Yuan group and the dragon group would definitely fight. The crown prince could no longer stay out of it. Everyone thought so. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to explode, the people from the dragon group quickly left to find Tong Hu and the others. At this moment, Luo Qingtong approached the teacher guarding Berserker's Cave and said, "Teacher, I want to enter Berserker's Cave. Line up." The teacher didn't even turn his head. He turned a blind eye to the hostile scene around him. The Holy Court of the Empire of Qin encouraged students to fight with each other to increase their strength and combat experience. As long as no one died, the teachers wouldn't care. I have priority. Luo Qingtong looked at the teacher and said. When she had just returned to the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin, the Great Elder of the Holy Court said that as long as she won, she could use the training facilities of the Holy Court, regardless of level or time limit. Compared to the other students, she had complete priority. The moment Luo Qingtong's words came out, the teacher's head immediately. Seeing the girl in front of him, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Luo Qingtong. The Holy Court teachers of the Holy Court had already heard Holy Court. After all, she had defeated the first elder of the Sacred Academy and the Elders' Council. Who wouldn't be curious about such a girl? Moreover, Luo Qingtong was not weak and had great talent. She was obviously one of the top geniuses of the Saint Academy. USSS? TT? Everyone knew that the girl had won the bet with the Holy Court's Great Elder. No one could deny the decision made by the Holy Court's Great Elder on behalf of the Holy Court's elders. The teacher immediately gave a number plate to Luo Qingtong. Just before Luo Qingtong and the others arrived, a middle-level member of the dragon group came out. Before the next person could enter, Luo Qingtong took the number plate and entered. You guys wait here. Until Luo Qingtong's figure disappeared in front of them, the people around the Berserker's Cave didn't react to what was going on. Especially the people of the Dragon Regiment. Luo Qingtong brought the top powerhouses of the Gue Yuan Regiment aggressively just to enter the Berserker's cave. The people of the Gue Yuan Regiment and the crowd of onlookers who came to watch the show couldn't accept it in their hearts. F***ck. What happened to forcing the people of the Dragon Regiment to bow their heads? What kind of play was Luo Qingtong singing? What did she want to do in the Berserker's cave? Did she think that if she went in to cultivate, she would be invincible in the world and scare the people of the Dragon Regiment into bowing their heads and apologizing to her and returning the plundered resources? Everyone thought so, and suddenly you stared at each other. I stared at you, I stared at you, I stared at you. For a while, they didn't know what Luo Qingtong was doing. Some people have already laughed loudly. They said that Luo Qingtong was boasting too much, and now she had no choice but to hide in the Berserker's cave and not dare to come out. Su Xiaoxiao and the others listened to a burst of anger in their hearts. They absolutely believe in Luo Qingtong. It was absolutely impossible for the boss to speak without thinking. If she said that she wanted the people of the Dragon Regiment to bow their heads and bear the consequences, then she would definitely do it. Thinking of the various miracles of Luo Qingtong since they met her, Su Xiaoxiao and the others simply ignored the ridicule. They firmly believed that when Luo Qingtong came out of the Berserker's cave, these people would know what it meant to be slapped in the face. It's just that what was the boss going to do? Just when everyone was making all kinds of guesses and doubts, Luo Qingtong had already started fighting in the Berserker's cave. Boom boom boom. One after another, ferocious beasts rushed towards Luo Qingtong from all directions. The so-called Berserker's cave was a place to train students' actual combat ability. In this place, there was only fighting. In the gloomy cavern, all kinds of ferocious beasts formed by the fluctuations of the formation pounced on the trainee in the center from all directions according to the level of strength and difficulty chosen by the students. Students wouldn't die here, but they would be seriously injured. When Luo Qingtong entered, she chose the normal difficulty. The ferocious beasts she faced were only at the peak of the martial king realm. After all, she didn't come here to train herself. Bang bang bang. Looking at the ferocious beasts pouncing towards her from all directions, Luo Qingtong suddenly took a step forward. In the next second, the sword in her hand flashed, and the wind and thunder sword appeared in her hand. She instantly attacked. Boom, the girl's eyes flickered with blood-red light. In an instant, her entire body shot out. Those peak martial king realm ferocious beasts that were charging at her were not her doing at all. In an instant, Luo Qingtong tore a huge hole in the airtight encirclement of ferocious beasts. Under such circumstances, the blood-red light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered to the extreme. In her sight, the ferocious beasts formed by the fluctuations of the formation instantly turned into invisible auras when the energy dissipated. They were led to a certain place by a force. Found it. Seeing the direction of the fog, Luo Qingtong's figure flashed out of the huge hole in the encirclement of ferocious beasts in an instant and followed the fog straight forward. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered as she rushed forward quickly. Along the way, no matter how many peak martial king realm ferocious beasts were transformed and rushed towards her, they were all sent flying by her. Soon, her figure appeared at the place where the invisible aura had completely disappeared. Looking at the stone wall in front of her, which seemed to be no different from any other place, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. Bang! She swept her sword and instantly killed all the ferocious beasts that had rushed over behind her. In the next second, she raised her hand, and the aura of the badge was instantly sent into the core of the stone wall. If anyone was there, they would discover that the aura of the badge belonged to the dragon group. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered as the stone wall in front of her was completely analyzed by her eyes. The core of the stone wall was revealed. Luo Qingtong's finger pointed at it without any hindrance. Buzz. As Luo Qingtong pointed at it, the huge formation that was completely embedded in the stone wall seemed to be enraged and revealed itself with a bang. In an instant, with a bang, the level of the ferocious beasts that were transformed in the surroundings changed. The figures of the sacred beasts were all revealed. However, Luo Qingtong knew what would happen before she sent the aura of the dragon group's badge. Before the formation was enraged, she had already left Berserk Battle's cave. Swish! Her figure disappeared in Berserk Battle's cave, leaving only the enraged formation and the figures of the sacred beasts that were constantly revealed. Okay. After doing all this, Luo Qingtong clapped her hands, put away the wind and thunder sword, and stepped out of the door of Berserk Battle's cave. Outside, the people of the dragon group were wantonly mocking Su Xiaoxiao and the others. Yo! You said that we would be responsible for the consequences. Is this what you mean? Haha. I think that your boss Luo Qingtong won't dare to come out of Berserk Battle's cave today, right? Shameless. Yes. Haha. The group of Dragon Corps members laughed loudly. From their point of view, Luo Qingtong had completely gone overboard with her boasting. She didn't know how to end the situation. What heavenly evil group? I think we should just call them Big Talk Team, Trash Team. A group of people mocked loudly. Oh right, didn't your boss give us an ultimatum? I don't think you should give any ultimatum. Go to our dragon group's base and kneel down. Maybe I won't be beaten up so badly. Haha. The group of people laughed wantonly. At this moment, Luo Qingtong stepped out of Mad Warrior's cave. Really? Sure. I will remember this kneel for you. Luo Qingtong said as her gaze swept over the group of people from the dragon group who were laughing the loudest. In addition, the resources you need to return will be increased tenfold. Xiaoxiao, remember them. Luo Qingtong said. Haha. The people from the dragon group heard this and laughed even more wantonly. Luo Qingtong, are you crazy? 10 times? I'll give you 20 times, do you have the ability to take it? The group of people laughed loudly. I've seen boastful people, but I've never seen such shameless boastful people. Haha. Let's go. We won't lower ourselves to the same level as a lunatic. Brothers, train yourselves. Let's see what our Luo Qingtong and Boss Qingtong can do to us. The group of people from the dragon group ridiculed as they re-entered Mad Warrior's cave according to the previous cue. Bang! A middle-level member of the dragon group who had just stepped into the Berserker's cave was blasted out in an instant. He fell to the ground with a thud and fainted with a scream. Hung! Captain! Seeing this scene, the members of the dragon group were stunned and then hurriedly rushed over. The surrounding people were also surprised. Even the members of the Gue Yuan group who came with Luo Qingtong and were ruthlessly ridiculed by the members of the dragon group were stunned. What's going on? Everyone looked at the member of the dragon group who was ejected out of the Berserker's cave in surprise. Wasn't this too strange, this situation? Didn't it only happen when you overestimated yourself and challenged a training difficulty that was much higher than your own strength, and looking at the other party's appearance? Everyone looked at the member of the dragon group who was lying on the ground. Almost all the bones in his body were broken and his whole body was dripping with blood. What kind of difficulty did he choose to be beaten up like this as soon as he stepped in? Was this member of the dragon group crazy with joy? Did he choose the wrong difficulty when he chose it? Everyone thought so. However, the following situation was completely beyond their expectations. Bang bang bang. One by one, the members of the dragon group were blasted out of the Berserker's cave. All of them were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Their appearance was more miserable than the other. At this time, it was impossible to say that it was a coincidence. Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. They didn't know how she did it. Could it be that Luo Qingtong could change the Holy Quartz cultivation array? But how is this possible? That array was set up by experts of the Sage Realm or even above the Sage Realm. With Luo Qingtong's strength, how could she change it? In fact, Luo Qingtong indeed didn't have the ability to change the array. But she didn't need to change it. She only needed to find the core of the array and then poke the aura of the dragon group's badge on it to anger the core of the array. In this way, as long as the members of the dragon group who carried the aura of the badge entered the array, they would be treated as intruders and killed at the highest level of difficulty. The dragon group's people used the excuse of not letting Su Xiaoxiao come into contact with the cultivation facilities to threaten Yuanhu and the others to take out the cultivation resources. Luo Qingtong naturally wanted them to have a taste of this, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. As I said, if you don't return the resources you've plundered after noon, you'll have to bear the consequences. Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently. Now, do you know that I'm not joking? Even the mentors of the Saint Academy couldn't find any clues about what Luo Qingtong had done. Did the dragon group think that they were the only ones who knew how to play dirty? Luo Qingtong sneered coldly. Let's go. On to the next one. The Berserker's cave was just the beginning. Today, Luo Qingtong was going to walk through the entire training grounds of the Sky Palace, let the people of the Dragon Group not even think about touching a single cultivation facility. By the way, leave one of you here. You can start taking over the territory of the Berserker's Cave. Before leaving, Luo Qingtong said indifferently to the Gue Yuan Group's people who had followed her here. At this moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Ah? What? The people of the Gue Yuan Group had long been stunned by Luo Qingtong's means. But inside, weren't they unable to go in? Their gazes swept past the people from the Dragon Regiment who were lying on the ground with serious injuries. That's only for the people from the Dragon Regiment. The others are fine. Luo Qingtong glanced at them and said. Otherwise, why would she ask Ma Chenyi to lend her some people, and these were the top geniuses and backbone members of the Gue Yuan Regiment, wasn't it to take over the territories of the Dragon Regiment? Luo Qingtong knew that the Dragon Regiment occupied a lot of territories in the Heavenly Hall's training grounds. She was willing to share these with the people from the Gue Yuan Regiment. The Gue Yuan Regiment provided people, and she provided strength. Each took what they needed. After all, Luo Qingtong didn't have any subordinates now. Moreover, to take over the ownership of these places from the Dragon Regiment, the people from the Gue Yuan Regiment were the most suitable. In this way, the other student forces wouldn't be unwilling and jealous. Luo Qingtong had always made the best use of everything. She gave Mo Chenyi a big gift to save effort and reduce trouble, wasn't it? Yes. Thank you, Miss Qingtong. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, the people from the Gue Yuan Regiment instantly reacted. Soon, they understood from Luo Qingtong's words what a big gift this was to the Gue Yuan Regiment. It was equivalent to the people from the Gue Yuan Regiment getting a bunch of territories from the Dragon Regiment with their bare hands, and the people from the Dragon Regiment couldn't say anything. They looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. They thought that Luo Qingtong wanted to borrow the power of the Gue Yuan Regiment to fight against the Dragon Regiment. In the end, Luo Qingtong easily took action and suppressed the people from the Dragon Regiment. Not only that, she really gave the Gue Yuan Regiment a big gift. Thinking of the benefits of getting the ownership of these training grounds, the core members of the Gue Yuan Regiment felt a burst of excitement. They looked at Luo Qingtong with shock and shame. After all, before this, none of them believed Luo Qingtong's words. They thought that the big gift she said was just to look good on her own face. Now, his face had been slapped swollen. Everyone was so embarrassed that they wished they could dig a hole in the ground and bury themselves. However, when they thought about how the Dragon Mercenary Group's face was even more swollen than theirs, the Gue Yuan Mercenary Group members immediately felt better. Those who were still gloating over the Dragon Group's misfortune had really kicked an iron plate this time. She thought that Luo Qingtong's people were easy to bully. She was afraid that she would be slapped in the face so hard that even her mother wouldn't recognize her. At the same time, he rejoiced that the Crown Prince was truly wise. If it wasn't for the fact that the Crown Prince wholeheartedly believed in Luo Qingtong's ability, their Gue Yuan clique would have really missed this opportunity. Thinking like this, everyone respectfully escorted Luo Qingtong away after leaving behind a core member of the Gue Yuan Regiment. After they left, the onlookers finally came back to their senses and burst into an uproar. Oh my God, the development of this matter is simply beyond everyone's expectations. He originally thought that Luo Qingtong would not be able to do anything in front of the Dragon Group. Even if he used the strength of the Gue Yuan Group, he might not be able to make the people of the Dragon Group bow their heads. He didn't expect her to have such means. In this way, the people of the Dragon Group would have no choice but to bow their heads, right? Oh my God, there's a good show to watch. A group of people excitedly chased after the direction that Luo Qingtong and the others left. At first, the people of the Dragon Group didn't believe that Luo Qingtong had such means to make them unable to enter the Wild Battle Cave to train. But when a core member of the Gue Yuan clan went in unscathed, and the others did the same, they were speechless. Each and every one of them was shocked and shocked. This was too scary. Luo Qingtong actually only prevented the people of the Dragon Regiment from entering these training facilities. Then wouldn't the people of the Dragon Regiment be much weaker than others in terms of strength improvement in the future? Not only that, Luo Qingtong didn't seem to be only preparing to attack the Berserker's Cave. She was also preparing to do the same to the other training facilities. My God, this was a big matter against the Dragon Regiment. The faces of the people of the Dragon Regiment were pale, and they no longer had the arrogance and ridicule that they had when facing Luo Qingtong. Those who said that Luo Qingtong was crazy and a coward hiding in the berserker's cave and didn't dare to come out, turned pale as if they were painted with a layer of paint, thinking of the words that Luo Qingtong said to them before coming out, their legs trembled. Something big happened, something big really happened, my god, this Luo Qingtong was really a monster. The group of people rolled and crawled towards the dragon regiment's base. Tong Hu and the rest were still waiting there with a group of core members of the dragon regiment for the arrival of Luo Qingtong and the people of the Gue Yuan clan, but they didn't know that Luo Qingtong had directly brought people to the Sky Hall's training ground and cut off all their escape routes. How terrible was it to not be able to enter the training ground to train, that would affect their strength improvement and promotion in the future. Ruthless, Luo Qingtong's move was really too ruthless. I'm afraid that Tong Hu and the rest wouldn't be able to withstand it after hearing it. After all, in this world where the strong were respected, why did they work so hard to get into the holy court of the Empire of Qin, join the dragon regiment, and rely on Her Royal Highness Wu Wang? Wasn't it to improve their strength, to stand above tens of thousands of people? With Luo Qingtong's move, it would be difficult for them to improve their strength. My god, this was a big matter. Deputy Regiment Leader. The group of people rushed to the dragon group's encampment in panic. At the same time, Tong Hu, Mo Yufei, Yuan Ma, and the others were waiting for Luo Qingtong's arrival. They already knew that Ma Chenyi had agreed to lend people to Luo Qingtong. In their opinion, Luo Qingtong didn't have any power to rely on. She would definitely use her connections to intimidate others and lead the Gue Yuan regiment to attack them. At that time, they would be able to legitimately attack the Gue Yuan clique. As for that Luo Qingtong who dared to provoke their dragon group and sent people to break their dragon group's plaque, they would not let her off either. Humph. Yuan Mo, don't say that I didn't give you face. Tong Hu's face was cold. What your fiancé did was trampling on the face of our dragon corps and His Highness King Wu. She must pay the price for this. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you can't keep an eye on this kind of woman, then quickly divorce her. That way, you won't be embarrassed. Tong Hu and Yuan Mo didn't get along well in private. Both of them were highly valued by Mo Chenxian, but Yuan Mo's talent and potential were higher than Tong Hu's. Therefore, Tong Hu naturally didn't like him. This time, when Luo Qingtong came to cause trouble, Tong Hu didn't need Yuan Mo to come himself. He sent people to call him over himself. It was all for the sake of ridiculing him. His tone was full of sarcasm, and he made up his mind to teach Luo Qingtong a lesson when she arrived. He would take it as a slap to Yuan Ma's face. Hearing his words, Yuan Ma's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Luo Qingtong to do such a thing. He thought that she was a clever girl. But now, it seemed that what Luo Qingtong did was extremely stupid. Not only that, she even hooked up with the crown prince. No wonder she broke off the engagement with him. Thinking of this, the anger in Yuan Ma's heart surged. Looking at the anger on his face, Mo Yufei and Su Jinyue felt a burst of pride. That Luo Qingtong was simply too stupid. She actually took the initiative to go against the dragon regiment and even ruined the reputation of the dragon regiment. Great, now she was completely disliked by senior brother, right? When she comes later, they will humiliate her and teach her a lesson to vent their anger for themselves. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. In terms of rejection and disgust towards Luo Qingtong, the two of them had the same thoughts, just as Mo Yufei and Su Jinyue were excitedly waiting for Luo Qingtong to arrive so that they could teach her a lesson. A group of people ran over from afar. Deputy Regiment Commander. Bad news. A group of people from the Dragon Regiment rushed over from Berserker's Cave, and they were out of breath. Bad news. Deputy Regiment Commander. Luo Qingtong, she. What happened to Luo Qingtong? Looking at their appearance, Tong Hu frowned, but he didn't care very much. In his opinion, Luo Qingtong was nothing to be afraid of. Even if she had the support of the Gue Yuan regiment and the crown prince, she couldn't do anything. However, when everyone finished speaking, he realized that Luo Qingtong was not incapable of overturning the situation at all. She had clearly poked a hole in the sky. What did you say? Bang! The chair behind Tong Hu fell over, but he didn't notice it at all. You're saying that Luo Qingtong did something in Berserk Warrior's Cave that caused all of us from the Dragon Corps to be unable to enter? He was heavily injured and forced out as soon as he entered? The veins on Tiger Cub's forehead bulged. He grabbed the collar of the Dragon Group member in front of him and pulled him in front of him, shouting in disbelief. That's right. That Dragon Squad member was almost strangled to death by Tiger Cub's enormous strength. Trembling with fear, he said with a long face, Vice Commander, we've tried many times. None of them could enter. Every one that entered was a serious injury. Everyone else is fine. Vice Commander, you should go and take a look. Luo Qingtong was still in the Sky Hall's training ground. It was said that he had to go to other places. I don't know. Before he could finish his words, another group of people scrambled over from not far away. Vice Commander, bad news. Luo Qingtong brought people to Gale Cave, and none of our people can enter. As soon as this was said, there was a dead silence. When Mo Yufei and Su Jinyue heard this, they immediately jumped up. That's impossible. How could Luo Qingtong do such a thing? Their voices were sharp. The two of them were just thinking about how to torture Luo Qingtong later, but they didn't expect to be slapped in the face before they even saw the ladder. Yuan Ma was also in disbelief. The group of people rushed to the Heavenly Hall's training ground. Along the way, they kept receiving news about Luo Qingtong. More and more people from the Dragon Regiment were being chased out of the training ground. The veins on Tong Hu's forehead were about to burst. Needless to say, Mo Yufei and Su Jinyue were screaming in their hearts, how could this be? How could this be? How could Luo Qingtong do such a thing? They were waiting to see Luo Qingtong make a fool of herself, they were not waiting for the Dragon Regiment to be laughed at. The two men's palms were bleeding from their nails. Mo Yufei even raised her whip a few times, almost seriously injuring a few members of the Dragon Regiment who rushed back to report the news. When the group of people arrived at the Heavenly Hall's training ground, Luo Qingtong was about to leave after touring the most important training grounds. The two parties met at the gate. Tong Hu and the rest were instantly enraged. Luo Qingtong. Mo Yufei pulled out the whip in her hand and was about to hit her. At this moment, the people from the Gue Yuan Society stood out and blocked Luo Qingtong. Princess Yufei. I beg you to stop. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. You. Mo Yufei's whip was held by a core member of the Gue Yuan Society. She was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She pointed at them and said angrily, how dare you hit me? His Highness the Crown Prince ordered us to protect Miss Qingtong. Princess Yufei, sorry. The people from the Gue Yuan Society said expressionlessly. They were all outstanding students in the Heaven stage. There was no need for them to bow down in front of Mo Yufei and the rest. This was the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, not the Palace of the Empire of Qin. The reason why they gave Mo Yufei some face was because she was Ma Chenye's sister. However, if the other party insisted on dealing with Luo Qingtong, they would not be polite. After all, Luo Qingtong's ability was worthy of their respect and protection. Not to mention that the other party had given them and the Crown Prince such a great gift. In comparison, Mo Yufei, the royal princess who stood on the side of the Dragon Group, was not as important as Luo Qingtong. Mo Yufei didn't expect that the people of Gue Yuan Group would be so protective of Luo Qingtong. The latter was shamelessly pestering her Crown Prince brother. Shouldn't they hate her? How is she as good as elder sister Qingwei? Are you all blind? Mo Yufei stomped her feet in anger. Could it be that the Crown Prince had taken a liking to this woman? She was furious, but Luo Qingtong was too lazy to pay attention to her. Just now, if it weren't for the people of Gue Yuan clique standing up in time, Luo Qingtong would have already grabbed Mo Yufei's whip and slapped her face. Her gaze swept past Mo Yufei and fixed directly on Tong Hu. She raised her eyebrows and said, what, is the Dragon Group rushing to apologize to us? But you're late. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. It's been more than 2 hours since noon. The amount of resources you have to return will be doubled. Luo Qingtong. Tong Hu could no longer hold back his anger. Don't be too proud. Don't think that you can force us to bow down just because you used some unknown method to disrupt the array in the training ground. As soon as Tong Hu's words came out, everyone around them was stunned. Then, Mo Yufei's laughter rang out at once. Haha. How could I forget this? As she spoke, she raised her head and looked at Luo Qingtong proudly. She laughed loudly and said, "Luo Qingtong, do you think you can use this to threaten the dragon regiment? It's a pity that once the mentors are here, your threat will be useless." Mo Yufei was extremely proud when she said this. She didn't know what method Luo Qingtong used to prevent the dragon regiment from entering the cultivation facilities. However, this was different from the dragon regiment threatening Su Xiaoxiao and the others to prevent them from entering the cultivation facilities. Luo Qingtong had changed the array formations inside. As long as the mentors changed them back, what Luo Qingtong did would be useless at all. They were also frightened just now, so they didn't think too much about it. Now that they thought about it, Luo Qingtong's threat wasn't that big of a deal. As Mo Yufei thought of this, she raised her head and looked at Luo Qingtong proudly. The anger and embarrassment just now were no longer there. The dragon regiment was the same. After hearing Tong Hu's words, their hearts relaxed and they weren't so frightened anymore. Su Jinyue was the same. She heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Luo Qingtong with a smug and gloating gaze. Luo Qingtong was indeed a little capable, but that was all. She wanted to force the dragon regiment to bow down? She was dreaming. The group of people looked at Luo Qingtong and the others mockingly. Everyone in the Gue Yuan regiment also felt their hearts skip a beat. They looked at Luo Qingtong with a slightly worried gaze. They had just taken over the dragon regiment's territory. Nothing would go wrong, right? Luo Qingtong should have thought about this before she made a move, right? Everyone thought so, but they weren't very sure. After all, how could Luo Qingtong's ability be compared to the mentors, not to mention that the array formation master was a saint-level spiritual array master. His ability to set up arrays was first class. Even if Luo Qingtong did something to the array, he should be able to see it. In this case, if the array formation master repaired it, everything Luo Qingtong did would really be in vain. What a pity, everyone in the Gue Yuan regiment felt a little regretful. Luo Qingtong's method was really good. Although they didn't know how she did it, she was able to do it. Unfortunately, the members of the dragon group reacted too quickly and actually thought of looking for a mentor. As for the reason that there was a problem with the formation, no one could find any fault with it. After all, the Sacred Academy didn't care about the fights between students, but they had to take care of the problems with the cultivation array. Everyone shook their heads as they thought of this. For a moment, no one was optimistic about Luo Qingtong. Only Su Xiaoxiao and others held their heads and chests high. They believed that Luo Qingtong absolutely had a way and wouldn't be suppressed by the people in the dragon regiment. Since the girl met them, she had never done anything that she wasn't sure of. This time should be no exception. They were full of confidence, but in the eyes of the people in the dragon regiment, it was indescribably ironic. Humph. Wait until the array division master arrives, then you'll know what it means to be useless. Mo Yufei sneered in her heart and proudly played with the new jade whip in her hand. Luo Qingtong didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. The group stood at the entrance of Sky Hall's training grounds, waiting for the formation department's head teacher to arrive. The latter didn't make them wait for long. He rushed over as soon as he received the news. "Where's the problem with the cultivation formation?" asked the formation department's head teacher. There was another old man who came with him. "Teacher." "Father." Seeing the old man come with the formation department's head teacher, Yuan Ma and Su Jinyue went up to greet him. "Men," the Seoul Institute's head teacher lightly grunted. His gaze swept across the crowd before landing on Luo Qingtong. "You're Luo Qingtong?" Last time at the plaza, when Luo Qingtong came back, the Seoul Institute's head teacher wasn't there, so he didn't recognize Luo Qingtong. This time, he was playing chess with the formation department's head teacher. When he heard about this, he came over. He sized up the red-clothed, peerlessly beautiful girl in front of him. The haze in his eyes grew heavier. The Seoul Institute's head teacher knew of his daughter's infatuation with Yuan Ma. He was happy to see this happen. However, Yuan Ma was unwilling to cancel the engagement. Although he admired Yuan Ma's loyal and trustworthy character, he felt that he was worthy of his daughter. At the same time, he didn't waste his cultivation. After all, who would want to raise an ingrate? However, wouldn't his daughter have no chance? The Seoul Institute's head teacher originally wanted to find a chance to talk to Yuan Ma in the future and have him take Luo Qingtong as his concubine. After all, with her status, how could she compare to his daughter, not to mention worthy of Yuanma? But now, the Seoul Institute's head teacher looked at Luo Qingtong with a haze in his eyes. The girl's appearance and temperament were extraordinary. Just now, he heard from the Dragon Course people that she actually prevented them from entering the training grounds. She wasn't weak, and she had such ability. How could his daughter compare to her? The Seoul Institute's head teacher felt very uncomfortable. He looked at Luo Qingtong with an uneasy gaze. Yes. Seeing his gaze, Luo Qingtong raised her brows. What kind of gaze was that? Did he think she was blocking his daughter's path? I'm really sorry, Yuanma was trash. Whoever wanted him could have him. She couldn't be bothered. Luo Qingtong also couldn't be bothered with him. After a casual reply, she looked at the formation department's head teacher. The latter also learned about most of the things from Tonghu and the others. He looked at Luo Qingtong with surprise. This little girl is quite capable. The few teachers of the Grand Qin Sacred Academy had already left the ranks of the teachers of the academy. The elders and the supreme headmaster could discuss things with them, but they would never be able to order them around. It was even more impossible for them to force them to take sides. The great teacher of the Formation Institute was not on either side. Therefore, when he looked at Luo Qingtong, his eyes were filled with admiration. However, admiration was one thing. There was a problem with the Sky Hall's cultivation array. He still had to fix it. However, if Luo Qingtong really used her own ability to make changes to the Sacred Institute's formation, the formation department's head teacher felt that he could take her under his wing and help her. After all, such a gifted array formation genius was very rare. The formation department's head teacher thought as he walked to the nearest training ground. Did Luo Qingtong think she could threaten them with such means? What a joke. Luo Qingtong, just wait for our dragon regiment's revenge. And you guys? Tonghu looked at the Gue Yuan regiment proudly and sneered. I hope His Highness the Crown Prince can give us an explanation when His Highness King Wu returns. Otherwise, they could use this to attack His Highness the Crown Prince. His opponent would not be able to avoid the battle with His Highness King Wu. His Highness King Wu would replace His Highness the Crown Prince and become the king of the Empire of Qin Dynasty. Tonghu's face was full of pride and pride. He had to thank Luo Qingtong. Acting so recklessly had given them the best opportunity to do so. However, the smile on his face didn't last long before it changed dramatically because of the words of the returning Array Institute Grand Master. There's nothing wrong with the array. The master of the array department walked around the many cultivation places and went to Wild Battle's cave. He did not find any problems and immediately returned with a frown. What? Tonghu and the others' expressions changed when they heard the master of the array department. Mo Yufei, who was laughing so proudly that she couldn't close her mouth, and Su Jinyue, who was looking at Luo Qingtong coldly with gloating and complacent coldness in her eyes, also changed their expressions. Especially Mo Yufei, who directly put down her hand and screamed, "How is this possible?" Then the people from the dragon group said that they can't enter. The dragon regiment can't enter. The master of the array department had already confirmed this. He called a member of the dragon regiment to enter and found that as soon as he entered, he caused a violent reaction in the core of the array and was directly killed by the highest level of difficulty. However, there's nothing wrong with the array. He shook his head. Although the dragon regiment could not enter, the array was not changed by anyone and was not damaged in any way. However, this matter was not his responsibility. Obviously, Luo Qingtong's array skills were very strong. She must have done something to make the core of the array reject the aura of the dragon regiment. However, could the core of a sage stage array be so easily seen through? If this Luo Qingtong wasn't gifted and was a good seedling to learn the art of array formations, then she must have used some unknown method to find out the location of the core of the array formation. But no matter what it was, since there was no problem with the array formation, it was no longer under the control of the array formation master. At the thought of this, Tonghu and the others' faces instantly turned ugly. Not to mention Mo Yufei and Su Jinyue. How was this possible? Luo Qingtong must have done something to the array, but the Grand Master of the array department wouldn't lie. What's more, the words of the array master meant that no matter how the array was repaired, they would never be able to enter the cultivation grounds again. This. How did Luo Qingtong do it? Mo Yufei and Su Jinyue were screaming in their hearts. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. How did things become like this? Shouldn't the Grand Master of the Array Department be the one to repair the array formation? Then their crisis would be resolved and they would mock and humiliate Luo Qingtong and the others. Mo Yufei and Su Jingyue were so angry that their eyes turned red. Master of the Array Formation Department, take a good look. How is this possible? If there's nothing wrong with the array formation, how could Luo Qingtong prevent the dragon regiment from entering? She shrieked. Although Tonghu and the others didn't say anything, the look in their eyes said the same thing. I've checked everything. There's nothing wrong with the array formation. If you don't believe me, you can ask other instructors to take a look. The master of the array formation department said coldly. His face darkened when he was questioned. As soon as he said that, Mo Yufei stopped talking. Tonghu and the others were even more speechless. If even the master of the array formation department couldn't see the problem, then no one else could. Haha. This time, it was the Gue Yuan clique's turn to laugh. Previously, they had been on tenterhooks, afraid that everything Luo Qingtong had done would be in vain. After all, it was hard for the Gue Yuan clique to vent their anger. Seeing that the dragon regiment had no other choice, they burst into laughter. Tonghu, weren't you very capable just now? Keep shouting. The more arrogant Tonghu and the others were, the more the Gue Yuan clique felt relieved. Su Xiaoxiao and the others didn't even need to be mentioned. When the members of the dragon group threatened them to not let them use the cultivation facilities, their faces were extremely ugly and disgusting. Now, retribution had come, their laughter was loud, but Tonghu and the others looked as if they had been slapped. Their faces were extremely pale. Luo Qingtong. Tonghu's face was white and red as he looked at Luo Qingtong. He gritted his teeth and squeezed these words out. We'll compensate you. You've removed the restrictions on the dragon regiment, and you can't use this to threaten us in the future. Tonghu didn't want to lower his head to Luo Qingtong at all. This was equivalent to putting his and the dragon regiment's faces on the ground and stepping on it. And it was him who stepped on it, to entertain others, but what could he do? Luo Qingtong controlled the Heavenly Hall's cultivation array formation and could prevent the dragon regiment from entering to cultivate. If he did not lower his head, the entire dragon group would immediately fall apart. At that time, even if he had 10 skins, it wouldn't be enough for His Highness King Wu to peel off. With that thought in mind, Tiger Cub could only lower his head in embarrassment. Hearing his words, Mo Yufei and Su Jinyue's faces darkened. The surrounding crowd had already exclaimed when they heard Tiger Cub's words. My god, Luo Qingtong actually did it. When the girl said that she wanted the dragon group to lower their heads and compensate, everyone thought she was joking. Except for Su Xiaoxiao and the others, no one believed that she could do it. Even Su Xiaoxiao and the others felt a little guilty. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong actually did it? Furthermore, he hadn't even relied on the Gue Yuan group's strength. Oh my god, she did it all by herself. This was simply, the people from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin had never seen anyone who could force an organization to lower its head. Not to mention, the dragon group was a top-notch existence among the many student factions. This Luo Qingtong is really amazing. Previously, when Luo Qingtong returned, the Elders Guild and the Great Elder could only lower their heads. However, half of that was because Luo Qingtong was talented, and the other half was because she was lucky, but this time, she had truly displayed her ability in fighting against the dragon regiment. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Suddenly, someone muttered, F***ck, rumors kill people. Didn't they all say that Yu Wenma's fiancé was mediocre? How is she mediocre? **T. If Luo Qingtong was mediocre, then most people in this world could only say that they were trash. Here came the question. How did Yu Wenma dislike such a woman so much that he didn't even mention her, and why did this woman, who was rumored to love him so much, break off the engagement with him the moment she arrived? Is Yu Wenma blind? He must be blind. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Instantly, everyone lowered their heads silently. The other party had spoken their minds. Yu Wenma had already clenched his fists the moment Tiger Cub lowered his head. He was filled with unspeakable regret and annoyance. If he had known that Luo Qingtong was so outstanding and capable, he wouldn't have treated her that way in the past. The girl was devastatingly beautiful, powerful, talented, and capable. She was as brilliant as the sun and as dazzling as the goddess of flames. Just by standing there, it was as if she had stolen everyone's attention. What was the reason for his disgust and disdain towards the other party to the extent that he missed out on such a treasure? Yuan Ma felt extremely vexed and regretted his actions. Just as his heart was in turmoil, Luo Qingtong's voice was heard. Sure. But those who participated in the bullying of my people must all kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, I won't accept your conditions. Luo Qingtong, you've gone too far. Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. Instantly, Su Jinyue and the others jumped up like cats whose tails had been stepped on. The people Luo Qingtong mentioned were Su Xiaoxiao and the others, and the idea to target Su Xiaoxiao and the others was her and Yuan Ma's idea. Luo Qingtong's words were clearly directed at them. Yuan Ma also looked at Luo Qingtong with an ugly expression. At this moment, the Seoul Institute's head teacher's voice rang out. Luo Qingtong, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. The Dragon Group's people have already lowered their heads. Why do you have to be so overbearing? The Seoul Institute's head teacher didn't know what Luo Qingtong was talking about, but from his daughter and Yuan Ma's reactions, it was clear that they were involved. Under such circumstances, he naturally had to intervene in this matter. No matter what, he couldn't let his favorite student and daughter suffer such humiliation. However, Luo Qingtong didn't give him face. I'm sorry, head teacher. I don't know what you're talking about. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a cold smile. This time I wanted to seek justice for my people. Perhaps using the word venting would be a better way to express what I mean. Luo Qingtong's hands were crossed in front of her. The young girl's fingers were like jade, as white as bamboo shoots in spring. Her 10 fingers were like cold jade. Her eyes were clear as she looked at the Seoul Institute's head teacher. According to the Seoul Institute's head teacher, I seem to be the one bullying others? When it's possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Why didn't you say that to the Dragon Group's people when they were being unbridled and arrogant? Or are you saying that in your eyes, we deserve to be bullied and can't be bullied back? If that's the case, then I'm really sorry. The young girl's clear eyes were filled with a bloody mist. It was indescribably biting cold. I, Luo Qingtong, don't not retaliate when bullied in my principles. Luo Qingtong's words instantly shocked the surrounding people. Everyone knew that Luo Qingtong was up against the Dragon Regiment this time because of the students from Tianyu Branch School who entered the middle school examination. These people were targeted by Yuan Ma and the others in the Empire of Qin's sacred institution. Almost everyone in the Empire of Qin's sacred institution knew about this, but wasn't this kind of thing very normal? If your skills weren't as good as others and you weren't strong enough, then you would be crushed and bullied. Most of the people in the Empire of Qin's sacred institution were used to this kind of thing under the Dragon Regiment's high pressure. But they didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would face off against the Dragon Regiment because of this kind of thing. No one had ever resisted like Luo Qingtong, and it was for the people beside her. Before, when some people knew why Luo Qingtong was doing this, they thought she was stupid and had a hole in her head, but now, looking at the young girl's firm and cold expression, then looking at the group of Su Xiaoxiao and the others behind her who were about to cry, their hearts were suddenly filled with deep envy and jealousy. They also wanted someone like her who would stand up for them when they were in trouble and bullied, saying she would stand up for them and seek justice for them. They also wanted someone like her who would protect them. Someone who would stand in front of them courageously and say, whoever dares to touch her people will have to pay the price. We support you. Luo Qingtong. A spectating student from the Empire of Qin's sacred institution suddenly shouted loudly. Yes. We support you. The others also followed suit and shouted. These spectators were usually the most sensible ones to protect themselves, but this time they couldn't help but stand up. There was no helping it. Luo Qingtong's words were too touching. You. After being contradicted by Luo Qingtong in front of so many people, the Seoul Institute's head teacher couldn't hold on to his face anymore. Not to mention the others who said they supported Luo Qingtong. This time, he was enraged. How dare you? Luo Qingtong, do you know what it means to respect your teacher? How can you talk to me like that? The Seoul Institute's great teacher was infuriated. Almost instantly, he found an opportunity to convict Luo Qingtong of her crimes. His aura surged and pressed down on Luo Qingtong. no matter what, he couldn't let Luo Qingtong force his daughter and Yuan Mo to kneel. Old Su. The Formation Division's Grand Master was startled by the Soul Division's Grand Master's actions and immediately tried to stop him. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Luo Qingtong even faster than he did. He pulled the girl in front of him, and his aura fluctuated. Bang! That person's aura suddenly collided with the aura of the Soul Institute's great teacher. Before anyone could react, the Soul Institute's great teacher was instantly sent flying like a tree uprooted by a powerful storm. In an instant, he crashed heavily onto the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Heavens, the Soul Institute's great teacher was sent flying by someone. He was an expert who surpassed the Sage Realm, who could send him flying with a single move. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Su Jingyue screamed and charged at the Soul Institute's great teacher. Father! I'm fine. The Soul Institute's great teacher stood up from the ground in a sorry state. Who are you? Why are you casually interfering with the Sacred Academy's matters? The Soul Academy's head teacher was furious as he looked at the person who had appeared in front of Luo Qingtong. As his voice rang out, everyone's gazes turned to that person. Luo Qingtong was no exception. She raised her head to look at the person in front of her, only to see an unfamiliar face. It wasn't Xianxia. When she saw his face, Luo Qingtong felt a wave of shock. When the man had grabbed her, she'd felt too familiar. She'd thought it was Xianxia who'd rushed over. Thank you. When she discovered that the other party wasn't the person she'd imagined, Luo Qingtong calmly struggled free of the other party's tightly clasped hand. When he felt the girl's warm skin leave his palm, the man standing in front of her narrowed his eyes. A dark light flashed through his eyes. No need to thank me. As he spoke, he gently rubbed his fingertips, suppressing the urge to pull the girl back to his side. Sir, you still haven't said who you are. Why are you interfering with the Sacred Academy's matters? When he saw that the other party was ignoring him and only talking to Luo Qingtong, the Soul Academy's head teacher angrily spoke again. If you don't speak, I'll take it that you're trespassing on the Sacred Academy. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the other side. He's the Sacred Academy's newly hired head instructor. As he spoke, the figures of the Supreme Dean, the Dean, and the others appeared before the crowd. Su Diheng, it's not that I want to criticize you, but as the Soul Academy's head teacher, how can you casually violate the Sacred Academy's rules and interfere in the conflict between students? The Grand Dean walked over and spoke to the Soul Academy's head teacher with a displeased expression. The Soul Academy's head teacher's expression was somewhat unsightly. I didn't want to interfere in the conflict between students. It was Luo Qingtong who spoke rudely to me first. Before he could finish speaking, the Grand Dean interrupted him. We all heard what you said just now. Luo Qingtong's words weren't pleasant to hear, but she wasn't wrong. You, on the other hand, if you hadn't interfered in the fight between the students, how could she have talked back to you? The Grand Supreme Dean's words were filled with anger. When the Soul Institute Grand Master heard this, he was speechless. Just now, he really wanted to intervene in the matter between Luo Qingtong and the Dragon Group. Moreover, he was prepared to use Luo Qingtong's disrespect to him as an excuse to force the other party to retreat. He didn't expect that the Grand Supreme Dean and the others would see everything. Looking at the group of instructors behind the Grand Supreme Dean, his expression turned ugly. Yes, I know my mistake, Grand Supreme Dean. With so many people watching, the Soul Institute's head teacher didn't have the face to say that he wasn't wrong. However, why would the Grand Supreme Dean and the others suddenly appear here, and what's with this chief instructor that popped out of nowhere? He had never heard that the Saint Academy was going to hire a chief instructor. His heart was puzzled and depressed, but he didn't know that the Grand Principal was also cursing him to shit in his heart. That chief instructor was none other than Xianxia, who was going to stay in the Saint Academy. The Grand Supreme Dean had gone to great lengths to trick him into becoming the chief instructor of the Saint Academy and let him be in charge of the actual combat teaching of all the students of the Saint Academy. Only then did he agree to help him hide his identity and stay. However, the Soul Institute Grand Master had almost ruined everything. If Luo Qingtong had really been injured because of this, the Grand Supreme Dean could guarantee that the Empire of Qin's Saint Academy would have been turned upside down by Xianxia. not to mention the Seoul Institute Grand Master in front of him. He was afraid that he would be a dead man by now. He was doing his best to help the Saint Academy, but a group of pig teammates were doing their best to drag him down. Alright, since you know that you're in the wrong. From today onwards, half of your cultivation resources will be deducted as compensation to Luo Qingtong. Treat it as your punishment for attacking her. The Grand Supreme Dean glanced at Xianxia's icy expression and couldn't help but tremble. Then, he spoke to the Seoul Institute's headmaster. Yes. The Seoul Institute's headmaster gritted his teeth. His expression was extremely ugly. Not only did he fail to teach her a lesson, he even had his resources deducted. This was simply going for wool and coming home shorn. Su Jingyue screamed at the top of her lungs. Why? Luo Qingtong also contradicted my father. Why do we have to compensate her? Why? Su Jingyue was extremely angry. Not only did they fail to teach Luo Qingtong a lesson, they even had to give her half of their cultivation resources as punishment. Her father was the Seoul Institute's headmaster, and the amount of cultivation resources he received every day was astonishing. Half of the resources were going to benefit Luo Qingtong? Su Jingyue couldn't accept this fact. Humph. Your father is the Seoul Institute's headmaster, so he should set an example. The Grand Supreme Dean snorted. Su Jingyue wanted to say something, but Luo Qingtong's voice faintly rang out. Tong Hu, it's almost 4 hours away from noon. What exactly do you want to do? Has your dragon group thought about it? Luo Qingtong's words instantly pulled everyone's attention back. When Su Jingyue heard Luo Qingtong's words, her face instantly turned pale. She suddenly remembered the reason why her father and Luo Qingtong had a conflict. It was all because Luo Qingtong wanted them to kneel and apologize to Su Xiaoxiao and the others. Su Jingyue's face turned pale at the thought of this. She wanted to speak up for her father, but she forgot about it. Father! She cried out and hugged the Seoul Institute's headmaster's arm tightly in fear. However, in front of so many people, the Seoul Institute's headmaster couldn't protect her like before. The Grand Supreme Dean and the others wouldn't allow it. Su Jingyue's face was ghastly pale. Tong Hu and the others also looked terrible. Luo Qingtong had something on them, so they couldn't help but lower their heads. Soon, it would be 4 hours. At that time, the amount of resources that needed to be compensated would double again. More importantly, who knew what other conditions Luo Qingtong would come up with? With that thought in mind, Tiger Cub gritted his teeth and shouted, "We'll kneel." No. I won't kneel. Su Jingyue's voice was so sharp that it almost pierced through the void. Asking her to kneel in front of Su Xiaoxiao and the others was more unbearable than killing her. On what basis? Her status was higher than his, and her background was stronger than his. In the past, Su Xiaoxiao and the others could only look up to her with indignation. They couldn't do anything to her at all. Now, she had to kneel to them. No, she would never. However, she had no choice but to say no. Luo Qingtong didn't even allow herself to do anything. Seeing that time was running out, Tiger Cub had already ordered people to drag Su Jingyue over. Headmaster. I'm sorry. When Tiger Cub said this, he was about to vomit blood. This was the Seoul Institute's headmaster. Usually, he had to be respectful when he saw him, but now, for Luo Qingtong's request, he had no choice but to offend him. He had to personally pull Su Jingyue away from him and force her to kneel. This was a huge grudge, but he had no choice. Tong Hu was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. Bang! Su Jingyue was dragged over by the dragon regiment and pressed against the ground. She kowtowed heavily to Luo Qingtong. At the same time, Yuanma was also forced to kneel and kowtow to Luo Qingtong. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Faint traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yuanma's heart was filled with humiliation. This was the second time he was forced to kowtow to someone. The first time was in the Blackfield sub-city, in front of evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Now, he was bowing to people like Su Xiaoxiao in front of everyone from the sacred institution. How could those people be worthy of him bowing, especially the Ling siblings? Together with evil Dr. Ghost Eye, they destroyed the royal family of Tianyu, yet he still had to kowtow to them. Yuanma could already imagine that after today, he would become the laughingstock of the empire of Qin's sacred institution. His revenge failed and he was taught a lesson. Luo Qingtong. He gritted his teeth, unaware of the rusty taste in his mouth. That woman was supposed to be his wife. She should be on his side. Why did she have to mix with the Ling siblings and evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Even if he had made a mistake and neglected her, she was still his fiancée, wasn't she? Didn't she like him? She liked him so much back then. Yuan Ma couldn't tell what he was feeling right now. He had a love-hate relationship with Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong didn't have time to read his thoughts. From the moment she transmigrated to this world, the Luo Qingtong who liked Yuan Ma was already dead. It was Yuan Ma's fault. Bang! Seeing his daughter and beloved disciple forced to kneel, the Seoul Institute's head teacher's face darkened like the bottom of a pot that had just been cooked. He waved his sleeves and pulled Yuan Ma and Su Jingyue to his side. Then, he waved his sleeves and strode away with the two of them. At the same time, Tiger Cub and the others also knelt before Luo Qingtong and the others. He clenched his teeth and kowtowed once, before shouting sternly, "Luo Qingtong, we fulfilled all of your conditions. I will send the compensation to your courtyard very soon. Hurry up and remove the restrictions on our dragon group in the training ground." Tiger Cub was so angry that his body was trembling. He had never experienced such great humiliation before. Luo Qingtong had gone too far. Once he passed this trial, he would definitely make the other party pay the price. What's the hurry? Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently, her voice indescribably calm. Take a look at the account book first. Pay up the resources first. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it and renege on your debt. When Luo Qingtong said this, there was a hint of slyness in her tone. Yi Qianxian, who was familiar with Luo Qingtong, tilted his head slightly and glanced at her. This woman, what did she think of to trick them again? As Yi Qianren thought of this, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. It made his disguised and ordinary face look even more dazzling. However, it quickly disappeared. Humph. How could our dragon group not be able to pay for your little bit of resources? Tiger Cub's expression was arrogant. How can there be so much? Tonghu stared at the account books in front of him in disbelief. It's just this much. Luo Qingtong looked at him and raised her eyebrows. She lifted her hand and touched the patterns on her sleeves. These are the resources that you stole from the Heavenly Demon Group. Luo Qingtong emphasized the words Heavenly Demon Group. Upon hearing this, the faces of Tonghu and the others instantly turned green. What the hell? Heavenly Demon Group? The group of people from the Dragon Group finally recalled that when Luo Qingtong told them that she had indeed created a force, and that was the name of the force, they thought it was a joke. At that time, many people joined the Heavenly Demon Group. But, didn't they all quit? Tonghu yelled in exasperation. Those people, when Luo Qingtong sent people to destroy the Dragon Group's signboard, did they not quit the Heavenly Demon Group in fear? Under such circumstances, why should they still compensate for the resources? Did Luo Qingtong really think that the Dragon Group was a soft persimmon that could be blackmailed? Luo Qingtong, you're breaking the rules. He could totally deny it. He could ask the mentors to do something about this. Grand Principal. Luo Qingtong is blackmailing us. This was no longer within the scope of a normal fight between students. According to Luo Qingtong's words, didn't she mean that she could even go to the heavens? The Grand Principal looked at Luo Qingtong. Although Yi Qianxian was watching from the side, there were so many people in the holy court that it was unacceptable to break the rules. It was difficult for him to do so. The Grand Principal looked helpless. Qingtong girl? Don't worry, Grand Principal. I won't break the rules. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at Tonghu. They did leave the Heavenly Demon Group, but as the price for leaving before the deadline, their resources all belong to the Heavenly Demon Group. In other words, these resources all belong to me now. Tonghu, I'm asking you for these resources, right? Luo Qingtong's words silenced Tiger Cub and the others. Everyone around was dumbfounded. As for those who had once joined Luo Qingtong's Heavenly Demon Group with evil intentions, but were later afraid of Luo Qingtong's revenge, they were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Oh my god. My land, if they had known that Luo Qingtong was so powerful that she could force the Dragon Regiment to bow their heads, they wouldn't have left the regiment. Not only would they be able to retrieve all the resources that had been accumulated over the years, they would even be able to double the amount. No way, their hearts hurt so much. A group of people who had taken advantage of the situation and harbored evil intentions clutched their chests. They were so regretful that they almost had a heart attack. As for Tong Hu and the others, their faces turned pale. Especially Tong Hu. He roughly calculated the amount of resources that he and the others would have to pay, and his legs turned to jelly and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the people beside him reached out to support him, and he managed to stabilize himself without making a fool of himself. Luo Qingtong. He gritted his teeth and looked at the beautiful girl opposite him as if he was looking at a man-eating monster. "You're robbing us." Tong Hu's words were practically squeezed out from between his teeth. With such a large amount, the resources that the Dragon Regiment had dug up over the years would have to be compensated by more than half. It was as if they were all working for Luo Qingtong. She thought about how she and the others had worked so hard all these years and carried so much notoriety. In the end, it all benefited Luo Qingtong. "That's where you're wrong." Luo Qingtong looked at him innocently. The girl's face was so beautiful that it could topple cities. She looked at them innocently, and her aura was pure and domineering, devilish and otherworldly. "You're the ones who robbed me. I'm just taking back what you've stolen and asking for a little compensation. How can you say that I'm robbing you?" Luo Qingtong looked at them with a "you should read more books if you don't know much" expression. She pouted and said, "This should be called returning things to their rightful owners." "You." Tong Hu and the rest were speechless from her words. They wanted to say something else, but Luo Qingtong couldn't be bothered to waste time with them. "There's only 200 breaths left until 4 hours are up. Are you guys from the Dragon Group going to give it to me or not? If you're not giving it to me, then we'll part ways here. Of course, don't even think about entering this training ground. If you want to give it to me, then hurry up. Otherwise, if it's more than 4 hours, I'll double it." Luo Qingtong didn't need to say the last 3 words. Tong Hu and the rest knew, thinking about the amount of resources they had to pay, it was already a sky-high price. If they let the other party double it, they didn't want to live anymore. With that thought in mind, Tong Hu hurriedly stopped Luo Qingtong from saying her last sentence. "Give. We'll give." Tong Hu clenched his teeth so hard that his mouth was full of blood. He pointed at Luo Qingtong with a trembling finger. Then, he fiercely ordered his subordinates from the Dragon Group. "Go and bring out the resources that our Dragon Group has accumulated over the years. Give it to Luo Qingtong." When he said the girl's name, Tong Hu clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. It was as if he wanted to chew up Luo Qingtong and swallow her whole. "Yes." The members of the Dragon Group didn't dare to delay. Someone immediately left and headed towards the Dragon Group's encampment. He counted all the resources that the Dragon Group had plundered over the years and then returned to the encampment after counting the number that Luo Qingtong wanted. Tong Hu handed over the resources to Luo Qingtong in front of everyone, then gritted his teeth and said, "Can you remove the restrictions on the Heavenly Hall's training ground now? That's enough." Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows as she spoke. She turned around and walked towards the main training grounds of the Sky Palace Hall that she had visited before. Following the steps that she had taken to inject her qi into the core formation, she withdrew all her qi. After doing all this, Luo Qingtong clapped her hands and returned to the entrance of the Sky Temple's training ground where she was confronting the Dragon Regiment members. Seeing Luo Qingtong's actions, Tiger Cub ordered a member of the Dragon Group beside him, "Go and take a look." The latter responded and led a group of people to the main training grounds. After a while, the group of people returned. "Vice Leader, it's done." The group of Dragon Group members kept glancing at Luo Qingtong as they spoke. This young girl was really too amazing. They didn't know how the other party had done it. They heard from the people outside that Luo Qingtong had gone in and walked around casually. After a while, she came out and they could go in again. Such a method was really amazing. Furthermore, she didn't tamper with the formation to damage it or anything. No one knew how Luo Qingtong had done it. The great teacher of the array faculty was also looking at Luo Qingtong with great interest. When he discovered that the Sky Hall's cultivation array was not damaged in any way, but the Dragon Regiment was seen as intruders, he guessed that Luo Qingtong must have done something to the array faculty. But what he couldn't figure out was how the young girl had done it. This was really strange. The great teacher of the array faculty was also capable of doing what Luo Qingtong had done. But that was because he was extremely familiar with these array faculty. But Luo Qingtong wasn't like that. How did she do it? He really didn't know. Humph. Let's go. After confirming that there was no problem with the array faculty, Tonghu couldn't stay here any longer. He led the group in a seemingly aggressive manner, but in reality, they were leaving with their tails between their legs. Looking at their departing figures, Su Xiaoxiao and the rest were already extremely excited. They immediately swarmed in front of Luo Qingtong and shouted excitedly, "Boss! We really did it!" The Dragon Regiment's people really bowed their heads. "Boss, you're the best! Boss, you're too awesome!" The group of people chattered and crowded around Luo Qingtong tightly. Instead, they pushed Xianxia, who was originally standing beside Luo Qingtong, to the side. Xianxia, who was pushed to the side, looked at all of this with a dark expression. He had originally wanted to use this opportunity to talk to Luo Qingtong and let her familiarize herself with his identity. But now, it was all messed up by these people. The Honorable Lord was extremely unhappy. He looked coldly at this group of people who had snatched his treasure. If these people weren't Luo Qingtong's subordinates, he would have slapped them with his sleeves and sent them flying as far as possible. Looking at Xianxia's dark expression, the Grand Supreme Dean's lips twitched. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "All right, we'll celebrate your matter later. I have something to announce." This, cough. The Grand Dean couldn't help but cough lightly when he spoke up to hear. "Oh no, I forgot to ask Xianxia for his name." Just as he was thinking this, he heard Xianxia's cold and indifferent voice. "Yi Luo." Using his and Luo Qingtong's surnames as their names. Xianxia liked the feeling of being associated with Luo Qingtong. Even if it was just a name. Cough. Instructor Yi Luo is your incoming chief instructor. In the future, I'll be responsible for all of your actual combat training. The Grand Supreme Dean hurriedly followed up on Xianxia's words. Teacher Yi Luo is very powerful. Don't miss this opportunity. If I can be selected by him to become his closed-door student, it wouldn't be impossible for me to advance by a whole realm in a month. As soon as the Grand Supreme Dean spoke, the eyes of the students of the Empire of Qin lit up as they looked at Xianxia. To be able to make the Grand Supreme Dean say very powerful, the other party's strength was definitely not ordinary. Furthermore, he could allow their strength to advance by a whole realm in a month. This wasn't something that could be casually said. Everyone didn't believe it, but the Grand Supreme Dean wouldn't joke about this. In other words, the other party could really do it. The group of people looked at Xianxia and almost couldn't wait to rush forward and beg him to accept them as his closed-door student. If they could receive his personal guidance, would they still be afraid of not being able to advance their strength? Raise her power by a whole realm in a month. If he could really do that, then he would be amazing. Luo Qingtong thought about her bet with Yuanma. She had to win, and she had to win beautifully so that Yuanma would be speechless and unable to find any reason to reject the engagement token. In that case, her strength must be raised, then she had to win against Yuanma fair and square. At the same time, she had to put an end to the matter between the previous host and Yuanma. The previous Luo Qingtong really loved Yuanma. She loved him so much that she kept cultivating just to catch up to Yuanma and become a woman worthy of him. She loved him so much that she could endure the humiliation from the Tianyu royal family. She loved him so much that she could endure Yuanma's coldness and disregard. It wasn't that she didn't know that Yuanma looked down on her. However, she thought that when her strength increased, she would be able to change this point. She put all the blame on herself, until she was set up by Yuan Xue and Luo Xining and was killed when she was trying to break through in the Nine Magi Mountain. Before she died, what the previous host couldn't accept the most was that Yuanma knew everything but didn't stop it. He didn't even protect her. She had wanted to break off the engagement. He didn't agree. She thought that he had her in his heart and that as long as she worked hard, there would be results. If Yuanma hadn't given her such an obsession, she wouldn't have waited so foolishly. She could have lived more proudly, but Yuanma refused to break off the engagement and didn't protect her. He made her and the Luo family suffer from the Tianyu royal family's humiliation. In the end, she was set up in the Nine Magi Mountain and was almost gang-raped to death by Yuan Xue and Luo Xining's people. How could the previous host accept this? Her only wish before she died was for Luo Qingtong to help her suppress Yuanma. Let the latter have a taste of being suppressed and humiliated. Yuanma used to look down on her and the Luo family. He looked down on her hard work and the Luo family's efforts. Since that was the case, she would let him have a taste of being looked down on and disdained. Luo Qingtong would definitely fulfill this wish of his, therefore, Luo Qingtong wouldn't use her eye technique or the heaven-conquering art that Yi Qianxian had taught her. She wanted to openly represent Luo Qingtong, represent the former girl, and trample Yu Wenma under her feet, strip him of his genius halo, shatter his conceit and pride. She wanted to return all the contempt he had for her and the Luo family. Luo Qingtong was still thinking of asking Ma Chenyi if the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin had any way to increase her strength quickly after dealing with the dragon group. No matter how dangerous it was, it didn't matter. In any case, Luo Qingtong was not afraid of danger. She was only afraid that her strength would not rise fast enough, and that it would not be stable enough. Now, this chief instructor, the Grand Dean, said that he could raise a student's strength by a large realm within a month. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at the cold man opposite her. She said, "Chief instructor can raise a person's strength by a large realm within a month? He can raise a person from the martial emperor realm to the martial emperor realm?" Once Luo Qingtong said that, the surrounding people were shocked. They all thought of the bet between Luo Qingtong and Yu Wenma. Yu Wenma's strength was at the martial emperor realm. Although he had just entered the martial emperor realm, he had a rare soul imprint spiritual body. Although his strength is only at the initial stage of martial emperor realm, his final strength is likely to reach the middle stage of martial emperor realm. In this kind of situation, if Luo Qingtong's strength is not at the martial emperor realm, it is almost impossible for her to win against Yu Wenma. Of course you can. As long as you have enough perception. Yi Qianxian's expression is indifferent. Is that so? Looking at the man's pair of deep black eyes, Luo Qingtong suddenly smiles. What I don't lack the most is perception. If these words were said by someone else, it would be extremely arrogant and conceited. But when Luo Qingtong said it, she had absolute confidence. Her pair of blood-red eyes can see through too many things. Perception, this kind of thing. Is it very difficult to see through the situation? But, how do I know that chief instructor is telling the truth? Whether it is true or not, you will know when you try it yourself. Yi Qianxian looks at the crafty little fox in front of him. This woman has always been so crafty. Obviously she is already tempted and wants to become his student, but she is deliberately provoking him so that he will take the initiative to take her as his student. However, Yi Qianxian's goal is Luo Qingtong. This woman, if I don't keep an eye on her, I won't feel at ease. Previously when he left here to go back to that side, this woman attracted a rotten peach blossom for him. Thinking of when Yu Sihuang came to the Black Field and said that he is in love with this woman and wants him to fulfill his wish, Yi Qianxian's expression darkens. At the same time, in a splendid mountain gate of the southern region, in a gorgeous palace, a devilish man wearing purple clothes is standing at the entrance of the palace. He raises his hand and gently caresses the tear mole at the corner of his eye while listening to his subordinate's report. Still can't find any news about evil Dr. Gui Tong? Yu Sihuang frowns, his devilish handsome face looks at the person kneeling below him. Yes. The person kneeling on the ground reports. Our people are currently unable to enter any of the Blackfield cities in the eastern region. Once someone enters, they will be discovered. Then, he would be thrown out. As the man spoke, he silently wiped away the sweat in his heart. He had no idea how his sect leader had offended the supreme martial artist of the Blackfield. He actually made the latter issue a ban on the people of the imperial sect and the 3 islands and 7 lands, forbidding them from entering the Blackfield. Last time, the sect leader almost came back injured. He wondered if it was because of this incident. Just as he was thinking this, he heard his sect master say, "Yi Qianxian sure is quick to act." It directly blocked his way of getting information from the Blackfield. However, the Blackfield was not the only place to gather information in the entire eastern region. Thinking like this, Yu Sihuang suddenly raised his finger and lightly tapped the tear in his eye. A devilish smile appeared on his face. "Yi Qianxian, you're in such a hurry because you're afraid that I'll snatch that person away, right? To be able to make the underworld supreme of the Blackfield so unconfident, does it mean that he actually still has a chance?" Thinking like this, Yu Sihuang's mind floated to Luo Qingtong's graceful bearing in that canyon. That tear mole, under the contrast of his smile, seemed even more enchanting and charming. At this moment, a protector of the imperial sect suddenly rushed in from the outside. "Not good. Sect leader, the young miss has disappeared. She only left you a letter, saying. After the protector finished speaking, Yu Huang also opened the letter in his hand, and a line of words instantly jumped out. Brother, you don't have to look for me. Just wait for me to help you find your future bride. Under that line of words, there was also a drawing of a mischievous and cute girl with a grimace. Yu Xingqi. Seeing this line of words and that grimace, Yu Huang's forehead instantly burst with blue veins. He didn't have the slightest bit of other brother's expression when they heard that their sister was so considerate. Not for anything else, Yu Xingqi, that little witch, had always liked to make things difficult for him. She was two-faced and cunning. It was good enough that she didn't help him mess things up, but he still expected her to help him. Leave immediately and prepare to go to the eastern domain. In addition, send a message to the people in the Black Field, tell Xianxia to be careful. There are remnants of Silver Swords people who escaped, maybe they will find trouble with evil Dr. Gui Tong. Yu Huang originally wanted to use this news to win the favor of the beauty, and also to express his concern and protection to Luo Qingtong. In the end, when he went to the Black Field, he was almost left there by Xianxia. Naturally, he forgot to mention this matter. At this time, he could only send a message to the Black Field, and let Xianxia pass it to Luo Qingtong on his behalf. That man got lucky. Yes. A group of people from the imperial sect received the order and immediately set off. At the entrance of the Empire of Qin's holy courtyard, a young girl wearing a light blue dress with two buns on her head, holding a small white cat in her arms, raised her head and looked at the four words, the Empire of Qin's holy courtyard, in front of her, her face revealing an extremely sweet and cute smile. Do, we're here. She stroked the little white cat in her arms and said. The young girl's voice was clear and bright, revealing an indescribable feeling of joy. Brother, that idiot doesn't even know what a roundabout is. If we can't find evil Dr. Gui Tong, we can start from the people around her. The girl smiled sweetly and skipped toward the gate of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Even if we can't do anything to Ming Zun in the Black Field, we still have the people from the royal family of Tianyu that she fought before. It's said that the two most promising juniors of Ling clan are in Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. One of them is called Luo Qingtong, the future daughter-in-law of the royal family of Tianyu. Aren't they the best way to find evil Dr. Ghost Eyes? Especially that Luo Qingtong. I heard that evil Dr. Gui Tong has a good relationship with her Luo clan. They might be one of the reasons why Tianyu's royal family was destroyed. Under such circumstances, it'll be easier to find evil Dr. Ghost Eye if we follow him. Silly brother, I told him that he's dumber than me and not as smart as me, but he's still not convinced. Yu Xingqi said as he bounced towards the entrance of the Empire of Qin's holy court. Stop. This is an important place of the holy court. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Seeing that Yu Xingqi was just a child, the guards outside the holy court of the Empire of Qin stopped her without any hesitation. Yu Xingqi tilted her head and looked at them, then suddenly smiled. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura exploded around her. Go and tell the old men of the holy court that I want to enter. Martial Emperor Realm, seeing the powerful aura exploding from her body, the guards of the holy court of the Empire of Qin were dumbfounded. The young girl in front of them seemed to be only 12 or 13 years old. Oh my God, which family did this genius come from? The group of people answered and hurriedly ran to the Sacred Institute. With her strength and ability, she could enter the Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin without taking the exam and ignoring the enrollment time of the Sacred Institute. At the same time, in the Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin, Luo Qingtong had received Yi Qianxian's personal permission to become his closed-door student. In addition to her, Yuan Hu and the others had also become Yi Qianxian's closed-door students. Yi Qianxian seemed to choose all kinds of students in an eclectic manner. But in fact, he had become the chief instructor of the Sacred Institute because of Luo Qingtong. If it weren't for her, how could he, a dignified Hell Venerable, lower himself to teach students? The selection this time was naturally based on Luo Qingtong's considerations. Except for Su Xiaoxiao, who was a student of the Pharmaceutical Institute, all the people around Luo Qingtong had been chosen by him. In addition, he had also chosen several core members of the Gui Yuan group. In addition to some other students with excellent qualifications, Yi Qianxian had chosen a total of 20 closed-door students. There was no other way. The Grand Supreme Dean, that old fox, had grasped Yi Qianxian's intention to stay but didn't want Luo Qingtong to know. He had asked him to help the Sacred Institute train a few students. Anyway, if you train one, it's still training. It doesn't matter if you train a few more. This was what the Grand Supreme Dean had said shamelessly. What's more, that evil Dr. Kid is so shrewd. If you train only one of her, she may find out at any time. Otherwise, she'll think you have other intentions. She won't give you a chance to get close to her. Don't blame me for not making arrangements for you. The Grand Supreme Dean's words successfully convinced Yi Qianxian. He coldly agreed to the Grand Supreme Dean's request. Anyway, except for Luo Qingtong, he wouldn't spend too much effort on the others. How much those people could learn and how much they could improve themselves would depend on themselves. At that time, the Grand Supreme Dean was overjoyed. The Blackfield's Hell Venerable had come to train his students in person, which sacred institution had such an honor, giving Yi Qianxian's strength and cultivation base. Yi Qianxian's strength and cultivation base were far superior to Yi Qianxian. While he was giving pointers to Luo Qingtong, he also casually gave some pointers to the other students. Those people would benefit immensely. Moreover, Yi Qianxian should at least give some pointers to the people around the evil doctor, right? It was as if the Grand Supreme Dean could already see his own students' strength soaring. As for Luo Qingtong, he was even less worried. Alas, it was indeed the right decision to trick the evil doctor into joining the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. Otherwise, how could there be so many benefits? Thinking of this, the Grand Supreme Dean instantly decided to take good care of Luo Qingtong, especially those people from the Elders' Council. He absolutely couldn't let them do anything to Luo Qingtong and the others. He didn't care about the fight between Luo Qingtong and the Dragon Regiment. An appropriate fight would help Luo Qingtong increase her strength and temper herself. Yi Qianxian probably thought the same. However, the Elders' Council and the others couldn't interfere. There was also the great teacher of the Soul Institute who had just left. The Grand Supreme Dean thought and decided to go to the Soul Institute to give them a beating. They definitely couldn't interfere in the fight between students, otherwise, don't blame him for being merciless. Thinking of this, the Grand Supreme Dean hurriedly left to get busy. On the empty ground of the Sky Hall training ground, Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianren, who had finished selecting the students. She raised her eyebrows and said playfully, "I wonder how Chief Instructor is going to train us." Luo Qingtong was very interested in the other party's plan. Luo Qingtong had a few ideas to raise her cultivation level within a month. However, they would all overdraft her potential. This would damage her foundation and affect her future strength and advancement. Luo Qingtong was the supreme ocular sorcerer of the 24th century. Her blood-red eyes were invincible. Naturally, she knew the importance of a strong foundation to one's strength. Otherwise, with the power of her blood-red eyes, it would be a simple matter for her to raise her strength. After all, the difference between each cultivation level was obvious in her blood-red eyes. She could completely simulate the circulation of the aura in the bodies of the powerful cultivators she had seen and forcibly raise her strength. However, raising her strength was like building a house. Whether it was a sturdy house that could stand for thousands of years or a house that was built with tofu dregs, the result was self-evident. Therefore, Luo Qingtong had been steadily raising her strength. Otherwise, when she had absorbed so much of Yi Qianxian's power at the Blackfield City in Dongli country, she would have been promoted to the Martial Emperor realm or even higher. However, she suppressed it and walked step by step with steadfast determination. Her goal was to reach the peak. She was to be looked up to by thousands and to be invincible. What was a temporary increase in strength? However, the chief instructor in front of her said that he could raise her strength from the Martial Emperor realm to the Martial Emperor realm within a month. Based on his identity as a teacher, this method would not damage her foundation. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was very interested. "You'll know when the time comes." Yi Qianxian's expression was indifferent. He looked at Luo Qingtong, then stretched out his hand and said, "Come here." Luo Qingtong looked at him and raised her eyebrows. Then, she walked over. But the moment she walked in front of Yi Qianren, she stopped in her tracks. "Chief Instructor, what are you doing?" Luo Qingtong grabbed the other person's hand that was touching her back. She didn't like physical contact with others, especially men with dangerous strength. This would cause Luo Qingtong's body to instinctively counterattack. Unfortunately, the chief instructor in front of him was such a powerful man. It depends on the flow of energy in your body. Xianxia was in a very good mood when he saw that she was as vigilant as a small beast whose territory had been invaded. It was good that this woman knew how to keep a distance from others. But looking at the girl's appearance, he couldn't help but want to tease her. In front of him, Luo Qingtong had always been arrogant, willful, and cunning. It was rare for her to be so vigilant and angry. She looked very cute. It was rare to see Luo Qingtong like this. Xianxia was not ready to give up. If I don't know how the energy in your body is circulating, how can I tailor a training plan for you? Or do you think it's so easy to raise from the martial emperor realm to the martial emperor realm within a month? Xianxia's words made Luo Qingtong frown. Although she still felt uncomfortable, what he said was indeed reasonable. With this thought, Luo Qingtong immediately let go of Xianxia's hand. Okay, chief instructor, check it out. As she spoke, she circulated the energy in her body. Xianxia's hand pressed on her back. As Luo Qingtong's power revolved within her body, his palm began to wander around Luo Qingtong's back. Seeing that his hand was about to move to Luo Qingtong's waist, Luo Qingtong stopped the circulation of power within her body and grabbed his hand. Chief instructor, what are you doing? Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia with a fake smile on her face. Was this man harassing her? Having experienced 2 lives, Luo Qingtong had seen such reckless people before, but those people, without exception, had all died very miserably. The only one who was spared was Xianxia, that inhuman man, but that was the man she fancied. What right did this man in front of her have? So what if he was strong? So what if he was the chief instructor? Apart from the man she fancied, if anyone else dared to harass her like this, even if they were the emperor, she would let them know that she wasn't so easy to touch. Luo Qingtong's expression had already turned completely cold. The bloody light in her eyes was faintly discernible. Suddenly, her fingers seemed to touch something very hard in the other party's hand. Luo Qingtong subconsciously looked up, but didn't find anything. But where his fingers touched, the touch was very obvious. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. The moment she lowered her head, she activated her pupil technique. With just a glance at the other party's body and hand, Luo Qingtong was so angry that she laughed. Yi, Qian, Ho, the man's body was shrouded in a layer of faint energy light, wrapping his entire body. Luo Qingtong's pupil technique couldn't see too clearly, but this wasn't the most important thing. The important thing was that on the ring finger of his left hand, the place where the energy wrapped around the protrusion was in the shape of a ring. This damned man, Luo Qingtong clenched her teeth. It was normal that she couldn't see through the other party, but if she couldn't see through him and he had a hidden ring on his finger, on top of that, the other party had protected her in front of the Seoul Institute's great teacher. Now, he had specially said that he could raise her strength to the martial emperor realm within a month, taking her in as his student in a roundabout way. Furthermore, he had taken liberties with her just now. Luo Qingtong would be a fool if she still couldn't guess his identity. What was this man doing? Why are you role-playing for no reason? Instead of Ming Zun, he came here to be a teacher of the Saint Academy. Was he that free? But very quickly, Luo Qingtong remembered how Xianxia aggressively ran over to ask her about Zhu Huang. Did this man deliberately hide his identity and stay by her side to protect her? Luo Qingtong thought so. She was both angry and amused. At the same time, she felt a little sweet in her heart. And Xianxia still didn't know that his identity had been seen through by Luo Qingtong. When he came, he specially wrapped his entire body with energy to ensure that Luo Qingtong couldn't see through him. At this moment, he looked at Luo Qingtong indifferently and said, naturally, it's to check the strength of the energy in your body. If it's not like this, how would I know which part of your body needs to be strengthened? Is that so? Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia and the corners of her lips curled up. This man spoke as if he was telling the truth. If Luo Qingtong hadn't already seen through his identity, she probably wouldn't have doubted his words. In reality, with this man's strength, why would he need to touch a little to check the strength of the energy in her body? With that thought in mind, Luo Qingtong instantly gritted her teeth. This man, did he really like to act? She would fulfill his wish. With that thought in mind, Luo Qingtong's lips suddenly curved into a beautiful smile. So that's how it is. Then I've really misunderstood you, Chief Instructor. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she placed Yi Qianxian's hand back on her waist. With a faint smile on her lips, she looked at Yi Qianxian with an apologetic and embarrassed gaze. Since that's the case, please feel me properly, Chief Instructor. Remember, don't miss anything. Otherwise, if there's something wrong with the information you've investigated, I won't be able to smoothly improve my strength. Thank you, Instructor. As Luo Qingtong spoke, Yi Qianxian's heart instantly felt stifled. He looked at the apologetic expression on the young girl's face and his heart instantly felt stifled. He just wanted to tease this woman and see her explode in anger. However, when he saw that she wasn't angry and even allowed him to touch her, Yi Qianxian couldn't feel happy at all, okay? He knew that Chief Instructor Yi Luo was him, however, Luo Qingtong and the others didn't know. This woman actually allowed another man to touch her, even if he wanted to improve his strength, she wouldn't allow it. Yi Qianxian felt a wave of stifled anger in his heart. The stifling anger in his heart made his disguised face look even colder and colder. All right. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word from between his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that he still remembered that his identity was Yi Qianxian and not Yi Qianxian, and that this wasn't the right place to be, he would have already pressed the young girl in front of him into his arms and ruthlessly punished her. This woman was really, coming here personally to stand guard was indeed the right thing to do, otherwise, if she wasn't careful, who knew how many rotten peach blossoms she would attract. Yi Qianxian felt suffocated. He looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and continued to stroke her back. But this time, he wasn't in the mood to tease Luo Qingtong like before. His movements were very fast, and there wasn't a trace of ambiguity. Luo Qingtong snickered in her heart when she sensed the low pressure coming from the man's body. The smile on her lips grew wider and wider. She paused midway and asked Yi Qianxian, Chief Instructor, is my aura weak? Do you want to take a closer look? And here, Chief Instructor, when my aura passed by, my meridians were faintly swollen and painful. Was it because I was injured before? Do you want to touch more for me? As Luo Qingtong's voice continued to ring out, Yi Qianxian's face turned darker and darker. There was no other reason. When Luo Qingtong stopped, there were some places that just happened to be sensitive areas on the girl's body. If this was Yi Qianxian's original identity, he would of course be happy that Luo Qingtong was cooperating with him. How comfortable would it be to have a soft and fragrant jade in his arms, but unfortunately, he was now Yi Luo. When he thought about how he was touching Luo Qingtong's body as a stranger, even if they were separated by a thick robe, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. But this was a trap that he had dug for himself, who asked him to tell Luo Qingtong that if he didn't understand this situation inside her body, it wouldn't be easy for her to improve her strength. Now, he had dug himself into a trap. Yi Qianxian finished examining Luo Qingtong's body with a dark expression and prepared to leave without saying a word. Chief Instructor, aren't you going to check for the others? Are you too tired? Then I'll check for them on your behalf. Luo Qingtong had just finished speaking when the veins on Yi Qianxian's forehead popped. She was going to check for them? Just like how he had treated her, Yi Qianxian's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot when he thought of how his hands had roamed all over Luo Qingtong's body and how she would treat the others the same way he had treated her. No. He flung his sleeves and said through gritted teeth. They don't need it. Why? Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianxian's gloomy face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. She was laughing so hard in her heart that she was about to fall over. However, on the surface, she looked puzzled and innocent. She loved to see Yi Qianxian so angry that he wanted to explode but couldn't do anything about it. She wanted him to hide his identity and flirt with her. Because I can only help one person raise their strength by one realm at a time. You want to give up this opportunity? Yi Qianxian looked at her with a dark expression. Luo Qingtong stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything. Although she really wanted to tease the man again, it would be troublesome if she accidentally overdid it. Luo Qingtong felt that it was better to take it easy. If the man found out that she had already discovered his identity and was still teasing him, she didn't know how angry he would be. Most importantly, Luo Qingtong hadn't had enough fun yet. With that thought, Luo Qingtong immediately responded obediently and didn't walk over to Yuan Hu and the others. She was just putting on an act. If she really touched them in front of Yi Qianxian, she was afraid that the man wouldn't even care about his disguise and would directly attack her. How could she let Yi Qianxian do that? Seeing that Luo Qingtong had finally calmed down, Yi Qianxian snorted coldly. Without saying anything, he turned and left. He was so infuriated by Luo Qingtong that he didn't want to stay here any longer. She would settle the score with this woman when she got back. Yi Qianxian gritted his teeth. Oh my god, that scared me to death. It wasn't until Yi Qianxian's figure disappeared from everyone's sight that someone patted his chest and exclaimed. Yes. The chief instructor's aura is so scary. It's even scarier than when the grand principal and the others are angry. Everyone was shocked. When Luo Qingtong was interacting with Yi Qianxian, the latter's aura was terrifying. Except for Luo Qingtong, the others were all shocked to the spot. It was as if they were being stared at by an ancient fierce beast. They didn't even dare to move. They were envious of Luo Qingtong for being able to interact with Yi Qianxian so easily. Boss, you're still the best. The chief instructor has such a terrifying aura, yet you were able to chat so happily with him. Yuan Hu and the others patted their chests and said. Not at all. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up. She couldn't help but laugh when she thought of the man's dark face and violent mood before he left. The chief instructor, he, is quite interesting. And, he's very cute. Haha. With that kind of EQ, the man still wanted to hide his identity and tease her. Let's see how I tease him until he starts to doubt his life. Luo Qingtong laughed as she walked out with Yuan Hu and the others. Let's go, we'll go back first and deal with the Heavenly Demon group. Also, as a reward for the Gue Yuan group helping us this time, send 1/3 of the resources to the Gue Yuan group. Say that it's my thanks to the Crown Prince. She was thanking him for giving her the medicine and protecting Yuan Hu and the others. She said that she would return the favor to Ma Chenyi. Yes. Yuan Hu and the rest left excitedly. This time, Luo Qingtong really helped them vent their anger. Not only that, but she also got so many good things. Not only did they snatch back the resources that the Dragon Group's people had snatched away from them, but they also cheated the Dragon Group's people. Thinking of the Dragon Course faces when they paid for the resources, Yuan Hu and the rest were indescribably happy. Not to mention forcing Yuan Mo and Su Jinhua to kneel and apologize. He felt really good about venting his anger. Yuan Hu, Ling Tianhan, and the others all had proud expressions on their faces. However, at the same time, they were also worried. Luo Qingtong had treated the Dragon Group, Yuan Ma, and the others like that. Would the latter use even more shameless tricks, especially the Dragon Course people? Behind them was the Martial King. Thinking this, they all made up their minds to cultivate properly. In the future, they wouldn't let Luo Qingtong fight alone. Every time, they had to rely on their boss to get justice for them. They had enough of being a burden. Being taken in as a closed-door student by the chief instructor was one of their chances. When the time came, they would train properly and not disappoint their boss. They wouldn't let anyone get past them and attack their boss. Everyone made up their minds. In the Seoul Institute, the Seoul Institute's head teacher brought Yuan Mo and Su Jinhua back. Before he could reprimand them, the Grand Dean arrived. After being warned and forced to promise that he wouldn't use his power and authority to harm Luo Qingtong, Su Diheng sent the Grand Dean away and knocked Yuan Mo to the ground. Pa! Yuan Mo's face was slapped harshly by him. Evil disciple, kneel down. Su Diheng's face was filled with anger. He had never been so humiliated like today. All of this was because of that Luo Qingtong. And this proud student in front of him was the fiancé of that Luo Qingtong. No matter how the other party trampled on him, he still refused to break off the engagement. The Seoul Institute's great teacher used to think that Yuan Ma was someone who valued relationships and kept his promises. But now, he only felt shame and resentment. If you still treat me as your teacher, then divorce Luo Qingtong after the gambling match. Su Diheng slammed the armrest of his seat heavily. The armrest of the gold and iron Jinnan wood was smashed into pieces almost instantly under his unrestrained strength. It could be seen how angry he was. Yes. I understand, teacher. Yuan Mo lowered his head, kneeling on the ground. His fingernails dug into his palms. He didn't want to give up on Luo Qingtong, but he also couldn't give up on the support of the Seoul Institute's great teacher. After entering the empire of Qin's sacred academy, he became one of the most sought-after genius experts in the Empire of Qin's sacred academies. Heavenly Palace in a short period of time. He was highly valued by the martial king. Most of this was because of Su Diheng. As the Seoul Institute's great teacher, Su Diheng's identity and strength were Yuanma's greatest support. If he lost his support and angered him, Yuanma would find it difficult to move an inch in the Empire of Qin's sacred academy. To Yuanma, this was something he couldn't accept. Moreover, he still needed to rely on Su Diheng to stand out in the distinguished meeting half a year later. Thinking of the benefits she could bring him in the future, Yuanma gritted his teeth and kowed out heavily to Su Diheng. He said coldly, "Teacher, don't worry. Luo Qingtong humiliated you like this. I won't let her go. I'll personally cripple her strength in the duel 1 month later and make her apologize to you on her knees. I'll help you vent your anger." He didn't mention the cancellation of the engagement. Yuanma's idea was to cripple Luo Qingtong's strength so that she could only leave the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. In this case, he could quietly capture Luo Qingtong and imprison her in a place no one knew about. No matter what, Yuanma wouldn't give up on Luo Qingtong, she could only be his wife. It didn't matter if she was just a decoration or an empty shell, she had to stay by his side. Yuanma's heart was cold. "Luo Qingtong, I gave you a chance. Since you didn't care about it, don't blame me for destroying you." His words made Su Diheng's expression soften a little. The latter's purple-red face eased a little. He looked at him and said coldly, "I hope you can do it. Otherwise, don't call me teacher in the future." While Yuanma and Su Diheng were talking, Tiger Cub led a group of people back to the Dragon Group's encampment and smashed the main hall into smithereens. "Bastard!" Tiger Cub's face was extremely angry. "That Luo Qingtong is too much. She's too much." Ever since Tiger Cub rose with Mo Xianxia, he had never been humiliated as much as today. The Dragon Regiment was completely humiliated today. They had mocked Luo Qingtong for overestimating herself, and now they were slapped in the face. If that was all, it would be fine, outsiders wouldn't lose anything by talking about it, but the bad thing was that Luo Qingtong came prepared this time. Thinking about the huge amount of resources he had to pay this time, Tiger Cub's heart ached. He could already foresee the severe punishment he would receive when Her Highness King Wu returns, and all of this was brought about by Luo Qingtong. Even the entire Dragon Group and King Wu had become the laughingstock of the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. The more Tong Hu thought about it, the angrier he got. The members of the Dragon Group also had heavy expressions on their faces. They didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so capable. Which new student didn't tuck their tail between their legs when they first entered the school, except for that crazy idiot from the Martial Arts Institute? However, Luo Qingtong did the exact opposite. She was unimaginably high-profile and slapped them in the face as soon as she arrived. At this moment, they couldn't even raise their heads. Such humiliation caused them to feel extremely sullen and angry. "Deputy Regiment Commander, I think we should go directly to His Highness King Wu and ask him if he wants to make a move on the Gue Yuan Regiment now." A member of the Dragon Group said angrily that Luo Qingtong's backer is the Crown Prince and the Gue Yuan Regiment. Without the Gue Yuan Regiment, let's see how arrogant she can be. By then, she will have to spit out all the resources that she took. That's right. The other members of the Dragon Group agreed. Previously, they were afraid of taking action because Luo Qingtong controlled the cultivation array of the Heavenly Hall's training ground and didn't allow them to enter. Therefore, they temporarily compromised and gave those resources to Luo Qingtong. But now, Luo Qingtong couldn't use that to threaten them. As long as they got rid of the Gue Yuan Regiment, wouldn't Luo Qingtong be at their disposal? "Don't worry." Tong Hu's voice was cold. His expression was extremely gloomy. His Highness King Wu is making his final breakthrough. When he comes back, he might be able to suppress the Crown Prince and become the #1 person in the Holy Court. We can't disturb him. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. Luo Qingtong and the others can't do anything. Let them be arrogant for a while. When His Highness King Wu comes back, let's see how they'll die. Tong Hu's voice was cold. The others thought the same and immediately suppressed the resentment in their hearts. While the people from the Dragon Regiment and Yuanma were depressed, Luo Qingtong's matter spread throughout the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. Almost everyone knew. There was a new student called Luo Qingtong who took a 3-month leave. When she came back, the first elder and the elders of the holy court had no choice but to give in. She lowered her head to the grand principal. Not only that, but she also directly went against the dragon regiment. When everyone thought she would lose, she didn't rely on anyone and forced the entire dragon regiment to lower their heads. When the people from the holy court of the Empire of Qin who weren't present heard this, their first reaction was disbelief. Not to mention that not only did Luo Qingtong force the dragon regiment to lower their heads, but she also obtained a large amount of resources and made the dragon regiment, Yuan Ma, and the others kneel down. As the news spread, everyone who heard about it was dumbfounded. In the Gue Yuan regiment, Ma Qingyi was playing chess with the experts under his command. The latter was the grandson of a first-class official in the imperial court and was also Ma Qingyi's loyal follower. If he wasn't injured this time, he would have gone with the others to help Luo Qingtong. Like the others, he was also very dissatisfied with Ma Qingyi's desperate help to Luo Qingtong. Your Highness, if you really like this Luo Qingtong, you can just issue a decree to bring her into the palace. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? He frowned. The people we sent out this time are the top experts and core members of our side. Conflict with the Dragon Corps is unavoidable. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Isn't this giving Mo Qinshan an opportunity? And that Luo Qingtong really doesn't know when to advance or retreat. She's just a new student. She doesn't have any status or influence. What right does she have to go against the Dragon Group? Now, she wants us, the Dragon Group, to clean up her mess. As he said this, his words revealed his great dissatisfaction with Luo Qingtong. Ma Qingyi glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. Luo Qingtong had neither status nor power. If he knew the real identity of Luo Qingtong, he wouldn't say so. She was the holy princess of Chu and was valued by the royal family of Chu and the Black Field. How could she be humiliated? If Luo Qingtong could tolerate this, she would be ridiculed in the future when her identity was exposed. What's more, who said that Luo Qingtong couldn't defeat the Dragon Group? Even Great Yong coveted the throne of Chu and was defeated by Luo Qingtong, not to mention the Dragon Group. Ma Qingyi didn't worry about what would happen to his people if they followed Luo Qingtong. He had a hunch that this time, the people of the Dragon Group would be taught a lesson by Luo Qingtong. He just didn't know what the other party would give him as a big gift. The genius who was playing chess with him had just finished speaking, and the dissatisfaction on his face had not dissipated, when a surprised voice came from outside. Everything that Luo Qingtong had done, no matter how big or small, was reported by the Gue Yuan team members who had rushed back in high spirits. Your Highness! You really have a good eye this time. Yes. Your Highness, you did not see the ugly faces of the people from the dragon team. My God, that feeling was like drinking ice water on a hot day. One word, awesome. Haha. Hearing the words of the Gue Yuan team member, the others all followed and laughed loudly. And the genius who was extremely dissatisfied with Luo Qingtong just now, after hearing everyone's words, was completely dumbfounded. He could not believe that Luo Qingtong was actually so powerful. She had such means, and Ma Qingyi's pair of quiet and elegant eyes suddenly burst out with a strong light. The things that Luo Qingtong had done were completely out of his expectations. He felt that he had overestimated Luo Qingtong, but he did not think that the girl's actions would completely break his understanding. Such means, she was really worthy of being the holy conferred princess who had relied on her own ability to be recognized by the great Chu sacred dynasty. Ma Qingyi's expression was indifferent as he smiled lightly. And while the Gue Yuan team members were excited and rejoicing, in Yuanma's courtyard, Lu Long and the others were full of despair. After being sent over by Ling Tianhan and the others, they had been recuperating here. The group originally thought that they would be fine after recuperating. However, when their internal injuries had healed, they realized that there was a problem with the circulation of energy in their bodies. They did not know what was going on, but when the energy in their bodies passed by the places where they had been injured, it would inexplicably stagnate for a while. This stagnation caused them to be unable to unleash their strength completely. In a battle, a little bit of hesitation and a mistaken response would cause them to lose the battle, and even their lives. Not to mention such a big problem and weakness of stagnation of energy, the group had lost their qualifications as heaven rank students. They might not even be able to retain their qualifications as earth rank students. Only now did they realize what Luo Qingtong meant when she said, "I guarantee that they won't recover." They had also asked the sacred teacher of the Medicine Institute to take a look. They even cried and complained that this might be Luo Qingtong's revenge. She was the one who caused the problems in their bodies. But in the end, they couldn't find anything. Everyone thought that they were deliberately slandering Luo Qingtong. Lu Long and the others were about to go crazy. At this moment, the news of Luo Qingtong making the members of the Dragon Regiment lower their heads and kneel down to apologize spread. Everyone's faces were filled with despair, especially the two who betrayed Ling Tianhan and joined Yu Wenma, and bullied Ling Tianhan and the others with Lu Long and the others from Tianyu branch. They thought that by relying on Yu Wenma, they had obtained a backer and would be able to achieve a meteoric rise, but who would have thought that he would end up like this? As for Su Xiaoxiao and the others, after Luo Qingtong's arrival, they jumped up and became the targets of envy and jealousy. It was said that they had all been taken in by the new chief instructor as closed-door students, and that chief instructor was even praised by the Grand Supreme Dean himself, saying that he was very powerful. Thinking of this, the two of them spat out a mouthful of blood, rolled their eyes, and fainted. Luo Qingtong did not know about this at all. Bang! As soon as Luo Qingtong went back, she was pressed against the wall by a sulking man. "Where did you go today?" Yi Qianming's face was dark. "I went to teach someone a lesson." Hearing Yi Qianming's question, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. "What's wrong?" she asked deliberately and put her hand on the man's neck. "Why are you unhappy?" Of course, Yi Qianming was unhappy. He disguised himself as Yi Luo and followed Luo Qingtong around. He wanted to tease Luo Qingtong and see her defeated look, but, thinking of how the girl let him do whatever he wanted, Yi Qianming was angry. This woman, although he knew that it was him, she didn't know, right? How could she be so obedient? In front of him, she was so cunning and willful, but in front of others, she was so obedient. Yi Qianming was really angry when he thought about it. He leaned over and bit the girl's lips. "What else?" he asked with a cold snort. "Nothing else." Luo Qingtong was about to suffer internal injuries from holding back her laughter. This man deserved it, who asked him to hide his identity to deceive her. She wanted him to die. "Humph. I heard that you found a new instructor and became his last disciple?" Yi Qianming said coldly. "Yes." Luo Qingtong said with a smile, "Speaking of which, the chief instructor is very good. He said that he would help me to improve my strength to the martial emperor realm within a month." "Lord, do you think that I am very lucky to have met such a chief instructor?" Luo Qingtong's words were purposely laced with admiration and joy. Yi Qianming heard this and exploded in an instant. "You like him very much?" he said with a cold face and gritted his teeth. "Yes." Luo Qingtong nodded with a smile. "The chief instructor is so good. Of course I like him." "Ha ha ha. You really believe it?" Luo Qingtong said and suddenly put her hands around the man's neck and kissed him on the lips. "Don't worry, I didn't. If I have to like someone, it's you." Luo Qingtong's words instantly eased Yi Qianming's expression. He looked at the mischievous girl in front of him and couldn't help but pull her into his arms. She really is a demon. A casual sentence could affect his thoughts and emotions, but he was still willing to endure it. "In the future, you're not allowed to casually get close to other men. The same goes for the chief instructor," Yi Qianming said coldly. He had completely forgotten that he was also the chief instructor. Hearing this, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly turned. How could this be? She wasn't done yet. This man had first changed his identity to flirt with her. Would he stop just like that? Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong suddenly said, "That won't do. Chief instructor still needs to improve my strength. Furthermore," Luo Qingtong said with a sly smile, "he gives me a very familiar feeling." "My lord, do you think he is someone I know? Or, is he someone I know?" If he had the ability, he had to admit that he was the chief instructor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to stop her from investigating the other party's identity. Yi Qianming didn't speak after hearing this. How could he admit that the man was him? When Luo Qingtong asked him why he had to hide his identity and stay by her side, what would he say? Yi Qianming would never admit to such a thing that damaged his dignity as the Dark Lord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his identity and stayed by Luo Qingtong's side. Sleep. Luo Qingtong held on to his waist while trying to hold back her laughter. The two snuggled up to each other and soon fell asleep. In the next few days, Luo Qingtong was busy dealing with the Heavenly Demon Group and the resources. Because they knew that Luo Qingtong went against the Dragon Group for Su Xiaoxiao, many people in the Empire of Qin wanted to join the Heavenly Demon Group. Especially those who had been bullied by the Dragon Group in the past and even caused their forces to disband. In the past, they did not want to join the Heavenly Demon Group because they did not think highly of Luo Qingtong. After all, they did not think that Luo Qingtong was qualified to be compared to Mo Qinshuan's Dragon Group. King Wu was very popular now. With the Crown Prince's silence, the future ruler of the Empire of Qin should be Mo Qinshian. The Empire of Qin would also be his world in the future. Under such circumstances, who would dare to offend the Dragon Group? But Luo Qingtong had offended her. Not only did she offend them, but she also trampled on the Dragon Group. Everyone thought that she would be unlucky, but in the end, the Dragon Group was the unlucky one. With such ability, most people knew about Luo Qingtong and were willing to join her Heavenly Demon Group. After all, the Crown Prince's Gue Yuan Group had too many scruples and could not go against the Dragon Group as they wished. But Luo Qingtong could, plus, she had a lot of cultivation resources in her hands, so everyone rushed to her side. In the past few days, the door of Luo Qingtong's courtyard was almost broken by people. But this time, Luo Qingtong was not like the time when she wanted to trick the Dragon Group. She did not reject anyone. She gave Su Xiaoxiao and the others the right to evaluate the recruitment, and asked them to be strict. Luo Qingtong was protective, but she did not want to be a shield and a tool for revenge. Want to be her people and be under her protection? Yes, first, send loyalty and fanaticism. Luo Qingtong would rather go without than have something substandard. Moreover, she had never set her eyes on the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. This place was just a springboard for her. She thought of the other side that Yi Qianming and the others came to. Thinking of that man's inhuman strength, Luo Qingtong lost interest in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Her goal was to catch up with that man, then, she would openly announce to everyone that he was Luo Qingtong's man. No one is allowed to covet it. Yi Qianming was also busy with Luo Qingtong. She had no idea what he was doing these days. It was not until 3 days later that Luo Qingtong received the news from Yuan Hu. Boss. The chief instructor wants us to gather at the Sky Palace's training ground. The group of people rushed to the empty space in the Heavenly Hall's training ground. Yi Qianming, disguised as Yi Luo, was already waiting there. Seeing Luo Qingtong and the others, he didn't waste any time and directly said to them, "Follow me." The group of people followed him and left. Outside the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, in the 100,000 mountains, Yuan Hu and the others looked at the huge waterfall opposite them in shock. Their mouths instantly formed an O shape. Oh my God, their faces were filled with shock as they looked at the huge waterfall that seemed to fall from the top of a mountain that was thousands of feet high. The water surged like a roaring dragon, carrying its thick body as it flew down from the top of the mountain that was thousands of feet high. Boom boom boom, the huge explosion and the splashes of water that were several feet high shocked everyone's eyes. Oh my God! What surprised everyone even more was that the rocks at the top of the waterfall were so sharp that they looked like they were carved out by a knife. The pool at the bottom of the waterfall also looked like it was newly formed. There were no water plants or mud that had accumulated for a long time. What surprised everyone even more was that in the middle of the waterfall, there seemed to be something faintly blocking it. It looked like a small flight of stairs. Oh my God, could it be that this waterfall was man-made? Everyone's eyes widened as they thought of this. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but glance at the man who was standing with his hands behind his back. He disappeared for the past few days because he was busy with this. Luo Qingtong's heart was filled with warmth. Every time she thought that Yi Qianming was good enough to her, he would use his actions to tell her that it wasn't enough. It was far from enough. This will be your training ground from now on. Yi Qianming's words were very concise and calm. 1 month, I will only teach you for 1 month. How much you can learn will depend on yourselves. The reason why Yi Qianming appeared to teach in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin was because of Luo Qingtong. The girl needed a month to improve her strength, so he would accompany her for a month. He wouldn't waste any other time on anyone else. How much these people could learn would depend on their own abilities. Bang! As soon as Yi Qianming finished speaking, there was a boom as he waved his right sleeve. In an instant, an invisible wind swept out and cut the thick waterfall into two halves. Time and space seemed to have stopped. The waterfall was cut into two halves and suspended in the air, revealing the protruding stone steps on the stone wall. Do you see those stone steps? Yi Qianming's gaze swept past Luo Qingtong. From 1 to 10, it's exactly 10 steps. The longer you can stay under the pressure of the waterfall, the greater the pressure, and the greater the chance of a breakthrough. Usually, Yi Qianming wouldn't talk so much, but he was now Yi Luo and had to help this woman improve her strength. Naturally, he had to explain everything in detail. Just as he finished speaking, the waterfall that seemed to be silently floating in the air also came crashing down with a loud bang and connected with each other once again. The sound of the waterfall was like thunder and drums. Everyone's face turned pale when they heard Yi Qianming's words. Oh my God, cultivating under this waterfall? And he still had to endure the bombardment of the thunder and the sound of water? Damn it, Chief Instructor, this wasn't training, this was killing. Even the geniuses of the Gui Yuan group who were on the Soaring Dragon list turned pale when they heard this. The power of this waterfall should be enough to seriously injure the weaker students, right? It was impossible to withstand the pressure and cultivate under the waterfall without skills. The chief instructor's training method was too ruthless, but then, their foundation, their strength, without damaging their foundation, their strength. After all, this was a life and death experience in disguise. They were all seeking breakthroughs in desperate situations. The chief instructor really put a lot of thought into this. In fact, it was the same. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong, Yi Qianming wouldn't have worried about this. Wanting to improve their strength in a short time without damaging their foundation, yes, fight with him every day and break through between life and death. Beiqing and Fengyu's strength were trained this way, but Luo Qingtong. How could Yi Qianming bear to hit her, not to mention kill her? Bang! Everyone finally mustered up their courage. After all, they were the elites of their respective families. Even if they lost, they would not lose their confidence. Plop! The first person went up the stone steps. However, as soon as his figure appeared on the first stone step, his body was instantly swept down by the water flow with a bang, causing him to instantly fall down from the top of the stone steps. No. It's too slippery. The impact of the water current is too strong. It's comparable to the attack of the martial king realm. I can't stand on it at all. The student of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin shouted as he swam in the underground pool. Everyone's expression changed at once when they heard this. The attack of the water current was so strong, while everyone was shocked, Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up instantly. The attack of the water current was so strong, and it was a completely disordered attack. Therefore, they needed to circulate the power in their bodies all the time. They had to strengthen it when they needed to and disperse it when they needed to. In this way, the power in their bodies would become more and more harmonious, and they would be able to control it more and more easily. If this went on, the chances of a breakthrough would naturally be higher and higher. She knew it, Luo. Qingtong's eyes lit up slightly. Almost instantly, she jumped up from where she was and rushed to the first stone step at the edge of the waterfall. Let me try. Her eyes were shining brightly. Boom. Luo Qingtong had just jumped onto the stairs when she felt a force that could topple the river and overturn the sea, bombarding her continuously. It was still an understatement to say that it was comparable to the attack of the martial king realm. With so many water currents gathered together, the attack power was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When it was strong, it was close to the attack of the martial royal realm. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Qingtong tried her best to circulate the power in her body. She could not use her pupil technique at all. Even if she could, it was too late. The water currents were attacking her continuously, and the power of each part was not the same at all. Boom, boom, boom. Luo Qingtong instinctively circulated the power in her body to resist. The power of the water currents hit her body and spread to her limbs and bones. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 10 breaths. Bang! Luo Qingtong's figure was rushed down the stairs. The next second, he fell into the water with a splash. Boss! Yuan Hu and the others quickly surrounded him. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong climbed out of the pool. The young girl's figure was exquisite. She was only 15 or 16 years old, and was in the prime of her life. After her robe was wet, it stuck to her body, outlining the contours of her body that were just beginning to develop. It was either concave or convex, revealing a different kind of seduction amidst the inexperience. The moment Xianxia saw it, his eyes darkened. With a swish, he tossed his robe to the girl, covering her wet body and hiding the seductive scene that could make a saint go crazy. What are you all doing here? All of you, go up and train yourselves. As he spoke, he chased them away. Luo Qingtong looked at the man like a large carnivore, protecting his food and driving away all the people who might covet his delicious food. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in her heart. Chief Instructor, how's my performance? She deliberately tugged at the robe that the man draped over her body. Very good. Xianxia stared at the girl's exposed snow-white skin and seductive curves with a burning gaze. He couldn't take his eyes off her. Damn it. Why does this woman look so seductive when she's wet? Luo Qingtong's robe was actually very thick and of good quality. Although it was tightly ironed and wrapped around her body, the places that should be exposed weren't exposed at all. But for some reason, Xianxia felt that this scene was even more irresistible and seductive than when she was naked. It made him want to tear off her clothes at all costs. Xianxia's throat moved. Just as he was about to move, he remembered that his current identity wasn't Ming Zun of the Black Field, but the chief instructor of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, Yi Luo. This thought was like a bucket of cold water that extinguished the fire in his heart. Thinking about how Luo Qingtong was so seductive in front of other men, even if that man was himself, Xianxia still felt depressed. But he couldn't say anything about Luo Qingtong. She was wearing her clothes properly and hadn't done anything. With this thought, Xianxia felt even more depressed. Get up. Put on a few more clothes and start training again. At this moment, Xianxia started to regret making such a waterfall for Luo Qingtong to train. Even if he wanted to do it, he should have brought Luo Qingtong to train alone. But this way, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal of hiding his identity. Xianxia felt a burst of irritation as he thought about it. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia's appearance and snickered in her heart. Cough. Okay. She agreed and turned around. Then she pulled on Xianxia's sleeve. Wait. Instructor. She looked at Xianxia with a smile. Then, she lifted her wet hair and tossed it to the side. My hair is tangled with a hairpin. Instructor, can you help me fix it? She was trying so hard to stifle her laughter that she almost suffered internal injuries. The girl's hair was soft and smooth, like a waterfall that cascaded down. However, because she didn't know that she was going to train in the waterfall this time, she didn't take off the hairpin. It tangled with her hair, making it a little messy. Xianxia's face was tense as he watched the young girl lift up one side of her hair. Her black, satin-like hair made Luo Qingtong's snow-white skin appear even more tender and white. Because she wanted Xianxia to help her remove the hairpin that was wrapped around her hair, Luo Qingtong slightly lowered her head, making her neck look even more white and slender. Looking down from his angle, he could see the tender whiteness of the girl's neck spreading all the way down until it disappeared into her slightly open lapel. That faintly discernible style and snow-white fullness made Xianxia's eyes darken. He stretched out his hand stiffly and took off the hairpin that was wrapped around the girl's hair one by one. His entire person was in a state of ice and fire. He was burning because of Luo Qingtong's appearance at this moment, but he was also depressed and cold because his identity was not his Blackfield's Ming Zun. On one hand, he was so depressed that he was about to explode. On the other hand, he couldn't help but stare at Luo Qingtong. This woman was really born to be his nemesis. Xianxia didn't know why he had to endure this kind of torture. Xianxia stiffly removed all the hairpins and beads from Luo Qingtong's head. It was clearly something that could be done in 2 or 3 moves, but it took him several breaths of time. During this period, his fingers accidentally touched Luo Qingtong's snow-white and tender skin several times, and he almost couldn't control himself on the spot. He coldly helped Luo Qingtong remove all the hairpins and beads, and then said in a hoarse voice, "It's done. In addition, starting tomorrow, you're not allowed to wear this kind of thing." Yi Qianxian was angry that she was so close to another man. What if today's chief instructor wasn't him? Thinking of this, he felt a burst of depression in his heart. However, he didn't know that if this chief instructor wasn't him, Luo Qingtong wouldn't even have the slightest intention of teasing him. All her gentleness and craftiness were given to him. Could it be that he thought that any man could get Luo Qingtong's favor? If that was the case, then in the 24th century, the men around Luo Qingtong could line up around the earth. As the most powerful eye technique master in the ability world, countless countries and organizations were afraid of her. They were afraid that the other party would take a fancy to their little assets. Luo Qingtong never lacked people who would volunteer to sleep with her. Especially when she was a very beautiful woman, even in the 24th century, where handsome men and beautiful women gathered, Luo Qingtong was a natural beauty that men couldn't forget. Pfft. Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianxian's sullen face as he turned around and left. That dark face could drip water, and it looked like a storm was coming. Luo Qingtong stifled a burst of laughter in her heart. In the end, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Before she was discovered by Yi Qianren, she wrapped the man's robe tightly around her waist and tied it around her waist. With a swish, her figure flew to the stone platform suspended in the middle of the waterfall and continued the training. The waterfall training that Yi Qianxian specially created for her was really very suitable for Luo Qingtong's current situation. Luo Qingtong had just fought against the water flow once, and immediately understood the benefits of this waterfall training. Under the impact of the waterfall, all the strength in her body was tempered. Under such circumstances, as long as she persevered in the training, the longer she stayed on the waterfall, the stronger the strength in her body would be. In this way, the strength in her body could continue to grow in an incomparably solid situation. In an instant, Luo Qingtong understood why Yi Qianxian created this waterfall training ground for her. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the man standing by the side and watching her tall figure. Her heart was filled with an indescribable warmth and joy. So this was the feeling of being loved and cherished in the palm of someone's hands. Luo Qingtong only felt that she had never been so happy and relaxed. No matter what she did, there would be a man standing behind her to support her and watch her move forward step by step. Climb high. Stand by his side. This feeling was really great. Haha. Luo Qingtong's voice was cheerful, hiding the snicker that she just couldn't help laughing. Yi Qianxian's face had always been dark. But at this moment, hearing the girl's laughter and the joy in her voice, his lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. That pair of icy cold eyes also instantly warmed up, and a hint of a smile seeped out from within. It's good that this woman likes this place. He didn't think so much and finally decided on this waterfall training place for her in vain. Yi Qianxian hacked out the thousands of feet cliff here. The surging water of the waterfall was diverted from other places by him. It was all for the sake of creating an extremely suitable training ground for Luo Qingtong, allowing her to increase her strength to the greatest extent. She wanted to defeat Yuanma fair and square, so Yi Qianxian did his best to pave the way for her. She wanted to walk towards him step by step, so he stood on top of the mountains, protecting her, spoiling her, and watching her approach him step by step. She had her pride, so he would protect her pride. He was willing to be her strongest and most solid support. Rumble. Luo Qingtong's figure kept jumping up the stairs of the waterfall. Then, under the impact of the powerful waterfall, she fell down again and again. Once, twice, thrice, Luo Qingtong fell down the stairs again and again. Under the waterfall's pool, she was exhausted and bruised all over. But the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter. She could stay on the stone steps longer and longer. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths. With each breath, Luo Qingtong became more and more proficient in using the power in her body. The power in her body became more and more solid and vigorous under the tempering of the waterfall. Finally, she broke through naturally. Rumble. For nearly a month, Luo Qingtong had been training in the waterfall. She didn't even go back to the sacred court. Anyway, Yi Qianxian was the chief instructor. With a casual word, no one would pursue the matter of them leaving the sacred court. The others also cherished this rare opportunity very much. Especially those who grew up in the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. They didn't know why such a waterfall that they had never even heard of would suddenly appear near the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Moreover, it was so suitable for their training. However, no matter how they thought about it, the chief instructor in front of them had something to do with it. This made them respect Yi Qianren, and at the same time, they treasured this opportunity even more. They didn't know why, but they had a feeling that this waterfall might disappear in a month's time. Although he didn't know where this feeling came from. How could a huge waterfall disappear just like that? However, they still worked even harder to cultivate. As for Yuan Hu and the others, there was no need to even mention them. They didn't want to be a burden to Luo Qingtong anymore. The girl was clearly getting stronger and stronger, and she was also getting further and further away. If they didn't work harder, even if Luo Qingtong didn't say that she didn't want them, they would be too embarrassed to stay by her side. The group of people didn't want to be left behind by Luo Qingtong at all. Therefore, they trained hard. At least Luo Qingtong still had her Do technique. When she was blasted into the pool by the waterfall, she could slightly adjust the angle and strength so that she wouldn't fall so miserably. However, Yuan Hu and the others were completely smashing down. Under such circumstances, the group of people still trained with all their might. If Luo Qingtong hadn't refined the medicinal liquid for them, many of them would have been crippled. Just like that, Luo Qingtong's and the others' abilities continued to solidify and increase under the bombardment. At the same time, as the battle between Luo Qingtong and Yuan Mo was approaching, a person appeared in the encampment of the Heavenly Palace Dragon Group of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Your Highness King Wu. Seeing the young man striding into the hall with a gloomy face, Tong Hu and the rest all stood up in surprise. 2 days ago, they received the news that King Wu would be back soon. They didn't expect to see him today. Yes. Mo Qinshuan's voice was cold. He walked directly to the main seat in the hall and sat down. His face was gloomy from the beginning. Tong Hu and the others were originally very happy about Mo Qinshuan's return. However, when they saw that his face was so pale, their expressions changed from joy to silence. Your Highness. Suddenly, a member of the dragon group whispered, your strength didn't improve? The group of people looked at Mo Qinshuan and realized that his strength and aura didn't improve at all compared to when he left. Not only that, but he even weakened. The group of people looked at each other and didn't know what was going on. Didn't His Highness say that he was 100% sure that he could break through this time? They were counting on him to suppress the crown prince as soon as he came back. Unexpectedly, His Highness's strength didn't improve at all. Hearing someone mention it, Mo Qinshuan's anger flared up. He was very confident that he would break through this time. Because he had absorbed almost all of Ma Qianye's dragon energy. He thought that he could absorb all of his dragon energy and break the dragon bloodline and real dragon fate in his body, but he didn't expect to gain anything this time. No matter how much he absorbed, Ma Qianye's dragon energy didn't budge. At first, Mo Qinshuan thought it was because Ma Qianye got the 7-leaf blood refining lotus. However, he had not been able to absorb even a little bit of Ma Qianye's dragon energy for an entire month, which made him extremely irritable. This also meant that his previous guess was wrong. It was absolutely impossible for a 7-leaf blood refining lotus to reach such a level. There was definitely another reason that he couldn't think of. Mo Qinshuan went back to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin with anger. Now that he heard the words of that dragon regiment member, he was even more furious. Bang! He lifted his leg and kicked that member of the dragon corps away. Are all of you happy that my strength hasn't increased? His gaze swept across Tiger Cub and the others. These people were paying so much attention to his strength. Could it be that they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself? Or did they have some evil thoughts and want to replace him? Mo Qinshuan's words instantly frightened Tiger Cub and the others. They immediately knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, Your Highness, we don't dare. This person would be the future ruler of the Empire of Qin. They didn't dare to offend him, let alone have such thoughts. Humph. Mo Qinshuan's voice was cold. He returned to the main seat and sat down. During my absence, did anything happen in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? Especially in Ma Qianye? Hearing Mo Qinshuan's words, Tong Hu and the others were stunned. Your Highness. They stammered and couldn't say anything for a long time. What happened this time was really humiliating. The group of people originally thought that Mo Qinshuan would not be so angry when they talked about these things after his breakthrough. But at this moment, Mo Qinshuan's strength did not break through, and he was in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to speak. In the end, it was Tonghu who told him what happened recently under Emochen Xuan's gaze. Hearing that the members of the Dragon Regiment were humiliated and were forced to kneel and apologize on the spot by Luo Qingtong, Emochen Xian was instantly furious. Bang! He slammed the table in front of him with one hand, and the aura that exploded from his body instantly blew Tonghu and the others who were kneeling in front of him to the ground. Good. 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 Emochen Xian was extremely furious. He looked at Tonghu and the others who were lying on the ground and laughed out of anger. How long has it been since I left the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin? How could you embarrass me to this extent? You were forced to kneel and apologize by a freshman who just entered the academy and pay a large amount of cultivation resources? Why don't you just die? Emochen Xian was so angry that he even changed the way he addressed himself. He looked at Tonghu and the others who were struggling to get up from the ground with a gloomy look, and wished that he could kick them to death directly. How could they humiliate him so much? Not only that, they even threw them to the woman Ma Chenyi liked. How could they still show up in front of him? No wonder they were so surprised when they saw him, and so disappointed when they saw that his strength did not break through. A bunch of useless trash. Emochen Xian was so angry. Tonghu and the others knelt on the ground and did not even dare to say a word. Although there was a rule in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin that no one could kill a fellow student, with Emochen Xuan's status, if he really killed them and destroyed the evidence, who could do anything about it? The group of people lay on the ground silently. When Emochen Xian was almost done venting, he remembered that Luo Qingtong seemed to be Yu Wenma's fiancé. He immediately said coldly, "Call Yu Wenma here." Immediately, someone from the dragon group went to find Yu Wenmo and brought him over. Yu Wenma. Emochen Xuan's voice was cold. Luo Qingtong is your fiancé. What do you think we should do this time? Emochen Xian looked at Yu Wenma with a gloomy face. He had lost a lot of face this time. Not only that, but he also suspected that Ma Chenyi already knew about his luck-seizing technique and had found a way to break it. Luo Qingtong was deliberately arranged by him to slap his face. On the other hand, Yu Wenma, Luo Qingtong's fiancé, was also suspected by him. This time, if it were not for Yu Wenma, the dragon group might not have confronted Luo Qingtong, and they would not have given Ma Chenyi a chance to slap his face, thinking that he had suppressed Ma Chenyi for so many years since his rise, and at this time, when he was about to succeed, he was slapped in the face by Luo Qingtong. His face and prestige were all lost. Emochen Xian was extremely angry. He did not think that Luo Qingtong, the legitimate daughter of a lord's mansion from a small inferior country, could have such ability. So, all of this was ordered by Ma Chenyi? Then, did Yu Wenma rely on him and deliberately create opportunities for him? As soon as he said that, Yu Wenma immediately knew what was going on. He gritted his teeth, bowed his head, and repeated what he had said to Su Diheng before. Your Highness, don't worry. Since Luo Qingtong humiliated the dragon group and you, I will personally cripple her abilities in the duel 3 days later and make her pay the price for what she did this time. Very good. Looking at the expression on Yu Wenma's face, Emochen Xian smiled. He relaxed his body and leaned back, saying coldly, I heard that you would marry no one but her. I wanted to let her go for your sake. Since you have such an awareness and are so loyal to me, then why don't you show me your loyalty? Then let's do as you say. It just so happens that I need a few cheap female slaves in my backyard. I heard that Luo Qingtong is pretty? Emochen Xuan's smile was cold. Although she is a woman from an inferior country, she is not even qualified to be my female slave after being destroyed. But I can't let go of those who offend me easily. Otherwise, everyone wants to step on my head. How can I deal with it? He looked at Yu Wenma coldly and said, after destroying her strength, send her to my mansion, okay? Just right, he could have a taste of the woman Ma Chenyi liked, although Emochen Xian didn't think that the rumor that Ma Chenyi liked her was true. But she was indeed on Ma Chenyi's side. No wonder she was so ambitious and wanted to break off the engagement with Yu Wenma, Emochen Xian sneered. She just didn't know what kind of expression Emochen Yi would have when the other party became a lowly female slave in his residence and was given to his subordinates to be ridden by thousands and tens of thousands of people. Yes. Yu Wenma clenched his fists fiercely. Although he was reluctant, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Emo Xianxia looked at him and finally waved his hand lazily, saying, "Okay, you can leave. 3 days later, remember not to make a mistake. Otherwise, you know what I am capable of." Emo Xianxia's voice was cold. With Yuan Ma's strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to lose to Luo Qingtong. If he really failed, it would mean that he deliberately let go. At that time, neither of them would let him go. Emo Xianxuan's words were more like a threat than an exhortation. Hearing the meaning behind his words, Yuan Ma's hand suddenly tightened. In the end, he didn't dare to say anything and directly left. After leaving the Dragon Corps encampment, his eyes turned cold. Yuan Ma definitely didn't want to give up Luo Qingtong. He had persevered for so many years, so how could he let all his efforts go to waste now? But Emo Xianxuan's meaning was so obvious that it was not easy to fool him. He absolutely could not disobey, then he could only start with Luo Qingtong. As long as she surrendered without a fight or admitted defeat, then he would have no reason to attack her, not to mention crippling her. This way, she would still be his fiancée. When the time came, she would kowtow and apologize for this matter and everything would be fine. Yuan Ma felt that compared to being crippled and becoming Emo Xianxuan's female slave, Luo Qingtong would agree to his suggestion. However, Yuan Ma, are you crazy? Luo Qingtong heard his words and couldn't help but laugh. He wanted her to admit defeat and surrender without a fight. He also wanted her to kowtow and apologize to the Dragon Corps people and the Soul Institute's teachers. If you're sick, hurry up and get treated. Don't be an eyesore here. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold as she prepared to leave. When Yuan Ma asked her out, she thought that he had changed his mind and was ready to break off the engagement. She didn't expect that he was here to persuade her to admit defeat. He even acted as if it was for her own good. If that was the case, why didn't Yuan Ma admit defeat? If he admitted defeat and broke off the engagement, wouldn't everything be fine? In the end, it was all for his own selfish reasons. Now he was acting as if it was all for her sake. Yuan Ma still had the nerve to say it. But Luo Qingtong wanted to vomit after hearing it. She didn't want to waste any time on him, but it was clear that Yuan Ma didn't think so. Luo Qingtong, that's enough. Yuan Ma looked at Luo Qingtong with gloomy and cold eyes. Do you know what will happen to you if you offend King Wu? Do you think the Crown Prince will save you? Wake up. If the Crown Prince could deal with His Highness King Wu, the Dragon Regiment wouldn't be the only one in the Empire of Qin's Holy Academy. I don't know what you did to the Heavenly Hall's training ground to prevent the Dragon Regiment from entering. But that opportunity can only be used once. Luo Qingtong. King Wu is back. What will you use to resist him and the Dragon Regiment? To tell you the truth, admitting defeat is your only way out. Otherwise, I'll break your limbs, cripple your strength, and send you to the Wu Imperial Manor as a female slave. Are you willing to do that, or are you willing to continue being my fiancé and preserve your strength? Before Yuan Ma could finish speaking, Luo Qingtong's cold voice rang out. I won't choose either. Yuan Ma, wait until you defeat me. Let's talk about this later. Cripple her strength? Demote her to a female slave. As long as he had the ability, she would accompany him to the end, Luo Qingtong said and turned to leave. She was afraid that if she stayed a few more seconds, she wouldn't be able to resist using the life and death yin-yang sword to hack Yuan Ma into pieces. But she couldn't, not now. 3 days later, in the arena, she would openly trample on her opponent. Luo Qingtong, this is your own choice. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yuan Ma was almost angered to death by Luo Qingtong. If it wasn't for her background and that opportunity, how could he have been trampled by her again and again? Luo Qingtong, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me. In an instant, Yuan Ma made up his mind and turned to leave. This Yuan Ma is truly disgusting. He clearly coveted some benefits from you and was unwilling to give you up. Yet, he acted as if he was doing it for your own good and was saving you. Does he really think that other than him, everyone else is blind? On Luo Qingtong's shoulder, Little Pig ran out of nowhere and jumped onto her shoulder. Luo Qingtong paused when she heard its voice. Then, she lifted it up by its 2 little ears. Where have you been all this time? Luo Qingtong looked at it coldly. This guy ran away as soon as he entered the holy capital of the Empire of Qin. Now that he came back, his stomach was round from eating. She didn't know which family he had gone to harm. He. Chief Instructor. Following Little Pig's gaze, Luo Qingtong immediately saw the man standing in the shadows. She didn't know how long he had been here and how much he had heard of the conversation between her and Yuwenma. This man really didn't feel at ease with her at all. Luo Qingtong thought, and her lips slightly curled up. She didn't know why, but the anger she felt because of Yuwenma just now disappeared like smoke. What was the point of arguing with an idiot? It would only lower her IQ. Anyway, she would torture him 3 days later. Yi Qianming nodded lightly and looked at the place where Yuwenma's figure disappeared. The coldness in his eyes was sharp and cold. If he didn't leave this matter to Luo Qingtong, Yuwenma would have died countless times. Now, the other party even dared to threaten Luo Qingtong. Thinking of the words Yuwenma just said, Yi Qianming couldn't help but emit a murderous aura. No matter how much he spoiled her, he couldn't get enough of her. The other party actually wanted to destroy her, cripple her strength. Treat her as a female slave. Yuwenma and Mo Qinshan really dared to dream, resisting the urge to reveal his identity to Luo Qingtong. Yi Qianming, who was now Yi Luo, only coldly said, "You won't lose." The girl's growth in strength was carefully calculated by him. On the last day, her strength just happened to reach the most perfect state. At that time, he could open her meridians and open the shackles of her meridians and heaven and earth spiritual energy in one fell swoop, forming a new cycle of power. At that time, she would reach the martial emperor realm. Luo Qingtong's strength and heaven and earth's energy would correspond, and she would be able to activate and control part of the heaven and earth's energy around her body, and the martial emperor realm was also the time when the soul seal began to display its true strength. Yi Qianming knew that Yuwenma was a soul seal spirit, a spirit emperor. But he believed that Luo Qingtong wouldn't lose. Looking at the man's cold eyes, Luo Qingtong felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. She smiled and nodded, then began her daily teasing of Yi Qianming. Aya. She pretended to accidentally fall and fell towards Yi Qianming. Instructor, be careful. Get out of the way. Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. Yi Qianming's hand had already caught her quickly. What's the matter? Yi Qianming frowned and looked at her, instantly forgetting his identity as Yi Luo's chief instructor. With so many flaws, Luo Qingtong was too embarrassed to expose him. She just had to let him feel that his disguise was very successful. She would get jealous for no reason. This kind of life was quite interesting. I don't know either. Luo Qingtong blinked her eyes and steadied herself with his strength. It's probably because the training was too tiring. Instructor, thank you, please let me go. I can walk. Luo Qingtong said as she leaned on Yi Qianming softly. How could Yi Qianming really let go of her in this state? Suddenly, he picked her up with a conflicted expression. It was hard to tell if he was more depressed or distressed as he carried her and strode out. Little Pig was already stunned in Luo Qingtong's arms. Oh my god, is this world a fantasy? This woman actually threw herself into a man's arms and acted coquettishly? And the man wasn't even that man. Little Pig didn't appear for several days and missed the key information. His face was filled with sadness and confusion. He didn't know if he should support Luo Qingtong to find another true love or break up the couple and let that woman wake up and avoid Yi Qianming's pursuit. Hatred born from love was the most terrifying thing. Even until the day Luo Qingtong was prepared to have a duel with Yuwenma, she still had not come to a conclusion. Rumble, Luo Qingtong was sitting upright on the stairs in the center of the waterfall. She had been sitting there for nearly a day. At first, she would be sent flying as soon as she climbed up, but now, she could sit there for a whole day. The power in Luo Qingtong's body had already adapted to the impact of the water. The power in her body was faintly agitated. Bang! 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 The power lines around Luo Qingtong's body due to the rapid vibration of the power had already expanded to a 1-meter radius around her. From afar, it looked like a cocoon wrapped around Luo Qingtong. Chief Instructor, do you think boss can make a breakthrough? Yuanhu and the others were nervously guarding the shore, motionlessly raising their heads to look at Luo Qingtong, who was sitting upright on the stairs of the waterfall. Some of them could also climb the stairs in the center, but it was impossible for them to sit there for a whole day like Luo Qingtong. Boss was definitely going to make a breakthrough. Yuanhu and the others were very excited. At the same time, in the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin, Yuan Ma and the members of the Dragon Regiment arrived at the arena of the Heavenly Palace's training ground near noon. The arena in the center was already empty. Most of the people in the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin knew that Luo Qingtong and Yuan Ma had made a bet. This was probably the strangest couple in the history of the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. One wanted to break off the engagement, the other didn't. If it was just this, it would be fine. But the one who wanted to break off the engagement was rumored to love the one who didn't want to break off the engagement. The one who didn't want to break off the engagement was impatient, but for the sake of his promise, he was determined not to break off the engagement. Such a good show. In addition, Luo Qingtong and Yuan Ma both had a good reputation in the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. Especially Luo Qingtong, she did a series of surprising things as soon as she entered the Holy Institute. Almost everyone in the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin knew her. Under such circumstances, this battle naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Mo Qinshan showed up surrounded by the crowd. He walked to the front of the arena and looked at Ma Qinyi, who was surrounded by the Gue Yuan clan. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Brother, I didn't expect you to come as well. It seems like you're really interested in that Luo Qingtong, just like the rumors say." But Mo Qinshan looked at Ma Qinyi and sneered. "Imperial brother, don't you think this is too degrading? Is a woman from an inferior country worthy of your pursuit? Imperial brother, don't forget your identity." Mo Qinshan implied that Ma Qinyi's behavior was not worthy of the crown prince's identity. She was just a girl from an inferior country. So what if she was powerful? Mo Qinshan sneered in his heart. However, he was happy to see Ma Qinyi's actions. The more Ma Qinyi pursued Luo Qingtong, the more he valued her, and the more interesting his expression would be when she became his female slave. Mo Qinshan sneered as he said this. He turned around and left, and sat down on the chairs prepared by the Dragon Regiment. His words infuriated everyone in the Gue Yuan clique. They didn't understand why Ma Qinyi valued Luo Qingtong before. But after the Heavenly Palace's training ground, they changed their view. Not only that, they admired Luo Qingtong for daring to fight with the Dragon Regiment and winning. King Wu's ambition is getting bigger and bigger. These years, he really didn't restrain himself at all. A backbone member of the Gue Yuan regiment said angrily. Mo Qinshuan's words were really arrogant. It was as if the position of crown prince was already in his bag. He really thought that they were all dead. Don't mind him. He's only good at talking, that's all. Ma Qinyi's face was indifferent. That pair of elegant and calm eyes, however, revealed a cold glint. He was just shouting. According to Ma Qinyi's previous estimation, if Mo Qinshan came back after the breakthrough, he would definitely attack him, but at this moment, he only shouted a few words and it was over. Although in the eyes of others, he was no different from usual. But Ma Qinyi obviously felt that Mo Qinshan was not confident enough, so, did he fail to break through? Thinking of the extremely stable dragon qi in his body during this period, Ma Qinyi's eyes were cold and he smiled. Mo Qinshan couldn't be arrogant for long. As for the words that he despised Luo Qingtong, it was even more ridiculous. If Luo Qingtong's identity was exposed, Mo Qinshan couldn't compare at all, he couldn't even find out this. How could Mo Qinshan look down on Luo Qingtong? Ma Qinyi's face was indifferent. He didn't want to lower himself to Mo Qinshuan's level. In contrast, he was more concerned about how much Luo Qingtong's strength had improved. A month's time was really too tight. With Luo Qingtong's talent and strength, if she had enough time, she would definitely surpass Yuan Ma. The latter couldn't be compared with her at all, but now, there was only 1 month. Just as Ma Qinyi frowned slightly, in the huge waterfall outside the holy capital of the Empire of Qin, the water cocoon formed by Luo Qingtong was getting bigger and bigger. All the water around her was sucked into the center of her body. Boom! The whole waterfall showed a strange scene. The water above the waterfall was all flowing to the center. Under such circumstances, the water in the pool below also abruptly flowed upwards. Rumble! The sound of flowing water became more rapid. The roaring sound of the water flow was like the sound of thunder, reverberating in everyone's ears. Bang, 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 as the water flowed backwards, a rhythmic rhythm suddenly resounded from the center of the water flow where Luo Qingtong was. That sound seemed to have a life of its own as it throbbed violently. In the beginning, it was very slow. Then it became faster and faster, faster and faster, but when the sound reached a certain extent, the entire huge water cocoon that was completely enveloped by the waterfall exploded with a boom. Boom, Luo Qingtong's figure rushed out from within. Rumble. The sound of water bursting could be heard all around. The water of the entire waterfall suddenly burst out from the water cocoon. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with mist and water droplets. Large amounts of water burst into the sky. In such a scene, Luo Qingtong was like Muyu walking on water. She stepped on the aura of the water in the sky and walked down step by step. The martial emperor realm, the realm of oneness of heaven and man. She could control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth with her own aura. Countless aura of water floated around Luo Qingtong. Behind Luo Qingtong, there was a barrier that was hundreds of feet high. It made the girl look like a spirit that was rising from the water. Chief Instructor, I've broken through. Luo Qingtong's eyes sparkled as she looked at the man who was standing on the shore with his hands behind his back. This time, without Xianxia, she would not have broken through so easily. To break through the barrier from the martial royal realm to the martial emperor realm, one had to use one's own strength to communicate with the power of heaven and earth and turn the power of heaven and earth into a part of one's own strength cycle. It was easy to say, but it was definitely not easy to do. Xianxia had the heavenly pulse body. His meridians were naturally connected with the power of heaven and earth. Only he knew how to make Luo Qingtong communicate with the power of heaven and earth as soon as possible to establish a new cycle. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to make Luo Qingtong break through from the martial royal realm to the martial emperor realm in a month. The improvement in the martial royal realm was a quantitative improvement. As long as the martial artist had enough comprehension and had enough strength in his body, he would naturally be able to break through the barrier. However, comprehension and strength were not enough to break through to the next realm. He also needed opportunities and opportunities. Breaking through to the martial emperor realm from the martial emperor realm was not only a breakthrough to the next realm, but also a breakthrough to a new level. Only when a martial artist entered the martial emperor realm could he be considered to have stepped into the ranks of the experts on the continent and started the real path of cultivation. Only those who entered this realm would know how awe-inspiring the real path of cultivation was. It was only after Luo Qingtong broke through to the martial emperor realm that she realized how shocking it was for her to kill those injured martial emperors with her eye technique and the life and death yin yang sword. Below the martial emperor realm, she was the enemy of tens of thousands of people. As long as it was an expert below the martial emperor realm, a martial emperor realm expert could plunder the aura of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth around the opponent, so that the opponent could not replenish his strength. He could also directly freeze the aura of the spiritual chi around the opponent. In short, a martial artist below the martial emperor realm would not have any power to fight back against a martial emperor realm expert. However, Luo Qingtong had never felt this way. It was the same when she faced an expert above the martial emperor scripture. She did not think that it was because she was gifted. So, was there something that blocked all of this for her? Luo Qingtong could not help but look at the 9 phoenix ring on her finger. Was it, among Luo Qingtong's treasures, the 9-story exquisite pagoda had always been in her sea of consciousness. Life and death sword was summoned when it was needed. So it was definitely not. This man was the only one who had forced her to wear the ring, which she had mistaken for a tracker. So, how much had this man done for her without her knowing? Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianren with sparkling eyes. Martial of the martial. Looking at the young girl's gaze, he instantly felt stifled. If this gaze was directed at his true self, he would be overjoyed. However, it was for his incarnation. Of the martial emperor. Yi Qianxian felt a burst of irritation in his heart. He deeply felt that he had dug a hole for himself. And this hole was very deep. He had created a love rival for himself. And this love rival was very powerful. Looking at Luo Qingtong's sparkling eyes, Yi Qianxian felt extremely depressed. Puff. This man is jealous of me again. Luo Qingtong found it funny when she saw his conflicted and depressed expression. At this moment, Little Pig, who was beside her, had also noticed some clues. This man, is he that man? Little Pig whispered to Luo Qingtong. Those who didn't know better would think that Little Pig and Luo Qingtong were talking in riddles. In fact, Little Pig wanted to say that the chief instructor was Xianxia. Luo Qingtong held back her laughter and nodded at Little Pig. Shoo, she whispered to Little Pig, telling him not to let Xianxia know that he had been exposed. Little Pig was speechless as he looked at the two of them. Aren't these two too good at fooling around? One of them thought that the other party didn't know about his disguise and was jealous of him. The other clearly knew that he was disguising his identity but pretended not to know, making him jealous of himself. You two can do it. Little Pig's lips twitched. Luo Qingtong smiled but didn't say anything. Boss. Yuanhu and the others came to their senses and surrounded her. Boss, you broke through? They looked at the aura around Luo Qingtong in disbelief. Yes, I broke through. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at the sky. Then, she said, let's go. Let's return to the holy court of the Empire of Qin. It's time to let Yuanma know who the genius is and who the loser is. He wants to cripple her strength and make her a slave. I'm afraid he doesn't have the ability or opportunity to do so. Yes. Yuanhu and the others were full of excitement. The Gui Yuan group and the other talented geniuses of the holy court who stayed behind with them were also waiting for a good show. No one expected that Luo Qingtong would really break through to the martial emperor realm in a month. After all, to a certain extent, this was equivalent to a fantasy story. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong would actually succeed? Of course, it was due to the chief instructor's efforts, but Luo Qingtong's comprehension and talent were top-notch too. Otherwise, how could the chief instructor help her? If she was as stupid as a pig, it would be impossible for her to break through from the martial monarch realm to the martial emperor realm in a month. Yuanma probably didn't expect this either, right? His fiancée, whom he despised in every possible way, had actually grown to such an extent. He had even broken the common people's definition of a genius. Everyone could already imagine the shocked expressions of Yuanma and the others when Luo Qingtong appeared on the stage. A group of people immediately rushed to the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. At the same time, in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, Yuanma sat beside the arena with a cold face. 2 days ago, he had failed to negotiate with Luo Qingtong, which made him very angry. He liked Luo Qingtong. It could even be said that she was in love with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have defended her again and again and tried to find a way to absolve her. Maybe he did have other purposes for the previous Luo Qingtong, so he was unwilling to give her up. But now, the Luo Qingtong was completely different from what he knew. In addition to those reasons, he also wanted to have her. But she didn't care about him at all. When Luo Qingtong proposed to break off the engagement in the square when they just entered the academy, he thought that she was angry. When she made him kneel while she was fighting with the dragon group, he thought that she was still angry and was wantonly venting. But this time, the girl who once followed him, called him Brother Mo, said that she would work hard to grow up and be his bride, and refused to give up no matter what, was gone. Now Luo Qingtong regarded him as an enemy, an opponent, and an obstacle in her eyes. She didn't want to have anything to do with him. The funny thing was that the Luo Qingtong used to be regarded as a burden and trash by him. He didn't want to spend any time and energy on her at all. He didn't even want to look at her. Now Luo Qingtong, who disdained him, was tempted. Yuanma didn't believe in retribution before, but now he did. Luo Qingtong would rather fail and become Mo Qinshuan's slave than be his fiancée. Her disgust for him had reached such a level. As Yuanma thought about it, he suddenly cracked the armrest of the chair he was sitting on. If he didn't withdraw his hand quickly, the armrest would have been crushed by him in an instant. Senior brother, don't be angry. When Luo Qingtong comes, you can teach her a lesson. But I think she doesn't dare to come. Su Jinyue, who was sitting next to him, noticed his behavior and thought that he was angry because Luo Qingtong didn't come. She suddenly felt a burst of joy in her heart and quickly comforted him. Anyway, if she doesn't come, you will break off the engagement. At that time, we still have a chance to get even with her. Especially when His Highness King Wu comes back. She can't escape. Senior brother, don't worry. If Luo Qingtong doesn't come, my father won't blame you. As she said, she glanced at Su Xiaoxiao and others with disdain and said, it's because some people talked big at the beginning, saying that there would be a gambling battle in a month and that they would break off the engagement. In the end, they just said that. In the end, they still didn't come and continued the trick of breaking off the engagement. It's disgusting. Obviously, she can't bear to leave my senior brother, but she pretended that she didn't care and made the whole Holy Academy know about it. Su Jingyue deliberately let Su Xiaoxiao and the others hear it. Her voice was extremely loud, and in an instant, it spread to the crowd around her. Su Xiaoxiao and the others heard it even though they were standing far away. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao, that innocent girl, was so angry that her face turned red. How dare you speak ill of boss? Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that she was about to say something. The little girl holding the white cat beside her opened her mouth. That's still better than some shameless women who cling on to someone else's fiancé. Big sis Xiaoxiao, I'm still young, so I don't know how to describe these women. Do you know what to call it? Is she a promiscuous woman or a woman of loose morals? Or is it a lascivious sex? The little girl blinked her eyes and asked innocently. She scolded Su Jingyue thoroughly. You. Su Jingyue glared at the little girl holding the white cat. Before she could yell, a cold voice came from the back of the heavenly demon group from the other side. Let me tell you, this kind of person is called a green TB*TCH. As soon as the voice came, Su Xiaoxiao and the others immediately turned around. Boss. Their faces were full of joy. Because of Su Xiaoxiao and Yuanhu, the people in the heavenly demon group all called Luo Qingtong boss. Hearing this, the crowd in the dueling ring immediately turned their gazes over. My God! The moment they saw the aura on Luo Qingtong's body, many people took a deep breath. Not for anything else. Luo Qingtong's aura was that of the martial emperor realm, because she had just advanced. Luo Qingtong's aura was very sharp. Like sharp thorns, it spread in all directions. Even if she tried to restrain it, it would take 1 or 2 days for the sharp aura to circulate perfectly. Luo Qingtong had advanced to the martial emperor realm in a month. Everyone who felt the aura from Luo Qingtong's body opened their eyes wide. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. When Luo Qingtong entered the academy, she was only in the martial royal realm, although her aura was very condensed, much more condensed than that of ordinary martial royal realm geniuses. But to advance from the martial royal realm to the martial emperor realm in a month. Were they dreaming? Was it because Luo Qingtong was too monstrous, or were they too ignorant? It should be known that Yu Wenma had a good reputation in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. But it took him more than half a year to advance from the martial royal realm to the martial emperor realm. Yu Wenma had reached the peak of the martial royal realm a long time ago. After that, he had been stuck at the threshold of advancing from the martial royal realm to the martial emperor realm. He couldn't cross it no matter how hard he tried. It was only after the trip to the Kaiyuan Mystery Land that he got an opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. Luo Qingtong had caught up with Yu Wenma's half a year of hard work in just a month, and looking at Luo Qingtong's aura, she didn't seem to be flimsy at all. She didn't forcibly improve her strength, but actually advanced. Everyone was dumbfounded. Very quickly, someone discovered that Yuan Hu and the rest, including a few members of the Gue Yuan team and a few talented students of the Saint Academy, who were following Luo Qingtong, had a great increase in their abilities. Instantly, they were shocked to realize that Luo Qingtong and the others followed the new chief instructor to train. That was why there was such an improvement. Oh my God, back then, the Grand Principal had said that the chief instructor was very powerful and that if one became his last disciple, one's strength could increase by a whole realm within a month. It was actually true. That chief instructor actually did it. As the crowd thought about it, they were both shocked and regretful. Oh my God, if they had known that the chief instructor was so powerful, they would have also acknowledged him as their teacher. You want to be his closed-door student even if you have to be so thick-skinned. When everyone was shocked, Su Jinyue's face was filled with disbelief and embarrassment. How was this possible? Luo Qingtong had broken through to the martial emperor realm. Not only that, but his strength was also very solid. Even if Su Jinyue wanted to say that she had used some dirty tricks to improve herself, she couldn't say it out loud. She looked at Luo Qingtong with an ugly expression. There was nothing more embarrassing than being slapped in the face right now. She had just said that Luo Qingtong didn't dare to come to the battle, but the latter appeared in front of her. Not only that, but Luo Qingtong's words of green tea bitch also hurt her deeply. Although she didn't know what a green tea bitch was. She didn't know that it was a good description. Su Jinyue's voice suddenly became sharp. Luo Qingtong. You. This woman, from the first time she saw her, she had always been this overbearing. It was as if having a good family meant that the whole world was her mother. However, sorry, Luo Qingtong didn't have the attitude of Yu Wenma to spoil her. She calmly glanced at Su Jinyue and then lowered her head to look at the little girl holding the white cat beside Su Xiaoxiao. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "What's your name?" Xingqi. The cute little loli giggled and said her name. Then she glanced at Su Jinyue, who was fuming with anger, and said, "So a woman who's sucking up to someone else's fiancé is called a green tea bitch?" She smiled and stroked the white cat in her arms. "I'll remember that. I'll call her green tea bitch from now on. I don't remember her name anyway." The little loli's words were always green tea bitch and woman who's sucking up to someone else's fiancé, instantly degrading Su Jinyue to the bottom of the mud. Yu Xingqi didn't hide her words at all. Her voice was clear and loud, with an indescribable childish taste, making Su Jinyue's character even more unbearable. When everyone heard her words, they couldn't help but glance at Su Jinyue, thinking that this little girl was right. No matter what, Yu Wenma was someone who had an engagement. In the past, Luo Qingtong wasn't in the sacred institution of the Empire of Qin and was rumored to be very unbearable. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with Su Jinyue liking Yu Wenma. But now, it seemed that she wasn't behaving properly. Yu Wenma had an engagement, yet she still wanted to be his concubine. Su Jinyue wanted to be a concubine for the daughter of a great teacher of the Seoul Institute. If she didn't want to be his concubine, could it be that Su Jinyue wanted to get rid of Luo Qingtong from the start? No wonder Luo Qingtong's reputation in the sacred institution of the Empire of Qin was so bad. Also, Yu Wenma disliked Luo Qingtong so much before. He wondered how much Su Jinyue had done in the process. With that in mind, everyone looked at Su Jinyue differently. You. Su Jinyue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She did have the intention to replace Luo Qingtong. But how could the Luo Qingtong of the past be worth her scheming? She didn't even put him in her eyes, okay. But now, with just a few words from the other party, she had become synonymous with viciousness and scheming. She had even shamelessly thrown herself at him. There was no way she could clear her name in front of so many people. As Su Jinyue thought of this, she suddenly felt dizzy. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. What made her even angrier and more embarrassed was Luo Qingtong's next words. The green TB*TCH is real. As for my fiancé, he's just trash that I threw away. If she wants to pick him up, then let her. The moment Luo Qingtong's words came out, Su Jinyue's face was so angry that it almost distorted. Before she could speak, Yu Wenma had already stood up angrily. Luo Qingtong, I'm still your fiancé. Yu Wenma looked at the girl in front of him with an ugly expression. In her heart, he was just a pile of trash. Was he that unbearable? Huh. Luo Qingtong looked coldly at the anger on Yu Wenma's face. Yu Wenma, when I received the annulment, you were no longer my fiancé. You just didn't want to admit it. What right do you have to be my fiancé? You people from Tianyu's royal family humiliated me and treated my Luo family like pigs and dogs. Have you ever thought about me and the Luo family? After being engaged for so many years, how many times have you been to our Luo family? How many times have you seen me and my grandfather? Yu Wenma, those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. You abandoned my Luo family like a pair of worn-out shoes. In my eyes, how much better are you than trash? Luo Qingtong's expression was cold. The words she said were all what that Luo Qingtong wanted to say to Yu Wenma back then. Before the Luo Qingtong disappeared, her greatest wish was not only to protect the Luo family, but also to make Yu Wenma regret his actions. She wanted Yu Wenma to know that she didn't care about him anymore. In her eyes, he wasn't even a piece of trash. Today, Luo Qingtong helped her say it. Shua. Luo Qingtong jumped onto the stage. Yu Wenma, come up. Let's settle this once and for all today. I'll let everyone know that Yu Wenma, aren't good enough for me, Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. The girl's aura exploded one by one. In the blink of an eye, the black robes around her body fluttered in the wind. That was the robe that Yi Qianming wrapped around her body. Luo Qingtong wore it on the stage. The black robe made Luo Qingtong's skin look like snow, white and tender like cream. Her black silky hair hung on Luo Qingtong's shoulder and was tied up by a purple hairband. It was really charming and elegant. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was like a goddess of war, cold and unparalleled, domineering and enchanting. Yuan Ma, come and fight. Luo Qingtong raised her right hand and unsheathed the Thunder Wind Sword, pointing it at Yuan Ma. Today's battle wasn't just to cancel the engagement and take back the Luo family's token. It was to wash away the humiliation of the Luo family, for the Tianyu royal family's ungrateful actions. Even more so, for the pride of the original owner who had been let down, Yuan Ma, I will represent her and trample you under my feet, tell everyone that you're not good enough for her. Hong. Following Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. Below, Yuan Ma was completely enraged. His gaze was cold and gloomy as he looked at the young girl who was pointing her sword at him. The aura around him also exploded. Luo Qingtong, you forced me to do this. He wanted to give Luo Qingtong, but time and time again two's a woman's it since then. Don't blame him to if he couldn't have it, then no one else could either. Luo Yuan Mo's figure also leaped onto the arena in an instant. The two of them looked at each other from afar. A bone-chilling aura seeped out of Yuan Ma's body. In just an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in that aura. Creak, as the aura spread out from his body, the railings around the entire ring emitted a screeching sound. Yuan Mo's aura was so cold that it froze the railings around the stage. Soul Imprint Spirit Body. It's a Soul Seal Spirit Body. The aura of the Soul Imprint in Yuan Mo's body is so strong. He's not an ordinary Soul Imprint Spirit Body, right? Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Yuan Ma's soul power aura was so strong that it was not something a beginner martial emperor could compare with. As a heaven-grade student who entered the Empire of Qin's Saint Academy from the Empire Branch Academy, he was accepted as a closed-door student by the Soul Academy's great teacher. Su Jinyue had contributed a lot to this, but Yuan Ma's talent and strength were also indispensable. Otherwise, no matter how much Su Jinyue liked him and said good things about him to Su Diheng, the latter would not risk damaging his reputation to accept a person with mediocre talent and strength. Yuan Ma's aura was so strong that it was comparable to a beginner martial emperor's. The cold aura emitted from his body was enough to freeze a martial emperor's aura and make it difficult for them to circulate their energy. They were no match for him. Only a beginner martial emperor could resist the cold aura in his body, but don't forget that Yuan Ma had soul skills. His innate soul body could maximize the cold energy in his body. In terms of combat strength, Yuan Ma's strength was comparable to a mid-level martial emperor's. As for Luo Qingtong, she had just broken through to the martial emperor's level. She might not even be stable as a beginner martial emperor. How could she compare with Yuan Ma? Everyone looked at the cold aura emitted from Yuan Ma's body and was almost certain that Luo Qingtong would lose. What a pity. Someone shook his head and said, Luo Qingtong's talent is definitely above Yuan Ma's. She reached the martial emperor's level in a month. If Luo Qingtong was given enough time, Yuan Ma would definitely not be her match. But now, she's definitely going to lose. Yeah. The people around him echoed. No one thought that Luo Qingtong would be Yuan Ma's match. The latter's strength completely suppressed Luo Qingtong. Not to mention other things, Luo Qingtong might not be able to resist the cold aura of the Soul Seal. Defeat was only a matter of time. Su Xiaoxiao and the others listened to the discussion around them and felt nervous. The strength that Yuan Ma displayed was indeed extraordinary. Even if they had great confidence in Luo Qingtong, they didn't dare to say that she would definitely win against Yuan Ma. After all, the martial emperor from the royal family of Tianyu whom Luo Qingtong had killed could not be compared to the latter's strength. Boss. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were worried. In the ring, Luo Qingtong looked at the aura emitted from Yuan Ma's body and narrowed her eyes. She remembered the reason why Yuan Ma and the original Luo Qingtong. Yuan Mo was born with a cold illness. From the looks of it now, his innate cold illness had become a part of his innate talent, allowing him to become a soul imprint spirit body. Yuan Mo had received such a great favor from the original owner's mother, yet he actually viewed the original owner and the Luo family as burdens and despised them in every way possible. Luo, did they deserve it? Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She raised her wind and thunder sword and rushed towards Yuan Ma. Rumble. The two figures instantly clashed together. Luo Qingtong's long sword was like a dragon. As she waved her sword, the sound of wind and thunder came out. Together with the wind and thunder on the long sword, they slashed towards Yu Wenma. Bang! Luo Qingtong's thunder sword sound tangled with Yu Wenma's cold aura. In an instant, the surrounding energy shot out. The students of the Saint Academy who were too close to the arena retreated one after another. They were afraid that if they were touched by the cold aura of their sword moves, they would suffer an unexpected disaster. Boom! On the arena, waves of energy waves rose and filled the entire arena. The sound of wind and thunder and the cold aura were endless, completely covering the two of them. Somewhere in the arena, Xianxia and the Grand Supreme Dean stood on the high platform and watched the battle below. Aren't you afraid that the evil doctor will lose? Since there were no outsiders here, the Grand Supreme Dean didn't hide Luo Qingtong's identity anymore. He immediately looked at Xianxia and asked. The latter was still dressed as Yi Luo. Hearing this, Yi Luo glanced at him and said coldly, "She won't lose." "You're confident," the Grand Supreme Dean muttered. "If she loses, you'll be in trouble." Yu Wenma's strength is not weak. He was born with a soul seal spiritual body, and his soul seal is very special. The cold aura emitted from his body can even freeze the strength and aura in a person's body. The evil doctor has just broken through to the martial emperor realm. Even if her strength is far stronger than ordinary people who have just entered the martial emperor realm, she will inevitably be affected. The Grand Supreme Dean was really worried. Although he knew that Luo Qingtong was very powerful, the main thing was that Yu Wenma was not weak either. More importantly, if Luo Qingtong really lost, would the person next to him turn the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin upside down? He was also mentally tired. The other party could have solved the problem with just one sentence, but he just had to make it so troublesome. He really spoiled the evil doctor too much. What would he do if Luo Qingtong lost later, while the Grand Supreme Dean was muttering in his heart? Su Jingyue looked at the scene below the arena with indescribable hatred in her heart. Luo Qingtong was definitely no match for senior brother. That woman dared to call her a green tea bitch. After senior brother crippled her cultivation, broke off the engagement with her and gave her to Xianxia as a slave, she would like to see how she could still be so arrogant. Green tea bitch? Clinging on to someone else's fiancé and not letting go, it was better than Luo Qingtong becoming a slave and being trampled on by countless men. When that time came, he would definitely bring more people to see what happened to her. That way, people would know how cheap she was. Thinking of this, Su Jingyue sneered. However, just as she was about to smile, boom, the sound of a violent collision suddenly came from the arena. In the next second, with a bang, a figure instantly broke through the air waves that filled the arena and heavily smashed into the fence that surrounded the arena. Bang bang bang. Wherever that figure flew past, the iron floorboards would shatter, sending wood fragments flying everywhere. Senior brother. Senior brother must have won. Su Jingyue stood up excitedly. However, when she saw the scene on the stage clearly, her screams stopped. Senior brother? Su Jingyue's voice suddenly turned from excited to shrill. There was a look of disbelief in her voice. For no other reason. The figure that had smashed into the fence was Yu Wenma. Senior brother? How is this possible? Buzz. The girl held her long sword horizontally. The wind and thunder sword was held behind her back. The sound of wind and thunder lingered on the tip of the sword. She lifted her leg and slowly withdrew it. Obviously, Yu Wenma had been kicked out by this kick of hers. Oh my god! As the scene in the arena unfolded, many people were shocked. Xianxia had already stood up and was about to leave after giving Ma Chenyi a provocative look. When he saw the scene in the arena, his eyes instantly shrank. Luo Qingtong won this battle? How could this be? She had just broken through to the martial emperor realm. Even if she was gifted, it was impossible for her to not be affected by Yu Wenma's icy aura. Moreover, Yu Wenma's cultivation was slightly higher than hers. He could completely suppress her strength. Why was Yu Wenma the one who was kicked out in the end? Did he go easy on her? Xianxia's eyes became extremely cold as he thought about it. In the arena, Yu Wenma got up from the ground and wiped the blood off his lips. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a gaze that was no better than the others. How could you not be affected by my icy aura? The moment Yu Wenma was sent flying, Everyone was stunned. Ever since he awakened his soul seal spiritual body, he had always been blessed by nature. Just as icy aura alone was enough to give him the upper hand in a battle against someone of the same level. Not to mention that after he reached the martial emperor realm, the power of his soul seal was completely revealed. His strength was more than 10 times stronger than before. However, Luo Qingtong was not affected by his icy aura at all. In the battle just now, only he knew that Luo Qingtong's strength was not hindered at all from the beginning to the end. Moreover, the strength of the battle experience displayed by the other party also shocked him. The girl that he used to look down on, disdain, and look down on had now grown to the point where he could not see through her at all. Yuan Ma could not accept this fact. He had always felt superior to Luo Qingtong. In his opinion, no matter how strong Luo Qingtong was, she was still inferior to him. He had a deep impression of Luo Qingtong. Even though Luo Qingtong's talent was stronger than his in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, he didn't think that she could surpass him or even defeat him. Now, he had been slapped in the face, in front of so many people from the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. In particular, he had once said in front of Luo Qingtong that if she didn't admit defeat, he would cripple her strength. Now, these words had all become one slap after another, ruthlessly slapping his face until it was burning with pain. I don't need to tell you. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. Her gaze swept past the 9 nether phoenix ring on her left ring finger. This ring could indeed resist the oppressive aura and strength of those strong cultivators, so she was not affected by them. The icy aura emitted by Yuan Ma was absorbed by the ring before it could even get close to her. In the past, Luo Qingtong didn't notice it, but now, she clearly felt it. Thinking of that man who used the ring to trap her, but she mistook it for a tracking device, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. Yuan Ma thought her smile was mocking. Luo Qingtong, don't think that you've already won. I haven't used all the soul power in my body yet. The cold air just now was just the natural release of the aura of the soul imprint that Yuan Ma carried. He hadn't really used the power of the soul imprint in his body yet. Yuan Ma thought that he could win without using the soul power in his body. But now it seemed that he had underestimated Luo Qingtong's strength. Luo Qingtong, this time I won't show any mercy. As Yuan Mo spoke, he flew up into the sky. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, forming a strange gesture. In the next second, the aura of the surrounding space changed. Frost Moon Blade. Following Yuan Ma's voice. In an instant, crescent-shaped ice blades appeared in the sky all around them. Soul skill, countless frost blades appeared in the sky in an instant, and then with a wave of Yuan Ma's hand, they flew toward Luo Qingtong. As those frost blades flew, the sky flickered with an incomparably cold light. Biting cold, murderous intent rose in all directions. When a soul practitioner activated their soul imprint, they could directly use the power of heaven and earth corresponding to their soul imprint's attribute to form an attack in midair. In just an instant, the frost blades came down like rain, exploding toward Luo Qingtong. There was almost no place to dodge such a concentrated attack. Rumble. Explosions rang out in the sky. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed in an instant. In the next second, she activated the pupil technique in her eyes. In the midst of the countless frost blades, her eyes instantly saw through a safe route. Swish. Luo Qingtong's figure swept up in an instant. The girl's figure was like a black butterfly shuttling back and forth in the snowy plains of the northern kingdom, flitting quickly among them. Her fluttering sleeves and hair, set off by her lithe and agile figure, were indescribably fluttering. Boom boom boom. The sharp ice blades missed her and bombarded her surroundings. In the next second, Luo Qingtong leaped into the air. The bloody light in her eyes flickered. Yuan Ma, I'll return your attack. As she spoke, she raised her hands and crossed them in front of her chest. When they saw that hand gesture, everyone in the surrounding arenas instantly let out a series of exclamations. This? Could this be? That's impossible. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Luo Qingtong's hands that were crossed in front of her chest. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. They looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. Even Yuan Ma's pupils constricted when he saw Luo Qingtong cross her hands. Impossible. He shook his head fiercely in his heart. Luo Qingtong can't possibly do it. That's, before he could finish his thoughts, Luo Qingtong's voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Frost Moon Blade. Boom boom boom. As Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, frost blades suddenly floated in the air around her. The figure that flickered within. Icy cold glint in midair and the icy cold aura that scattered in all directions instantly caused everyone around to be shocked speechless. Oh my god! Isn't this the unique soul skill that Yu Wenma just used? Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Didn't she need to have the same type of soul power as her opponent to use it? Could it be that Luo Qingtong was also a soul personage with an ice-type soul imprint? But how did she learn Yu Wenma's unique soul skill in an instant? Wasn't this too abnormal? While everyone was dumbstruck, Little Pig was even more shocked than them. Oh my god! Little Pig stared at the ice blades floating around Luo Qingtong and didn't know what to say. He knew that Luo Qingtong wasn't an ice-type soul personage, so how did she unleash such a soul skill? Little Pig's small eyes were wide open. The Grand Dean also turned his head to look at Yi Qianren in shock. That girl is also an ice-type soul personage? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Not only did she have the same type of soul imprint as Yu Wenma, but she also knew his soul skill? The Grand Dean couldn't believe it. He suddenly remembered the rumor about Luo Qingtong's previous identity as the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. It was said that the martial king expert sent by the Qing family to kidnap her slaves died at the hands of her own unique skill. At that time, he didn't pay much attention to the rumor and thought it was just a coincidence or some other reason. But now it seemed, this lass actually knew any combat skill that she saw, even her soul skill was no exception. While the Grand Dean was still in shock, Yi Qianxian's eyes flashed with deep astonishment. The girl's ability had always exceeded his expectations. Ever since he met her, she had been constantly giving him surprises. This time was no exception. Sometimes, Yi Qianxian even wondered if Luo Qingtong was a treasure specially bestowed to him by the heavens, reigniting his interest and longing for this world. Boom boom boom. While everyone was still in shock, the ice blades around Luo Qingtong's body suddenly shot toward the stunned Yu Wenma like falling stars. The latter didn't expect this at all and couldn't dodge in time. In the next second, bang bang bang. Violent sounds came one after another. In an instant, Yu Wenma's figure was surrounded by the ice blades. Under such circumstances, Yu Wenma's figure was instantly blasted away by those sharp ice blades. His defense was sliced apart by the sharp, icy blades. Countless moon blades slashed across his body. In an instant, Yu Wenma let out a blood-curdling scream. His whole body flew into the air and heavily smashed into the ground. The surroundings fell into absolute silence. Everyone looked at the girl standing across from them with shock. In that instant, she was domineering, valiant, enchanting, and beautiful. It almost made them think that they saw the goddess of war. Cough, impossible. Luo Qingtong, how can you know the ice crescent blade? Yu Wenma's Yu Wenma stood. His soul skill was born from his soul imprint. Yu Wenmo was born with a cold disease. His body couldn't withstand the erosion of the cold air. If he didn't want to die, he could only destroy the ice cold in his body. But this way, Yu Wenma's innate soul seal would be destroyed. The Tianyu imperial family was unwilling. The Tianyu empress begged in every way possible and set up a marriage contract with Luo Qingtong's mother. She swore to treat Luo Qingtong well. Just like that, Luo Qingtong's mother managed to suppress the cold energy in Yu Wenma's body at the cost of her own life and the engagement token. For so many years, Yu Wenma relied on the suppression of the engagement token to become the genius he was today. But he didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be able to use his own unique soul skill. How could this be? That was a soul skill that could only be used because of his innate cold illness. How could Luo Qingtong use it? Yu Wenma couldn't believe it, but the truth was right in front of him. Yu Wenma. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold as she slowly stepped forward. Tianyu's imperial family once had a marriage agreement with my Luo family. From then on, you, who should have died from your innate cold illness, became a genius of Tianyu Empire and the Empire of Qin Holy Dynasty. You entered the Empire of Qin Holy Academy and soared to the top with a limitless future. The entire Tianyu Empire and Tianyu's imperial family benefited from your genius. But how did you treat me and the Luo family? Luo Qingtong stared coldly at Yu Wenma, who was struggling to get up from the ground. You treated me and the Luo family as burdens. You treated our marriage agreement as a disgrace. Tianyu's imperial family did their best to trample on the Luo family and my grandfather. Have you forgotten that you knelt on the ground and begged for this marriage agreement? It was you, Yuanma, who tricked us. Yuanma lied to the young Luo Qingtong that he would die if they didn't get engaged. Luo Qingtong cried and begged to marry him. Luo Qingtong's mother finally agreed to the marriage, but how did Yuanma and Tianyu's imperial family treat Luo Qingtong and the Luo family? Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. Yuanma had taken so much from the Luo family and Luo Qingtong. She was going to make him pay it all back. Genius? Fiancé, he wasn't worthy. Boom. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and instantly made another hand gesture. Frost Moon Blade. Countless ice blades descended from the sky and blasted Yuanma away once again. She was born with the mixed Yuan body. She could use all the power as soon as she got her hands on it. Others might not be able to use Yuanma's unique soul skill, but it was a piece of cake for Luo Qingtong. After activating his dojutsu to copy the moves, it was time for Luo Qingtong to perform. She would let Yuanma know what a true genius was. In the past, he looked down on Luo Qingtong, thinking that she was just a stain and a disgrace in his glorious career. He allowed Tianyu's imperial family to humiliate and despise Luo Qingtong in every possible way. Today, she was going to trample on him and tell him that he was nothing. Bang, Yuanma's body fell to the ground again. This time, his body's defenses weren't able to withstand it. Yuanma spat out a mouthful of blood after 2 consecutive attacks using his most prized move. What made his face turn ashen was that the same attack and the same soul skill couldn't compare to Luo Qingtong's. Not only did she learn his soul skill in an instant, but she also used it better than him. Yuanma's sense of superiority was completely shattered. Boom boom boom, one attack after another landed on Yuanma's body. Every attack was Yuanma's most prized move. Thank you for being as blind as a bat and mistaking fish eyes for pearls. Also thank your Tianyu royal family for looking down on us and letting our Luo family see the truth. If it wasn't for you and the Tianyu royal family, I wouldn't be here today. If the previous host hadn't died, she wouldn't have been able to transmigrate and wouldn't have been able to appear on this stage, so everything had a cause and effect. It wasn't that she didn't want revenge, it wasn't time yet. Pung. Another attack landed on Yuanmo's body. This attack is for the threat you gave me before. You want me to admit defeat and kowtow to others to protect me. Yuanmo, I don't know how you have the face to say such things. Are you proud? A man can't even protect his own woman and she has to compromise to protect herself. Do you feel a sense of accomplishment? Does that count as protecting me? Then I really have to thank you for not protecting me. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold and her face was filled with disgust as she looked at Yuanmo. Most of her disgust towards Yuanma came from the memories of the original owner. Yuanma's inaction towards the ungrateful actions of the Tianyu imperial family had wasted the prime of the original owner's life and directly led to the original owner's death. Then the words Yuanmo said to her a few days ago made her feel extreme disgust towards Yuanmo. Only the most cowardly and incompetent man wouldn't even dare to protect his own woman. He even asked her to sacrifice herself and said it was for her own good. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to give the previous host and the Luo family an explanation, she would have stepped on him in the most ruthless way possible in front of everyone. Luo Qingtong had already split this self-righteous man apart when Yuanmo came to find her that day. How much glory and opportunity did he think he gave her? She didn't know what was good for her, then she was really sorry. She really didn't need such a disgusting opportunity. It was best for trash like Yuanmo to scram as far as possible. Pung. Yuanmo's body heavily hit the ground. Luo Qingtong's every strike was extremely ruthless. She didn't show any mercy. Yuanma's face was ashen after being defeated by his signature move, and it was even his unique soul skill. He clutched his wound and lay on the ground, exhaling heavily. His entire body seemed to have gone limp as he watched the young girl slowly walk over like an azure goddess. He really didn't know which part of his heart was more emotional. Regret, frustration, humiliation, shock, disbelief, various emotions intertwined together, causing Yuanma's heart to be as colorful as the expression on his face. It was as exciting as a palette. Before today. No, it should be said that before this moment, he never thought that one day, he would be beaten by Luo Qingtong like a dog without any ability to fight back. What's more, the opponent was using his most prized move. Yuanma felt as if he had been slapped in the face by countless people. His expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, he was extremely regretful. The talent and power that Luo Qingtong displayed right now was much stronger than he had imagined. Was this what that person's daughter should be like? Would the talented and powerful young girl in front of him become his pride and envy, docile and well-behaved as she nestled in his arms? Didn't that mean that he had everything, his enviable fiancée, as well as the enormous benefits that she was hiding behind the scenes? What did he miss out on? Yu Wenma's heart was filled with deep regret and resentment. Bang! Just as he was thinking, Luo Qingtong had already stepped in front of him. She narrowed her eyes at the man who indirectly caused the original owner of the body to die tragically. She bent down to take the jade pendant that was revealed on his neck. During the battle just now, Luo Qingtong had already locked onto the jade pendant that Yu Wenma was wearing around his neck at a glance. The design and faintly discernible feeling made Luo Qingtong certain that it was what she wanted, the Luo family's engagement token. No. Sensing Luo Qingtong's actions, Yu Wenma instantly began to struggle violently, ignoring his serious injuries. In that instant, he regained his senses. He and Luo Qingtong had a wagered battle, and not an ordinary sparring match. The price for losing was to give up his engagement with Luo Qingtong and return the engagement token given to him by the Luo family, but that betrothal token, bang! Before Yu Wenma could make a move, Luo Qingtong, who had been eyeing the jade pendant for a long time, stepped forward and stepped on the back of Yu Wenma's hand. The moment he stopped his movements, he pulled the jade pendant off his hand. She and Yu Wenma had set up this gambling match so that she could snatch the jade pendant fair and square. As for the engagement, she had long since stopped caring about it. Was her evil eyes marriage something that others could decide just because they wanted to? How could Yu Wenma not remove it just because he said so? Ah! As the jade pendant was pulled off, Yu Wenma instantly let out a blood-curdling scream. This blood-curdling scream was even more tragic than when he had been attacked, and it was filled with terror. In just an instant, Yu Wenma, who was on the stage, screamed miserably under the shocked gazes of the crowd. He curled up into a ball and rolled around the stage crazily. "Give it back to me. Give that jade pendant back to me." Ah! Yu Wenma screamed miserably. When Luo Qingtong pulled the jade pendant off his hand, an icy aura emanated from his body. However, it was different from the icy aura that had spread out before. This icy aura had all condensed on Yu Wenma's surface. In just a moment, Yu Wenma's body and hair were covered in frost, turning his entire body purple from the cold. Even the power in his body was frozen. Natural cold illness. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows when she saw the cold air coming out of Yu Wenma's body. So that's it, Yu Wenma's illness of the cold. Was it suppressed by the jade pendant and became a part of his power? Now that she had taken the jade pendant off, the icy aura in his body immediately went out of control and began to bite back, and after suppressing it for so many years, the backlash from the icy aura was fierce enough to freeze Yu Wenma's power and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Luo Qingtong looked at Yu Wenma, who was screaming and rolling on the stage, and felt that he deserved it, using the engagement token given by the original owner's mother to suppress the icy aura in his body and increase his power. He actually didn't treat the other party and the Luo family well. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she held the engagement token and turned to leave. She was originally prepared to cripple Yu Wenma's strength as a form of retaliation. Now seeing the cold energy erupting from his body, Luo Qingtong felt that there was no need to do this. This allowed Yu Wenma to maintain his strength and constantly feel the pain of the cold air invading his body. Let him clearly have strength, but because of the cold energy, he couldn't take another step forward. From now on, he would have no chance to increase his strength. Never having the chance to reach the peak was more painful than crippling his strength. How he stepped on the original owner and the Luo family to get to the top. Now let him pay it back. Let him feel that if it wasn't for the original owner and the Luo family, his life would be worse than death. He relied on stepping on the Luo family and the original owner to get so many years of comfort and glory. Now let him pay it all back, Luo Qingtong thought as she raised her hand and an invisible force entered Yu Wenma's body. This force wouldn't cause any harm to Yu Wenma, but it was enough to make the cold energy in Yu Wenma's body unable to be cured. In the future, Yu Wenma would have to live with this cold energy for the rest of his life. This was the price he had to pay for being ungrateful to Luo Qingtong and the Luo family. After doing all this, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold and she turned to jump off the stage. At this time, Su Jinyue, who had been completely stunned by what had happened, finally reacted. Senior brother. She looked at Yuan Mo, who was almost frozen into an iceman. His body was covered in bruises and he kept screaming and rolling around. She couldn't believe that this was the man she loved so much. How was this possible? Luo Qingtong not only won against senior brother, but also made him like this. Su Jinyue didn't know about the cold energy in Yuan Mo's body. She only thought that Luo Qingtong made him like this and immediately cried out. Luo Qingtong. Your mind is too vicious. What did you do to senior brother? Luo Qingtong ignored her completely. She walked to the edge of the ring and was about to jump down. At this moment, an angry roar came from behind the crowd not far away. Stop right there. The Seoul Institute's head teacher rushed over. He didn't think that Yuan Mo would lose to Luo Qingtong. He didn't even come to the battle. He only waited for Yuan Mo to cripple Luo Qingtong's strength and bring him to kneel and apologize to him. Who would have thought that after waiting for so long, he would receive the news that Yuan Mo had lost the bet? Furthermore, the cold energy of the Soul Seal in his body had actually backfired. After receiving the news, the Seoul Institute's great teacher immediately rushed to the Sky Hall's training arena. When he saw Yuan Ma's appearance on the stage, he immediately flew into a rage. Luo Qingtong, what did you do to make him like this? He luozes, Qingtongs, raises and grab her. Return him to his original state immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Diheng immediately determined that Luo Qingtong had used some underhanded method to deal with Yuan Mo. He immediately raised his hand to grab her. The Seoul Institute's head teacher's pressure instantly suppressed Luo Qingtong. The Grand Dean had said that he could not use his power and authority as a Seoul Institute master to attack Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Qingtong couldn't absolve herself from the blame for Yuan Ma's current state. He naturally had enough reason to make a move. Bang! Luo Qingtong's eyes sharpened when she saw the Seoul Academy's great teacher's palm coming for her and the oppressive aura pressing down on her like a low pressure. However, before she could do anything, a figure appeared in front of her and raised his hand to block the Seoul Institute's head teacher's attack. It's you again. The Seoul Institute's head teacher was furious when he saw the hand grabbing his wrist. It was the Sacred Institute's chief instructor who came out of nowhere. The Seoul Institute's head teacher didn't like the other party. Last time, it was the other party who stopped him. In the end, not only did he fail to teach Luo Qingtong a lesson, he was forced to lose face. Not only was he punished by the Grand Dean, but his daughter and students were also forced to kneel before Luo Qingtong and the others. This time, he was meddling in other people's business again? Let go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The Seoul Institute's head teacher was furious. He looked at Xianxia with a cold gaze. His aura fluctuated and he was about to make a move. At this moment, the Grand Dean's voice rang out. Su Diheng. What are you doing? The Grand Dean appeared on the stage right after Yi Qianren. He looked at the Seoul Academy's great teacher with a sullen expression. Why was he meddling in Luo Qingtong's matter again? Didn't he just warn him not to lay his hands on Luo Qingtong? It's only been a few days, but he's treating my words like the wind. Grand Dean. Luo Qingtong used some dark method to turn Yuan Ma into this state. I can't ignore this matter. It's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, I have reason to suspect that you're protecting Luo Qingtong. Fuck, hearing the Seoul Institute's head teacher's words, the Grand Dean was about to vomit blood. He was protecting Luo Qingtong? What the hell was he doing? With Yi Qianxian here, was there a need for him to protect her? If he wasn't afraid that the idiot Su Diheng would attack Luo Qingtong and anger Yi Qianxian, that the Empire of Qin's Sacred Institute would be in trouble, did he think he would be willing to interfere? It's not like his brain was damaged. Didn't he see that Yi Qianren's murderous aura had already reached an unimaginable level? The Grand Supreme Dean was truly angered to death. Seoul Institute's great teacher was simply making bogus accusations. Since he wasn't Willing's head teacher's head, the Grand Supreme Dean thought about it and said coldly, sure. I won't interfere in this matter. But teachers S's. Since US, use Qin's TSSSS-2s. After he TS being. The Empire of Qin's Sacred Institute wasn't going to take the blame. The Grand Dean's words had cut off Su Diheng's path of using his identity and authority to deal with Yi Qianren. If he wants to die, he can do it himself. Fine. Su Diheng thought that the Grand Dean had no choice but to compromise. He sneered and looked at Yi Qianxian. Are you going to scram now, or do you want me to open you up? The Seoul Institute's head teacher didn't think the other party was his match. As the head teacher of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Institute, Su Diheng's strength could be counted on one hand. There weren't many people who could defeat him. Who was this man, Sacred Academy's chief instructor? He didn't know where the Grand Dean found this person. He had never heard of the name Yi Luo. He probably wasn't a particularly powerful expert. The only reason he was able to stop him last time was because he had the advantage of a sneak attack. The Seoul Academy's head teacher was thinking this, but he didn't know that the Grand Dean had already covered his face. He couldn't bear to watch. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear, telling Blackfield to scram, and to open him up. Even the gods in the heavens weren't as good at bragging as him. It would be strange if he could touch a single finger of Yi Qianxian. While the Grand Dean was speechless, the Seoul Academy's head teacher had already made his move. Boom! The aura around him exploded. The powerful and terrifying aura emanated from his body one after another, almost tearing the surrounding air apart. The powerful aura that spread out forced the surrounding students of the Sacred Academy to step back one after another. Seoul Academy's head teacher. Seeing that Su Diheng had actually made his move, Su Xiaoxiao and the others immediately panicked. Why didn't the Grand Dean stop him? If the chief instructor couldn't stop him, everyone was anxious and wanted to charge over without a care for their own safety. At this moment, bang! The sound of a violent collision was heard. Everyone watched in shock as the Seoul Academy's head teacher flew in front of them and landed heavily on the ground. The Seoul Academy's head teacher spat out a mouthful of blood and looked in shock at the man who was looking at him with a cold expression. You! The Seoul Academy's head teacher was indescribably shocked. In that instant, the power around him seemed to have hit a steel plate. How was this possible? How could the other party be so strong? Even the Grand Dean wouldn't be able to defeat him and send him flying so easily. The Seoul Academy's head teacher had already gone all out in that attack. He wanted to make an example out of Yi Qianxian, but he didn't expect that he would become the chicken. Yi Qianming looked at him coldly. If it weren't for the fact that his identity couldn't be exposed, the Seoul Academy's head teacher would already be a dead man. Bang! He took a heavy step forward, instantly appearing in front of the Seoul Institute's grand teacher who had been sent flying. The latter had been seriously injured by the attack just now. Seeing this, he was shocked and struggled to get up. But before he could move, Yi Qianming's head teacher's head teacher's head teacher's head teacher. His head teacher's head teacher's head teacher's head teacher's head. Bang! The Seoul Academy Grand Master had just crawled up from the ground. He didn't even have time to gather his energy before Yi Qianming's aura forced him to kneel on the ground. Head's head. In an instant, the Seoul Institute's head teacher screamed miserably. Teat head. Now, you can scram. Teat. But now, he was immediately slapped in the face by someone else. Moreover, he had been beaten so badly and so painfully. The Seoul Academy's head teacher's body trembled violently. He was in pain and also humiliated. Where did this guy come from? Su Diheng had tried his best to resist. But if his aura was like a steel plate, then Yi Qianming's aura was like a steel spike. Ruthlessly and unstoppably, it directly crushed all the aura around Su Diheng's body and blasted into his body. How could he be so strong? Who was he? The Seoul Institute's great teacher trembled violently. At this moment, Su Jinyue, who was beside the unconscious Yu Wenma, raised her head and saw this scene. She immediately screamed. Father! What did you do to my father? Su Jinyue couldn't believe that her father, the Seoul Institute's great teacher, would lose to a nameless person. What Yi Luo? What Holy Institute's chief instructor? She had never heard of their names. They must have used some despicable method to deal with her father. Thinking of this, Su Jinyue instantly lost her mind and scolded Yi Qianming loudly. How dare you do this to my father? You bastard! Trash! You! Before she could finish speaking, the expression of the Grand Principal on the other side suddenly darkened. Su Jinyue, shut up. He raised his hand and was about to seal her mouth. However, even though he was fast, someone else was faster than him. Whoosh, hearing those insults about Yi Qianming, Luo Qingtong, who was tightly protected by the man, had a cold expression. She raised her hand and curled her fingers. In an instant, a few faintly discernible forces suddenly shot into Su Jinyue's body. In an instant, the aura in the latter's body seemed to have been stimulated. It constantly twisted and crazily drilled out. While Su Jinyue was scolding, she suddenly felt that something was constantly drilling out of her body. That familiar, itchy, and painful feeling instantly made her face turn pale. No. It couldn't be those things, they had been cured by her, it couldn't be them. However, just as Su Jinyue was thinking about it, she suddenly screamed. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, she desperately scratched her face with her hands. Her long and sharp nails instantly scratched her face into a bloody mess. No, she screamed shrilly as she clawed. Then, everyone gasped as they saw huge festering boils on Su Jinyue's face and body. After the abscesses appeared, they quickly festered. Soon, from within the festering flesh, human faces with hideous and terrifying expressions emerged, shrieking shrilly. Seeing this scene, many people cried out in alarm. What was going on? How did Su Jinyue become like this? While everyone was surprised, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out. Only people who have done too many bad things can't cure it. The yin qi won't disperse. Su Jinyue, you and your father, one of you is scheming and has done all kinds of bad things, while the other has no virtue as a teacher and doesn't deserve to be a teacher. You two are really from the same origin. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. She had just used a special method to trigger the hidden yin qi in Su Jinyue's body. At the same time, she injected all the yin qi in the heart of the 1,000-year-old soul-guiding tree into Su Jinyue's body. She also drew a yin drawing diagram in her body. In the future, Su Jinyue would be on the same side as these ghost face boils. This was the price for insulting Yi Qianming. She couldn't bear to scold this man, who was Su Jinyue. How dare she scold him? Su Jinyue couldn't care less about Luo Qingtong's words now. She screamed and scratched her face with all 10 of her fingers. With a tearing sound, she actually tore off a large piece of skin from her face. His crazed and pained appearance caused the surrounding crowd to shudder. Wasn't this ghastly facial ulcer too scary? Su Jinyue had it all over her body. How many shameful things had she done? Everyone looked at Su Jinyue strangely and distanced themselves from her. Su Diheng pounced on her. Seeing his daughter in this state, Su Diheng's eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. His student was crippled, his daughter became like this, and his legs were broken. As a teacher of the Soul Institute, he had lost all his face. As Su Diheng thought of this, hatred surged in his heart and he almost fainted. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Luo Qingtong, you're wrong. The teacher of the Soul Institute was just concerned about his student. Yu Wenma is the last student of the Soul Institute. If he didn't care at all, he would be called cold-blooded and heartless. He has no morals as a teacher. Emo Qinshan walked out of the crowd as he spoke. He had been watching the development of the situation coldly from the crowd. Now, he walked out and was ready to do Su Diheng a favor. The teachers of the Saint Institute of the Empire of Qin had never taken sides. Especially Su Diheng. Other than his own strength, his wife's identity was even more impressive. Emo Qinshan had always wanted to rope him in, so he was on good terms with Yu Wenma and valued him. The current situation undoubtedly gave him a chance. The teacher of the Soul Institute didn't do anything wrong, but he was a little too radical. However, Emo Qinshan narrowed his eyes coldly at Yi Qianming. The other party's strength shocked him, but this was a chief instructor who had just entered the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy. He didn't even know where he came from, so he naturally wasn't as valuable as Su Diheng, a great teacher of Soul Academy. Moreover, this Yi Luo was obviously standing on the Grand Supreme President's side. That made him even more inferior to Su Diheng. Emo Qinshan thought so. He immediately said coldly, Chief Instructor Yi Luo and the Soul Institute's head teacher are using their personal identities to solve this problem. However, the Soul Institute's head teacher is not only a teacher of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Academy, but also a prince of the Sacred Dynasty. I wonder what is Chief Instructor Yi Luo's identity and title? Emo Qinshuan's eyes were cold. If he doesn't have a noble title, I'm afraid that Chief Instructor Yi Luo and Seoul Academy's great teacher will be charged with the crime of offending their superiors. Hearing Emo Qinshuan's words, everyone's face froze. Oh my god, this show is really getting more and more exciting. His Highness King Wu was obviously standing on the side of the Seoul Institute's head teacher. He wanted to use the Sacred Dynasty's title to avenge the Seoul Institute's head teacher. Everyone understood that since the Seoul Institute's head teacher was using his personal identity to fight, a loss was a loss. There was nothing to say. However, with Emo Qinshuan's words, the nature of the confrontation just now changed. Originally, it was just a fight between two people. Now that it had risen to the level of status, if Chief Instructor Yi Luo didn't have a noble title, he would be in trouble. Everyone thought so and immediately looked at Yi Qianming. Grand Dean, didn't you say before that we are settling our grudges as individuals? If that's the case, then my identity and title will naturally be included. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Qianming with resentment. I am no longer a teacher of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, but a prince of the Holy Dynasty of the Empire of Qin. I would like to see what title Chief Instructor Yi Luo has with his strength. According to Su Diheng's thoughts, he had never heard of Yi Luo's name. If the other party was not a newly advanced expert who had surpassed the Saint realm, then he must be someone who lived in seclusion. Under such circumstances, how could the other party have a title of nobility of the Holy Dynasty? At that time, he could use the other party's offense to force the other party to apologize to him. If the other party refused, the law enforcement team of the Holy Dynasty would naturally wait for him. Thinking of this, Su Diheng seemed to have found a way to regain his face. The way he looked at Yi Qianming suddenly became arrogant. He was very satisfied with Emo Qinshuan's goodwill this time. Since the other party helped him like this, he would naturally support him in the future. As for Ma Qingyi, who stood on Luo Qingtong's side, he should be prepared to step down. Anyway, he, as the crown prince, was almost at the end of his road. His strength had been stagnant for a long time and there was no movement for a few years. It was even regressing. Compared to the martial king's strength that was constantly improving, there was no comparison at all. Su Diheng did not want to get involved in the fight for the throne before. But now, he had no choice but to get involved. Today's matter, he, the Grand Dean, and Luo Qingtong would not let it go. Chief Instructor Yi Luo, show us your identity and title. Let us see your elegance. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Diheng's voice was cold and gloomy as he pressed on. Hearing this, the Grand Supreme Dean didn't know what to say. Recently, Su Diheng had been refreshing the upper limit of his cognition. Every time he thought that the other party had done something big, the other party would use actual actions to tell him, no. Not enough. We can commit even greater deaths. Comparing status with Blackfield's Nether Venerable? Even the sage emperor of the Empire of Qin would have to be respectful to this person. Who did he think he was? He was just a prince with a different surname, a first-class noble. No, he couldn't watch this anymore. The Grand Supreme Dean covered his face and silently turned his head. He had tried his best. He wanted to save some face for Su Diheng. After all, he was a teacher of the Saint Academy, wasn't he? However, the other party didn't give him a chance at all. She thought about how she had just stepped forward to speak, but before she could open her mouth, she was blocked by the other party. The corner of the Grand Supreme Dean's mouth twitched. He really couldn't be blamed for this. He had tried his best. How could they talk if their IQ was different? There was nothing he could do. While the Grand Supreme Dean was complaining in his heart, Yi Qianming's gaze was focused on Su Diheng. Title? He looked at the other party's arrogant face. No. Yi Qianming's status was on the same level as the Saint Emperors of the four sacred dynasties. What kind of title could they give him? Could it be that the position of Saint Emperor should be given to him, even if the other party was willing to give it to him? Yi Qianming didn't want it, however, although he didn't have a title, but Yi Qianming turned his hand and took out a token. Is this enough? Humph, if you don't have a title, then you. Su Diheng had already sneered when he heard that Yi Qianxian didn't have a title. This is the supreme sacred token? He looked at the token in the man's hand in shock, and his face was indescribably distorted. Beside him, Emo Qinshuan's face also changed when he heard the words he blurted out. Supreme sacred token, how could this be? Only the transcendent saints of the four sacred dynasties could issue such a token. Every token represented the power and status of a transcendent saint. What kind of existence was a transcendent saint? It was an existence that ruled the entire sacred dynasty, like the eastern region's supremacy. How could he have such a token? The two's faces twisted in shock, and the people around them looked at Yi Qianming with the same shock. Supreme sacred token, those who could enter the sacred academy of the Empire of Qin were not ordinary people. How could they not know what a supreme sacred token was? Under such circumstances, the way they looked at Yi Qianming changed. Originally, everyone was very envious of Luo Qingtong and the others for being able to become Yi Qianxian's disciple, and for their strength to increase so much, especially Luo Qingtong, who rose from the martial emperor realm to the martial emperor realm in a month. Not only was the chief instructor strong, he was also very good at teaching people. Not only that, the chief instructor even had a supreme sacred token on him. Oh my god, once they thought of what the supreme sacred token represented, they beat their feet and stomped their chests. If they had known earlier, they would have risked everything to become the chief instructor's disciple. Even if they had to be shameless, they would have done it. Su Diheng and Emo Xuan's faces turned ugly, but Yuan Hu and the others relaxed. Haha. Yuan Hu, the guy who wished for the world to be in chaos, laughed loudly. He looked at Su Diheng and Emo Xuan's ugly faces and mocked. Yo. Great teacher of the Soul Institute, please continue. Continue your performance. How about our chief instructor's status? What's that with you? Oh. Compared to a prince with a different surname, who is more powerful? Is our chief instructor offending his superiors? Yuan Hu's voice was extremely loud. In particular, he had purposely added a little bit of power into it. In an instant, his voice spread throughout the entire arena like a lion's roar. If it weren't for the special materials used in the Sky Hall's training ground and the isolation of the formation, the Sky Hall's arena would have been destroyed. His words could probably spread to almost half of the Sky Hall's training ground. Su Diheng and Emo Qianxian looked extremely embarrassed. Especially Emo Qianxian, who had deliberately brought up the difference between their identities in order to help Su Diheng vent her anger, so that he could better win her over. In the end, not only did he not vent his anger, he even helped someone else steal the limelight. His side had lost all face, he was even beaten swollen, his face alternated between green and white, and he almost couldn't control his expression. There was no need to mention Su Diheng. Just now, when Yi Qianxian said that he didn't have a noble title, his expression was so arrogant, he almost laughed out loud. In the end, he was slapped in the face, his proud, arrogant, and shocked expression was fixed on his face. It was as strange as it could be. The chief instructor has the supreme sacred token, so he naturally wouldn't offend his superiors. Sima Ju's voice rang out at this moment. However, the person who fought with the chief instructor is offending his superiors. Su Diheng's expression turned even uglier. Beside him, Emo Qianxian couldn't maintain his composure either. After all, he was the one who suggested using his title to suppress others. Now, he was slapped in the face instead. He didn't even have a reason to find an excuse. Moreover, even if they wanted to find an excuse, they had to see if Yi Qianxian was willing or not. Obviously, Yuan Hu and the rest weren't going to let them off. Just as he was thinking this, on the other side, Yuan Hu, Sima Ju, and Ling Yu had already started talking loudly. Oh. So that means that the person who offended his superior is actually the Soul Institute's great teacher? Then what should we do if he offends his superior? Kowtow and apologize. Sigh. The Soul Institute's great teacher was beaten up so badly and he's still kneeling. Let's not force him to do anything. Just let him kowtow and apologize. As soon as he said that, Su Diheng couldn't hold back the sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured from the fight with Yi Qianxian and was holding on with his last breath. Now, not only did he fail to vent his anger, he lost even more face. Thinking of this, Su Diheng was so angry that he started trembling. In the next second, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Soul Institute's great teacher. Seeing Su Diheng faint, Emo Qianxian naturally couldn't stay in the arena any longer. He glanced coldly at Luo Qingtong and the rest and said coldly, "Good. You guys are very good." He didn't dare to target Yi Qianxian, so he vented all his anger on Luo Qingtong and the rest. I hope you guys can still laugh in the future. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves and said to the people beside him, bring the Seoul Institute's great teacher and the rest. We're leaving. A group of people from the Dragon Group heard the order and hurriedly helped the Seoul Institute's great teacher, Yuan Ma, and Su Jinyue up. The group of people left with their tails between their legs. Especially Emo Xianxia, he was in high spirits when he came here, thinking that Luo Qingtong was bound to lose. He even planned to make her his slave. In the end, not only did Luo Qingtong win, she even crippled Yuan Ma, but that wasn't all. The Seoul Institute's Grand Master had personally stepped in, and he didn't even care about his reputation. Yet, he still hadn't managed to gain any advantage. Where did that Yi Luo come from? How could there be a Supreme Saint Order? Emo Xianxian and the others left angrily. On the other side, Su Xiaoxiao and the others were overjoyed. The members of the Heavenly Evil Group cheered, laughing and jumping. Those who had just joined felt indescribably lucky. Fortunately, they made the right bet this time. Luo Qingtong actually won against Yuan Ma, and in such a beautiful manner, forcefully slapping the Dragon Group in the face once again. This time, they really didn't misjudge him. As the group cheered, the members of the Gue Yuan group also came up to congratulate. Ma Qingyi looked at Luo Qingtong and smiled, congratulations on winning the bet. You have nothing to do with Yuan Ma anymore. The young man's temperament was elegant and steady. When he smiled and congratulated her, he gave off the feeling of a jade-like gentleman. Seeing the sincere congratulation in his eyes, Luo Qingtong smiled faintly. Thank you, Your Highness. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at her. Luo Qingtong turned her head and saw Yi Qianxian's disguised face looking at her with a dark expression. Humph! Seeing her turn her head, Yi Qianxian snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and disappeared in front of the crowd with a cold face. Eh? The crowd rushed in front of him. Some thanked him, some admired him, and some were stunned. Grand Principal, what's wrong with the Chief Instructor? The group of people looked at the Grand Supreme Headmaster beside them in confusion and asked. Ahem. The Grand Principal covered his mouth and coughed softly. He's probably tired. In fact, tired? He's just jealous. Okay, who would have thought that the dignified Ming Zun of the Black Field was such a jealous person? No wonder he had to conceal his identity and stay by the side of that evil doctor child. However, the Grand Principal deeply suspected that Luo Qingtong already knew about this. He looked at the girl in the crowd opposite him. Luo Qingtong was looking at the place where Yi Qianxian had left. She couldn't stop smiling. She was both evil and cunning. The Grand Principal's lips twitched. Oh my God, these two people. He hoped that they would take it easy and not ruin the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. He wasn't ready to retire yet. Just as the Grand Principal was on tenterhooks, Luo Qingtong had already said something to Su Xiaoxiao and the others. She lifted her body and rushed in the direction where Yi Qianxian had left. The man's figure had long disappeared. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned. She suddenly turned around and left the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. The girl's figure flitted through the woods. Soon, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared under the waterfall where Yi Qianxian had brought them for training. The water around them had been cut off. Only the water in the middle was left. It rushed down from the cliff at the top of the mountain. Sure enough, that man had created this waterfall. Every day, he would come here to manually draw the water from the lake to the top of the mountain. Luo Qingtong liked the feeling that Yi Qianxian was doing this for her. Her lips curled up slightly as she looked at the scene in front of her. Waves of warmth surged in her heart. With a serious expression, she took out the little pig from her sleeve and placed it on the boulder in front of her. She sat cross-legged across from it and said, "Don't you think the Chief Instructor is a good person?" Ah? Little Pig was still in a daze when he was released. What was this woman doing? It looked at Luo Qingtong inexplicably, not knowing why she had brought it to this place. If the engagement was successfully broken, shouldn't this woman be with that man? Why did he bring it to such a desolate place? Little Pig looked around and was about to ask Luo Qingtong what was wrong with her. Suddenly, all the hair on its body stood up. Oh my God, Little Pig glared at the person behind Luo Qingtong. There, Yi Qianxian's figure appeared. He was surrounded by an obvious chill as he coldly looked at the little pig. However, Luo Qingtong didn't seem to feel anything and continued to speak. Look, this huge waterfall was specially made by the chief instructor to help us improve our strength. Isn't the chief instructor very considerate? Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine as he listened. This waterfall was indeed specially made by him for this woman. However, he didn't do this to make her have a good impression of that Yi Luo. Xianxia instantly felt as if he had been poached by his alias. There's more. You see, the chief instructor has helped me several times in a row. Even if he's doing it for the grand principal's sake, isn't it a little too much? Moreover, if he can raise the strength of a disciple by a whole realm within a month, it's definitely tailor-made for me. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she could feel that the man behind her could no longer hold his breath. She held back her laughter and asked little pig in front of her with a serious expression, "Say, chief instructor is so nice to me. Is it because he likes me?" Actually, Xianxia couldn't hold back any longer after Luo Qingtong said this. Luo Qingtong. He gritted his teeth and pounced on the girl. As for Luo Qingtong, she had already dodged to the side the moment she finished speaking and dodged Qianren's pouncing figure. Pfft. She looked at the man's dark and jealous face and thought, why is this man so cute? He's actually jealous of himself, and he's so jealous. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingtong couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed. The girl's bell-like voice resounded through the waterfall and mixed with the sound of flowing water. It was indescribably pleasant to listen to. Sly. Xianxia listened to the girl's laughter and looked at her smiling face. She was indescribably beautiful and sly. How could he not know that he had fallen into this woman's trap again? She was obviously saying those words to him on purpose. As Xianren thought of this, she couldn't help but feel a knot of anger in her heart. She grabbed the young girl's waist and pulled her into her embrace. Luo Qingtong held back her laughter and let him pull her into his embrace. She raised her arms and wrapped them around the man's neck. She had a cheeky and wanton look on her face. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Lord, are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Pfft. Haha. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh again. Surprise, joy. Xianren gritted her teeth and said word by word. Why isn't it a surprise? He was about to die of surprise. Couldn't this woman be a little more well-behaved? He almost thought that she had fallen in love with his alias, Yi Luo, and he almost exploded in anger. However, even so, Xianxia was still very restrained when he grabbed Luo Qingtong. He did not want to hurt her at all. Instead, he became gentler when the young girl threw herself into his arms. He was afraid that he would accidentally pinch the little woman in his arms. Although he knew that Luo Qingtong wasn't that fragile, he couldn't help pampering and protecting this woman. Haha. Luo Qingtong looked at Xianxia, who was so angry that he couldn't do anything to her, and her eyes instantly turned into crescents. She smiled sweetly as she looked at the man's dark face in front of her. She held back her laughter and raised her hand to smooth out the wrinkles on his brows. All right. Don't be angry. Luo Qingtong didn't mean to tease Xianxia, but this man's reaction to her was too cute. Besides, he was so much stronger than her. She couldn't beat him every time. Wasn't she allowed to make up for it in other ways, however? As she said this, she immediately hung something around Xianxia's neck. Here, this is for you, she said with a smile. Xianxia only felt a chill on his neck, and a jade pendant appeared in front of his chest. He lowered his head to take a look, and then the light in his eyes instantly became incomparably deep. Is it that betrothal token? He looked at the young girl in front of him and asked word by word. Yes. Luo Qingtong smiled and nodded. Lord, do you like it? I like it. The man's voice was low and hoarse. Xianxia looked deeply at the little girl in front of him. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. How could she not like it? That was her betrothal token, she gave it to him. Did it mean that she had already opened her heart to accept him? For the first time, Xianxia felt a clear response from Luo Qingtong. At this moment, some kind of emotion overflowed from the bottom of his heart, and it was about to explode. Haha. The young girl's bell-like laughter echoed in the mountain stream. Luo Qingtong raised her head and hooked her arms around Xianxia's neck, and welcomed the man's enthusiasm. At this moment, the mountains, fields, lakes, and spring were incomparably brilliant. The news of Luo Qingtong defeating Yuan Ma quickly spread throughout the empire of Qin's Holy Academy. Those who didn't go to watch the gambling match were instantly shocked when they heard this news. Oh my god, Luo Qingtong actually defeated Yuan Ma. When everyone heard this, they thought it was a fantasy. However, the news that came later confirmed that what they heard was true. Luo Qingtong really defeated Yuan Ma. Furthermore, she defeated him with his unique soul skill. When this news came out, everyone was instantly speechless. Using the opponent's unique soul skill to defeat him, wasn't Luo Qingtong's talent and innate talent too amazing? However, there were also people who were suspicious. How could Luo Qingtong be so coincidental as to have the same type of soul seal as Yuan Ma? However, this suspicion was quickly suppressed by the news that Xianxia had the supreme sacred token. The new chief instructor actually had the supreme sacred token. This news was even more shocking than the news of Luo Qingtong defeating Yuan Ma. For a moment, everyone was guessing Xianxia's background and identity. How could he actually have such an amazing item like the supreme sacred token? After all, it was something that could only be issued by a transcendent saint. Only those who had the power to look down on the celestial dynasty could possess it. Every expert who had the supreme saint token was on equal footing with the transcendents. Whether the token belonged to the chief instructor or not, it meant that there was an extremely terrifying person behind him who could fight against the sacred dynasty. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, Luo Qingtong's figure appeared outside the Blackfield main city of the Empire of Qin's sacred dynasty. She received the news that Yan Yang and the others had something to report. It just so happened that Luo Qingtong had been thinking about helping Ma Chenyi solve the luck-seizing technique in his body these days. She still lacked a few medicinal herbs, so she immediately came over. Helping Ma Chenyi solve the luck-seizing technique in his body was firstly to repay his kindness of giving her the medicinal herbs, and secondly to deal with King Wu. The latter was too arrogant. Thinking of the ruthless words Emo Chen said before leaving, and what he said to Yuan Ma before, about making her a slave, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. What's more, the other party was backed by that heavenly doctor. Thinking of how the latter had previously interfered in the affairs of the Great Chu Empire, if she hadn't chased her grandfather to the Great Chu sacred dynasty, Empress Dowager Yin, she would have been successfully plotted against by the other party and Ming Wang. Now, he had interfered in the struggle for the throne of the Empire of Qin, and supported King Wu to fight for the throne behind the scenes. Was this a coincidence, or was it intentional? Luo Qingtong thought like this, and her figure had already rushed towards the main city of the Blackfield of the Empire of Qin. Not long after she left, a petite figure suddenly appeared at the place where she was standing. Following her was indeed the right choice. Looks like she's going to the main city of the Blackfield this time. I wonder if she's going to see the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Yu Xingqi's petite figure appeared at the place where Luo Qingtong was standing before. She tilted her little head and looked at the direction where the girl left. She smiled and lowered her head, and said to the little white cat in her arms, "Dudu, this time it's up to you. We have to follow her closely, don't lose her. Otherwise, it's fine if brother can't find his future bride, but I won't have any fun. So, cheer for me a bit, okay? Otherwise, I'll deduct your dried fish." Meow. Hearing Yu Xingqi's words, the little white cat in her arms suddenly called out lazily. Suddenly, it seemed to have sensed something, and the hair all over its body stood up at once. Meow. Its voice was sharp, and its eyes stared straight at a certain direction not far away. Who? Seeing the little white cat like this, Yu Xingqi's smiling expression immediately disappeared. Her sweet smiling face suddenly froze, and looking at the place where the little white cat was screaming, she coldly called out. Humph, this beast's senses are quite sharp. In the direction Yu Xingqi was looking at, a few figures suddenly appeared. They actually sensed our existence so quickly. But, it's already too late. A few voices said with bad intentions, and immediately surrounded Yu Xingqi and the little white cat in a fan shape. You, are the remnants of the silver sword? Yu Xingqi's gaze swept over the auras of these people, and discovered their identities. That's right. Yu Xingqi, just obediently let yourself be captured. Your brother annihilated our silver sword, and we will never forgive him. And the woman who helped your brother kill our silver sword elder, we won't let her go either. Take him away. That group of people waved their hands and instantly swarmed over, capturing Xianxia. At the same time, Luo Qingtong had just approached the main city of the Black Field when a message flew into her hand. "If you want to save Xianxia, come here." There was a map attached to the letter, and it was not far from the Black Field's main city. Luo Qingtong looked at the letter and narrowed her eyes. Imperial Star Qi? Why does this name sound familiar? As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she suddenly thought of the little girl who had helped her to dis Su Jingyue. Didn't the other party say her name was Imperial Star Qi? So, she was the Imperial Star Qi mentioned in the letter, but what does her being captured have to do with me? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. At this moment, the little pig in her arms looked at the contents of the letter and suddenly said, "Imperial Star Qi, is it related to that? You see Huang?" Hearing this, Luo Qingtong also seemed to have reacted. She recalled the sage stage elder she had killed when she was refining the youthful rejuvenation pill. Luo Qingtong thought like this and immediately understood. No wonder this letter was sent to her. The other party probably didn't know her true identity and only saw her face from the image of that sage realm elder before he died. They thought that her relationship with Yu Huang wasn't shallow, so this letter was sent to her. If that was the case, then it could explain why this letter was sent to her, Luo Qingtong's hands and not the evil Dr. Ghost Eye's hands. But if the other party knew that she was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, then they wouldn't have the guts to come and seek revenge. Luo Qingtong thought like this and immediately kept the letter. Turning around, she rushed towards the location marked on the letter. She was never a person who liked to raise a tiger and invite calamity. Since the other party had come to seek revenge, then naturally she had to get rid of them all, so as to avoid any more unexpected complications. Luo Qingtong never looked down on anyone, no matter if the other party was powerful or not, because she herself had risen from insignificance and adversity. In her previous life, other people's contempt towards her gave her the opportunity to escape and rise, achieving the prestige of the Supreme Eye Technique Master. Then these Silver Sword's remaining members, who knew if they would implicate even more trouble, compared to using soldiers to block water with an earthweir, Luo Qingtong preferred to take precautions, nip all the threats in the bud, not giving the other party the slightest chance to grow. Shua. Following Luo Qingtong's leap, she rushed towards the location marked on the letter. In a simple wooden house 1,000 meters away from the Blackfield's main city, a group of Silver Sword people were looking at Xianxia, who was tied up like a fried dough twist. "Elder, why didn't you just kill her directly?" a Silver Sword disciple said indignantly. Just now, in order to catch Xianxia, they had lost several people. This little slut was really cunning, all kinds of tricks were endless, and that cat by her side was also very cunning. If they didn't have so many people, they really wouldn't be able to catch her. Fortunately, Xianxia was alone outside, otherwise they definitely wouldn't be able to catch her. With such a good opportunity, why didn't the elder directly kill the other party? He even wanted to catch her with great fanfare. Humph. What do you know? The group of Silver Sword people were very embarrassed. That Silver Sword elder also seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. He coughed and scolded that disciple. "You see, Huang's strength is very strong. Before, when he had heart disease, we couldn't deal with him. Now that his heart disease has been cured and his strength has increased greatly, he no longer has any worries. How are we going to take revenge?" he shouted sternly. "If we catch Xianxia in our hands, then you, uses at that time, we can take the opportunity. Then we's right, we SSSSS, we's SSSSSSSSSSS, SSSTs as for the woman who helped you see Huang, when she arrives, I will make her wish she was dead. Let her know the consequences of offending the Silver Sword." The elder with the Silver Sword said with an extremely cold expression. Yes. The Silver Sword members hurriedly agreed. At this time, Luo Qingtong had already approached the forest. Looking at the place where the wooden house was, she suddenly raised her eyebrows. The bloody light in her eyes flashed, and she activated her pupil technique. As Luo Qingtong's gaze swept over, the auras of the people in and around the wooden house were instantly under her control. After Luo Qingtong's strength increased, the power of her pupil technique also became stronger. It wouldn't take long for her to return to the peak state of her previous life. At that time, Luo Qingtong's pair of blood-red eyes were truly unbreakable and invincible. However, that was in the 24th century. Now, in this strange world, experts were emerging one after another. Luo Qingtong was looking forward to seeing how far her pupil technique would improve in the future. She liked the feeling of controlling everything and power. Only when a person stood at the peak of a mountain could he be qualified to maneuver unhindered. Luo Qingtong had been reckless all her life. Even though she had transmigrated, she wasn't willing to submit to others. There are quite a lot of people here. Luo Qingtong's gaze swept over the wooden house. When she saw the people hiding in and around it, she raised her eyebrows slightly. A sage realm expert, several martial spirits, martial ancestors, and a group of martial emperors. There were about 100 people. Compared to a sage realm sect, these people were pitifully weak. They should be the surviving members of that sect who had escaped. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly when she sensed their auras. Then, she raised her eyebrows and the corner of her lips curled up devilishly. She instantly bypassed the wooden house and continued to plunge deeper. The Blackfield main city of the Empire of Qin's Holy Dynasty was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The mountain range behind it rose and fell in an unrestrained manner. It was very majestic and magnificent. The Empire of Qin's Blackfield main city was never short of resources in such a place. Many martial artists and spirit practitioners even came here to hunt and kill demon beasts. Luo Qingtong's figure went deeper into the mountain range. Little Pig was dumbfounded when he saw her raise her hand from time to time and pull out some herbs along the way. She instantly crushed them into liquid and splashed them around. "What are you doing?" She had almost circled around the mountain range. She had explored more than half of the mountain range at lightning speed. At first, Little Pig thought she was setting a trap. In the end, he didn't stop at all. Just like that, they strolled through a large mountain range. He only stayed in the center of the mountain range for a while. Little Pig's heart was bursting with curiosity. It knew that Luo Qingtong must be preparing to deal with the people from Silver Sword. But it couldn't tell. What should they do? Little Pig felt that ever since he contracted with this woman, his intelligence had always been looked down upon. "You'll know when the time comes." Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. Her lips curled up slightly as she looked around. When she found that it was about time, she rushed towards the wooden house. And at this time, Xianxia already woke up from his coma. She looked at the group of Silver Sword members, blinked innocently, and said, "I say, you've really caught the wrong person. My brother and I have never gotten along since we were young. Don't you know how happy he was when you captured me?" Sigh. She sighed deeply. "You don't know this, but the position of the sect master was supposed to be passed to me, but you also know that I'm still young. So my brother took it away from me. You've really made a big mistake by capturing me. If you let me go, I can still compete with my brother for the position of sect master. You've captured me and killed me. Aren't you going against my brother's wishes? If you want to use me to threaten my brother, then you're wrong. You can see that I don't even have a guard when I'm outside, so you know my position in my brother's heart. You'd better let me go quickly." As Xianxia spoke, he cried pitifully. "Humph. Xianxia, you little witch, don't say these things to sway our hearts. Even if Xi Huang doesn't care about your life or death, so what? If we kill you, it will be a heavy blow to Imperial Sect's prestige. You just stay here obediently, wait for us to kill that woman who spoiled our plans, then we'll bring you to find Xi Huang. Look at his ugly face." "Ha ha." The elder of the Silver Sword sect laughed loudly. "Who is the woman who spoiled your plans?" Xianxia blinked her eyes and asked. They couldn't be talking about that evil Dr. Ghost Eye, right? That woman who saved her brother. Just as she was thinking about this, she heard that Silver Sword elder coldly said, "Of course it's that woman who saved your brother and caused our Silver Sword's plan to be ruined, exterminating our entire family." Just as his voice fell, they instantly heard a voice coming from outside. "Is that so? So I actually did such a big thing. No wonder Xi Huang wanted to travel thousands of miles to give me a gift." Following this voice, with a bang, the wooden house's door was kicked open. A figure instantly appeared in front of everyone. Her clothes were red like fire, her face was like a hibiscus, beautiful enough to topple cities, evil and enchanting. The young girl who appeared in front of them was evil and domineering to the extreme, also enchanting and charming to the extreme. Luo Qingtong? Seeing the figure of the young girl who appeared in front of her, Yu Xingqi's little mouth instantly opened wide, that pair of intelligent eyes also instantly froze for a moment. Oh my god, what did she just hear? Luo Qingtong was evil Dr. Ghost Eye. That beautiful young girl who saved her brother and was constantly mentioned by the latter. As Yu Xingqi thought this, that little mouth of his suddenly opened even wider. She completely didn't think in that direction, to the extent that she was somewhat dumbfounded. This result was simply too shocking. Who would have thought that the young lady who had risen from an inferior country was actually the famous evil Dr. Ghost Eye who was sought after by everyone? Oh, right, at this time Yu Xingqi remembered that according to the information he had before, Luo Qingtong came from the eastern border country. And evil Dr. Ghost Eye had risen from the Blackfield city of the eastern border country, but who could link the two of them together? Evil Dr. Ghost Eye became famous in a single day. He was valiant and evil, and incomparably domineering. And Luo Qingtong was only the daughter of a small marquis. Who would have thought that she was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Just as Yu Xingqi's small mouth slightly opened and her almond-shaped eyes widened, on the other side, Silver Sword still didn't know Luo Qingtong's identity. The moment they saw the girl appear, their gazes were fixed on Luo Qingtong's face. That's her. Seeing this very familiar face, the crowd of Silver Sword people immediately cried out. Kill her. That Silver Sword elder flicked his sleeves and said, simply disdaining to make a move. Bang, bang, bang. As his voice sounded, in an instant, the entire wooden house was filled with an incomparably unrestrained aura from all directions. Go to hell. A group of people's aura moved like a net, heading towards Luo Qingtong to shroud her. In the sky and on the ground, there is no escape. But that's for other people. In an instant, the bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes shines. In an instant, a bloody light soars from the depths of her eyes. Originally, her clear eyes were filled with red mist, but in an instant, they become bloody and incomparably strange. Luo Qingtong's beautiful face turned demonic in an instant. She was like a demon that bewitched people's hearts. If you want to kill me, then come. Luo Qingtong says, and in an instant, her figure moves. The wind and thunder sword in her hand comes out of its sheath. Clang. An extremely accurate sword, passing through a group of people's aura. In an instant, those ropes tied to Yu Xingqi's body are all cut open. Go. After saying that, her voice also quickly rushes out. The girl's steps are like moving clouds and flowing water, naturally graceful to the extreme. It's almost the most perfect posture. Every step is just right, just enough to avoid those auras coming from all directions. In an instant, she rushes out of the door. If you have the ability, then come and chase. Luo Qingtong says, and her figure instantly disappears from everyone's eyes, rushing towards the mountain forest. Chase. The Silver Sword sect elder flew into a rage. When he saw that Yu Xingqi had also disappeared, the veins on his forehead popped out. In any case, they must leave one of them behind today. Since Luo Qingtong let Yu Xingqi go, then she will use herself as compensation. In any case, the other side is also Yu Sihuang's savior. Catching the other side, and killing him in front of Yu Sihuang, can also achieve their goal. Thinking like this, he suddenly waves his hand, leading a group of Silver Sword people to chase. Swish swish swish. Luo Qingtong's speed is extremely fast. Her figure in the dense forest, erratically moving forward, making the group of Silver Sword people behind her unable to catch her track. The members of the Silver Sword sect were so angry that they were stamping with rage. Especially that Silver Sword elder, using the power of the Sage Realm, but he still can't stop Luo Qingtong, making the blue veins on his forehead jump. How could he know that Luo Qingtong was able to easily escape from Yi Qianxian's hands, let alone him? The magical effect of the eye technique, in this mountain forest, is even more displayed to the extreme. Luo Qingtong's every step, every landing, is in Silver Sword people's blind spot. So that they can see her figure, but they can't catch her trace. The group of people moved forward at high speed. Follow this woman, even if we have to waste, we have to kill her. After the elder of the Silver Sword sect unleashed his holy stage power several times in a row to no avail, he gave up completely. He gritted his teeth and shouted. He doesn't believe that Luo Qingtong, a martial emperor, can waste more time than them. Let her run, let's see how long she can run. When she starts to exhaust her strength, they will take her down. At that time, she will suffer a fate worse than death. that silver sword elder's face is cold and stern. Swish swish swish. The group of people quickly moved in the mountain range, startling waves of insects and birds. Soon, Luo Qingtong's figure stopped. Humph. You can't run anymore, right? That silver sword elder's face is ferocious. Later, I will let you know what it means to wish you were dead. The silver sword elder laughed coldly. Everyone will have a share. Let's have a taste of the savior of the king of the southern region. As he spoke, his face was filled with coldness and lust. Don't worry, later. I will fulfill all of your wishes. Luo Qingtong crossed her arms in front of her chest and stood where she was, looking calm and relaxed. Her posture was strange. She was standing right in the middle of the group of people. Humph. Shameless boasting. You are about to die and you are still talking big. When the silver sword elder heard her words, he used his divine consciousness to scan the surroundings to make sure that there was no ambush or killing intent. This woman must be lying to them. Did she think that they would be scared? Is that so? Luo Qingtong looked at them and suddenly smiled evilly. What these people didn't know was that she, Evil Eye, was never one to boast, and she never lied. She was a woman of her words, and her actions were resolute. Snap. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Pa. It was as if the entire forest could hear this sound. Little b****, what the hell are you doing? The silver sword elder looked serious. He did not know why, but he had a bad feeling that he could not get rid of. This was the heavenly perception of a sage. At their level, their every move was in sync with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and they could sense danger. However, the girl in front of him was only a martial emperor. She was all alone. So what if she was powerful? Could she be so powerful that she could defeat and kill all of them? The silver sword elder did not believe it. That was simply impossible. Someone who could do such a thing must not be human. However, he soon realized what Luo Qingtong had done. Snap, snap, snap. As the young girl snapped her fingers, they heard the sound. It was as if something was pulling them, pa pa pa. Around the entire mountain range, in the places where Luo Qingtong had wandered before, in the woods and under the grass, there seemed to be a domino effect. From the place where Luo Qingtong stood, there seemed to be a continuous line that spread outwards. Pa pa pa. A series of explosions rang out. The places where Luo Qingtong had splashed something with a wave of her hand were now filled with mist. In an instant, the entire mountain range seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of mist. Awoo! Roar! Roar! As the smoke rose, the eyes of all the demonic beasts in the entire mountain range that smelled the smoke instantly turned red. The aura of the smoke stimulated them, causing them to lose their minds and fall into a state of madness. Beast-attracting powder. The things that Luo Qingtong had splashed along the road were shockingly beast-attracting powder aimed at various demon beasts, which could stimulate them to go crazy. Boom, boom, boom. All the demon beasts that had smelled the smoke instantly ran madly towards the place where the smoke was spreading. And the destination of the smoke was the place where Luo Qingtong and the others were standing. At the same time, buzz. An array. Seeing these bright silver lights, the silver sword sect elder's expression suddenly froze. Then, he raised his voice and sneered. Do you think you can stop us with just this formation? Ridiculous. There were so many of them here. He didn't believe that Luo Qingtong could set up an advanced array. So what if she set up a sage array? In the face of absolute power, all her struggles were futile, the elder of the silver sword sect sneered. That's right. Luo Qingtong's smile was faint and wanton. In the face of absolute power, all your struggles are futile. So, don't even think about struggling. Just enjoy it. When her voice rang out, the people of the silver sword sect immediately felt that something was wrong. They suddenly realized that the array formation that had lit up around them was actually an entrapment-type defensive array formation. This array enveloped them and Luo Qingtong, making it impossible for them to escape. What was going on? What the hell was this woman doing? The people from the Silver Sword sect originally thought that Luo Qingtong's array formation was an offensive one, and its purpose was to deal with them. But now, this array's function was to trap them here. Luo Qingtong was also in the array. What was she trying to do? just when the Silver Sword elders were feeling uneasy, rumble. Suddenly, the sound of fierce galloping rang out around them. The sound of 4 hooves and feet stomping on the ground was so intense. At the same time, howls rang out one after another. The whole mountain forest seemed to shake in an instant. The earth shook, and the trees trembled. Hearing these sounds, the Silver Sword elder's expression changed greatly. A beast tide. It was a beast tide. The members of the Silver Sword sect were completely flustered. They never thought that a beast tide would break out here. Where was this place? The main city of the Black Field of the Empire of Qin. The surrounding mountains were all cleared by the powerhouses of the Black Field. With the powerhouses of the Black Field and the main city of the Empire of Qin, the demon beasts in the nearby mountains were all well-behaved and could hunt the powerhouses who entered the mountains. But they couldn't assemble into an army. Otherwise, they would be killed by the powerhouses of the Black Field. How could there be a beast tide here? Furthermore, from the sounds, it seemed like the beast tide was coming for them. You actually triggered a beast tide. The Silver Sword elder finally understood what Luo Qingtong's words meant. This woman had actually attracted the beast tide and even trapped them here. Was she crazy? She was also here. Was she prepared to perish together with them? That Silver Sword sect elder looked at Luo Qingtong like he was looking at a lunatic. Quickly stop the beast tide. Otherwise, you will die too. His expression was ugly. He had to admit that Luo Qingtong's move of fighting back from the brink of death was a real threat to him. The strength of their group was simply not enough in front of this beast tide that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. No matter how powerful he was as a powerhouse of the Sage Realm, it would be difficult for him to escape once he was surrounded by the beast tide. Moreover, there might be sacred beasts in this mountain range. If you release this restriction and remove the beast tide, I can swear to the heavens that we, Silver Sword, will never attack you again. Silver Sword will no longer attack her, but Silver Sword already exists in name only. As long as they get rid of this name, they can still attack Luo Qingtong. At that time, they will make her more miserable than now. That Silver Sword elder's eyes are hiding ruthlessness and insidiousness. He thought that Luo Qingtong did this just to force them to compromise. Wait until they get through this crisis, he will make the other side miserable. However, just as he was thinking this, he heard Luo Qingtong's indifferent expression. Is it? Unfortunately. The girl's smile is beautiful and enchanting, evil and charming. You are willing to let me go, but I am not willing to let you go. Cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. These people have seen her true face, they know that she is the one who saved you, Si Huang. Sooner or later they will know her identity as evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Luo Qingtong never likes to leave future troubles. Since the other side provoked her, she will use this as an opportunity to completely eradicate them. Anyone who threatens her, Luo Qingtong will not allow them to have any chance to live. These people must die. Rumble. The sound of those beasts galloping is even more intense. All around, demon beasts have appeared with ferocious faces and huge bodies. Their mouths are dripping with saliva, their mouths are wide open, their eyes are crazy, looking at the Silver Sword people in the middle of the open space, as if they are looking at delicious food and the target of hatred. Luo Qingtong arranged the beast powder in the mountains. After the explosion, the smell is enough to make all the demon beasts in the mountains go crazy. She set up such a trap here, in order to make the Silver Sword people invite you into the trap. Rumble. As the smell of the beast powder spread, a large number of demon beasts came. Those demon beasts that arrived first have already launched an attack on the Silver Sword people. In their eyes, these people in front of them are all enemies and food. Break out. Let's break out of here. The Silver Sword people shouted loudly and attacked the array in front of them with all their might. However, what shocked them was that no matter how they attacked, the array in front of them didn't budge at all. Saint Realm Array. The Silver Sword elder's expression finally turned into one of horror. He originally thought that Luo Qingtong had just casually arranged an array formation to trap them. What he was truly fearful of was the beast tide. Who would have thought that the other party had set up a saint stage array? How was this possible? The other party was only a martial royal at such a young age. How could he have set up a saint state formation? This was something that could only be set up by a saint level. Spiritual Array Master. It could only be activated with the aura of a Saint Realm expert. What he didn't know was that with Luo Qingtong's eye technique, she could activate the Saint Realm formation in a short period of time with a relatively low strength. Although this array formation could only last for a limited time, it was enough to trap them in the beast tide and make them unable to extricate themselves. Luo Qingtong's purpose was not to trap them in this array formation, but to make it impossible for them to escape from this beast tide. Rumble. While the people of the Silver Sword sect were frantically attacking the formation, the demonic beasts that were rushing over from all directions also arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Attacks flashed one after another in the sky above the open space. The auras pierced through the sky. The howls of the ferocious beasts and the screams of the Silver Sword people were endless. Looking at the people of the Silver Sword people he brought here, under the siege of the demon beasts, the Silver Sword Elder's body emitted a burst of coldness. He looked at the center of the open space, at the girl with a happy and calm face, and asked with difficulty, "Who are you?" A girl who can attract so many demon beasts with beast-attracting powder, a girl who can casually set up a Sage Realm array in this open space. That Silver Sword Elder was very sure, he had never heard of such a girl's reputation. If the other party was so powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him not to have heard of it. The other party, who is she? I thought, you should have already guessed it? It seems that my previous disguise was too good. Luo Qingtong said, and raised her hand to cover her face with the Rakshasa ghost mask. The girl's temperament changed in an instant. It became androgynous, strong, and evil. Before, Luo Qingtong's temperament was enchanting and charming, domineering and evil. But now, her temperament was a bit more androgynous, making her look a lot colder and more domineering. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Looking at the Rakshasa ghost mask that appeared in front of him, that Silver Sword Elder's complexion became completely pale. He guessed the identity of countless girls, including that place. But he didn't expect that Luo Qingtong's identity turned out to be that popular youth in the Black Field, and even in the entire Eastern Domain. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye, how could it be her? Evil Dr. Ghost Eye was actually a girl. That Silver Sword Elder's complexion turned ashen. He finally remembered the news that he and the others had inquired about before. Yu Huang brought gifts to visit the Black Field, but was driven out by the Black Field's Ming Zun. They thought that Yu Huang was going to visit the Black Field's Ming Zun, but he ended up offending the other party and was kicked out. Now it seemed that he wasn't going to visit Ming Zun in the Black Field. Obviously, he went to thank Luo Qingtong for saving his life, but he was kicked out by the jealous Ming Zun. Of the Black Field. It was said that the Black Field's Ming Zun had fallen in love with the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. He didn't even care that the other party was a man and spoiled him wholeheartedly. Now, it seemed that these words were not false. In fact, it was even worse. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye was actually a woman. No wonder the Blackfield Underworld Venerable fell in love with her. The Silver Sword Elder couldn't help but shudder when he thought that the target of their revenge was actually the evil Dr. Gui Tong. The Blackfield's Underworld Venerables had terrifying means, and their strength was sky-high. They actually dared to attack evil Dr. Ghost Eye. Even if they weren't trapped here today, Ming Zun would definitely not let them off. Hateful that they didn't know anything. Otherwise, no matter how much hatred he had, he could only swallow it down. How could he possibly make a move against Luo Qingtong? However, it was too late to say anything now. That Silver Sword Elder's heart was filled with fear and regret. In the end, it all turned into a desperate madness. No matter what, they had already offended this person, so they definitely couldn't let her leave here. First, they had to capture the other party, then after they escaped from the beast tide, they would kill her. Luo Qingtong definitely had a way to leave the beast tide. In an instant, the power of the Saint Realm burst out and rushed toward Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Qingtong's figure had already rushed up when his expression changed. The girl's figure was as light as a butterfly, her robe fluttering like wings. Her figure rushed out in an instant and wandered among the crowd of demonic beasts. Rumble. Countless demonic beasts came one after another, their roars like thunder, roaring and raging. The bloody light in Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered. Her figure was like moving clouds and flowing water among the crowd of demonic beasts. That was the peak of the perfect body movement. Luo Qingtong's figure wandered among the demonic beasts. With the help of the crowd of demonic beasts, she avoided the attacks of the Silver Sword Elder. The wind and thunder sword in her hand blasted out one sword light after another. Luo Qingtong's eyes reflected the circulation of the aura of the Silver Sword Elder. Boom boom boom. The sleeves of the Silver Sword Elder's robe fluttered. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of valiant aura. The power of heaven and earth around him moved in response, forming a complete vacuum around him. All the attacks of Luo Qingtong and the demonic beasts were blocked. Humph. His face was ferocious. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, don't struggle anymore. Those below the Saint Realm are all ants. I don't know how you killed my elder. But you must have borrowed the power of Yu Si Huang. Today, I'll let you know what the real power of the Saint Realm is. The Silver Sword Elder said. With a boom, the power of heaven and earth around him surged out. In an instant, the demonic beasts within dozens of meters of Luo Qingtong all screamed miserably and were torn to pieces by the violent power of heaven and earth. In an instant, Luo Qingtong's surroundings became a vacuum. The girl's figure was exposed from the crowd of demonic beasts. Seeing this, the elder of the Silver Sword sect laughed complacently. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, come over here. As he spoke, he raised his hand to grab Luo Qingtong. However, just as his spirit energy palm was about to grab Luo Qingtong's body trembled. The young girl's lowered head slowly lifted up. I see it. In the hideous ghost face, Luo Qingtong's smile was faint and evil. The blood-red light in her eyes surged violently. The surging aura of the Silver Sword Sect's elder was reflected in it. There was a place where the aura was much weaker than the other places. Moreover, at this moment, after the other party had used his saint stage power to kill those demonic beasts, it was obvious that he had exposed his true strength. This place was naturally invisible to the eyes of others. After all, how powerful was a Saint Realm expert? Even if the strength of this Silver Sword expert was slightly weaker, those who were not at the same level as him would not be able to tell, but Luo Qingtong was different. Her eye technique had completely identified all the weaknesses that the other party had revealed at this moment. Swoosh! The corners of the young girl's lips curled up wickedly. In the next second, the life and death sword appeared in Luo Qingtong's hands. Then, with the heart of the thousand-year soul guiding tree in her hand, countless soul power was absorbed and transformed into Luo Qingtong's body. Heaven-conquering art. Luo Qingtong's sword slashed forward fiercely. In an instant, the attack was earth-shattering. It cut through the sky and split the firmament. With a domineering determination, it charged forward violently with an indomitable momentum. Rumble. The spiritual energy palm that was about to attack Luo Qingtong was ruthlessly cut open. The Silver Sword Elder, who was laughing and leaping into the air, opened his palm to grab Luo Qingtong. His face suddenly turned cold, and his pupils constricted. The next second, rumble. His figure was immediately sent flying. A violent explosion came from his body. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, the Silver Sword Elder's figure was revealed. Although he was in an extremely sorry state, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Haha. Evil Dr. Gui Tong, I told you, you can't do anything to me. A Sage Realm expert isn't as simple as you think. He laughed loudly. Is that so? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes, then smiled lightly and said, Who told you that this move of mine was a killing move? As soon as Luo Qingtong's voice fell, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. Rumble. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Following the appearance of this whirlpool, the surrounding demonic beasts all wailed and knelt on the ground. Even if the madness in their eyes didn't diminish, the dual pressure from their bloodline and soul forced them to kneel in fear. Bang! When all the demonic beasts were prostrating, a loud and sonorous cry sounded. In the next second, a huge claw suddenly stretched out and pressed heavily on the Silver Sword Elder's body. The tip of the claw pierced through the Silver Sword Elder where Luo Qingtong had previously attacked. Boom! The corpse of the Silver Sword Sect's elder fell to the ground. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open. He didn't know what was going on. Where did that huge claw come from? Such a terrifying aura. What level of demonic beast was the opponent? Puff. When the Silver Sword Sect elder died, Little Pig's miniature pig form appeared in the sky and dropped to the ground with a plop. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and scooped Little Pig into her bosom. On her forehead, the seal of the contract flashed, and her body staggered for a moment. Oh my God, you scared Grandpa Pig to death. Luckily, that Silver Sword Elder was stupid. Little Pig patted his chest with his little pig trotter. As it turned out, Luo Qingtong's heaven-conquering art was only a feint. The real killing move was Little Pig's true form after the seal was lifted. Fortunately, that silver sword elder was injured. Otherwise, with Little Pig's sealed strength, it would have been difficult to deal with him. Plop! Plop! Seeing that the silver sword elder had died in Luo Qingtong's hands, the silver sword elders who were still strenuously resisting the tide of demonic beasts immediately knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, begging Luo Qingtong to spare their lives. All right. Luo Qingtong looked at them indifferently, but her eyes were filled with evil. As long as you can come out from under them alive, I'll spare your lives. Previously, these people said that they wanted to have a taste of their savior, the southern region king. Now, she would let them have a taste. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she raised her hand. Instantly, the eyes of those beasts that had gone mad and lost their rationality turned green. They panted heavily and looked like they were aroused. No. At this time, they finally understood that Luo Qingtong had no intention of letting them go. There were so many demon beasts here, it was impossible for them to come out alive. They could only be gang-raped to death. They had just threatened Luo Qingtong, and their expressions were still vivid in their minds. Now, they had to taste the bitter fruit themselves. Moreover, Luo Qingtong's methods were countless times more ruthless and cold than theirs. No. The group of people rolled and crawled, running away with snot and tears streaming down their faces. However, they couldn't even run away in that kind of situation, let alone now. Before they could run far, they were caught up by a group of demonic beasts, who were panting heavily, and stopped. Ah! Mournful cries echoed in the sky. At this moment, these Silver Sword members must be extremely regretful. If they knew this would be the result, they wouldn't have provoked Luo Qingtong. But now, it was all too late. Oh my god! So explosive! Little Pig was held in Luo Qingtong's arms. He stretched his neck and looked at the scene behind him that was not suitable for children, and clicked his tongue in his heart. Oh my god, Luo Qingtong's methods are too terrifying. Offending her is indeed worse than death. These Silver Sword members were probably regretting their actions to death. If they knew this would be the result, they wouldn't have begged for mercy. Being bitten to death and swallowed by demon beasts was better than being gang-raped to death. Just as he was thinking, a jade-white hand suddenly blocked his eyes. Dirty! Luo Qingtong said and flicked his forehead. A human and a pig walked out of the mountain range. Before they walked far, Luo Qingtong's brows suddenly furrowed. She stopped and looked ahead. A group of people appeared in her line of sight. Yanyu? Luo Qingtong looked at the group of people in front of her. The man that was surrounded in the center had a sharp and fierce aura, and his figure was tall and handsome like an unsheathed sharp sword. It was precisely Yanyu. The man's aura was much more harmonious than when Luo Qingtong had first met him. He must have listened to her suggestion and improved the circulation of his meridians, and corrected the drawbacks of the incomplete sword technique. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's pupil technique had not been completely withdrawn. Her gaze swept across the group of people and she discovered that their auras were almost all at the martial spirit realm. Only one or two of them were martial ancestors, and they were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. As for Yanyu, who was surrounded in the middle, her aura had already fused perfectly, and she could break through to the saint realm at any time. These people were not weak. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows when she thought of the extraordinary news of the Lanyue family that she had heard in Tianyu Empire. He didn't know if the Lanyue family had such power and influence because of the Lanyue jade. It was said that he had left home at a young age and was taken away by a powerful expert a long time ago. He didn't return to the Lanyue family until he became an adult and could practice. Judging from the aura of this group of people, they seemed to come from a very powerful place. And it seemed that they were not inferior to the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin in the slightest. They were even much stronger than the latter. When Luo Qingtong saw Yanyu and the others, the latter and the others also noticed her. Who is it? The group of people swept over to her. Seeing their movements, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed and she raised her hand to put away the Rakshasa ghost mask on her face. Her movements were extremely fast, and because she came out from the forest, Yanyu and the others did not see her appearance, nor did they know that she was wearing the Rakshasa ghost mask. Miss Luo? Yan Yuju brought people forward, only to find that the person opposite was actually someone familiar. Young Master Yan Yu. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She was not surprised that Yan Yuju would recognize her. Presumably, old Master Yan Yu told him, however, Yan Yuju was still a reliable person. Luo Qingtong did not care that the other party knew her identity. In any case, she was not afraid of her identity being exposed now. The reason why she was still hiding it was just a subconscious action. It was always right to have more trump cards. Why did she have to deliberately flip everything over for others to see? Luo Qingtong liked to see the expressions of those who looked down on her. When they finally realized that they had kicked an iron plate. It could be considered her bad taste. I didn't expect it to be you. The light in Yan Yuju's eyes was pleasantly surprised. Why are you here? When he said this, as if afraid that Luo Qingtong would misunderstand, he hurriedly said, "It's very dangerous here." Did you come alone? Yan Yuju knew that Luo Qingtong was very powerful. When she was a martial king, she had once killed a martial emperor powerhouse of the Tianyu imperial family. However, the latter was injured at that time. Moreover, this was the depths of the mountain range near the main city of the Black Field. Demonic beasts were everywhere, and their strength was tyrannical. Powerhouses below the martial emperor realm did not dare to enter at all. Only powerhouses above the martial emperor realm dared to enter together. Yan Yuju also glanced around and found that there was no one secretly following and protecting Luo Qingtong. That was why she asked this question. Didn't they say that the Blackfield's Ming Zun was in love with Luo Qingtong? Why didn't they send someone to guard her? It seemed that the previous rumors, as her grandfather said, were false. For some reason, when she thought of this, Yan Yuju's heart unconsciously surged with traces of joy. Luo Qingtong responded in a low voice and did not say anything else. At this moment, a girl in a pink robe beside Yan Yuju suddenly said, "Senior brother, you know her? Who is she?" Song Yan stared enviously at the young lady before her, who was so beautiful that she could topple cities. Especially since the other party seemed to be very familiar with Yan Yuju, it made her even more jealous. Thinking back to the last time Yan Yuju went home to visit her relatives, she kept mentioning a Miss Luo. It couldn't be this person in front of her, right? At the thought of this, Song Yan looked at Luo Qingtong with displeasure. You're just a martial emperor. Why are you alone in the depths of this mountain range? He must be lying. She looked at Luo Qingtong with a cold snort. She was very disdainful of the other party's cultivation. The other party must have come with his companions. He was deliberately not telling the truth. Was he hiding something? As she thought of this, she suddenly thought of the beast tide that had erupted in the mountains earlier. Just a moment ago, an extremely huge beast tide that seemed to engulf everything suddenly erupted. Even though they were not weak, they could only temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack. They were all guessing in their hearts that some kind of treasure had appeared, causing the demonic beasts in the mountain range to become so restless. From the looks of it, perhaps it was true, and that treasure had been obtained by Luo Qingtong. As Song Yan thought of this, she was instantly certain. You're hiding something, aren't you? Could it be that you've obtained something from the beast tide that had just erupted? Why, are you afraid that we'll covet your things? As she spoke, she sneered coldly. What a joke. But you really don't have the right to have such good things. That beast tide riot was still vivid in their minds. It was not something that could be compared to an ordinary beast tide. They had stayed in the safe zone for a long time until just now when the beast tide started to retreat. They then followed the tracks and chased over. If there really was a treasure, it would be a waste for the other party to get it. They might as well give it to them. As for her, on account of senior brother Yanyue, they would just give her some money and resources to send her off. Anyway, for someone of her strength, to be able to get some resources from their own sect, she would probably go crazy with joy. Song Yan thought and said proudly, how about this? What did you get? Show it to us. If it's good, we'll give you a suitable price. So that you won't get into trouble because of your wealth. Her words were very arrogant and bossy. It was as if her snatching Luo Qingtong's things was a huge favor to the latter, not to mention that Luo Qingtong did not get anything at all. Even if she got it, she would not show it to them. Luo Qingtong's gaze was cold. She was about to speak when Yan Yuju's face darkened. Junior sister Yan, what do you mean? Miss Luo is my friend. Whatever she got, that was her business. It has nothing to do with us. As he spoke, he apologized to Luo Qingtong. Miss Luo, I'm sorry. Junior sister is rude. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Yan, who was standing on the other side of the room, had already cried out in dissatisfaction. Senior brother Yenyue, what do you mean? Because of this woman, you're lecturing me? Song Yan had been spoiled rotten in the sect. This time when she went out, all the senior and junior brothers gave in to her. Being lectured by Yan Yuju without warning, she could not hold back the anger in her heart. Besides, she did not like Luo Qingtong to begin with. Glaring fiercely at Luo Qingtong, Song Yan said coldly, I didn't say I was going to snatch her things. I just wanted her to show it to us. I'll buy it. Why? Can't I do that? She raised her head. As soon as these self-righteous words came out, Yan Yuju's expression instantly turned completely cold. Taking other people's things for her own, and she still asked them if it was okay. He didn't know how to face Luo Qingtong after hearing her say such things. If he had known that the end result, he would not have brought them to Luo Qingtong. At this moment, a crisp and beautiful voice suddenly rang out. Aya, look what I just saw. How shameless. Some people are so self-righteous when they snatch other people's things. How shameless. Big sister, how old are you? And you? I have some rubbish here. Do you want it? I can give it to you for free. Take it as charity. As she spoke, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Was it that little girl? Luo Qingtong looked at the little loli who appeared in front of everyone and raised her eyebrows. She recognized that the one who appeared here was Xianxia. Luo Qingtong looked at Song Yan's ashen face and raised her eyebrows. She crossed her arms and watched the show. Ha ha ha. Xianxia carried the little white cat and ran to Luo Qingtong's side. He made a face at Song Yan and said, What, are you angry? You're shameless and won't let others say it. If you have the ability, go to the southern mountain range and settle the score with me. I'm called Xianxia. My brother is called Xi Huang. You're welcome to find trouble. Xianxia didn't hesitate to sell out his brother. He didn't know if Xi Huang would be angered to death here. Every time this girl caused trouble outside, she would throw it to him to wipe her ass, but in Xianxia's opinion, wasn't his brother used to be sold out? That's right, he was also used to support her. Seeing Song Yan's expression change, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. The title of stupid brother was still very useful. You. Xianxia's self-introduction made Song Yan's expression very ugly. She originally wanted to teach Xianxia a lesson. But now that the latter had revealed his identity, it wasn't good for her to do anything. After all, although her sect didn't fear Xi Huang, the latter was still the king of the southern mountain range. If she went against him because of such a small matter, she would definitely be scolded by her elders when she returned. Thinking of this, Song Yan's heart became even more sullen. She fiercely looked at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. Then, she looked at Yan Yuju who was looking at her angrily. She immediately stomped her feet and angrily turned to leave. Junior sister. The group of people behind Yan Yuju quickly chased after her, but he didn't move. Miss Luo, I'm sorry for just now. Yan Yuju looked at Luo Qingtong with an apologetic expression. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. If he knew that Song Yan would have such an attitude towards Luo Qingtong, he would have led her away from the beginning. He definitely wouldn't let Luo Qingtong suffer such humiliation. My junior sister is used to being willful. I will definitely teach her a lesson later. He said to Luo Qingtong, Do you need me to send you out? No need, it's fine. Luo Qingtong nodded at him and smiled faintly. If it wasn't for Yan Yuju, Song Yan definitely wouldn't have left so easily. Luo Qingtong was never a person who would let others step on her head and behave atrociously without fighting back. If Song Yan thought that she was a pushover, she was gravely mistaken. You could say that she was vengeful or not magnanimous enough, but Luo Qingtong would not let herself suffer, not to mention that Song Yan was the one who was looking for trouble. Luo Qingtong didn't say too much to Yan Yuju and bid him farewell. Yan Yuju had no choice. She originally wanted to invite Luo Qingtong to travel with them. But now that something like this had happened, both sides were in an awkward situation. She could only nod and tell Luo Qingtong to be more careful. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong had Yu Xingqi by her side. Yan Yuju glanced at Yu Xingqi. She felt that with the sister of the southern mountain range king, the two of them should have no problem leaving this mountain range. What she didn't know was that Luo Qingtong alone was enough to cross this mountain range at will. There were no demonic beasts that could stop her. Both sides bid farewell and left. After Yan Yuju left, Yu Xingqi's eyes turned. She turned around and threw herself at Luo Qingtong with a smile. Sister-in-law. Her smile was sweet and she looked indescribably cute. I'm not your sister-in-law. Luo Qingtong raised her hand to block the person in front of her. Don't call me that in the future, or I won't be polite to you. Luo Qingtong's voice was faint, but the threat and coldness in it couldn't be ignored. Yi Qianxian was jealous because of Yu Xihuang's matter last time. If Yu Xingqi's words were heard by him, and he investigated, that scene was too beautiful, Luo Qingtong didn't dare to think about it. Most importantly, she didn't want Yi Qianxian to be unhappy. Why? Yu Xingqi blinked her eyes, puzzled. Look at how handsome my brother is. Okay, he's beautiful, but he's not effeminate. And you see, he's also the king of the southern territory, he has strength, he has power, how good is that? Yu Xingqi followed behind Luo Qingtong, listing the benefits of her brother. She had the attitude of a senior seller. The only thing he didn't do was to sell Yu Xihuang by his weight. Not interested. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent, and she continued to walk forward. You really don't want to think about it. Yu Xingqi caught up with her pace, unwilling to give up. My brother is really good. She nodded her head. You won't lose anything if you marry him. Marry? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at the cute little loli beside her. This little girl's words were really shocking. She tried so hard to promote her brother, just to let her marry him? Yes. Yu Xingqi nodded her head with a serious face. Wait until you marry him, then I can go back and be the sect master. She said with a smiling face looking at Luo Qingtong, you see, isn't this very good? You'll get a peerless beauty as your husband. I'll get the imperial sect and become the queen of the southern territory, how good is that? Your brother can't be considered a peerless beauty. If it was, then it should be Yi Qianxian. But, this is the reason why you're promoting your brother to me? Yes, other people can't suppress him. Yu Xingqi's eyes turned, with a sly face. When she heard that Yu Xihuang liked the evil Dr. Gui Tong, she hurriedly left a letter and left. It was all for the sake of helping that stupid brother of his win over the beauty. However, she looked at Luo Qingtong and sighed heavily. This person's his people, but she didn't want to accept her stupid brother. Her dream of being the queen was broken. Luo Qingtong was amused by Yu Xingqi's behavior. Yu Xihuang's little sister is really interesting. She actually found her sister-in-law to marry her brother off. Luo Qingtong suddenly sympathized with Yu Xihuang. What should she do? She smiled and said to Yu Xingqi, what are you sighing for? Of you. Suppress your brother's imperial sect and become the queen of the southern region. She teased Yu Xingqi. I also want to. But isn't that too troublesome? I'm lazy. Wouldn't it be better if I directly become the sect master? Unfortunately, I can't beat my brother. Yu Xingqi said. She suddenly tilted her head and smiled at Luo Qingtong. Then if you don't want to be my sister-in-law, can you be my sister? She said, then jumped up and said, then it's settled. You can be my sister. This way, if Yu Xihuang bullied her again, wouldn't she have a chance to bully him back? Yu Xingqi giggled as he thought. She will have a backer in the future. Moreover, Luo Qingtong's aura was domineering. Yu Xingqi really liked her. Although she followed her to find a bride for Yu Xihuang, but since Luo Qingtong didn't want to be her brother's bride, being her sister is also not bad. Luo Qingtong raises her eyebrows and looks at her. I thought you should be more worried about whether or not I would kill you to hide my identity? When Luo Qingtong speaks, the smile in Yu Xingqi's eyes suddenly stiffens. Her eyes flash with a trace of panic, and then she tries her best to calm down. You won't, right? I have my brother's senses on me. It's not wise for you to go against him. Xianxia's heart is indeed a little scared. Although she is cunning, black-bellied, and somewhat evil. But she knows who to provoke, and who not to provoke. Luo Qingtong definitely belongs to the group of people who cannot be provoked. These people will absolutely do whatever they say, regardless of the consequences. Before she knew that Luo Qingtong is the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, she only felt that this girl who rose from a low-level country is somewhat interesting. When she was in the heavenly evil group, although she followed Su Xiaoxiao and called her boss, she didn't really care. But when she knew that Luo Qingtong is the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, it was completely different. The latter is her idol. Xianxia really didn't expect that Luo Qingtong can win against the people of the Silver Sword. After Luo Qingtong led the people of the Silver Sword away, she thought that Luo Qingtong would run away after that. But who would have thought that she would actually kill them all? My God, before Xianxia came, she saw the fate of the people of the Silver Sword. That Silver Sword elder is a Saint Realm expert, but he also died, although he was injured before, and Luo Qingtong used some unknown method to attract the beast tide, but that is not the reason why Luo Qingtong can kill a Saint Realm expert. In short, Luo Qingtong is very, very powerful. And her methods are very ruthless. Xianxia is really afraid that she will make a move against her. Thinking of this, she suddenly becomes very uneasy and says to Luo Qingtong, "Really, it's not worth it for you to make a move against me. I promise I won't tell my brother about you, okay?" Seeing her like this, Luo Qingtong had a faint smile on her face. She originally only wanted to scare Xianxia. She generally wouldn't make a move on people who didn't threaten her. Moreover, Yu Sihuang was not her enemy. Luo Qingtong didn't care whether the other party knew her identity or not. However, it would be best if there was less trouble. After all, Yi Qianxian was still jealous. Thinking of this, she said with a calm expression, "All right, remember what you said. Let's go." Good. Xianxia immediately became happy. Oh my God, I've escaped death. She patted her chest and hurriedly followed Luo Qingtong. Seeing her like this, Luo Qingtong's lips suddenly curled up. She suddenly thought of little Lucky. The latter was about the same age as Xianxia, but he was not as eccentric as Xianxia. He was very pure and harmless. Luo Qingtong hasn't seen him since the last time she detoxified him. She heard that the Lanyue aristocratic family originally wanted to send him to the Tianyu Branch Academy, but for some reason, it didn't happen. It is said that he was taken away by someone. Because it was related to the Lanyue aristocratic family's family matters, Luo Qingtong didn't ask much. With the Lanyue clan's old man and Yan Yuju's love for him, the place where the little boy went should be beneficial to him. Unfortunately, when she saw Yan Yuju just now, she originally wanted to ask, but because of his junior sister, she forgot. Forget it, there will be another chance. Master. After entering the main city of the Black Field, Luo Qingtong left Xianxia in the city lord's manor and had someone watch over him. Soon after, she went to Yan Yang and the others. Seeing the young lady appear with the Rakshasa mask, Yan Yang and the others all knelt down to pay their respects. Luo Qingtong nodded her head and directly walked past them into the main hall. She asked, "What is the matter?" Yan Yang had already had the others withdraw. Hearing this, she immediately replied, "It's about what Master wanted us to pay attention to. There's news regarding the Heavenly Divine Doctor." Oh? Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly brightened. "You've investigated her identity?" "No." Yan Yang shook her head. "However, we have investigated. That Heavenly Divine Doctor should be someone from Great Yong. Furthermore, she is definitely related to Great Yong's imperial family." As she spoke, she narrated the information that she and the others had investigated. That Heavenly Divine Doctor places great importance on the concealment of her identity. Furthermore, she is extremely cautious. She almost did not leave behind any information or traces that can be investigated. However, from the people that she mobilized, we can see that she should be related to Great Yong's imperial family. Speaking of which, this was all due to Luo Qingtong's efforts. Last time, she had fiercely insulted Feng Wan and Great Chu. The latter had almost suffered a great loss. She had abandoned her personal maidservant and had even been pursued by the experts of the Black Field. If it were not for the wisp of smoke in her body, she would have been caught on the spot and exposed. However, it was also because of this that she had hastily mobilized many people, revealing the strength that only Great Yong's imperial family could mobilize. This allowed Yen Yang and the people of the Black Field to find some clues. Especially Yen Yang, who had come into contact with people of all trades. She was also a person who knew how to act and speak well. It was very easy for her to analyze what she wanted from the words of others. Therefore, she immediately contacted Luo Qingtong after finding out some clues about the Heavenly Doctor's identity. As Luo Qingtong valued Luo Qingtong's identity very much, she didn't explain it in the message. Instead, she asked Luo Qingtong to come to the Black Field's main city and personally explain it to Luo Qingtong. Great Yong? Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. It was actually someone from Great Yong? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows slightly. If she remembered correctly, Feng Yuan and the Seventh Lord had come to the Chu sacred capital after the Heavenly Doctor's failure at the Great Chu sacred dynasty. They were openly plotting for the throne of the Great Chu. Could the other party be that Heavenly Doctor Divine Hand? Luo Qingtong recalled the poison technique she had used against Feng Yuan when she was investigating his identity. She suddenly smiled with great interest. Interesting. Even if that Heavenly Doctor wasn't Feng Yuan, he shouldn't be unrelated to Feng Yuan. So this time, Feng Yuan was actually behind the martial king. The latter's appetite was really big. On one hand, he coveted Xianxia and wanted to replace her. On the other hand, he was stirring up trouble in Great Chu and the Empire of Qin. Great Yong, Great Chu, the Empire of Qin, only Great Qi was missing. Did the other party want to unify the four dynasties? However, speaking of which, if they weren't enemies, Luo Qingtong would rather admire Feng Yuan. He was ambitious, powerful, and most importantly, ruthless. It was a pity that he had met her. If Feng Yuan was really related to the Divine Doctor, and the art of seizing fate in King Wu's body was caused by the latter, then Luo Qingtong couldn't help but suspect that there was something fishy about Feng Yuan's identity as the first princess and the first genius of Great Yong. She would know it by looking at the situation of the descendants of the Great Yong royal family. Luo Qingtong thought so and suddenly smiled. She gave the list of medicinal materials she brought to Yen Yang and asked them to collect the materials according to the contents. There were not many kinds of medicinal materials in it, only 2 or 3 kinds, but they were not easy to collect. Luo Qingtong could let Ma Chenyi look for them, but it was just a few medicinal materials, which were not particularly precious. If he couldn't collect them after a long time, it would be troublesome. Therefore, when she came to the Black Field this time, she asked Yen Yang and others to do it. In this way, solving the problem of Ma Chenyi's art of seizing fate could be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After all, Luo Qingtong did not intend to stay in the sacred academy of the Empire of Qin for a long time. She had asked around and found out that the grand event that was going to happen soon was related to the hidden world. Luo Qingtong would inevitably win the first place in the conference and enter the hidden world to find the whereabouts of her parents. Therefore, the matter of Ma Chenyi could only be solved sooner rather than later. What's more, it was better to get rid of people like King Wu as soon as possible, so as not to leave him to annoy her. Thinking that King Wu once wanted to take her as a female slave, Luo Qingtong felt a burst of disgust. Not to mention that the Divine Doctor behind King Wu was related to Feng Yuan. Then, she couldn't let him go. Luo Qingtong didn't stay in the Black Field for long. After Yen Yang collected those medicinal materials, she left the Black Field and returned to the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin. Xianxia naturally followed her. When the two rushed back to the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, in the encampment of the Dragon Regiment in the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, Mo Qinshan looked coldly at his subordinates in front of him. Are you saying that Yuan Mo and Su Jingyue can't be cured? He narrowed his eyes. He had guessed that Yuan Ma might not be able to cure him. The cold air that erupted from the latter's body was too strong. Yuan Ma's soul imprint spirit body was as strong as the backlash from the cold chi was. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if this cold chi was not removed, he would be crippled for the rest of his life. There was no such thing as a soul imprint, spirit body, or future powerhouse. He might not even be able to use half of his strength, and every day he lived a life worse than death. At this, moment, the people of the Empire of Qin finally understood why Yuan Ma was so determined to not break off the engagement with Luo Qingtong. As soon as he lost the bet with Luo Qingtong, the cold qi in his body erupted. No one believed that this matter had nothing to do with Luo Qingtong. However, no one knew how Luo Qingtong did it. He could only guess that it had something to do with their engagement tokens. Later, someone revealed that Yuan Ma was born with a cold disease and almost couldn't survive, let alone be able to cultivate. The reason why he was able to become a genius powerhouse in these years was entirely because of his engagement with Luo Qingtong. He was afraid that the engagement token had played a big role in it. The cold qi in Yuan Ma's body was not completely removed because of the engagement token. They were afraid that there would be a cure after he married Luo Qingtong. That was why he was determined not to break off the engagement with Luo Qingtong. Everyone guessed so and suddenly despised Yuan Ma. As it turned out, the role model and genius was nothing more than a facade. The real Yuan Ma was so disgusting, and the imperial family was worse than pigs and dogs. Their entire family was ungrateful. Some people even found out that the reason why Tianyu's imperial family was annihilated by evil Dr. Ghost Eye was not because they had offended evil Dr. Ghost Eye, so evil Dr. Ghost Eye took revenge and annihilated the entire imperial family. Instead, it was because Tianyu's imperial family repeatedly attacked the Luo family and Luo Qingtong. Evil Dr. Gui Tong had a relationship with the Luo family, so he acted out of anger and exterminated the imperial family. Yuan Xue and the Empress' actions were exposed one by one. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, feeling that Tianyu's imperial family should be exterminated. Luo Qingtong could be said to be their benefactor. She saved Yuan Ma, set up an engagement with him, and made him a genius. But in the end, she was so disdainful. And because Yuan Xue didn't like Luo Qingtong as her imperial sister-in-law, she joined forces with the Luo family's concubine daughter to attack Luo Qingtong. Her methods were so vicious that it was shameful. Tianyu's imperial family was unfair. Yuan Ma clearly knew that his family didn't like Luo Qingtong and the Luo family, but he didn't say a word for them. He even forbade them from canceling their engagement with him, almost pushing Luo Qingtong and the Luo family to their deaths. Such selfish and sinister thoughts. Although he didn't directly attack Luo Qingtong and the Luo family, he was more hateful than anyone else, because if it wasn't for him, Luo Qingtong and the Luo family wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Immediately, those who thought that Luo Qingtong's methods were too vicious shut their mouths. Yuan Ma had only himself to blame for his fate. Not to mention, Luo Qingtong didn't do anything to him. She only took back the Luo family's kindness. What he was suffering now was entirely caused by the illness in his body. What did it have to do with Luo Qingtong? It was already good enough that the girl didn't kick him when he was down. Besides, because of his engagement with Luo Qingtong, Yuan Mo had enjoyed so many years of glory and glory. Now that he had been beaten back to his original state, he should be satisfied. For a moment, no one spoke up for Yuan Ma. Everyone was the same. They were all trash. As for Su Diheng's side, after making a ruckus about wanting to convict Luo Qingtong of the crime of harming a fellow disciple of the same sect, after hearing the rumors that had spread through the heavenly hall, their faces turned ugly and they ceased their ruckus. After all, even if this matter went to the ends of the earth, the elders of the Holy Institute wouldn't be able to do anything to Luo Qingtong. This wasn't Luo Qingtong's fault at all. What was there to punish? Therefore, Mo Qinshan had a premonition that Yuan Ma had been disabled. However, because he had won Su Diheng's support, he didn't particularly care about Yuan Ma's disability. After all, the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin didn't lack powerhouses, and his subordinates didn't lack geniuses either. However, he couldn't figure out why Su Jinyue's illness couldn't be cured. The illness in Su Jinyue's body suddenly broke out and was extremely disgusting. However, it didn't mean that Su Jinyue had been cured before. Why couldn't she be cured now? Tonghu hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Your Highness, I wonder if the expert you know will be able to solve it. If he can, he might be able to make the master of the Soul Institute follow you wholeheartedly." Tonghu and the others knew that Mo Qinshan had an extremely brilliant alchemist behind him. If they could contact the alchemist and ask him to cure Su Jinyue, the master of the Soul Institute would be very grateful and help His Highness fight for the position of the Crown Prince. However, Mo Qinshuan's face darkened at the mention of this. Don't mention it again. How could he not want to get in touch with that heavenly doctor, but for some reason, the latter seemed to have suddenly disappeared. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't contact him. He did not know if there was something wrong with the skill of seizing luck in his body and what had happened to Ma Qianyi. However, it did not matter. Anyway, he had absorbed most of the power of Ma Qianyi's bloodline. Even if he could not absorb any more, he was confident that he could break through to a higher level than Ma Qianyi before the grand competition. By then, the latter's position of the crown prince and the throne of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin would have to be given up. Thinking of this, Mo Qinshan sneered. He might be worrying for nothing. What could Ma Qianyi do with the pitiful dragon energy in his body? He was already lucky to be able to maintain his strength and not drop. In this world, no one could stop him from reaching the top. As for Luo Qingtong, Mo Qinshan narrowed his eyes and thought of the girl's charm on the stage. Once he had absolute power and strength, would he still be afraid that the other party wouldn't fall into his hands? Although she was a little unruly, it was more interesting to tame a stubborn wild horse, wasn't it? However, before that, he had to deal with Yi Luo. Thinking of how Yi Luo protected Luo Qingtong and the supreme holy token in his hand, Mo Qinshuan's face turned cold. Yi Luo was the only hidden danger in his heart. Luo Qingtong was Yi Luo's last student, and Luo Qingtong was on good terms with Ma Qianyi. If that Yi Luo helped Ma Qianyi, with the power of the supreme holy token in his hands, even if he was more powerful than Ma Qianyi, he would not be able to obtain the position of crown prince. After all, that was the supreme holy token that could influence the decision of a transcendent saint. Thinking of this, Mo Qinshan was indescribably upset. If he had known that Yi Luo had the supreme sacred token, he definitely wouldn't have jumped out to protect the Soul Institute's head teacher. Even if he wanted to help Yi Luo out of his predicament, he would never step on Yi Luo. He had really miscalculated. As he thought about it, he asked, "Have you found out who Yi Luo is and who the supreme sacred token in his hand belongs to?" "No." Tonghu and the others shook their heads. "We've asked everyone in the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, but no one knows the background and identity of Chief Instructor Yi Luo. I only know that he was suddenly appointed by the Grand Principal. Before this, there were no signs at all." "Your Highness, do you think this is just a smokescreen set up by the Grand Principal? You also know that the Grand Principal is very protective of Luo Qingtong and the others. Because of his identity, he can't openly protect Luo Qingtong and the others, so he purposely created a chief instructor? That person is helping Luo Qingtong and the others under the orders of the Grand Dean? If that wasn't the case, why would Chief Instructor Yi Luo care so much about Luo Qingtong and the rest? And he even has the Supreme Sacred Badge. With Luo Qingtong and the others' background, how could they know such a person?" The more Tonghu and the others spoke, the more they felt it was possible. "We're guessing that the Supreme Sacred Badge might have been given to him by the Grand Dean. If that's the case, then Chief Instructor Yi Luo is nothing to be afraid of. After all, with the Grand Dean's status, even if he had the Supreme Sacred Badge, he couldn't interfere with the Crown Prince's affairs. It was even more impossible for him to use the Supreme Sacred Badge to influence the Crown Prince's affairs." Mo Qinshan nodded. He had the same thought, but whether it was true or not, he had to find out more information first. The Supreme Sacred Badges issued by the 4 sacred dynasties were limited. Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be difficult to find out who the one in Yi Luo's hands belonged to. If those people had the Supreme Sacred Badges, then the one in Yi Luo's hands must be the Grand Dean's. This way, he wouldn't have any worries. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard Su Diheng's voice from outside. "Your Highness King Wu." Following Su Diheng's voice, the door outside was pushed open from the outside. "Great teacher." Mo Qinshan raised his head to look at Su Diheng, who was striding in. After a period of events, the latter looked very old and dispirited. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and the 2 eyes that were usually filled with arrogance were now filled with lethargy and gloominess. At this moment, Su Diheng looked like a sinister vulture hiding in the dark. His face was gloomy and cold to the extreme. "Your Highness King Wu, I want you to help me deal with Luo Qingtong. I will fully support you in the fight for the throne. As long as I can contact the elders and ministers, they will fully support you. Not only that, but I can also convince the families behind the many geniuses of my Soul Academy to support you." As long as you help me deal with Luo Qingtong. Su Diheng was like a madman at this moment. His words were incomparably vicious. His face twitched violently, looking extremely ferocious. What's wrong with the Seoul Institute's great teacher? Why would you suddenly say that? Seeing him like this, Emo Chen Xuan's eyes darkened slightly and then he asked. It was naturally a good thing that Su Diheng was supporting him so wholeheartedly. However, he had to find out the reason why the other party had suddenly changed their attitude towards Luo Qingtong. After all, Su Diheng's hatred for Luo Qingtong had not reached this level before. It was almost as if he had thrown caution to the wind. Yuer is awake. Su Diheng's face darkened. She told me that her poison was most likely caused by the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. At this point, Su Diheng gritted his teeth fiercely. Su Jingyue was neither a human nor a ghost now. He only had one daughter, and he could not let her continue to be like this. All the pharmacists said that they could not cure Su Jingyue's poison. If it was really caused by the evil Dr. Ghost Eye, then even if he found the alchemist in that place, he might not be able to cure Su Jingyue's poison. The only possibility was to ask the evil Dr. Ghost Eye for help. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye and Luo Qingtong were old friends, and he had offended Luo Qingtong. How could the latter help Su Jingyue detoxify? Su Diheng even thought that the poison in Su Jingyue's body might have been induced by Luo Qingtong. After all, at that time, Su Jingyue was fine. Suddenly, the human-faced ghost sore on her body broke out. At that time, Su Jingyue was confronting Luo Qingtong for him. Thinking of this, Su Diheng's heart suddenly surged with a burst of resentment. I want to deal with Luo Qingtong and let evil Dr. Ghost Eye cure Yuer. That was his only daughter. Since it was impossible for evil Dr. Ghost Eye to cure her, he would force her to do it. Wasn't she helping Luo Qingtong? In that case, he would use the other party to threaten her. Let's see if she was willing to cure her. Evil Dr. Ghost Eye? Emo Chen Xian was shocked when he heard this. The poison in Su Jingyue's body was actually caused by evil Dr. Ghost Eye. It was no wonder that so many people were helpless against the poison in her body. Great teacher, are you sure? He asked. Yuer said that she got it when she was in the Blackfield city of Dongli country. She taught a girl with a white veil a lesson, and that person changed the poison on her long whip. I suspect that the young girl she spoke of is the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. It is said that evil Dr. Ghost Eye is evil and flamboyant. It is hard to tell whether he is a man or a woman. I suspect that Yuer has mistaken him for someone else. Su Diheng's face became more distorted when he said this. I must force her to save Yuer. Luo Qingtong and the others are the only breakthrough. If Su Jingyue and the others really offended evil Dr. Ghost Eye, it was absolutely useless to beg for help. They could only start from another place. And Luo Qingtong was that place. Whether it worked or not, Su Diheng could only try his best. In the entire Saint Academy, the most likely person to help him was Mo Chen Xian. But Luo Qingtong is now backed by Emo Chen Xian, the Grand President, and Yi Luo. It is not so easy to deal with her. Emo Chen Xian looked at him and said. If it was just to target Luo Qingtong's life, Emo Chen Xian could certainly use the Dragon Regiment to make trouble for her. But it was useless for Su Diheng. The other party wanted to force Luo Qingtong to the extreme and then make a request for her to ask evil Dr. Ghost Eye to save her. With so many people protecting Luo Qingtong, it was basically impossible for her to do this. What if I say that Luo Qingtong might have cheated in the battle? Su Diheng's face darkened. Regardless of whether Yuan Mo brought this upon himself or not, he cheated in the gambling match and broke the rules of the Saint Court. We can use this to protest and sanction the elders. Even the Grand President can't protect her. As for Yi Luo, Su Diheng sneered. The Supreme Holy Token is not omnipotent. As long as he could get hold of Luo Qingtong's weakness, he could make Yi Luo unable to protect her. Moreover, like Emo Chen Xian and the others, he also suspected that the Supreme Holy Token in Dr. Ghost Eye's hand belonged to the Grand President. After all, it was too much of a coincidence. The Grand President recommended a chief instructor, who treated Luo Qingtong differently and had the Supreme Holy Token. And he was a nobody. Su Diheng sneered. He looked at Su Diheng. Great teacher, are you sure? He asked cautiously. This was a big deal. If it was true, it would definitely consign Luo Qingtong to eternal damnation. Perhaps, it could also affect the reputation of Ma Chenyi and the Grand Dean. In an instant, countless calculations flashed through Xianxia's mind. Humph. Su Diheng's face was cold. Yuan Mo is my student, how can I not be sure? His soul seal has a special attribute, it's impossible for anyone to have the same attribute as him. You know about his natural cold air, right? Most of his soul seal's attribute comes from the cold air in his body. So, since Luo Qingtong could use his unique soul skill, she must have cheated. I heard that there is a kind of evil technique that can copy and steal other people's soul seal's attribute. The person whose soul seal's attribute is stolen and copied will have their soul seal's ability collapse. It's very vicious and evil. I suspect that Luo Qingtong used that evil technique to cause the cold air in Moer's body to collapse, turning him into a cripple. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Luo Qingtong used the same soul skill to defeat him, and on the other hand, his old illness broke out? Su Diheng's face was gloomy. It's completely nonsense to say that it's because of the engagement token between them. How powerful is the cold air in Yuan Mo's body and how powerful his talent is, Your Highness King Wu, you have seen it with your own eyes. How could it be suppressed by a mere engagement token? If it's possible, then what kind of powerful treasure would that betrothal token be? As for the person who saved Yuan Mo and left him some leeway to restrain him, how tyrannical are his medical skills and abilities? How could the marquis residents of the Luo family, a lowly country, have such a person? Su Diheng didn't believe that there was such a thing at all. It was also because Yuan Ma was currently immersed in pain that he couldn't speak. He also didn't know what Su Diheng was thinking. Otherwise, he would have definitely told him that this matter existed. However, he didn't know what Su Diheng was thinking, so he didn't know where to start. If what you said is true, then we do have a chance to force Luo Qingtong into a desperate situation. Mo Qinshuan's eyes were gloomy. Luo Qingtong actually used sorcery to defeat Yuan Ma and make him like this. If this was true, then there was a lot to be done. Humph. You can send someone to investigate Luo Qingtong's past. I dare say that she's definitely not an ice attribute soul seal expert. Otherwise, it's impossible that she didn't mention it at all before entering the academy. Su Diheng said resolutely. He was certain that Luo Qingtong had cheated. Luo Qingtong, wait until I find the evidence, I will definitely consign you to eternal damnation. The light in Mo Qinshuan's eyes also brightened. Su Diheng's words could really play a big role for him. The other party wanted to deal with Luo Qingtong, but he wanted to use this opportunity to deal with Ma Chenyi and the highest dean's faction. Great Master, please don't worry. I'll immediately send someone to investigate and collect evidence. At that time, Luo Qingtong will definitely be unable to defend herself and be unable to turn over. He said in a low voice. Okay. Su Diheng nodded. He also knew that there were too many people behind Luo Qingtong, so he couldn't act rashly and alert the enemy. If not, he wouldn't have come to cooperate with Mo Qinshan. Then I'll wait for the good news from King Wu. He said and looked at Mo Qinshan. Luo Qingtong didn't know that Mo Qinshan and Su Diheng were discussing how to deal with her. She was currently extorting a confession from Little Pig. Quick, hand over the thing in your hand. Luo Qingtong raised her head and pointed at Little Pig's little head. Ah? What? Little Pig blinked its pair of small beady eyes and pretended to be stupid. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at it. Do you want me to say it clearly? Show me your little hooves. Luo Qingtong looked at Little Pig's two little hooves. This guy had been behaving strangely along the way and often peeked at its two little hooves. Originally, Luo Qingtong didn't notice it, but its silly smile was too obvious. Luo Qingtong raised her head and glanced at it, and found that the things on its hooves had changed. In the past, Little Pig loved to show off, and its two favorite storage rings were often on its hooves. Now, one of its hooves had been changed into a jade thumb ring. Luo Qingtong absolutely didn't believe that there was nothing fishy about it. This jade thumb ring was definitely newly obtained, so it was showing off like this. Then here came the question. It had been with her for the past few days, so where did it get this jade thumb ring? Luo Qingtong recalled that Little Pig had revealed its sealed true body and slapped the Silver Sword elder to death with its paw. Did he get this jade thumb ring from that elder of the Silver Sword sect, Before Luo Qingtong could finish her words, Little Pig had already hidden its two little hooves behind its back. But as soon as it did this, Little Pig's expression was filled with despair. Ah. Wasn't it obvious that it was trying to hide something? Sure enough, Luo Qingtong crossed her arms in front of her chest and cast a sidelong glance at it with an indifferent expression. Do you want to show it yourself, or do you want me to take it myself? Woo-woo. Little Pig wailed as he stretched out his little hoof. Luo Qingtong looked at the jade ring on its hoof and asked, Did you get it from the Silver Sword Elder? Humph, Little Pig nodded. I found it when I was photographing him. Even if the Silver Sword Elder was a Sage Realm expert, he would still be killed by Little Pig's claw. The jade thumb ring didn't break at that time, so Little Pig put it away. He didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would discover his secret stash so quickly. How infuriating! It originally wanted to play for a while and tell Luo Qingtong when it was tired of playing. Luo Qingtong ignored it and focused on looking at the jade thumb ring. The material of the latter was special. It was obviously a treasure that surpassed the Sage Realm. The aura it emitted was very vast. Luo Qingtong wasn't surprised that the Silver Sword Elder had such a treasure. After all, the latter was a Sage Realm expert and came from a large sect like the Silver Sword. If it wasn't for Yu Huang exterminating his sect, who knew how glorious it would be? Just look at the elders in their sect. They are all Sage Realm elders. However, this jade thumb ring gave Luo Qingtong a strange feeling. She didn't pay much attention to it before, but now that Luo Qingtong held the jade thumb ring in her hand, she clearly felt that there was something wrong with its aura. A bloody light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. In the next second, she raised her hand and pulled. Swish! The jade thumb ring in her hand instantly pulled out a topographic map of mountains and rivers. It turned out that there were 2 layers of aura on the jade thumb ring, blending with each other. Those who didn't know wouldn't be able to see the mystery. Huh? Little Pig's eyes instantly widened when he saw the image on the jade thumb ring. There's actually a map hidden in this jade thumb ring? Little Pig looked at the undulating river on the map with a complicated feeling in his heart. No wonder he felt that this jade thumb ring was different. Although its grade wasn't very high, its aura was very strange. That's why Little Pig kept it. Otherwise, how could he be interested in something in the hands of a Sage Realm expert? He didn't expect that there was actually a map hidden in it. This map seems to be. Little Pig looked at the image on the map and suddenly felt that it was somewhat familiar. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded. It's the Far West Wilderness. Luo Qingtong looked at the terrain on the map indifferently. After Suyu and the others went to the Far West Wilderness, they would report back every once in a while. Luo Qingtong was also clear about the situation in the Far West Wilderness. The map depicted the scene of the Far West Wilderness. However, this was only the outermost map. Luo Qingtong looked at the small map marked in the center. The Sage King's Tomb? Luo Qingtong looked at the words marked on the map. Sage King, what's that? Is there a classification above the Sage Realm? Luo Qingtong was slightly stunned. She hadn't come into contact with this kind of thing yet. In the past, the Luo family was at the bottom of the hierarchy. They could bully and humiliate the Tianyu Empire at will. The things that Luo Qingtong had access to were limited. She only knew that there was a classification above the Sage Realm. However, it wasn't something that ordinary people could come into contact with. Ordinary people only knew about the Sage Realm and those beyond the Sage Realm. They didn't know the specific classification. Luo Qingtong only knew that there was one Sage Transcendence expert. She only learned about it when Xianxia lured the Sage Transcendence expert out of the Great Chu Imperial Palace. She didn't expect that there was a classification above the Sage Realm. Of course there is, Little Pig answered immediately after hearing her question. The realms above the Saint Realm are similar to the Warrior Realm. They are divided into 9 realms: Saint, Saint Master, Saint General, Saint Marquis, Saint King, Saint Emperor, Saint Spirit, and Saint Sovereign. Among them, Saints, Holy Masters, and Holy Generals are known as Transcendents. Saint Marquis, Saint King, and Saint Emperor are known as the Saint Realm. The Holy Emperor, the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Sovereign are known as the Supreme Transformation Realm. The Saint Realm masters you usually talk about are only those who have just broken through to the Saint Realm and have yet to break through to the Transcendent Realm. They haven't had the time to comprehend the power of heaven and earth, so they only know how to use the superficial knowledge. Transcendents, on the other hand, have begun to comprehend the essence of the world energy contained in the world energy. The Saint Realm is the beginning of this realm. The Supreme Transformation stage means that one has already comprehended the essence of the stage and is preparing to transform the essence of the stage to reach the Supreme Transformation stage. Little Pig said. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows when she heard what Little Pig said. The Supreme Transformation stage is the Supreme Transformation stage? Yes. Little Pig nodded. But that's too far away for you. Don't worry about it. Anyway, there won't be such a master on this continent. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes slightly. Outside of it, there was another world that was even more vast and spacious. In that world, the Sage Realm was just the beginning. But within the True Spill continent, those above the Saint Realm were the pinnacle. However, wasn't this more interesting? What people feared the most was not having a goal. In her previous life, Luo Qingtong stood at the apex of the ability user world. It could be said that she was lonely at the top. Because of her curiosity, she stirred up various forces everywhere, causing them to be restless. Wasn't it because she was too bored, but now, it seemed that she wouldn't be so bored in this life. As Luo Qingtong was thinking this, Xianxia's voice suddenly came from not far away. Hearing this, Luo Qingtong immediately withdrew the image of the jade thumb ring. She threw the jade thumb ring back to Little Pig. Take it first. After the matter in the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin is settled, we will go to the far west wilderness. The Sage King's tomb was the tomb of a Sage Realm powerhouse. There must be a lot of good things in there. Since Luo Qingtong obtained this map, she naturally wanted to check it out. Little Pig put away the jade thumb ring. There must be a lot of good things in there. There is also that Sage King. If his soul is still here, he alone will be enough to awaken that little white ball. At that time, it will directly break through to the growth stage. The little white ball that Little Pig mentioned was naturally Snowball. Luo Qingtong nodded. She also had the same idea. Snowball's transformation period was too long. She didn't know if it would be bad for it. If there was an opportunity, Luo Qingtong naturally wanted to help it transform as soon as possible. One person and one pig talked as they walked out of the forest. Xianxia came looking for them. She had just disappeared from Luo Qingtong's sight, so she thought that the latter had left first. Luo Qingtong casually gave a reason, then the two continued to rush back to the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. 2 days later, Luo Qingtong stepped into the gate of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Where's your master? He's not back yet? Luo Qingtong looked at Feng Yu, who had appeared in the courtyard upon seeing her return. She immediately raised her eyebrows. Xianxia left the day before she left. Luo Qingtong still remembered his ugly expression when he received the news. She didn't know who made him so angry. It must be known that Luo Qingtong rarely saw any obvious changes in Xianxia's expression. Of course, except when she was angry with him. Cough. Feng Yu coughed when she heard Luo Qingtong's question. She said, Master has some matters to attend to. It might take some time before he comes back. In fact, Yi Qianming wasn't there to deal with matters. He was there to eliminate his love rival, thinking of the news they had received before, that the king of the southern region had come to the eastern region again. Xianxia was angry on the spot and directly returned to the Black Field. Presumably, the king of the southern region would have a very difficult time in the eastern region. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded and didn't continue to ask. After informing Su Xiaoxiao and the others, she began to refine the medicine for Ma Chenyi in seclusion. The dragon energy in the latter's body had been absorbed too much. If she wanted to reverse it, she had to use the medicine to nourish it. Otherwise, once she used the reversal technique, she would not be able to bear it. It would be strange if Mo Qinshian didn't devour it. At that time, it would help the latter. A group of travel-worn girls suddenly appeared in the medicine garden of the Empire of Qin. Senior sister. Senior sister. Seeing the group of girls enter the medicine garden, the students of the medicine garden were all very happy and gathered around. The senior sisters of the Qingwei clique are back. Everyone said happily. Yes. At the front of the group of girls was a girl in green. She nodded to everyone and then asked, "What happened in the Sacred Academy recently?" Her complexion didn't look very good. The student who was asked didn't pay any attention to it. He told her everything that had happened in the Sacred Institute recently. The most famous one was naturally Luo Qingtong, the dragon clique, and Yuan Ma. Okay. I got it. After listening to everyone's narration, the girl in green fiercely suppressed the expression on her face and then left with the group behind her. When they returned to the courtyard where they were, bang! The green-clothed girl fiercely slapped the door frame. Damn it, that Luo Qingtong, His Highness the Crown Prince is actually so protective of her? The green-clothed girl's face was filled with anger. Is that right? Senior Sister Iran, I didn't say anything wrong, right? That Luo Qingtong has brother Crown Prince bewitched. If she didn't shamelessly seduce brother Crown Prince, how could he be bewitched by her? It's really a pity that Sister Qingwei is so devoted to brother Crown Prince. Mo Yufei added fuel to the fire. She gritted her teeth inwardly. Mo Yufei didn't expect it all. She had only left the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin for a while. So many things had happened in here. Thinking of what she had just heard, that Yuan Ma was crippled by Luo Qingtong, her heart burned with anger. Luo Qingtong, that bitch, how dare she? Mo Yufei was so angry that her hands were almost twisted into a fried dough twist. She even more fiercely said bad things about Luo Qingtong. Senior Sister Iran, you can't let that woman steal brother Crown Prince away. Humph. She has no chance. Iran's expression was ice cold. She ordered the others. Go, you guys go out and spread the word that our Qingwei group doesn't like Luo Qingtong. We won't refine pills for anyone from the Heavenly Demon group. The same goes for the Resource Hall of the Holy Academy. We will not refine any of the potions claimed by the Heavenly Demon group. In the Sacred Academy of the Empire of Qin, in order to train the students, the medicinal liquid resources distributed to the students were all refined by the students of the Pharmaceutical Academy. As for the other medicinal materials obtained by the students of the Holy Institute, they had to find the students of the Medicine Institute to refine them. As for the Qingwei group, it was formed purely by the students of the Pharmaceutical Institute. The green-robed woman's words were obviously meant to cut off the cultivation aid of Luo Qingtong and the Heavenly Demon group. After all, even if he had the resources, he could not refine it into medicinal liquid. In terms of training results, they were much worse than others. Not only that, she also ordered coldly, in addition, tell the people of other forces that if anyone is on good terms with Luo Qingtong and the others, our Qingwei group will not refine the potions for them. And if anyone is willing to go against Luo Qingtong and the others, we will refine the potions for them for free. As soon as Luo Yiran said that, Mo Yufei's face instantly rippled with joy and pride. Let's see if Luo Qingtong still has the face to stay in the Saint Institute of the Empire of Qin. She praised as she spoke. Humph, I just want her to leave. Luo Yi sneered. Didn't she have the support of the Crown Prince and the Grand Dean? Then they would use the method of boiling a frog in warm water to force Luo Qingtong to leave. Let's see how long she could stay here after being ostracized and isolated by the whole institute. Qingwei group's words quickly spread throughout the Saint Institute. Soon, the Heavenly Demon team was isolated. After all, no one wanted to run out of elixirs. They could go outside to find people to refine or buy elixirs. But the price to pay was too high. It was far more cost-effective to find students from the Pharmaceutical Institute to refine elixirs. And the members of Qingwei Group were all very good at refining elixirs in the Pharmaceutical Institute. Under such circumstances, most of the people in the Heavenly Palace of the Saint Institute kept a respectful distance from the Heavenly Demon team. Not only that, but many people deliberately came to make trouble for the Heavenly Demon team for their own benefits. Plus, they couldn't get elixirs. The Heavenly Demon team seemed to have fallen into a desperate situation. When Luo Qingtong came out of seclusion, this situation had been going on for a few days. What's going on? Luo Qingtong looked at Yuanhu and the others who were sitting in the hall. They all looked pale, and she didn't know what they were thinking. They didn't even react when they saw her coming. boss. Seeing Luo Qingtong come out, Yuanhu and the others were stunned for a moment, then stood up. You came out of seclusion? They heard from Luo Qingtong that she was going to refine elixirs in seclusion. Yes. Luo Qingtong nodded, then looked at them and said, What's wrong with you? You're being targeted. Someone wants to deal with you. Xianxia said as she skipped in front of Luo Qingtong. She looked up and smiled sweetly, Sister. Since Luo Qingtong didn't say she couldn't call her sister, Xianxia changed the way she addressed Luo Qingtong. Yes. Luo Qingtong didn't correct her. It was just a title, no big deal. She cared about Xianxia's words. Someone wants to deal with me and you? Who? Luo Qingtong asked. The Dragon Group? Seoul Institute's master and the others? Luo Qingtong could only think of these two groups of people. But Yuanhu and the others shook their heads. Boss, no. Sima Ju told him what happened in the past 2 days. They are from the Qingwei group. Qingwei group? Luo Qingtong heard his words and frowned. Do they have a grudge with us? She had never heard of the other party's name before, so she shouldn't have offended the other party. Why are they finding trouble for me for no reason? Cough. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Sima Ju, Yuanhu, and Ling Tianhan all coughed lightly. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say to Luo Qingtong. Could they say, Boss, Qingwei group thinks you stole their leader's man, so they're purposely looking for trouble? Don't say that out loud, just hearing it made them panic for their boss. Did their boss need to steal a man? Plus, even if she wanted to steal, it wasn't the crown prince, their boss already had His Excellency Mingzun, okay? Even if she wanted to steal someone else's man, it should be him. Everyone was speechless, feeling that this was an undeserved disaster. She found out that this matter was related to Ma Chenyi. Moreover, because of the other party's protection, the Qingwei group's people thought that she stole their leader Yu Qingwei's man. Luo Qingtong was speechless. There was nothing between her and Ma Chenyi, okay, however, Luo Qingtong also knew that Ma Chenyi's protection of them was too obvious. She knew what the other party's purpose was, but others might not know. Naturally, they would think in other places. However, that wasn't a reason for the Qingwei group to casually deal with her people. Moreover, that Yu Qingwei wasn't Ma Chenyi's fiancé. She just liked Ma Chenyi. Why would the Qingwei group stand up for her and teach her a lesson? Did they really think that she was easy to bully? Luo Qingtong stood up with a cold face. At this moment, she glanced around and suddenly didn't see Su Xiaoxiao. She immediately asked, Where's Xiaoxiao? That girl couldn't have done something stupid, right? Yuanhu and the others were baffled by her question. Suddenly, Ling Yuer cried out. Then she quickly looked at Luo Qingtong and said, Oh no, boss, Xiaoxiao might have gone to the Qingwei group to gamble on medicine skills. Last time she said that she wanted the Qingwei group to take back their words. The Qingwei group's people were targeting Luo Qingtong. Unless the latter left for the Empire of Qin, they would never stop. Then Su Xiaoxiao's only way was to gamble with them and force them to stop. However, how long had it been since Su Xiaoxiao entered the Empire of Qin? Even if her alchemy skills were very strong, the Qingwei group's people weren't weak. Most of them were the top geniuses of the medicine department. Ling Yuer's heart became anxious as she thought of this. Yuanhu and the others' hearts also thumped. Let's go to the medicine department to take a look. Luo Qingtong's brows also wrinkled. She knew that Su Xiaoxiao was definitely a top genius among the combat alchemists. However, the latter's talent in alchemy was too unique. Su Xiaoxiao might not lose to those people from the Qingwei group if they were to casually refine pills. But if the medicinal herbs were to be refined, Su Xiaoxiao would lose without a doubt. After all, her alchemy talent was such a fraud. Luo Qingtong thought so and immediately led everyone to the pharmaceutical courtyard. At the same time, in the herb garden, Su Xiaoxiao stood in front of the people from the Qingwei group. She looked nervously at the medicinal liquid in front of her. The latter and the others sneered, Su Xiaoxiao, stop struggling. Just based on that bit of alchemy skills of yours, how can you possibly be our match? You've lost 2 rounds in a row, and the medicinal liquid you concocted is even worse than trash. There's even an incomplete medicinal liquid. Are you really a genius specially recruited by the Grand Principal? I heard that the great teacher has the intention to train you. Sure enough, it's good to be associated with the Crown Prince. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. Any Tom, Dick, and Harry can enter the sacred academy of the Empire of Qin and be taken care of by the instructors. The people from the Qingwei group looked at the girl in front of them with disdain. In their opinion, Su Xiaoxiao's talent in alchemy was so bad that she couldn't even be called an alchemist. It was ridiculous that such a person could enter the sacred academy of the Empire of Qin. Previously, she heard that Luo Qingtong was specially treated by the Grand Principal and was admitted into the academy because she managed to hook up with the Crown Prince. Not only that, even the people around her were specially recruited. Now, this Su Xiaoxiao looked like trash at first glance. They really didn't know why the head of the Pharmaceutical Institute had agreed to accept her. It was said that he had wanted to accept her as his last student, but Su Xiaoxiao had rejected him. When the Qingwei Society saw Su Xiaoxiao's performance, they only treated these words as a joke. What they didn't know was that Su Xiaoxiao's talent and power didn't lie in the fixed content of refining medicine. Yes. Su Xiaoxiao admitted that she had indeed been trash before. She didn't think that she was a genius who could look down on others. But these people insulted boss. This was absolutely not. All of you, shut up. The girl who had always been soft and weak like a little white rabbit spoke in a small voice. Even when she quarreled with others, she would cry first. But now, she was as angry as a fighting bull. She looked at the people of the Qingwei Society with red eyes. You can talk about me, but you're not allowed to scold my boss. Humph. So what if we scold her? Boss? You're such a trash boss. You can imagine what kind of trash Luo Qingtong is. Seducing His Highness the Crown Prince. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong hooking up with His Highness the Crown Prince, how could someone like Su Xiaoxiao enter the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin? When the people of the Qingwei Society thought this, their expressions became more and more disdainful. Su Xiaoxiao was so angry that her whole body trembled. At this moment, Luo Yi suddenly withdrew his hand. Done. She raised her eyebrows and said coldly. In front of her, a bottle of medicinal liquid that had already been refined was lying there quietly. Seeing that bottle of medicine, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly bit her lip. The medicine in front of her was only half refined. Time was up. She was going to fail again. Boss, I'm sorry. I'm so useless. Su Xiaoxiao said. Tears were about to fall from her eyes. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. Who said you're useless? Luo Qingtong appeared beside Su Xiaoxiao. She raised her hand to hold Su Xiaoxiao's hand and looked at the people from the Qingwei group with a hint of anger in her eyes. Then, she said to Su Xiaoxiao coldly, close your eyes and feel it with your heart. As she spoke, a bloody light flashed in her eyes. In an instant, her spiritual power connected with Su Xiaoxiao. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao saw a very wonderful scene in her mind. In the medicinal liquid before her, there were all sorts of different medicinal liquid compositions. Yellow, green, and blue. Su Xiaoxiao didn't recognize the colors of the various medicinal liquids. However, she could sense the aura contained within those colorful spots of light. Luo Qingtong's ability was different from the soul imprint of this world. The soul imprint in this world was unique. Other than the soul bearer himself, it could not be used by anyone else. However, Luo Qingtong's ocular ability was different. She could share it with others through a spiritual power connection. However, that was only possible if the other party had complete trust in her, and completely opened up her heart, mind, and even soul to her, allowing her spiritual power to enter. Luo Qingtong was now using her spiritual power to connect with Su Xiaoxiao. She shared the world she saw with her bloody eyes with Su Xiaoxiao. She could see the various ingredients in the medicinal liquid clearly. Su Xiaoxiao, I told you before that there is no absolute genius in this world. There is only one heart that is willing to become a genius. Feel the aura of the ingredients in these medicinal liquids carefully. Merge them. Luo Qingtong's voice was cold. The drawbacks of Su Xiaoxiao's alchemy talent were very obvious. She was born slower than others in sensing the composition of the medicinal liquid. She was also not sensitive to the degree of fusion of the medicinal liquid. Therefore, her success rate in alchemy was so low. At the same time, What others could do in half the time, she had to use twice or even several times the time to succeed. The level of the medicinal liquid after success was still so low, but her control over the fusion of the medicinal liquid was the strongest. She could stabilize the composition of the medicinal liquid many times. It could be said that Su Xiaoxiao's alchemy talent could be the best waste, but it could also be the best genius. Luo Qingtong now wanted to remove all the drawbacks of her alchemy talent. She took her to feel the obvious differences of the different compositions in the medicinal liquid, improve her sensitivity to the composition of the alchemy and let her transform into a real alchemy genius. Yes. Su Xiaoxiao nodded heavily. She knew how shocking it was for Luo Qingtong to do all this to her. To be able to help others see the difference of the different compositions in the medicinal liquid. What kind of terrifying thing was this? Why were alchemists, spiritual array masters, and weapon refiners so noble and rare? It was because there were too few people with such talent. Martial artists could have strength by practicing martial arts and cultivation methods. Soul practitioners could develop the soul seal in their body and have unique strength. But alchemists, spiritual array masters, weapon refiners, and so on, had no way to do it. If you had the talent, you had it. If you didn't have the talent, you couldn't understand it. Just based on this, Luo Qingtong could nurture countless alchemists. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were shining. She closed her eyes and felt the different compositions of the medicinal liquid that Luo Qingtong took her to see. Just as she was immersed in the fusion and aura of the different medicinal liquid, Luo Yiran and the others sneered, deliberately mystifying. It was absolutely impossible for Su Xiaoxiao to succeed in refining. The other party was like this just now. Within the stipulated time, she couldn't even complete half of the fusion process of the medicinal liquid. How was it possible for him to successfully refine the medicinal liquid in such a short period of time? Mo Yufei even laughed out loud. She had just been watching Su Xiaoxiao make a fool of herself and didn't even bother to mock her. In Mo Yufei's view, people like Su Xiaoxiao were not worth her attention. But now that Luo Qingtong appeared, Mo Yufei couldn't hold back anymore. It was this woman who had crippled Yuan Mo. Thinking of the time when she went to see Yuan Ma, the latter's body was covered with frost and he couldn't move at all. Mo Yufei looked at Luo Qingtong as if she had been dipped in poison. As a princess of the royal family, since she had fallen in love with Yuan Ma, she naturally truly liked him. Who would have thought that the latter would end up like this? Now, the engagement between Yuan Ma and Luo Qingtong was annulled. However, Yuan Mo was also crippled. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for her to be with Yuan Ma. If that was the case, it would have been better if Yuan Ma and Luo Qingtong hadn't annulled the engagement. At that time, Mo Yufei didn't take Luo Qingtong seriously at all. She had already made up her mind long ago. With her identity as a princess of the royal family of the Empire of Qin, as long as she insisted on marrying Yuan Ma, even if the latter was engaged, she would still be the main wife. At that time, Luo Qingtong could only be a concubine. What threat could she pose to her? Mo Yufei wrung her hands fiercely and looked at Luo Qingtong with resentment. Luo Qingtong didn't bother to pay attention to her at all. All her attention was on Su Xiaoxiao at this moment. The latter's refining speed was getting faster and faster. Her technique was also getting more and more accurate. In the past, Su Xiaoxiao's refining technique was already fast enough because of her amazing talent. But now, her technique was even faster. After seeing the different components of the medicinal liquid, Su Xiaoxiao's talent for controlling the fusion of medicinal liquids was completely revealed. Su Xiaoxiao felt that she had never been so relaxed and smooth. The omnipresent feeling of obstruction when refining medicine in the past had all disappeared. She felt that her fingers had almost turned into a series of afterimages. The next second, after Luo Yiran packed up, when the time was up, her voice sounded. "I'm done too." Along with Su Xiaoxiao's voice. Her fingers, which had almost turned into afterimages, suddenly stopped. Then, a ball of medicinal liquid appeared in her palm. Swish! The ball of medicinal liquid was poured into the jade bottle in front of her. The disdain on the faces of the people of the Qingwei group instantly stiffened. They looked at the bottle of medicinal liquid in Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Everyone could see that the medicinal liquid refined by Su Xiaoxiao was much stronger than the one refined by Luo Yiran. There was no need for a selection at all. Su Xiaoxiao had already won this round. How is this possible? Luo Yiran's confident expression suddenly changed. She looked at the bottle of medicinal liquid in Su Xiaoxiao's hand. How was this possible? Su Xiaoxiao was obviously going to lose. How could she refine the medicinal liquid so quickly? It was as if her talent had suddenly soared in an instant. But how was this possible? A person's talent was fixed. It was absolutely impossible for there to be any change. Not to mention a temporary improvement, Luo Yiran would not be surprised if Su Xiaoxiao came to her for alchemy and won against her after she improved her strength in the future. However, right in front of her, Su Xiaoxiao had won the battle that she was bound to lose. This made her feel extremely incredulous. The other person who couldn't believe it was Mo Yufei. She had just been laughing at Luo Qingtong, laughing at her for overestimating herself and thinking that Su Xiaoxiao would win by saying a few words, but in the end, Su Xiaoxiao really won. Mo Yufei was so angry that she snapped the horsewhip in her hand in half. However, because he used too much strength, his fingernails were knocked away. He was in so much pain that he gasped for breath, and his face was distorted. However, the surrounding crowd had a different thought. It turned out that it wasn't that Su Xiaoxiao didn't have talent, but that her performance wasn't stable. Now that he had been forced to the extreme, he had erupted. In that case, the Grand Principal didn't recruit her because of the rumors of a single person ascending to the heavens. Then, was it the same for Yuan Hu and the others? If that was the case, they had wronged Luo Qingtong and the others. However, the people from the Qingwei group felt as if they had been slapped in the face. They had just said that Su Xiaoxiao was trash and relied on Luo Qingtong to climb up the crown prince to enter the sacred academy of the Empire of Qin and become a heaven-grade student. Now, Su Xiaoxiao's talent had erupted and she had won against Luo Yiran in the last round of the medicine refining competition. One had to know that Luo Yiran's medicine refining ability was second only to Yu Qingwei in their medicine courtyard. She had actually lost to Su Xiaoxiao. Even if it was only one round, it proved that Su Xiaoxiao's medicine refining talent wasn't bad and was even better than theirs. The group of people were humiliated by their own words and instantly felt ashamed. Their faces turned purple and their hearts were filled with unspeakable embarrassment. Yuan Hu and the others naturally wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity to ridicule the Qingwei group. Especially Yuan Hu, who wasn't stingy, he immediately laughed loudly. Yo, didn't you say it quite loudly before? Our Xiaoxiao is trash, I'm really sorry. You guys lost to trash. I think you shouldn't be called Qingwei group in the future. Just call yourself trash group. This name suits you quite well. Ling Yuer added. That's right, or you can call yourself arrogant group. Sima Ju said with a faint expression. There was a hint of mockery on her elf-like face. You. The Qingwei group's faces turned ugly. At this moment, Mo Yufei's voice sounded. Humph. You just won one round, what's there to be happy about? According to the rules of the bet, 2 out of 3 rounds wins. This time, the Qingwei group still wins. Su Xiaoxiao can't provide medicine for you anymore. You can laugh as much as you want now. In a few days, you won't even have time to cry and beg us. Mo Yufei looked at Luo Qingtong and the others with fire spewing out of her eyes. Senior sister Luo, let's go, don't lower yourself to their level. They'll suffer after a while. Mo Yufei said as she pulled Luo Yiran and the others away. Looking at her leaving figure, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She already knew that the Qingwei group's actions against her this time were mostly Mo Yufei's doing. This royal princess of the Empire of Qin dynasty was really infatuated with Yuanma. For him, she was jealous of Su Jinyue. Not only did she fight with Su Jinyue, but she also dealt with Luo Qingtong in various ways. Since she was so infatuated, Luo Qingtong would fulfill her wish, Luo Qingtong thought as she raised her hand and flicked an aura onto Mo Yufei. This aura was the aura that Luo Qingtong imitated from Yuanma's engagement token jade pendant. The cold chi in Yuanma's body exploded, and he was in great pain. If he felt that Mo Yufei had an aura that could relieve his pain, what would he do? Luo Qingtong's smile was wanton. She was looking forward to the next meeting between Mo Yufei and Yuanma. It would definitely be very passionate. Luo Qingtong brought Su Xiaoxiao and the others back to the Heavenly Demon Group's courtyard. Along the way, Su Xiaoxiao was very excited. She surrounded Luo Qingtong and chattered nonstop. Boss, you're amazing. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. She looked at Luo Qingtong with eyes full of worship. Boss is really too awesome. Su Xiaoxiao had never thought that she would one day be able to refine pills so smoothly. Oh my god, she felt that her perception of the composition of the medicinal liquid had increased. She would go back and think about it carefully. Her talent would definitely improve. When the time came for him to refine medicine, he would definitely not be so deceptive anymore. Boss couldn't be more awesome. Luo Qingtong smiled but didn't say anything. She had wanted to help Su Xiaoxiao improve her alchemy talent a long time ago. But she wasn't strong enough before, so she couldn't do such a mental connection. This time, taking advantage of the bet between Su Xiaoxiao and the Qingwei group, she was able to do it. Su Xiaoxiao's emotions were surging at that time. It was the most intense and angry time, so when her perception was improved, the effect was the best. She also gave the Qingwei group a slap in the face. Why not? I'll let it go this time, but don't do it again. Su Xiaoxiao nodded guiltily. She was indeed too impulsive this time. Not only did she send herself to be humiliated, but she also caused Boss to be humiliated and ridiculed. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt very guilty in her heart. Just as she was about to say that she was wrong, she heard Luo Qingtong's voice continue to sound. Wait for me. As soon as Luo Qingtong said this, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly lit up. Yes. She replied loudly, her face full of joy and excitement. It turned out that Boss's words just now weren't to reprimand her, but to prevent her from being bullied again. Su Xiaoxiao's heart immediately became happy. And you guys too. Luo Qingtong looked at Yuan Hu and the others. These people went through life and death with her in the Kaiyuan mystic realm, so Luo Qingtong naturally trusted them. She would never allow anyone to bully them. Yes. Yuan Hu and the others also responded happily. What about me? Big sister, what about me? Yu Xingqi hugged the little white cat and leaned in front of Luo Qingtong with a face full of anticipation. Don't you have your brother? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at her. With her identity, why would she need her protection? Yu Xingqi looked depressed. So angry, I want to sell my stupid brother in exchange for big sister. Every time her stupid brother helped her, he would insult her. How could he be better than big sister? Look at how domineering she is. Yuan Hu and the others saw her like this and immediately laughed. Although they hadn't known Yu Xingqi for long, this little loli was very smart and cute. Although she was a little scheming, she only cheated outsiders. Everyone liked her very much. Ling Yuer walked over and hugged Yu Xingqi, comforting her with a smile. The group was very happy. At this moment, Yuan Hu suddenly said, Boss, what do you plan to do about the Qingwei group? As soon as his words came out, everyone instantly fell silent. The Qingwei group had gone too far this time. He called on all the people of the Sacred Academy to boycott Luo Qingtong and the others. Now that the Heavenly Demon group was having a hard time in the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin, they would only become more and more arrogant if they were allowed to do as they pleased. Moreover, Yuan Hu and the others' daily training had been disrupted. This would be detrimental to their future growth and strength. Luo Qingtong was about to speak when suddenly, Sima Ju's voice sounded. Boss, it's the Crown Prince and the others. He pointed ahead as he spoke. Everyone raised their heads and saw a group of people standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Their leader was naturally the Crown Prince of the Empire of Qin, Ma Chenyi. The young man was wearing a green gown with white flowers. The white bamboo embroidered on his robe looked indescribably slender and elegant. Paired with his jade-like face, he had an indescribable temperament. Ma Chenyi was here to apologize. He also didn't expect that Mo Yufei would incite the people of Qingwei group to make trouble. When he found out about this, it was already too late. Luo Qingtong had already confronted the people of Qingwei group. And Ma Chenyi knew that even if he went to persuade the people of Qingwei group, it would be useless. This was the holy court of the Empire of Qin, he couldn't use his identity as the Crown Prince to suppress people. Otherwise, Mo Chenxuan's dragon group wouldn't be so arrogant. What's more, the people of Qingwei group attacked Luo Qingtong precisely because he defended her. If he went to persuade them, the people of Qingwei group would only become more aggressive. I'm sorry for what happened this time. Ma Chenyi said directly to Luo Qingtong, do you need me to do anything? If necessary, I can use my identity as the crown prince to put pressure on the families behind them. Ma Xianxia said simply. Doing so would definitely cause a certain blow to his reputation as the crown prince. Moreover, the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qing clearly stipulated that students and mentors here were not allowed to use other identities and forces to solve disputes. However, what Luo Qingtong faced this time was all because of him. Ma Xianxia could not ignore it. What was more, he had nothing to lose now. If Mo Xian became the crown prince, he, as the crown prince, could not escape death sooner or later. Whether for morality or his own selfishness, Ma Xianxia would choose to stand on Luo Qingtong's side. No need. Luo Qingtong looked indifferent. Ma Xianxia's reaction made her very satisfied. It was not that she had no means to fight back, but she wanted to see Ma Xianxia's attitude. If he stood on the side of the Qingwei clique and asked her to retreat and apologize, or alienate her, then she would rather use another way to deal with Mo Xian than help Ma Xianxia to solve the skill of seizing luck in his body. The medicinal liquid that she had refined before to warm his body could also be thrown away. After all, she did not owe Ma Xianxia anything. Since the latter helped her, she would naturally return the favor. If the latter chose to stay away from her, then when she settled accounts this time, she would naturally use his kindness to offset her fault. Luo Qingtong did not like to owe people favors. But she was not a cheap Virgin Mary. There were many ways to deal with Mo Xian. She did not have to help Ma Xianxia. Fortunately, the latter's choice made her very relieved. You just don't help either side. Luo Qingtong said. It was child's play for the Qingwei clique to threaten her with medicinal liquid. If they used other ways to deal with her, it would be more troublesome for her to solve it. Medicinal liquid, Luo Qingtong could easily transfer a large number of potions from the Black Field. She didn't need to be threatened by the other party. However, it would be too boring to solve it like this. What's more, the Saint Academy's matter was settled by the Saint Academy. Luo Qingtong would not break this rule. She naturally had a way to deal with the Qingwei group. All right. Ma Xianxia agreed. Although he didn't know what Luo Qingtong wanted to do, but looking at the way the latter dealt with the dragon group, the Qingwei group shouldn't be able to take advantage of her. This time, the people from the Qingwei group had indeed gone too far. It was good for them to be taught a lesson and suffer some setbacks. As for Qingwei, when she came back, he would have a good talk with her. He believed that this was not her original intention. Ma Xianxia thought and prepared to leave. Luo Qingtong stopped him at this moment. Wait. This is for you. She said and handed over the body-warming medicinal liquid that she had refined in the past few days to Ma Xianxia. Bathe in this medicinal liquid 3 times a day. The interval between baths should not be more than 8 hours. After a month, I will take you to find that person and solve the hidden danger in your body. Luo Qingtong's voice was faint. Ma Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. You mean? He excitedly clenched the jade bottle in his hand, looking at Luo Qingtong with a face of disbelief. She couldn't be talking about the person he was thinking about, right? This medicinal liquid was refined for him by the evil Dr. Gui Tong. No matter how Ma Xianxia thought about it, the person Luo Qingtong was talking about should be the evil Dr. Gui Tong. The changes in my body are really because of you. Although he had guessed it before, when Luo Qingtong really admitted it, Ma Xianxia still felt a huge surprise in his heart. He did befriend Luo Qingtong because of the hidden danger in his body, but he didn't completely hold out hope. What's more, the girl herself was worthy of his friendship. Unexpectedly, he really made the right bet. Thank you. Ma Xianxia held the jade bottle in his hand and thanked Luo Qingtong with a serious expression. Thank you for helping me. Ma Xianxia didn't know Luo Qingtong's true identity. But he felt that if it weren't for Luo Qingtong speaking up for him, evil Dr. Gui Tong wouldn't have helped him so directly. He originally thought that if there was a chance in the future, he would ask Luo Qingtong to introduce him to evil Dr. Gui Tong, and then he would mention this matter to the latter. But he didn't expect that Luo Qingtong had unknowingly seen through the situation in his body. Not only did she help him prevent the draconic qi in his body from dissipating, but she also asked evil Dr. Gui Tong to help him solve the hidden danger in his body. Ma Xianxia thought that the gift of medicine in the Tianyu Empire was probably the most correct thing he did in his life, Ma Qingyi took the jade bottle and left. Luo Qingtong told him to go back and immediately purchase a large number of medicinal liquids. Although Ma Qingyi didn't understand why, he still agreed. After sending off Ma Qingyi, Luo Qingtong began to prepare for what to do next. At this time, she received a message from the Grand Supreme Dean, asking her to go over. Cough. Evil Dr. Gui Tong. In the dean's office, the Grand Supreme Dean dragged out his voice and called Luo Qingtong. The latter had goosebumps all over her body when she heard his sweet voice. Grand Supreme Dean, what do you want? Just say it. Luo Qingtong really couldn't stand him acting cute in front of her at such an old age. In fact, Little Pig, who was squatting in her sleeve, couldn't help but shiver. Pete was too scary. She wasn't afraid of the elders of the Grand Supreme Institute, but she was afraid of him acting cute. That wrinkled chrysanthemum face was really nothing to look at. It stung the eyes. Cough. The Grand Principal coughed again after hearing Luo Qingtong's straightforward words. He rubbed his hands and said, actually, it's nothing much. It's just about you and the Qingwei group. Luo Qingtong glanced at him with a faint smile and said, what, you want me to back down and keep the peace? No, no. The Grand Supreme Dean hurriedly shook his head. How could he dare to let Luo Qingtong back down and apologize? This was not her fault in the first place. If he were to really say that, this girl would turn around and leave in a matter of minutes. The Grand Principal had gone through so much trouble to get her to come to the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. How could he do such a thing? Ahem. I just want you to show some mercy. The Grand Supreme Dean rubbed his hands together. In fact, he was also very frustrated. He didn't know if this evil Dr. Gui Tong had a grudge against the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. After he invited her here, he came to her with a lot of trivial things. Needless to say, the matter with Yuan Ma was not a problem. After all, they were engaged. The grudges between them must be solved. Therefore, it was within his expectation that the dragon group would go against Luo Qingtong. Anyway, he supported the Crown Prince's faction. He didn't care if Luo Qingtong went against Mo Qianxian. But what was wrong with the Qingwei group? The Grand Principal tugged at his beard, feeling that he was simply worrying too much. The Qingwei group was in the wrong in the first place. You should teach them a lesson. But that girl Yu Qingwei's personality isn't bad. She's also a good person. Her talent and strength are top-notch in the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. She most likely doesn't know about what happened this time. If you meet her in the future, just treat it as this old man asking you to be lenient. Don't be too ruthless. The Grand Principal said with a bitter face. It wasn't easy to nurture a genius pharmacist, especially Yu Qingwei. Before he found Luo Qingtong and Su Xiaoxiao, she had always been the trump card of the medicine courtyard. She was the top genius pharmacist of the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. The Grand Principal naturally didn't want her to fight to the death with Luo Qingtong. So he came to plead for leniency. Luo Qingtong found it funny. She looked at the Grand Principal's wrinkled face and said, don't worry. If she really is the kind of person you say she is, as long as she doesn't take the initiative to provoke me, I won't do anything to her. Luo Qingtong's personality was evil, solitary, and liked to hold grudges. Whoever angered her had to be prepared to be skinned alive. But she wouldn't casually bully others. As long as the other party didn't provoke her for no reason, she definitely wouldn't make a move, but if the other party deliberately provoked her, then sorry, she wouldn't give face to the emperor. Okay. The Grand Principal quickly nodded. Luo Qingtong being able to give him this kind of promise was already very good. He couldn't let her not pursue this matter, right? Not to mention Luo Qingtong, even if he was provoked like this, he wouldn't be willing to let it go. The Grand Principal thought for a while and nodded, that's right. He said to Luo Qingtong, you don't need to worry about that blockhead. He's very good right now. I sent him to do some things for me. When he comes back, his strength will definitely be reborn. Speaking of Chu Lingfeng, the Grand Principal's face turned green. These two master and servant weren't to be trifled with. Luo Qingtong was one thing, but that blockhead was a desperate man. After coming to the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin, he desperately challenged the students on the rankings. Originally, the Grand Principal and the teachers of the Empire of Qin Holy Court were quite happy to see this situation. Originally, the Great Qin Sacred Academy encouraged students to compete with each other as this would help them temper themselves. But Chu Lingfeng, that blockhead, didn't care about his life when he fought. Not only that, but he also was of the school's challenge, but also the most important thing. Needless to say, if he continued to challenge like this, his strength would indeed increase very quickly. But the other students couldn't take it anymore. They did not have Chu Lingfeng's abnormal physique. Even if they were beaten half to death one day, they would be full of energy the next day. Every time they fought with Chu Lingfeng, they would have to rest for a long time. But if they didn't provoke Chu Lingfeng, he would provoke them. In short, if there was a challenge, they had to go. If there was no challenge, they had to create a challenge. Because of this, the Grand Principal's office was almost trampled to the ground by the students. The Grand Principal had no choice but to send Chu Lingfeng out and let him harm others. First, he could improve his strength. Second, he could vent his anger. It was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, the Grand Supreme Dean laughed secretly. Luo Qingtong nodded. However, it was a good thing that he was treated differently by the Grand Dean. The Grand Dean had sharp eyes and knew how to train him. Luo Qingtong wanted to say goodbye to the Grand Dean, so she turned around and went back directly. The Qingwei group's actions against the Heavenly Demon group were getting more and more intense. After the bet, the Qingwei group went back and spread the news that anyone who went against the Heavenly Demon group would be able to get their free elixirs. It seemed that they were determined to push Luo Qingtong out of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. At the same time, at the Dragon Group's base, Mo Xianxia looked at the news in front of him and sneered. Ma Qingyi is going to buy elixirs from the outside? He is going to support Luo Qingtong and her Heavenly Demon group to the end? Mo Xianxia's face was full of disdain. Luo Qingtong was a woman from an inferior country. Even if she had some talent and strength, it was okay to play with her. Ma Qingyi was crazy to be so protective of her. However, this was exactly what he wanted. Mo Xianxia thought and immediately ordered the people around him, let our people buy elixirs from the market immediately. No matter the price, buy all of them. Didn't Ma Qingyi want to help Luo Qingtong? He would let him help as much as he wanted. Mo Xianxia had a good plan. He wanted to buy most of the elixirs from the market before Ma Qingyi did. By then, if Ma Qingyi still wanted to help Luo Qingtong, he would have to buy the elixirs at a high price. By then, he could sell the elixirs he had, he could make a lot of money and use this to annoy Ma Qingyi in the future. Thinking of this, Mo Xianxia burst into laughter. In the Qingwei group, Luo Yiran and Mo Yufei were so angry when they heard this. Brother Crown Prince is so silly. It's all because of that Luo Qingtong who bewitched Brother Crown Prince. Mo Yufei gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Humph, even if your highness wants to help Luo Qingtong, it's only temporary. It was impossible for Luo Qingtong and the others to buy all the medicinal liquids they needed from outside. Let's see how long they can last. Roy said. Ma Qingyi's actions infuriated her. Originally, she thought that since they were targeting Luo Qingtong, the Crown Prince would inevitably alienate her. She didn't expect him to be so protective of her. Princess Yufei was right. Luo Qingtong had to be eliminated. She had actually bewitched the Crown Prince to such an extent. In the eyes of Luo Yiran and the rest of the Qingwei group, only Yu Qingwei was worthy of Ma Qingyi. Of course. I want to see how unlucky Luo Qingtong and the others are. Mo Yufei was very proud. Luo Qingtong and the others couldn't be arrogant this time. Big Brother Xian had already made his move. The matter of Big Brother Crown Prince collecting the medicinal liquid this time would absolutely not go so smoothly. Luo Qingtong and the others would definitely not be able to hold on. They could only wait to be driven out of the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin. Even if they didn't leave the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin, their days in the Saint Academy of the Empire of Qin would be hated by everyone, just like rats crossing the street. This was the result of offending her. Mo Yufei felt very comfortable, as if she could already see the miserable days of Luo Qingtong and the others in the future. She thought of Yu Wenma and decided to tell him the news to make him happy. As for Su Jinyue, Mo Yufei really didn't want to see her disgusting appearance. Mo Yufei thought of this and immediately went to find Yu Wenma. No one knew what she was doing inside. However, Su Xiaoxiao and the rest had been instructed by Luo Qingtong not to act rashly and to wait for her to come out. Therefore, no matter how the Qingwei group provoked them, Su Xiaoxiao and the rest restrained themselves and ignored them. They believed that when Luo Qingtong came out, she would definitely have a way to solve the Qingwei group's problem. Boss. A group of people stood guard outside Luo Qingtong's door. At this moment, they heard a creak and Luo Qingtong's door opened. Su Xiaoxiao and the rest turned around in surprise and saw the figure of the young girl who appeared at the door. They cried out in surprise. Luo Qingtong nodded lightly and stepped out. All right, you can go to the Pharmaceutical Institute now. Ah? Everyone looked at Luo Qingtong in surprise. Us? Boss, you're not going? The group looked at Luo Qingtong. Of course I'll go, but not with you. Luo Qingtong said with a smile. She rubbed the waist ring on her finger, which contained her results from the past few days. Today, she was going to break the Qingwei group's plan and their pride. They wanted to force her to leave the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. They weren't qualified, in the resource hall of the Pharmaceutical Institute. A group of students from the Pharmaceutical Institute were busy inside. They were counting the medicinal liquid resources that they had collected and were going to distribute to the students of the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin. These medicinal liquid resources were all refined by the students of the Pharmaceutical Institute. Among them, there were naturally high and low grades. The high-grade medicinal liquid exclusive to the Heavenly Hall was refined by the best of the students of the Pharmaceutical Institute. Those people were almost all members of the Qingwei group. The students of the Pharmaceutical Institute in the resource hall were counting as usual. They were counting and chatting at the same time. There's still no Heavenly Demon Group's resources today. Yeah. It seems that the Qingwei group is really going to kill them all. Without the medicinal liquid, their strength in the Heavenly Palace will soon be surpassed by others. When the time comes, there will be a lot of people waiting to replace them as heaven-grade students. That's right. I think that Luo Qingtong will be forced to withdraw from the Holy Academy. After all, the entire Qingwei group is against her. This isn't the same as when she dealt with the Dragon Corps. At this time, martial arts won't be of much use. The Qingwei group isn't afraid either. As long as they don't give the elixirs to the Heavenly Demon Group, Luo Qingtong and the others will naturally weaken. Yeah. Someone continued, I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince is preparing to purchase medicinal liquids outside. However, he can only purchase them for a while, but can he continue to purchase them? Furthermore, even His Highness the Crown Prince wouldn't be able to bear such an enormous price, right? Exactly. The group of people gossiped. At this moment, a figure stepped in from the outside. Luo Qingtong's face was covered with a layer of light-colored veil. Her beautiful face was hidden behind the veil, only revealing a pair of eyes. Who's there? The student of the resource hall saw someone enter and immediately said, only students of the Pharmaceutical Institute are allowed to enter. He had never seen this person before. She shouldn't be a student of the Pharmaceutical Institute. However, just as he spoke, Luo Qingtong took out a token from her bosom. I'm a student of the Pharmaceutical Institute. That resource hall student had already clearly seen the token in her hand and immediately cried out involuntarily. The chief's token? He looked at the token in Luo Qingtong's hand in shock. Oh my god, it's the chief's token, the chief's token. Hearing his shout, the other students stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him in unison. What chief's token? Ah Zheng, don't joke around. This year, our pharmacy also. Oh my god. It really is the chief's token. The group stared at the token in Luo Qingtong's hand in shock. How is this possible? This year's chief hasn't been decided yet. Moreover, even if someone became the chief, shouldn't it be senior sister Yu? As everyone thought of this, their hearts were suddenly filled with an indescribable shock. At this moment, the voice of a student from the pharmaceutical department suddenly rang out. Wait, I remember now. When the semester started in the second half of this year, the grand principal said that our pharmacy has an honorary chief. It can't be her, right? As the student from the Pharmaceutical Institute spoke, he looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. When the others heard him say this, they instantly thought of this matter. That's right, when the semester started this year, the grand principal did say this, and the grand principal of the pharmacy also silently agreed. At that time, they were still wondering who could make the grand principal and the grand principal of the pharmacy issue such an order. The honorary first seat was truly unheard of. That person had never appeared, and they had all forgotten about it. Oh my God! That person, is it her? Honorary chief? The group stared at Luo Qingtong in shock. But what shocked them even more was what she said next. I want to refine medicinal liquid for the Heavenly Demon Group. Please give me their refining resources. The Heavenly Demon Group? Oh my God, they were just saying that the Heavenly Demon Group would be unlucky, and that Luo Qingtong would be forced to leave the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin. They didn't expect to be slapped in the face. This mysterious honorary chief of the pharmacy wanted to refine medicinal liquid for the Heavenly Demon Group. With him around, the Heavenly Demon Group did not have to worry about running out of elixirs. The worst that could happen was that the application would take a little longer. After all, one person's power was limited. Just as they were thinking, they suddenly heard Luo Qingtong take the refining resources they handed over and walk to an empty corner at the side. She said, "Can we use this place?" Ah? Everyone was a little confused, but they still nodded. Sure. That corner was empty to begin with. However, as soon as the voice of that student from the resource hall's pharmaceutical department fell, in an instant, they were stunned to see Luo Qingtong wave her hand. In an instant, piles of neatly stacked jade bottles appeared in the empty corner. These are the potions that I've prepared for the Heavenly Demon Group. It's for the Heavenly Demon Group. Luo Qingtong's faint voice sounded in the resource hall. This, Chief. The potions that are handed over to the resource hall must be refined within these few days. The group looked at the pile of potions and gulped. There were so many potions, it couldn't be that she had just refined them, right? As they thought of this, they immediately reminded her, also, the potions purchased are not counted. In the future, these could be used to exchange for more precious treasures in the Holy Court. Therefore, the requirement must be to refine the elixir by oneself. The resource hall had a special way of checking. A group of people thought that Luo Qingtong was not in the medicine hall before and did not know about these rules, so they specially reminded her. I did refine it. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and said, it took no more than 3 days to refine. Otherwise, why did she lock herself in the room these few days? Of course, it was for the elixir. The Qingwei group's plan was not difficult to break. As long as there was someone who was better at refining elixirs than them and could refine better elixirs, the situation that they formed against the Heavenly Demon Group simply did not exist. Without the threat of the elixir, the Qingwei Group's threats were nothing to them. But Luo Qingtong did not only do this. The Qingwei Group used the elixir to threaten her people, intending to force her out of the Holy Court of the Empire of Qin. If Luo Qingtong did not teach them a lesson, then wouldn't she be letting down those people who were taught a lesson by her in the past? Those people had all been taught a painful lesson, Luo Qingtong thought, and said to the group of resource hall students who were completely stunned by her words, tell everyone who came to the resource hall to get the elixir. If anyone is against the Qingwei group, I will refine the elixir for them. The elixir that the Qingwei group refined for them before, I will give them 10% more. Luo Qingtong's words were extremely domineering. The Qingwei group used the elixir to threaten her. Let those people isolate the Heavenly Demon Group. She wanted them to have a taste of this. In addition, tell the other medicine hall students, if they are willing to refine the elixir for the Heavenly Demon Group, I will give them a free elixir formula. I guarantee that they will be able to refine elixirs that are not inferior to the Qingwei group members. If Luo Qingtong's first words were a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, then the last words were her counterattack to the Qingwei group. And it was the kind that hit the bullseye. The people from the Qingwei group might not care about what she said earlier. After all, as long as they knew how to concoct medicine, and even concoct high-grade medicine, there wouldn't be so many forces coming to deal with them. They would not end up like the Heavenly Demon Group. But Luo Qingtong's words hit them right at their core. Where did the Qingwei group get the confidence to target the Heavenly Demon Group and drive Luo Qingtong out of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin? Wasn't it because the outstanding students of the pharmaceutical department were all in their Qingwei clique? Therefore, they could summon the students of the Empire of Qin to fight against Luo Qingtong and the Heavenly Demon Group. But what if they no longer had this advantage? Who would care? About their targeting and orders, Luo Qingtong's move was a drastic one. After that, she left, leaving only one sentence: "If you want to find her, go to the Heavenly Demon Group." The group of medicine hall students stared at Luo Qingtong's back as she left. Looking at the pile of elixirs in the corner, they suddenly felt like they were in a dream. Oh my god, in 3 days, she managed to concoct so many elixirs. Her mastery of alchemy had reached the pinnacle. Because the process was too complicated, the difficulty of each fusion was too high, and the fusion point was too difficult to grasp. It was easy to fail at the last step, but the other party was able to refine so many medicinal liquids in such a short period of time. They were terrified just thinking about it. Alright, they thought that the Heavenly Demon Group would be in big trouble this time, but they did not expect an honorary lead disciple of the pharmaceutical department to appear out of nowhere and turn the tide, destroying the good situation that the Qingwei Group had set up. They could already imagine how much of a threat the Qingwei Group would pose to the Heavenly Demon Group once these medicinal liquids were distributed. Just as they were thinking about it, they suddenly heard a student from the pharmaceutical department who went to check on the medicinal liquids shouting, "Come and see! These medicinal liquids are all of the best quality." The best quality medicinal liquids, that was the medicinal liquids that retained 70 to 80% of their medicinal properties. To be able to refine so many medicinal liquids in such a short period of time and to ensure such high medicinal properties retention, they did not know what to say anymore. The other party had such superb alchemy skills. The Qingwei Group was definitely in big trouble this time. This mysterious honorary lead disciple of the pharmaceutical department was obviously going to stand up for the Heavenly Demon Group. The group thought and looked at each other. Suddenly, a student from the pharmaceutical department shouted, "Aya! I forgot to ask for her name." The group of people stared at each other. After Su Xiaoxiao and the rest arrived at the pharmaceutical department, they received their medicinal liquids. The members of the Heavenly Demon Group were dumbfounded. Especially when they heard that the person who helped them was the honorary lead disciple of the pharmaceutical department, their eyes widened. They did not know anything about this at all, alright, but Su Xiaoxiao and the rest who knew about Luo Qingtong's true identity, their eyes lit up. "It's the boss." Su Xiaoxiao, Yuanhu, Sima Ju, and Ling Tianhan looked at each other and mouthed to each other. They knew about Luo Qingtong's identity as the honorary lead disciple of the pharmaceutical department. Especially Su Xiaoxiao, she was so happy that her eyes narrowed. How could she forget about the boss's identity? The person that the Grand Principal wanted to recruit into the pharmaceutical department was the boss. Su Xiaoxiao scolded herself for her carelessness. Previously, she was still worried that Qingwei clique's plan would not be easy to break. Luo Qingtong's identity might be exposed. Now that Luo Qingtong had made her move, the situation had taken a complete turn. Boss's identity doesn't need to be exposed. That's great. Everyone was overjoyed. The rest of the Heavenly Evil Group were surprised and cheered as well. Although they didn't know how Luo Qingtong and the others knew the mysterious honorary chief of the pharmaceutical department, with the other party on their side, they didn't have to be afraid of the Qingwei Group's threat at all. Boss was simply the best. The group definitely didn't think that it was Su Xiaoxiao and the others who contributed to this. The latter and the others were just as worried as they were before. Now that it was solved, it was definitely Luo Qingtong's credit. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong would actually know that mysterious honorary lead pharmacist? This time, the people from the Qingwei Group were about to die from anger. Serves them right for kicking an iron plate. The group of people from the Heavenly Evil Group thought about it and cheered happily. Soon, this news spread throughout the entire holy court of the Empire of Qin. Everyone knew that a mysterious honorary lead disciple had appeared in the pharmaceutical department. Moreover, the other party did not seem to want to be the chief disciple. After all, the title of honorary chief disciple meant that the other party did not want to enter the pharmacy, but was forced to accept the title by the Grand Principal. Even the Grand Principal of the pharmacy did not object to this matter. It was obvious that the other party's alchemy skills were fully acknowledged by him, so much so that he did not stop the Grand Principal's absurd actions at all. Everyone's eyes were focused on the mysterious honorary chief disciple of the pharmacy. They did not know what kind of strength the other party had to be able to make the Grand Principal and the Grand Principal make such a joint decision. The students who thought that the honorary chief disciple was just a joke by the Grand Principal were even more shocked and incredulous. The effects of the medicinal liquid that Luo Qingtong refined for the Heavenly Demon Group were also exposed. When they heard that it was the mysterious chief pharmacist who had refined it in 3 days, most of the pharmacist students fell silent. No one knew better than them what kind of alchemy skills the other party had. When Luo Qingtong's words before she left spread, it caused waves in the holy court of the Empire of Qin. Crazy, too crazy. The other party was obviously supporting the Heavenly Demon Group. Not only was she supporting them, but she was also avenging the Heavenly Demon Group. The Qingwei Group used the medicinal liquid to threaten the Heavenly Demon Group, and joined forces with the other student forces to deal with the Heavenly Demon Group. The mysterious honorary chief disciple of the pharmacy also used the same method to fight back. Not only that, she also increased her attack, directly poking at the foundation of the Qingwei Group. The Qingwei Group did not care about the hostility of the other student forces. After all, as long as they had alchemy skills, there would be people on their side. However, they couldn't ignore the hostility from the students of the other medicine departments. Luo Qingtong's last words were too lethal. The people in the Qingwei Group were all the best of the best in the pharmacy. The effects of the medicinal liquid they concoct are the best. Those who were not strong enough could not enter the Qingwei Group. Not all the students of the pharmacy supported the Qingwei Group. Now that there was a chance to change and surpass them, who would not want to have it? Luo Qingtong's words were too big, but if an ordinary person said it, they would definitely be laughed at. However, these words came from the mouth of an honorary chief disciple of a medicinal institute. Moreover, the other party had also displayed powerful alchemy skills. Many students from the pharmaceutical department were willing to believe it. On the same day, a few people came to the Heavenly Evil Group's base and expressed their willingness to refine potions for the Heavenly Evil Group. After signing the agreement and confirming that there would be no violation, they all received a formula for the medicinal liquid. What shocked them was that on the formula, there was a perfect refining process. This included heat control, hand speed, refining fusion degree, refining fusion point, various changes in medicinal properties, as well as how to reverse and remedy any errors. Every point was described in extreme detail. Looking at this formula, the few of them finally understood what the honorary lead alchemist meant when he said that the medicinal liquid they refined would not be weaker than those genius alchemists from the Qingwei Group. What was a heaven-defying method? This was a heaven-defying method. Just how high must the other party's alchemy skills be to be able to describe the refining steps, the degree of fusion, and the changes in the medicinal properties in such detail? What shocked them even more was that they knew the contents of the formula and could remember it in their minds, but they could not express it or say it out loud. Of course, they could not write it out either. In other words, only they knew the contents. No one knew how the mysterious honorary head of the Pharmaceutical Institute had done it, but the students of the Pharmaceutical Institute were already convinced of his strength. After they went back, they immediately returned and joined the Heavenly Demon Group. After all, who wouldn't want to get closer to such an alchemist whose alchemy skills were formidable to such a terrifying extent, in order to be able to obtain some pointers? Unfortunately, they did not know who the other party was, so getting in touch with the other party's Heavenly Demon Group was their only choice. 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. More and more students from the pharmacy department joined the Heavenly Demon Group to refine medicinal liquids for them. What was even more surprising was that the students of the alchemy department who joined the Heavenly Diabolism Group, no matter how poor their aptitudes were or how bad the effects of their potions were, the potions they refined after joining the group were of the highest quality. This strong contrast between good and bad, heaven and hell, made everyone finally understand the true ability of the honorary lead disciple of the pharmacy department. She could really turn something rotten into something magical. In fact, for Luo Qingtong, this was just a matter of using her ocular technique to analyze the medicinal properties. Her ocular technique could see through and analyze everything. The refining steps and medicinal properties of those medicinal liquids were all in her eyes. Under such circumstances, as long as they followed her instructions to refine medicinal liquids, it was like playing a game according to a strategy. It would be strange if they did not get high scores. Although the formula given by Luo Qingtong was only for the medicinal liquids distributed by the Sacred Court, the description of medicinal properties was too detailed. Smart people could easily draw inferences and apply it to other medicinal liquids. With this, many people's alchemy levels broke through. For a time, the students from the pharmacy department rushed to the Heavenly Demon Group to sign up, wanting to refine medicinal liquids for the Heavenly Demon Group. Seeing that the students of the pharmaceutical department had tasted the sweetness, some of the student forces could no longer sit still. A student group that was only slightly weaker than the Gui Yuan group and the Dragon group tried to go against the Qing Wei group and stood on the side of the Heavenly Demon group. Very soon, the medicinal herbs they sent were refined into medicinal liquid. Furthermore, the retention rate of the medicinal properties was 10% higher than what the Qing Wei Tuan refined for them, 90%. This was already close to a transcendent-grade medicinal liquid. Ordinary high-level alchemists couldn't refine it. With every 10% increase in the retention rate of the medicinal properties, the medicinal effects of this medicinal liquid would be even better. All of a sudden, a group of high-level student forces heard the news and acted immediately. In just a few days, the Qing Wei group's actions against Luo Qingtong had completely reversed. They were the ones being targeted and isolated. Bang! In the Qing Wei group's encampment, Luo Yiran had already smashed countless decorations and things. Since the establishment of the Qing Wei group, they had never suffered such a huge loss. They were alchemists, and they were also well-known geniuses of the medicine garden. The students of the Heavenly Palace of the Holy Academy would do anything to support them. Alchemists generally didn't need to be strong, so they didn't need to go to the Heavenly Temple's training ground, but they had to use the pharmacy's training facilities and refining equipment, right? Otherwise, how could they improve their alchemy skills and familiarity? But now, most of the people in the pharmacy had joined the Heavenly Demon group, and they were fighting against them. The Qing Wei group often couldn't get their hands on the training facilities and refining equipment. They were almost going crazy. They finally tasted the feeling of being isolated by the Heavenly Demon group before, and it was 100 times more painful than the latter. Because they had been standing too high before, they hadn't suffered any setbacks. They were caught off guard and couldn't stand it. Luo Yiran and the others were so angry that their faces were almost swollen. On the other side, Mo Yufei wasn't any better than them. She was even more painful. She went to Yuan Ma and proudly told him that she had instigated the Qing Wei group to deal with Luo Qingtong. She told him that it wouldn't be long before Luo Qingtong couldn't be arrogant anymore. At that time, she could only be kicked out of the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, or kneel down and bow her head. She was so proud of herself, but she didn't notice that Yuan Ma was lying on the bed, looking at her with more and more confused and crazy eyes. Yuan Ma was almost driven crazy by the cold in his body. He hadn't been attacked by the cold for a long time, and he didn't know how painful it was when the cold broke out in the past. Now that he was lying in bed, living a life worse than death, he finally realized how stupid he had been in the past. If he didn't despise Luo Qingtong, he wouldn't be like this now. Yuan Ma's heart was full of pain and regret. At this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar aura coming from Mo Yufei's body that could relieve the cold aura that was suppressing his body. Instantly, Yuan Ma's mind was blurred. He instinctively followed the aura and pounced over, wanting to relieve his pain a little more. Mo Yufei was talking happily at this moment. She didn't expect that Yuan Ma, who was lying on the bed, suddenly got up and threw himself at her. Ah! In the next second, there was the sound of clothes being torn, and Mo Yufei's scream became even more shrill. She did like Yuan Ma in the past, but that was because he was handsome and powerful. Now that Yuan Mo was crippled, Mo Yufei's feelings for him gradually faded. As a princess of the royal family, she could have any man she wanted. How could she be together with a cripple? Moreover, the royal family would not allow it. It would be too shameful for the royal family. If Mo Yufei dared to be with Yuan Ma, the royal family would immediately depose her as the princess. By then, she would have nothing left. Mo Yufei was not that stupid. But now, everything was ruined. Mo Yufei's face was filled with despair. In the Dragon Regiment's base, Mo Qinshuan's face turned green when he received the news that Luo Qingtong had turned the tables. He had just purchased a large number of medicinal liquids from the market at a high price, and now Luo Qingtong had turned the tables. Then who did he sell those medicinal liquids to? In order to make things difficult for Luo Qingtong and Ma Chenyi, he had been competing with the latter to buy the elixirs in the holy capital. Now, the price of the medicinal liquids was more than 30 times the previous price. He had thought that after admiring Luo Qingtong and Ma Chenyi's embarrassed expressions, he could sell the medicinal liquids to Ma Chenyi at a higher price. But he didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would turn the tables like this. She even knew the mysterious honorary chief of the Pharmaceutical Institute. Mo Qinshan gritted his teeth and hurriedly ordered people to sell the elixirs to the Crown Prince's mansion. He hoped that Ma Chunyi didn't receive the news too early, so that the people in the Crown Prince's mansion couldn't react in time and he could reduce the loss. Mo Xian almost emptied half of the Wu Imperial mansion for the elixirs. If it fell into his hands, he would vomit blood. However, his subordinate hurriedly went out and finally turned back with a pale face. Your Highness, the people in the Crown Prince's mansion said that His Highness asked us to tell you that he thanked you for emptying the inventory of the Crown Prince's mansion and giving him a large amount of money and resources. He also said that the elixirs we bought at a high price were specially given to you as a souvenir and asked you to keep them well. Under Mo Xian's murderous gaze, the subordinate trembled and said those words. Hearing this, Mo Xian was so angry that he vomited blood. Obviously, Ma Chunyi had seen through his plan from the beginning and was waiting for him to fall into the trap. Those elixirs he bought at a high price were all the other party's conspiracy. Ma Chunyi. Luo Qingtong. Mo Xian was so angry. In the encampment of the evil team, Luo Qingtong sat in the pavilion in her courtyard, looking at the things in her hands and slightly curling her lips. This was sent by Ma Chunyi, saying that it was a bonus from selling the elixirs and thanking her for her advice. Luo Qingtong looked at the huge number and could imagine how badly Mo Xian was cheated this time. This trick of inviting the monarch into a trap was really not bad. She could play more in the future. This time, the profit was almost 7 or 8 times the national treasury of the Tianyu Empire. Mo Xian really paid a lot this time. She didn't know how much blood he was spitting now. Luo Qingtong thought, and the smile on her lips became sweeter and sweeter. She did deliberately let Ma Chunyi go back to buy the elixirs. She wanted to trick Mo Xian. From the looks of it, the effect was pretty good. Moreover, Ma Chunyi was a person who could draw inferences from one instance. Luo Qingtong just wanted him to spread the news and let Mo Xian deliberately go against him in this situation. Then she would buy a batch of useless liquid at a high price and teach him a lesson. But he didn't expect that. Ma Chunyi directly gave all the medicinal liquid in his mansion to Mo Xian. Not only that, but he also pretended to help her at all costs and deliberately competed with Mo Xian. As a result, he sold the expensive liquid medicine to Mo Xian, who desperately wanted to make trouble for him. When Luo Qingtong received the news from the Black Field, she almost laughed to death. If it were not for Ma Chunyi's arrangement, no matter how stupid Mo Xian was, he would not take out more than half of the Wu Imperial Mansion's assets to make trouble for her and Ma Chunyi. Now, not only did they fail to cause trouble, but they were also completely wiped out. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she put away the dividends with a smile. Then she continued to do what she was doing. Recently, she got some inspiration from the gambling battle between her and Yuan Ma and was going to develop a new inscription pattern. If she could succeed, it would greatly improve the strength of the people around her. Luo Qingtong was a very protective person. As long as the people around her were loyal, she would always protect them. Luo Qingtong did not care about the aptitude of the people around her. What she cared about was his wholehearted devotion to her. Luo Qingtong was used to living alone in her previous life. Now that she could start over again, she wanted to live a different life. Su Xiaoxiao and the others were not faking their concern for her. Luo Qingtong was naturally willing to help them go further. She would never treat those who were good to her badly. Similarly, she would not let go of those who went against her. The days of the Qingwei group were getting harder and harder. As more and more students joined the Heavenly Evil group, their life in the Heavenly Evil group was getting more and more crowded out and targeted. In the past, when they walked in the Heavenly Evil group, they were faced with all kinds of flattering and admiring gazes. When the students of the Heavenly Evil group saw them, they would come over and greet them. But now, they did not even dare to go out. Because as soon as they went out, they would face all kinds of hostility. Those students who joined the Heavenly Evil group and wanted to get the guidance of the mysterious honorary chief of the Heavenly Evil group would think of all kinds of ways to deal with them. In order to get the attention and special treatment of the mysterious honorary chief of the Heavenly Evil group. These people did not know the mysterious honorary chief of the Heavenly Evil group. If they wanted to get the others' attention, they could only start with the Heavenly Evil group and Luo Qingtong. And targeting the people of the Qingwei group was the best way for them to get promoted. In this kind of situation, the people of the Qingwei group were simply a necessary tool for them to gain goodwill. There was no Qingwei group member who did not get bullied when they went out. Even Luo Yiran was no exception. This group of once arrogant genius pharmacists of the Qingwei group were now worse than clowns. Walking on the streets, people would treat them as targets of ridicule and mockery. They were more like street rats that everyone wanted to beat up. Thinking about this, Luo Yiran and the others felt a burst of despair. If they knew that the price of provoking Luo Qingtong and the Heavenly Evil group was like this, they would not have been so impulsive. To put it bluntly, this matter was caused by them. Seeing that Luo Qingtong and the Heavenly Evil group were easy to bully, they went all out and forced them into a dead end. Otherwise, the conflict between them and the Heavenly Evil group would not have reached this point, and Mo Yufei, if it was not for her inciting them, saying that Luo Qingtong was shamelessly seducing the crown prince, they would not have acted impulsively against Luo Qingtong and the Heavenly Evil group. He originally thought that he had helped senior martial sister Qingwei get rid of a hateful vixen. Who would have thought that he had actually kicked a big iron plate? During this period of time, the heavens and the heavens, the heavens and Heavenly Evil group. The heavens and the heavens. The heavens and the heavens. Mo Yufei was lying to them. Mo Yufei's status as a princess was abolished. At the same time, her strength was also abolished. It was said that because she could not let go of Yu Wenma, she secretly had an affair with him. In the end, she was infected by Yu Wenma's cold aura. Now, she had become the same as him. The royal family of the Empire of Qin was extremely angry. Mo Yufei was so shameless that she even wanted a useless and ungrateful person like Yu Wenma. She had really disgraced the Holy Academy of the Empire of Qin, not to mention that Mo Yufei had become a useless person because of this. Immediately, a decree was sent out from the palace. Mo Yufei was expelled from the royal family of the Empire of Qin and demoted to a commoner. Her bloodline power, cultivation methods, and martial arts of the royal family of the Empire of Qin were also taken back. In short, her strength was abolished. Hearing this news, Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly, looking indescribably evil and happy. The royal family of the Empire of Qin was really awesome. The cold air of Yu Wenma on Mo Yufei's body would actually dissipate soon. As long as she didn't let Yu Wenma get close to her, her strength would be restored. Now that the royal family of the Empire of Qin did this, Mo Yufei was really disabled. What should she say? The royal family of the Empire of Qin was really a godly assistant. This stab couldn't be any better. Ignoring this news, Luo Qingtong put her attention back on her hands. She had almost finished studying the new inscription pattern. Come here. She crooked her finger at Yuan Hu. The latter hurriedly came over. Boss. Well, take off your clothes, Luo Qingtong said to him. Yes. Yuan Hu hurriedly did as he was told and tore off his clothes. Luo Qingtong looked at him and her lips twitched. She asked him to take off his clothes, not tear them. Why was he so excited? People who didn't know better would think that she asked him to come over to serve her. Fortunately, Xianxia wasn't here. Otherwise, she didn't know how to deal with him. Yuan Hu didn't think so much. He was indeed very excited. Boss's action of calling him was very familiar. Okay, in the past, every time Luo Qingtong thought of a way to improve their strength, she would call them over like this. It must be the same this time, thinking that every time Luo Qingtong called them, their strength would increase by a large margin. Yuan Hu suddenly trembled with excitement. Boss. You can do whatever you want. My skin is thick and my flesh is thick. I can definitely withstand it. The moment Yuan Hu said that, Luo Qingtong's hand, which was about to draw an inscription pattern on his body, trembled. How could this guy's words be so ambiguous? What did he mean by saying that he could handle whatever she wanted? Those who didn't know would think that she was going to rape him. If you don't know how to speak, then shut up. Luo Qingtong's face darkened as she looked at his excited expression. It was as if he was waiting for an SM. She felt a chill and almost kicked him out. If you keep nagging, I'll switch you out. Yuan Hu instantly shut his mouth. He didn't want to be replaced. Luo Qingtong drew an inscription pattern on Yuan Hu's back and then said to him, try to inject your aura into that inscription pattern. Activate the power inside and then attack. Yes. Yuan Hu responded and then followed Luo Qingtong's instructions. Boom. As his aura was injected into that inscription pattern, Yuan Hu's aura changed instantly. With a boom, he raised his hand and blasted an attack forward. Then, his eyes widened as he looked at the dense frost on it. This is cold air? Yuan Hu looked at his hands in disbelief. That attack just now was blasted out from his hands. However, he was clearly using the same attack as usual. How could there be cold air? This cold air, Yuan Hu and the others stared with their eyes wide open. Boss, is this Yuanma's cold air? Ling Tianhan and the others were not far away. They were all called over by Luo Qingtong. At this moment, they were all shocked by Yuan Hu's attack. This was clearly the power of the soul imprint. What was going on? How could Yuan Hu release a soul imprint attack? Everyone's eyes were wide open. Yes, it's Yuanma's cold air. It's also the attribute of his ice soul imprint. Luo Qingtong said indifferently. She looked at Yuan Hu's attack with satisfaction. Not bad, it perfectly reproduced the effect of Yuanma's ice attribute. Although the power was much weaker. But Yuan Hu wasn't a soul cultivator of the ice attribute, he didn't even use his soul skill. To be able to release such power, it was not bad. Boss, what's going on? Yuan Hu was excited. Oh my god, didn't he have a petrification soul imprint? How could he release an attack with the effect of cold air? Yuan Hu was very sure that he wasn't the legendary genius with 2 soul imprints, otherwise, how could he be thrown into the trash class and get to know Luo Qingtong? That's what happened. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. The inscription pattern I just carved for you will allow you to have a type of soul imprint power for a certain period of time. It's a fake soul imprint and will be very useful for your future battles. In simple terms, Luo Qingtong created a soul imprint for Yuan Hu. Everyone knew that the power of the soul imprint came from the soul. If it was 1 in 100 to become a martial artist, then the probability of becoming a soul personage was 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000. When a martial artist with a soul imprint released an attack, it would naturally trigger the attribute of the soul imprint, allowing their attack to have a different power and effect compared to other martial artists. Soul skills could increase the power and effect of the soul imprint. It was a soul personage's unique attack skill. At this moment, Yuan Hu, who had a petrification soul imprint, released an attack with the attribute of cold air. How could Ling Tianhan and the rest not widen their eyes in shock? Damn, boss, you're really amazing. Yuan Hu was stunned by Luo Qingtong's words. Fake soul seal, no matter how stupid he was, he knew what this meant. As long as they had this inscription pattern, even if they didn't have the corresponding soul imprint, they would still have the corresponding attribute power. As long as Luo Qingtong was willing, she could bestow them with any kind of soul imprint, even if this power was only temporary. However, if they could obtain it and use it, it would be enough for them to gain the upper hand in battle. Oh my god. Little Pig poked his head out of Luo Qingtong's sleeve and stared blankly at the inscription pattern on Yuan Hu's back. An inscription pattern that could allow a warrior to possess the power of a soul seal was obviously the most difficult inscription pattern among the high-level inscriptions. Even an ordinary inscription master wouldn't be able to draw something like this. In the Immortal Slayer Palace, only a few elders were able to carve it. It wasn't because this inscription pattern was difficult to draw, but because it involved the essence of the soul seal. It wasn't something an ordinary person could understand. Only those who were at the elder level and above were powerful enough to understand the essence of the soul imprint. Only then could they draw this inscription pattern. Little Pig stared at the inscription pattern on Yuan Hu's back and wondered what kind of monster Luo Qingtong was. She didn't play by the rules at all. She hadn't even drawn a few intermediate inscriptions yet. How could she draw an advanced inscription pattern? In fact, Little Pig didn't know that this inscription pattern was the most difficult to draw among the advanced inscriptions. But for Luo Qingtong, it was the easiest inscription pattern to draw. Because she had the eye technique, she didn't need to cultivate to a high level like other inscriptionists to see through the essence of the soul seal. She could tell at a glance. Of course, she could draw it. However, it had to be a soul imprint that Luo Qingtong had analyzed. If she hadn't seen or analyzed the soul seal, she wouldn't be able to draw it. Therefore, Luo Qingtong could draw such a fake soul seal because she was opportunistic. She wasn't like those elders of the Immortal Slayer Palace, who could draw any inscription pattern with the power of the soul seal as they wished. After the experiment was a success, Luo Qingtong drew an ice attribute fake soul seal on Ling Tianhan, Sima Zhu, Ling Yuer, Chu Wenhao, and Ling Tianchen. The power of the soul seal was analyzed by her from Yuanma. It was much stronger and more tyrannical than the usual ice attribute soul seal and could increase the strength of Yuanhu and the others by a lot. In the end, Luo Qingtong drew a similar inscription pattern for Su Xiaoxiao. With this, Su Xiaoxiao would have a great guarantee when she needed to concoct medicine in the future. If anyone thought she was a pushover, they would be beaten to a pulp. Luo Qingtong then taught them the soul skills she analyzed from Yuanma so that they could practice more when they were free. Yuanhu and the others were moved beyond words. No one knew better than them what kind of opportunity Luo Qingtong had created for them and what kind of path she had paved for them. "Boss, you're really too good to us." Yuanhu, a burly man, was so excited that his eyes turned red. "Alright, don't be so emotional." Luo Qingtong saw that their eyes were all red and they could not speak. She sighed and said, "Alright, you risked your lives to save me in the Kaiyuan mystic realm. You are worthy of me doing all this for you. Remember, don't be left behind. I won't stop to wait for you. Understand?" She looked at them and said, "Yes." Everyone answered in unison, but they knew it clearly in their hearts. Luo Qingtong would not stop to wait for them, but she would drag them along. She worked hard to create a chance for them to catch up to her, so they couldn't disappoint her painstakingly. After they left, everyone's Luo Qingtong, Luo Chouyue, and Luo's aunts, Luo Qingtong, and Luo. She was Luo Qingtong, Luo of Luo Qingtong was Luo, and her Luo Dragon Qingtong, Luo Qingtong, unwavering in life and death, unyielding in the face of adversity. After Yuanhu and the others left, Luo Qingtong went to look for Fengyu. "You didn't see anything just now, right?" Luo Qingtong looked indifferently at Fengyu, who appeared in front of her. Luo Qingtong wiped his sweat. He understood what Luo Qingtong meant. It seemed that Lord Evil Doctor had a very deep understanding of Master's jealousy. Under Luo Qingtong's gaze, Fengyu silently nodded. He didn't want to tell Master. Otherwise, with Master's precious Evil Doctor's temperament, he would explode with jealousy and be reluctant to do anything to Evil Doctor. In the end, the unlucky ones would still be them, thinking of the painful experiences he and the others had recently experienced by Xianxia's side. Fengyu quickly nodded. He even said that he was carrying out Master's orders, that everything should be done according to Evil Doctor's words. Luo Qingtong nodded with satisfaction. Then, she thought of another matter and suddenly asked, "That's right, have you heard of a place called Flying Feather in the Outer Realms?" Luo Qingtong had wanted to ask Xianxia about it last time, but because grandfather Luo wasn't sure at the time. So Luo Qingtong didn't ask. This time, after she took back the engagement token from Yuanma, she put it together with the one in her hand. She saw the two words Flying Feather clearly appear on it. She should be able to confirm that her mother came from that place. The pair of engagement tokens she had with her father was also related to that place. No. Fengyu shook his head. Then, he looked at Luo Qingtong and asked strangely, "Evil Doctor, why are you asking this? Do you need us to help you investigate? Why would Evil Doctor suddenly ask about the Outer Realms?" "It's fine." Luo Qingtong waved her hand. She was just casually asking. If Fengyu and the others knew, then they could inquire about that place. If they didn't know, then forget it. After all, Xianxia's side had a lot of trivial matters. Luo Qingtong didn't want to trouble him with her matters. Not to mention, it was more of a guess. Whether or not this was the case, she would have to personally make a trip there. And it was impossible for her to leave Truespill Continent now. Thinking like this, Luo Qingtong didn't mention this matter again. She casually dismissed Fengyu and began to ponder over the map she had obtained from the Silver Sword Sex Elder. Luo Qingtong was looking at the map on the way when she was interrupted by Xianxia. This time, he took a good look at it and found that this map was actually an incomplete map. Of course, this was referring to the small map labeled Saint Monarch's Tomb in the middle. While Luo Qingtong was studying the small map, a figure appeared in the encampment of the Qingwei group. "Senior sister." Seeing that green figure appear, the lifeless atmosphere in the Qingwei group instantly changed. After Luo Yiran and the others heard about Mo Yufei, they didn't plan to go and settle accounts with the other party. After all, Mo Yufei had been punished and became so miserable. But what about the conflict between them and the heavenly demon group? The group of people felt an indescribable dilemma. They wanted to admit defeat to Luo Qingtong. But before, they had pushed the heavenly demon group too hard. They had almost driven Luo Qingtong out of the empire of Qin's holy court. Under such circumstances, they didn't know if the other party would accept their surrender, and what kind of conditions would Luo Qingtong put forward. The group was in a dilemma when they suddenly heard that Yu Qingwei had returned. They immediately rushed out to greet her. Senior sister. Senior sister, I'm sorry. They looked at the girl in front of them, too ashamed to face her. Especially Luo Yiran, her face was pale and her head was lowered, not daring to look at Yu Qingwei. She was the one who had caused all of this. If she hadn't listened to Mo Yufei and attacked the heavenly demon group, the Qingwei group wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Looking at the haggard faces of the other members of the Qingwei group, who were no longer as proud as they used to be, Luo Yiran felt very regretful. This is indeed your fault. When Yu Qingwei came back, she heard about the conflict between the heavenly demon group and the Qingwei group. She also knew what was going on. This time, the Qingwei group was indeed at fault. The heavenly demon group's counterattack was not a problem. In fact, if Luo Qingtong didn't know the mysterious honorary chief of the pharmaceutical department, she might have been forced to leave the holy court. The heavenly demon group had been targeted so much, and now it was all returned to the Qingwei group. This time, no one could say that Luo Qingtong and the Qingwei group were in the wrong. But, this time, it was all because of her. Yu Qingwei thought about it and sighed. I'll talk to the heavenly demon group about this. You guys wait here for my news. No matter what, Luo Yiran and the others had offended Luo Qingtong and the heavenly demon group because of her. Anyone could blame them, but not Yu Qingwei. Alright, go and rest. But Luo Yiran and the others looked at her with red eyes. We offended the heavenly demon group too much. Luo Yiran and the others knew how much they had gone overboard, so they didn't think that Luo Qingtong and the heavenly demon group would let them go. They had almost forced Luo Qingtong and the heavenly demon group into a desperate situation. Moreover, they had mocked and humiliated Luo Qingtong and Su Xiaoxiao. Luo Yiran and the others almost cried when they said this. It's okay. Yu Qingwei looked at them and nodded. I will challenge the mysterious honorary head pharmacist of the medicine department. If I win, the heavenly demon group will not pursue this matter. If I lose, then I will apologize on your behalf, no matter what Luo Qingtong asks. I agree. No matter what, Qingwei group was at fault for this matter. Yu Qingwei couldn't watch Luo Yiran and the others continue to be tormented like this. However, she did not want to be enemies with the heavenly demon group. Thus, he could only come up with this method, a gambling match between alchemists. Whoever loses has to lower their heads, fair and just. There was nothing to criticize. What? Senior sister? No. Luo Yiran and the others became anxious when they heard this. How could they let senior sister apologize on their behalf? They had done such an excessive thing before. Who knew how Luo Qingtong and the others would make things difficult for senior sister and what conditions they would put forward? Moreover, that honorary chief alchemist's strength was so strong. Senior apprentice sister might not be her match. Senior sister, you don't know, but that honorary chief alchemist's strength is really strong. Luo Yiran and the others told her everything that Luo Qingtong had done when she became the honorary chief alchemist. Not to mention anything else, just the formula that Luo Qingtong had given to those alchemists and guided them to refine the best quality medicine was enough to prove that her alchemy skills had reached the peak. The Qingwei group's members were all alchemists and were the best of the best. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong's tempting conditions, the empire of Qin's holy court wouldn't have targeted them like this, causing them to fall into this situation. Senior sister. Luo Yiran and the others were anxious. It's fine. Yu Qingwei looked at them and shook her head, firmly saying, I will definitely participate in this battle. This is the only way to solve the problem. You don't need to worry. When I came back, I had already broken through the realm of alchemists and refined a complete pill elixir. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be the winner of this battle. Hearing this, Luo Yiran and the others cried out in joy. Senior sister, you broke through? Really? Luo Yiran and the others were indescribably happy. Yu Qingwei was a top genius in the empire of Qin's Holy Quartz medicine department. If it wasn't for that honorary chief disciple, the chief disciple of the medicine department would definitely be Yu Qingwei. Because she had already found a new path and refined a pill elixir with a certain effect, this confirmed that she had the talent to become an alchemist. It had to be known that it was impossible to refine pills as an alchemist. One had to raise their alchemy skills to the peak to be able to use the power of heaven and earth to refine pills without any mistakes. But Yu Qingwei had refined a pill elixir as an alchemist. Even if it was just a fake pill elixir with almost no effect, it still proved that if nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely become an alchemist. They didn't think that she would be able to refine a complete pill elixir, unless that honorary chief disciple could refine pills, otherwise, senior sister would definitely win. Luo Yiran and the others thought this and immediately relaxed. As long as Yu Qingwei won, the matter between them and the heavenly demon group could be written off. Thinking this, they felt a burst of joy in their hearts. Challenge? In the heavenly demon group's encampment, Luo Qingtong looked at the girl sitting across from her. The latter was wearing a light green robe and looked as gentle as a pool of clear water. Luo Qingtong didn't expect the other party to be Yu Qingwei. She originally thought that Yu Qingwei would be similar to Mo Yufei and Su Jingyue based on what the Qingwei group had done before. Who would have thought that the difference would be so great? It was no wonder that the Grand Principal had specially sought him out and told him not to be so ruthless. If it wasn't for the other party's words, the punishment that the Qingwei group would have received would definitely not be this severe. Just look at how the members of the Dragon Regiment had been insulted by her. Luo Qingtong actually left some face for the Qingwei group. Luo Qingtong had a lot of means to deal with the Qingwei group. It was enough to slap their faces until they were swollen. But because of the Grand Principal's words, she was slightly merciful. Now, it seemed that this favor was worth it. The other party was not someone who did not know what was good for him, nor was he an arrogant and despotic person. Yes. This is our fault after all. I would like to apologize to you here. But Iran and the others did it for me. Although I didn't know about it, I can't interfere in this matter. Yu Qingwei looked at Luo Qingtong and nodded slightly. I hope you can tell that honorary chief disciple that I challenge her. If I win, this matter will be written off. Luo Qingtong looked at the girl's calm face and narrowed her eyes. It seems like senior sister Qingwei is very confident? Luo Qingtong said with a smile, okay, I'll tell her. N. Yu Qingwei nodded at Luo Qingtong. Then I'll have to trouble junior sister Luo. She then left with Luo Yiran and the others. After she left, Luo Qingtong smiled with interest. This Yu Qingwei was quite interesting. Luo Qingtong could see that the other party was very confident in the challenge. It seemed like she wanted to use this challenge to smooth over the conflict between the two sides. Was she certain that she would win? Luo Qingtong smiled as she thought about it. Her interest was piqued. And Yu Qingwei's attitude was very good. She didn't try to shirk responsibility or distort the truth. Instead, she sincerely wanted to apologize. Luo Qingtong's previous opponents were either green tea bitches or scheming bitches. It was rare to meet a normal one. Based on her attitude and the Grand Principal's pleading, even if she lost after the challenge, Luo Qingtong wouldn't target the Qingwei group anymore. In any case, the other party had been taught a lesson during this period of time. There was no need to continue killing them. She had promised the Grand Principal that she would be merciful. However, those people who had insulted Su Xiaoxiao before had to apologize personally. Luo Qingtong thought about it and immediately sent people to investigate Yu Qingwei to see where her confidence came from. When she saw the contents of the information, she smiled. So it's like this? Pill elixir. It seemed that the other party had some gains outside this time and was able to refine a complete pill elixir. That's why she was so confident and wanted to use this challenge to smooth over the grudges between the two sides. The other party was very sincere. Thinking about how Yu Qingwei was confident in winning but didn't make any excessive demands and only wanted to resolve the conflict between the two sides, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. She said to the people beside her, spread the word that the chief disciple has agreed to the duel with Yu Qingwei in 3 days. Luo Qingtong still had some things to take care of these 2 days. She didn't have time to compete with Yu Qingwei. Moreover, she had to give those people who wanted to see her play some time to prepare. Luo Qingtong thought about it as a crafty and evil light flashed in her eyes. The news that the chief disciple who supported the heavenly evil group was going to duel with Yu Qingwei quickly spread to every corner of the holy court in the empire of Qin Empire. When the grand principal heard this news, his head was. B. Why did she make such a big fuss? Yu Qingwei came to seek reconciliation. Just forgive her. He was so worried that he was about to die. This last was the trump card he had prepared. He didn't want her to reveal everything before the grand event. Yu Qingwei, that girl, was already able to refine pill elixirs. Apart from revealing her pill techniques, what else could Luo Qingtong do to win? If she played like this, she would sooner or later expose the identity of the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. She should at least endure for a while. Wait until after that grand event. I'll show him my trump card before exposing it. The grand principal was also worried sick. He wished that he could run to Luo Qingtong and tell her to reject this challenge. However, the date had already been set. There was no way to reject it. Mo Xianxia, who had been gloomy because of the purchase of medicinal liquid at a high price last time, sneered when he heard the news. Yu Qingwei can already refine elixirs. Unless that honorary chief can refine elixirs, how can she win against her? Luo Qingtong is definitely going to be humiliated this time. Mo Xianxia's mood improved a little when he thought of this. Unfortunately, Yu Qingwei's conditions were too mild. She only wanted to settle things peacefully, otherwise, he could have taught Luo Qingtong and the rest a good lesson, thinking that it was the other party and Ma Chenyi who had arranged a good show for him, causing him to suffer heavy losses. Mo Xianxia gritted his teeth fiercely. That Luo Qingtong got away with it for nothing. At this moment, a member of the Dragon Regiment suddenly said, "Your Highness, we secretly found out about Yu Qingwei from the Qingwei group. Luo Qingtong definitely knows about it. That honorary chief is extremely strong in refining elixirs. She definitely didn't expect the other party to lose. If Yu Qingwei doesn't deal with her, we can set up a trap ourselves and use this chance to make Luo Qingtong jump in herself. We can also set up a trap for His Highness the Crown Prince to help you vent your anger." Mo Xianxuan's eyes narrowed as soon as that member of the Dragon Regiment spoke. "You mean, Your Highness, we can set up a bet?" It was unknown where that member of the Dragon Regiment got this idea from. As soon as Mo Xianxian asked, he immediately spoke with assurance. "We can use this chance to place a bet and see who wins and who loses. Luo Qingtong doesn't know Yu Qingwei's strength. She will definitely bet on the honorary chief to win." At that time, that member of the Dragon Regiment chuckled. "Okay." Mo Xianxian thought carefully for a while and indeed felt that this was a good idea. He set up a bet and even the reason was justified. He couldn't stand Luo Qingtong and wanted to make things difficult for her. At that time, it would be logical for him to bet on Yu Qingwei. If Luo Qingtong was confident, she would definitely buy from her own side. This plan was flawless. He wasn't afraid that Luo Qingtong wouldn't fall for it. It was a pity that Ma Chenyi definitely wouldn't bet for Yu Qingwei. Otherwise, the two of them would take care of him together. Thinking of this, Mo Xianxian made the final decision. "Okay. Let's do it." He laughed out loud. The member of the Dragon Group was very proud. Then he said, "Your Highness, you can also use reverse psychology to make Luo Qingtong accept other bets. When the result comes out, you can make her lose money and lose face." As he spoke, he laughed sinisterly. "Good. Very good." Hearing his words, Mo Xianxian felt very comfortable in his heart, and the gloominess in his heart before dissipated. He hurriedly sent someone to spread the news. Very soon, the people of the Empire of Qin's Sacred Court heard about the battle between Yu Qingwei and the honorary champion of the medicine department. They also knew that His Highness King Wu had set up a bet for the result of this battle. He bet that Yu Qingwei would win, and the ratio was 1 to 10. It seemed that His Highness King Wu didn't think highly of Luo Qingtong's side, or rather, he was deliberately making things difficult for Luo Qingtong's side. Everyone was waiting to see how Luo Qingtong would react. They thought that His Highness King Wu's provocation this time was so obvious. Luo Qingtong and the rest definitely wouldn't pretend not to see it. They would probably go against His Highness King Wu. Everyone thought so, and soon they heard the news that Luo Qingtong and the others went to the betting place set by the Dragon Regiment. "Your Highness King Wu seems to be in the mood for leisure." Luo Qingtong appeared at the betting place with the heavenly evil group and looked at Mo Qinshan, who was sitting in the hall. It's just for fun. Junior sister Luo can't afford it, right? Mo Qinshuan's words seemed calm, but in fact, he was provoking her. He implied that if Luo Qingtong came to make trouble, she could not afford it. Ordinary people would not be able to stand it when they heard this, let alone Mo Qinshan, who was criticizing Luo Qingtong and betting that she would definitely lose. Given the previous conflict between Luo Qingtong and the Dragon Regiment, it would be strange if she was not angry. Sure enough, as soon as Mo Qinshan finished his words, a trace of coldness flashed across Luo Qingtong's eyes, and then she smiled and said, "How can that be? I'm also here to bet for fun." As she said, she patted the table in front of her and said, "I'll bet as much as your Highness King Wu." As soon as she said that, Mo Qinshan suddenly sneered. It seems that junior sister Luo is very confident. He looked at Luo Qingtong, and then said coldly, "In this case, why don't we add another bet?" He said to Luo Qingtong, "The loser not only has to pay the bet money, but also has to become the other slave?" Mo Qinshan still could not forget that he wanted Luo Qingtong to be his slave last time. Her appearance and figure were not bad, and it would be good to get her to play with. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his chin and said to Luo Qingtong, "How about it? Junior sister Luo, do you dare to bet?" Luo Qingtong looked at him. Although Luo Yunyan had deliberately lured the other party into setting up this trap, His Highness Martial King was really courting death. In this case, she would fulfill his wish, Luo Qingtong thought and said with a faint smile, "Your Highness King Wu must be joking. Even if you really lose, how can I dare to make you my slave?" Just based on the fact that the other party wanted to be his slave, he wasn't qualified. Moreover, the imperial family of the Empire of Qin was also a troublesome matter. Luo Qingtong was too lazy to go against her for Mo Qinshan. Thinking of this, she suddenly said, "Since your highness insists on the bet, then the loser will have to run 10 laps around the Holy Academy, shouting that she is AB*TCH while running. What do you think? Does your highness dare to bet?" "You." Of course, Mo Qinshan could tell that Luo Qingtong was calling him a bitch. Did she think that she would definitely win? Thinking of this, Mo Qinshan sneered. "Good. Since junior sister Luo is in such a good mood, then I will accompany you to the end. If she wants to be a bitch, then let her be." As the two of them were talking, they heard a voice. A voice rang out at this moment. "How about I bear witness?" The young man had a handsome figure, like a clear spring, like flowing water, like a bamboo, like the bright moon. With his hands behind his back, he walked over with the members of the Gui Yuan clique. "Your Highness." Seeing Ma Qingyi coming, Luo Qingtong nodded to him. "Brother, don't you want to play?" Seeing that he stood up for Luo Qingtong, Mo Qinshan sneered and said, "No need." Ma Qingyi waved his hand. The matter between Luo Qingtong and Yu Qingwei was caused by him. It was not suitable for him to bet on either side, otherwise, he really wanted Mo Qinshan to suffer more losses. "I will bear witness." "Brother, have you thought it through? Once this bet is made, you can't regret it. If you can't afford to lose, I won't save you face." Ma Qingyi looked at Mo Qinshan with a faint smile. "Brother, you're right. Please don't be biased when the time comes, imperial brother." Mo Qinshuan's words had a double meaning. It seemed that he was talking about himself, but in fact, he was talking about Luo Qingtong. So that Ma Qingyi wouldn't be reluctant to deal with the other party, the group of people opposed each other. Mo Qinshan sneered and asked people to bet all his assets. If he couldn't trick Ma Qingyi, he could trick Luo Qingtong. His brother was so protective of the other party. Maybe he would bet for the other party. If he didn't, then it would be better. If Luo Qingtong couldn't pay for it, then she would pay with her body. He could have a good taste of her. This time, he wanted them to pay back all the things that they tricked him last time, Mo Qinshan thought and left with a sneer. Luo Qingtong looked at him and sighed in her heart that some people were stupid and rich. She would be embarrassed if she didn't trick them. "Your Highness, do you want to join in? I'll bet for you." Luo Qingtong transmitted a message to Ma Qingyi with a smile. The latter's lips twitched slightly. Forget it. If the two of them bet like this, even if Mo Qinshan was stupid, he would feel that it was wrong. Ma Qingyi was very happy to see him suffer and didn't want to give him a chance to retreat. Okay. Seeing his concern, Luo Qingtong said with a smile, I'll give you a bonus. Hearing this, Ma Qingyi also smiled. The feeling of tricking Mo Xianxian last time was so good, ever since the latter's rise, he had never felt so refreshed. But soon, the smile on his face disappeared, and then he walked to the side with Luo Qingtong and said, Princess, that chief, is he sure to win? He looked at Luo Qingtong and hesitated. Qingwei should have broken through the realm of alchemist and can refine elixir. The one you know. Ma Qingyi didn't try to find out the identity of that leader, but he was still worried that she would be able to win against Yu Qingwei. Why don't we just forget about it this time? There were plenty of opportunities to set Mo Xianxian up. The dragon chi in my body has been stabilizing day by day, and I will definitely consign him to eternal damnation in the future. Qingwei really wants to reconcile with you. You don't have to take the outcome of this bet to heart. When Luo Qingtong heard him say so much in one breath, she couldn't help but laugh and say, okay, I naturally have a sense of propriety. You just have to wait and see. She naturally knew that Yu Qingwei sincerely wanted to reconcile with her, which was why she agreed to this bet. They would know when they arrived in Ma Qingyi. Luo Qingtong looked at him and smiled. She waved at him and left with her people. 3 days later, Luo Qingtong dismissed the people from the Heavenly Demon Group and was about to find a secluded place to change her clothes and participate in the bet as the honorary chief of the Pharmaceutical Institute. But at this moment, she bumped into Mo Xianxian on the way. Luo Qingtong. Looking at the girl who was alone, Mo Xianxian narrowed his eyes slightly. There was no one by his side. Today, the information he inquired about Luo Qingtong and Yi Luo had arrived, and Tong Hu and the others had gone to collect it. The other people from the Dragon Group weren't qualified to follow Mo Xianxian. Your Highness King Wu. Luo Qingtong didn't expect to meet Mo Xianxian here. The latter looked at her with a gaze as cold as a snake, which she didn't like very much. Especially the hidden desire in his eyes, which made Luo Qingtong narrow her eyes coldly. She reckoned that Mo Xianxian wouldn't have much time left to recuperate, so she had to bear with him for a while longer, Luo Qingtong thought, nodded to Mo Xianxian, and was about to leave. However, Mo Xianxian stopped her. You are in such a hurry. Are you going to see the honorary chief of the Pharmaceutical Institute? Mo Xianxian looked at Luo Qingtong and sneered. Junior sister apprentice Luo bet a lot before. I don't know if you know that Yu Qingwei's refining ability has actually broken through the realm of alchemist and entered the level of quasi-alchemist, and she can already refine elixir liquid. Will you still be so confident? I am looking forward to the next gambling fight. I hope you can come up with enough compensation at that time. Of course, there is also the bet of going 10 laps around the Holy Institute of the Empire of Qin and shouting, I am a bitch. I am also looking forward to it. Mo Xianxian looked at Luo Qingtong maliciously, wanting to see her face change dramatically. Today was the day of the gambling fight. He was not afraid that Luo Qingtong would suddenly withdraw the bet, and she would not have that chance. If he told Luo Qingtong the truth now, would she cry and beg for mercy? If that was the case, he would be able to appreciate it. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Luo Qingtong looked at him indifferently. Her eyes were a little strange, as if she wanted to laugh but was holding it back. Mo Xianxian thought so, and suddenly his face darkened. On the other side, Luo Qingtong suppressed her laughter and glanced at Mo Xianxian. Then, she immediately followed his words. I am also looking forward to your Highness King Wu shouting that you are a bitch. I think the scene must be very spectacular and sensational. When Luo Qingtong said this, she could not hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. It is the first time I have seen a person as self-aware as your Highness King Wu. I really admire you. She said and laughed for a while. Her beautiful face was even more dazzling. Luo Qingtong. Mo Xianxian's face was furious. He originally wanted to ridicule Luo Qingtong, but he didn't expect that the other party misinterpreted the meaning in his words and humiliated him back. The blue veins on his forehead were exposed. Looking at the beautiful girl who was smiling brightly, he said coldly, Luo Qingtong, don't be arrogant. Do you think that Ma Qingyi can protect you? I tell you, even if you cry and beg me for mercy, I will not let you go. If you can't take out a huge amount of money, you will pay with your body to pay. It just so happens that I also want to have a taste of the woman that Emo Chanai fancies. Emo Chen eyes. At that time, no one's money, except Luo Qingtong's money, he would make this woman regret her actions under his body. However, before he could say anything, Luo Qingtong stopped him. In an instant, an extremely cold and murderous aura locked onto his body. Emo Chenxuan's face was pale. Only in an instant, he was fixed on the spot by the breath. Who was it? Emo Chenxuan's eyes were full of horror. This breath was full of killing intent. He had no doubt that the other party would kill him without hesitation. In an instant, cold sweat came down from Emo Chenxuan's forehead, and his legs were weak for a while. Luo Qingtong also felt the existence of this breath. Chief Instructor, you're back. Yi Chanren's figure walked out from the shadows not far away. His eyes were cold and murderous as he looked at Emo Chenxian, who was opposite Luo Qingtong. He had just returned from outside and heard the other party talking nonsense to Luo Qingtong. He wanted her to cry and beg him for mercy, and wanted her to pay with her body. Yi Chanxian's eyes were full of murderous intent and coldness. The aura all over his body was as cold as a knife, slowly cutting towards Emo Chenxian. He didn't care if he killed the other party. A mere king of martial arts of the Empire of Qin dared to covet his treasures, and with such dirty thoughts, the other party deserved to die. Luo Qingtong looked at the murderous aura all over his body and blinked. No, she couldn't kill Emo Chenxian now. Luo Qingtong still wanted to keep him as a medium to deal with the heavenly doctor. What's more, she had to reverse the dragon energy in his body and return it to Ma Chenyi. How could she let him die so easily? If not, how could she let him live until now? However, Yi Qianxian was so angry now that she was sure that he wouldn't listen to her if she tried to persuade him directly. Luo Qingtong thought about it and suddenly stepped forward. She put her arms around the other party's neck and said with a smile, Chief Instructor, where have you been? Why haven't I seen you for a long time? Fortunately, the other party was the Chief Instructor. Luo Qingtong had already thought of how to make Yi Qianxian stop. His arm was suddenly held in the girl's arms. The soft touch of the girl's body could be clearly felt by Yi Qianxian even through the robe. In an instant, his body stiffened. Then he slowly turned his head and stared at Luo Qingtong with a pair of cold eyes. This woman was actually so intimate with his alias. Not forgetting that he was Yi Luo, Yi Qianxian felt a burst of irritation in his heart. Naturally, he was happy that Luo Qingtong took the initiative. But when he thought that Luo Qingtong didn't know that he was Yi Luo, but was so intimate with him, Yi Qianxian's heart burned. Could it be that she really fell in love with this alias of his? Yi Qianxian's face was full of anger, but his attention was all on Luo Qingtong. And Emo Chenxian was frozen. Mo's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Not daring to stay here any longer, Emo lowered his head and left with a face full of anger and resentment. Luo Qingtong, Yi Luo, just you wait. His heart was full of resentment. Yi Chanren did not pay any attention to him. He was just a clown and could be dealt with any time. All his attention was on Luo Qingtong now. Are you worried about me? His tall figure approached the young girl. Just as she was hugging his arm, he pulled her into his embrace and looked down at her. He wanted to see what kind of feelings Luo Qingtong had towards this alias of his. Thinking that Luo Qingtong might have fallen in love with someone else behind his back, even if this person was his alias, he couldn't allow it. Yi Qianxian's heart was irritable to the extreme, but his face remained calm. His tall figure covered Luo Qingtong and pressed her body against the tree next to her. You like me? Yi Qianxian's face darkened. Luo Qingtong's lack of resistance made him even more anxious. As long as this woman didn't want to, no one could force her. She could have many ways to escape, or even struggle. Yi Qianxian was furious. This woman used to run away from him in the past, but now, she was so obedient. How did she fall in love with his alias so quickly, just because he built a waterfall for her to improve her strength, helped her fight against Su Diheng and the others, and saved her several times? Yi Qianxian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Hadn't he done more for her than Yi Luo? How could she not see it? Yi Qianxian was so angry that he had completely forgotten that this Yi Luo was himself. He had done all those things for Luo Qingtong. Just as he was about to explode with anger, the girl He had pressed against the tree trunk, raised her hand and hugged his neck. She smiled and said, "I like it. I like it very much. I like you to death," Luo Qingtong said. She suddenly raised her head and kissed him hard on the lips. Then, before Yi Qianren could fly into a rage, she fell into Yi Qianren's arms with a pft, bending forward and backward as she laughed. Pft. Haha. Yi Qianxian, you're jealous of yourself to this extent. No. I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore. Luo Qingtong's eyes glistened with tears. She hugged Yi Qianxian's neck with both hands and hung her entire body on Yi Qianxian. Ha ha ha. Luo Qing Tong. The veins on Yi Qianxian's forehead bulged. However, the angry roar that could make everyone tremble with fear only provoked Luo Qingtong's even more cheerful and light laughter. Ha ha ha. Be good, don't be angry. Luo Qingtong smiled and pecked the man's lips. Then, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. She didn't want to expose the fact that she had seen through his identity so quickly. But the man's reaction was just too cute. Luo Qingtong couldn't hold it in any longer. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but laugh when she recalled how Yi Qianxian had asked her if she liked him. This man, was he forcing a confession or extorting a confession? No, she was going to die of laughter. Yi Qianxian hugged the girl who was laughing so hard in his arms that her body couldn't stop sliding down. He immediately freed a hand to hold her buttocks to prevent her from falling. Then, he gritted his teeth and asked coldly, "When did you find out?" No wonder this woman kept teasing him. It turned out that he had already seen through his identity. Yi Qianxian did not know whether he should be happy or angry. He was happy that this woman didn't fall in love with his alias, and all the intimate actions were because she saw through his identity. He was angry that Luo Qingtong clearly knew his identity but didn't say it out. She deliberately teased him and made him sulk for so long. Pfft. Haha. Luo Qingtong laughed and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. You can't blame me for that. Who told you to hide your identity and tease me? She made a face at Yi Qianxian. I'm giving you a taste of your own medicine. Actually, she just liked to see Yi Qianxian worried about her but also worried about her. Since he hid his identity, she might as well not expose him and have fun with him, Luo Qingtong said and laughed again. Yi Qianxian looked at her happy and proud appearance and couldn't help but block her lips. Luo Qingtong's eyes curved. The moment Yi Qianxian kissed her, she kissed him back. Her personality was strong and evil. Even in a kiss, she didn't want to be in a passive position. Yi Qianren sensed her response and that pair of cold eyes quickly calmed down. The cold air around him also became much softer. After the kiss, Luo Qingtong lazily lay in Yi Qianxian's arms and asked curiously, "Didn't Feng Yu say that you have something to do and won't be back for a while?" Speaking of this, Yi Qianxian's face became slightly cold. He did have something to do. Thinking of Yu Sihuang who refused to leave the East region, Yi Qianxian's eyes became cold. But when he looked at Luo Qingtong, his eyes quickly softened. Blackfield received the news that someone is investigating my identity and the origin of the Supreme Holy Token, as well as your past. Yi Qianxian's words were concise and comprehensive. Luo Qingtong heard it and knew what was going on. The eye he mentioned was definitely not Blackfield's Ming Zun. So, it was this Yi Luo's identity, someone was investigating him and the origin of the Supreme Holy Token? Interesting, Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a smile. Yi Qianxian's identity as Yi Luo just came to the Holy Academy not long ago, and he almost didn't appear in front of people. The only few times he appeared were for her. Under such circumstances, who would investigate his identity? And even her own affairs were investigated. Luo Qingtong didn't need to think to know who did it. Is it Su Diheng and Mo Qinshan? Only these two people had enough reason and hatred to deal with Yi Qianxian and herself. Yes. Yi Qianxian nodded. If he did not receive this news, he would not have left the matter of dealing with Yu Sihuang and rushed back. Since the other party was investigating him, it meant that they had prepared a big plan to deal with Luo Qingtong. They were afraid that he would ruin their plan, so they wanted to confirm his identity and the origin of the Supreme Holy Token. Unfortunately, they wouldn't be able to find anything. Yi Qianxian owned the Black Field, but he still managed to find out his identity and alias. That would be an undeserved reputation. You have to be careful. They might be coming for you. Yuan Ma was disabled, and Su Jingyue was lying on the bed, half human and half ghost. Su Diheng hated Luo Qingtong so much that she would not let her go easily. Yes, I know. Luo Qingtong's eyes curved. She liked the feeling of being cared for and protected by Yi Qianxian. Even if she could handle it herself, Luo Qingtong was still indescribably happy when she saw Yi Qianxian put down his work and rushed over just to worry about her safety. She was getting more and more used to this man's care. She didn't know if this was a good thing or a bad thing. The two of them were chatting happily. At this moment, dong. Dong. Dong, in the Sacred Institute's Pharmaceutical Institute, bells rang one after another. It was Luo Qingtong and Yu Qingwei's battle was about to begin. Or rather, the battle between the first seat of the Pharmaceutical Institute and Yu Qingwei was about to begin. Because of their special identities, they completely represented the strongest students of the Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin. Under such circumstances, the result of the battle between the two naturally attracted the attention of the entire Sacred Institute of the Empire of Qin. The instructors of the Medicine Institute had specially arranged for the medicine competition arena in the Medicine Institute for the two of them to make a bet. Honestly speaking, the medicinal skills of this young man in the Grand Qin Sacred Academy were all extremely miraculous. But most people had no idea. After all, the formulas that Luo Qingtong gave to the disciples of the Pharmaceutical Institute couldn't be leaked. And the medicinal liquid resources that she refined for those students, even if it was 10% better than those refined by the Qingwei group, didn't mean that her refining skills were superb, it only meant that her refining skills were good. But the other party was recognized as the chief of the Pharmaceutical Institute by the Grand Dean and the teachers of the Pharmaceutical Institute. And the position of the honorary chief meant that even if someone became the new chief of the Pharmaceutical Institute, they wouldn't be able to suppress the other party. With all these reasons, everyone naturally wanted to see this mysterious honorary chief of the Pharmaceutical Institute with their own eyes. Dang, dang, dang. Hearing the bell, Luo Qingtong remembered that she still had a gambling fight today. If she hadn't made a bet with Mo Qinshian, it wouldn't have mattered if Luo Qingtong didn't go to this gambling fight. Anyway, she wasn't going to make trouble for the Qingwei group anymore. But since she had made a bet with Mo Qinshian, Luo Qingtong had to go. Thinking of this, she immediately informed Yi Qianren and slipped out of the man's embrace. Then, she found a secluded place to change her clothes before leaping towards the medicine competition stage. Dang, dang, dang. The bell rang louder and louder. At the Pharmaceutical Institute, almost all the students of the Empire of Qin had come. There was a sea of people all around. Everyone was looking at the huge platform in the square. There, Yu Qingwei was already standing on it, but there was no one on the other side. What's that evil doctor doing? The Grand Dean and the others had also come. Except for him and the teachers of the Pharmaceutical Institute, no one knew that the honorary chief of the Pharmaceutical Institute was the evil Dr. Ghost Eye. The Grand Dean and the teachers of the Pharmaceutical Institute had agreed to use Luo Qingtong as the trump card of the Pharmaceutical Institute in that event. Of course, they wouldn't expose her so easily. He came with a group of teachers to watch the gambling fight this time to remind Luo Qingtong to take it easy and not be so serious. Keep a low profile, don't expose yourself too early, but what's going on now? This girl agreed to the gambling fight, but now she wasn't going to come. But didn't she make a bet with Mo Qinshian and the others? Didn't she lose if she didn't come? Could something have happened to that girl? Thinking of this, the Grand Dean immediately sent people to look for her. But when he was about to call for help, he realized that no one else knew who she was. If he sent people to look for her, right, that last must have been delayed by something, right, she had to come quickly. While the Grand Supreme Dean was thinking about this, on the other side, Mo Qinshian appeared at the place where the people of the Dragon Regiment were standing. His Highness. Everyone from the Dragon Group was stunned when they saw him appear with a pale face and cold sweat all over his body. Soon after, someone hurriedly came forward to support him. A member of the Dragon Group asked. I'm fine. Mo Qinshian gritted his teeth and waved away the hand of the Dragon Regiment member who was about to help him. He couldn't tell his subordinates that he was shrouded in murderous intent and almost peed himself, right? thinking of Luo Qingtong and Yi Luo, who dared to kill him. Mo Qinshuan's heart was filled with rage. The results of his investigation were about to come out. When he got the news, he would make the two of them suffer. When he saw that there was only Yu Qingwei on the stage, he immediately sneered. "That honorary chief disciple, she doesn't dare to come?" he said as he looked at Ma Chenyi and the others who were not far away. "It seems that Luo Qingtong is going to lose. Imperial brother, you have to be a good witness later. I'm just waiting for her huge bet and the bet of running 10 laps around the courtyard." Mo Qinshian said and laughed loudly. Luo Qingtong's indifference when she heard him say those words before was indeed an act. That honorary chief disciple would be scared stiff when he knew that Yu Qingwei was already able to refine elixirs, right? Knowing that she was going to lose, she didn't even dare to come, Mo Qinshian thought and suddenly felt very proud. His laughter was ear-piercing, and those who knew about the bet between him and Luo Qingtong immediately looked over. If that honorary chief disciple didn't come, Luo Qingtong would really lose, everyone was thinking when suddenly, a voice suddenly came from not far away. "Who said that I didn't dare to come?" Luo Qingtong, wearing a gauze hat, came from not far away. Her face was hidden in that thin layer of transparent gauze, and one could vaguely see the beautiful outline of her. But when one looked carefully, they couldn't see clearly. She came from the entrance of the medicine battle arena, and in a flash, she appeared on the high platform of the medicine battle arena. "When I came just now, I heard a mad dog barking, saying that I was going to lose, so I was delayed and came late. I'm very sorry." Luo Qingtong smiled at Yu Qingwei opposite her. Hearing her words, Mo Qinshuan's forehead instantly burst with blue veins. He almost couldn't help but jump up and ask who she called a mad dog, but in the end, he forced himself to endure. The other party didn't call out a name. If he jumped out like this, it would only be said that he took the blame. Thinking of this, Mo Qinshian was angry in his heart. He knew that the other party was scolding him, but he couldn't refute at all, let alone reprimand the other party. He was simply suffocating to death. Mo Qinshian looked at the masked girl on the high platform with a livid face. Below the stage, Su Xiaoxiao and the others all knew that it was Luo Qingtong. Seeing that their boss came, they immediately exchanged looks excitedly and all looked at the high platform excitedly. Yuan Hu directly shouted, "Yo!" Some people even said that others didn't dare to come. "I don't know if it will hurt to be slapped in the face." Ah. Only a person who was used to admitting defeat would say something like that, right? She didn't know if the person who spoke had always been as cowardly as he made himself out to be. How many times did he admit defeat? Yuan Hu's voice was dripping with sarcasm. Obviously, he was targeting Mo Qinshian. However, he learned from Luo Qingtong and did not mention any names. In an instant, he was as uses. He looked sinisterly at Yuan Hu and the others, and then looked at Luo Qingtong who was on the stage with her face covered. "Humph. It's hard to say whether you can win or not. I'll see how you lose." Yu Qingwei was already able to refine elixir. There was absolutely no doubt about it. Mo Qinshian was not afraid that she would go easy on them. He just wanted to see how Luo Qingtong and the others would lose. Speaking of which, that woman didn't come. Was she with Yi Luo? What a pair of adulterers. Humph. Take it as a punishment for daring to release killing intent on him, a mere chief instructor. That supreme sacred badge might not even be his own, a fox using the tiger's might to intimidate others, and even dared to attack him. Mo Qinshuan's expression was cold and angry, but Luo Qingtong was too lazy to bother with him. She looked at Yu Qingwei and said, "How do you want to compete in this battle?" Yu Qingwei had already walked out from where she was standing. "This battle is only to resolve the grudges between us." She looked up at Luo Qingtong and said, "In that case, let's decide the winner in one go? How about it?" Her goal was not to go against the heavenly demon group, but to resolve the grudges between them. One battle, the winner and loser, was enough. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded. Deciding the winner in one go, that was what she meant. It was too troublesome to win 2 out of 3, moreover, Luo Qingtong glanced at the Grand Principal, who was constantly winking at her, telling her to keep a low profile and not expose her identity. Her lips twitched. The two reached an agreement and immediately started. Luo Qingtong stood at her position, but did not immediately start refining. Instead, she looked at Yu Qingwei. In front of the girl was a huge cauldron specially used for refining pills. It was like a huge square, standing on the high platform. The cauldrons in the medicine battle arena were all specially made, so that the spectators could clearly see the changes in the medicinal properties in the cauldron, eliminating the possibility of cheating. Under Luo Qingtong's gaze, the medicinal properties in the cauldron were constantly merging. Until now, everything that Yu Qingwei had done was the steps of refining pills. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. It was said that Yu Qingwei was already able to refine elixirs, and Luo Qingtong wanted to see how she did it. But she did not expect that the other party had been refining pills all this time. Could it be that she did not intend to use elixirs to decide the winner? If that was the case, then the other party was bound to lose. Luo Qingtong did not intend to go easy on Yu Qingwei. She could let the Yu Qingwei group go after winning. But she could not purposely lose to the other party in a battle. That was disrespect to the opponent, but now, Yu Qingwei took the initiative to propose a battle, but was not going to refine elixirs. Was she that confident, Luo Qingtong was thinking. Suddenly, droll Yu Qingwei's voice sounded. She stared unblinkingly at the scene in the cauldron. After the medicinal properties had fused to a certain degree, Yu Qingwei's expression turned serious, and she raised her hand to form a seal. Huh? Looking at the mark, Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. That was an elixir seal. When Yu Qingwei was Yu Qingwei. What Yu Qingwei had refined was clearly a medicinal liquid, but she had formed a pill seal that was only needed for refining pills. Yu, and Yu within, under the control of Yu Qingwei's hand, it slowly fused with the medicinal liquid. Interesting. This was the elixir that Yu Qingwei had refined. Luo Qingtong looked at the elixir, which was slowly fusing and producing miraculous changes, and smiled. If an alchemist didn't cultivate to the extreme and grasp the essence of the fusion of medicinal properties, it was impossible to control the combination of the violent medicinal properties and the power of heaven and earth when refining pills. The final result would only be a failure at the last step. Yu Qingwei took a different approach and used the alchemy method to avoid the risk of explosion. The refined medicinal liquid also had the effect and nature of a medicinal pill. It was indeed very clever. However, this wasn't a pill elixir. When Luo Qingtong looked at the pill elixir refined by Yu Qingwei and smiled, everyone below the stage looked at the pill elixir that was gradually taking shape in the cauldron. It had an aura different from ordinary elixirs, and they immediately exclaimed in surprise. Many people saw the refinement of a pill elixir for the first time and didn't expect that it could be refined like this. Senior Sister Yu is really smart. Yes. However, one must be incomparably familiar with the medicinal properties of the elixir and even grasp the essence of it. Otherwise, even if the power of heaven and earth is introduced, there's no way to make it fuse with the elixir. Just this alone proves that Senior Sister Yu's alchemy skills are extremely powerful. It seems that Senior Sister Yu will win for sure this time. Yes. Senior Sister Yu's move is already the pinnacle of alchemy. In the future, when Senior Sister Yu's understanding of medicinal properties is a little deeper, she might become an alchemist. Unless that honorary chief can refine pills, just refining medicinal liquids, even if he can refine a perfect transcendent grade medicinal liquid, he still can't compare to Senior Sister Qingwei. Yes. Senior Sister Qingwei's pill elixir has already transcended the scope of medicinal liquids. Everyone below the stage discussed animatedly. Especially those students from the pharmaceutical department. Even if they had received the grace of Luo Qingtong's medicinal liquid formula, their confidence was shaken at this moment. After all, no matter how exquisite Luo Qingtong's alchemy skills were, it was still within the scope of an alchemist. But Yu Qingwei's pill elixir at this moment showed the method of transitioning to alchemy. It was clear at a glance who was better and who was worse. Haha. Seeing that Yu Qingwei really refined the pill elixir, Mo Qinshan burst into laughter. He cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qingtong and sneered, "The pill elixir has already come out. I don't know what other methods the honorary lead disciple has to contend against him? If you don't, then admit defeat as soon as possible. I'm still waiting to collect my winnings." When he said this, he laughed coldly and proudly, waiting for the other party to come down with a face covered in dirt. However, Luo Qingtong didn't even look at him. Senior apprentice Sister Qingwei's strength is indeed formidable. However, what senior apprentice sister refined is not pill elixir. Luo Qingtong smiled at Yu Qingwei. Yu Qingwei was indeed very strong. If nothing unexpected happened in the future, she should become an alchemist. However, what she was refining right now could not be considered a pill elixir. Luo Qingtong's words stunned everyone. If what Yu Qingwei refined wasn't called pill elixir, then what was it called? This is clearly a pill elixir. The Qingwei group's people glared at Luo Qingtong. Don't slander our leader just because you can't beat her. Luo Iran and the others were very angry. They thought that Luo Qingtong said this because she couldn't beat Yu Qingwei and didn't want to let the Qingwei group off easily. This was simply too much. Isn't this honorary lead disciple a bit shameless? End of chapter 1046. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.